Chapter 1, The Global Teleportation, I Can Go Home. I found myself in a ramshackle wooden hut, its walls so full of gaps that wind blew through from all sides while empty interiors offered no comfort. A biting cold wind carrying the pungent odor of rotting wood made me involuntarily frown. Staring blankly at this scene, it took me quite a while to accept the reality. I had indeed been transported to another world. I still remember I was sleeping soundly in my warm bed when a cold voice suddenly woke me in my mind, and the next moment I found myself in this unknown place. Ding! Welcome to the survival world. I am your assistance and guidance system. Through this system, you can communicate, assist each other, upgrade, build, and more. Wishing you success in reshaping your destiny and happiness in this new world. Yes, that's exactly the voice. Staring at the semi-transparent panel before my eyes, I couldn't help but beam with joy. I can't believe I actually have a system? With the system's appearance, my initial unease instantly melted away. I'm saved. Got this in the bag. With years of novel reading experience under my belt, having this thing means I can soar to new heights without even breaking a sweat. Ignoring the chill running down my spine, I immediately examined the translucent panel that had materialized before my eyes. There were several options displayed above: personal panel, backpack, construction, communication forum, trading hall. But when I saw the last two options, a bad premonition suddenly rose in my heart. Upon opening the communication forum, a message immediately popped up before me. Please enter a custom nickname. Note that nicknames are tied to personal profiles and cannot be duplicated. Huh? Why do I need a name? After a moment of thought, I typed a few characters. You have successfully set your virtual nickname as Anonymous User. Planet A003 has 12.3 billion people transported here. Currently, only regional chat channels are available. Channel 666, population, 1000 what? What's going on? Thank you, almighty one who sent me through. That $10 million loan is finally gone. My house that I just finished paying off. Don't tell me you guys hit the jackpot too? Watching the frantically updating screen, I sighed. So that's how it was. I knew my luck couldn't be that good. Turns out this is a global teleportation event, and everyone gets a system. Ignoring the chat channel now that I realized I wasn't some chosen one, I immediately began familiarizing myself with the system's functions. Although everyone having a system doesn't mean instant success, the system is absolutely crucial for survival in this unfamiliar world. It must be taken seriously. I began by opening my personal panel. Personal panel Yichio. Current status, cold constitution, average, white, charm, 15, human average is 10. Equipment, underwear, white, skills, none, 0/2. This. Turns out I'm the same grade as my underwear, both white quality. That's right, since I was asleep before crossing over, I'm only wearing a pair of shorts. As a fragile college student who hasn't left the ivory tower yet, these stats are painfully realistic. Aside from slightly above average looks, I'm completely ordinary. Next, I opened my backpack. To my surprise, it was completely empty, just 1 cubic meter of blank space. This system didn't even give a starter pack. How outrageous. After some internal grumbling, I opened the construction interface. This side was fully stocked with basic tools like stone axes, stone swords, spears, everything you'd need. As long as you had materials, you could craft them directly. The only thing I owned and could upgrade was a wooden hut. Territory dilapidated wooden shack, level 1, durability, 10 tenths facilities, none upgrade, 50 units of lumber. This barely standing wooden shack can't even block the cold wind. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. You understand what that means, right? But currently, I have absolutely nothing on hand. I can only look, there's nothing I can do about it. After closing the panel, I massaged my temples, utterly overwhelmed. So it's really starting life in another world from zero. Forget it, better get moving. Without a cheat system, I'll just have to rely on my own efforts. Not daring to go out immediately, I opened the chat panel, hoping to get a clearer picture of what's happening outside. After all, effort must be directed the right way. After just a few minutes, some veterans had already settled down and started sharing their insights. I just opened my door and saw a face smiling at me in the fog. Holy shit, for real? That's terrifying. The system also warned to be cautious of the white mist. It's probably best not to go outside now, but then what should we do? Just sit here idly? I peered carefully through the gaps outside the house and indeed saw a thin layer of white mist, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. But just as discussions were heating up in the chat forum, a golden ray of sunlight suddenly poured down, and immediately afterward, all the white mist dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene resembled a divine miracle, instantly setting the entire chat forum ablaze with excitement. Did you all see that? The sunlight appeared without warning, and all the fog vanished instantly. I saw it. The speed at which it disappeared completely defies logic. People upstairs, our situation already defies logic. What we should really be worrying about now is whether we can go outside. Exactly. The sunlight has dispersed the fog, so shouldn't it be safe to explore outside now? Could it be that those few extra minutes were given to us to adjust to this new world, so we wouldn't waste daylight? I've already stepped out, feeling great. Closing the system panel, I pushed open the door. Golden sunlight spilled through the trees, creating a vibrant scene. Even the biting cold wind from earlier had vanished completely. The temperature had risen at least 10 degrees in mere moments. If heading out to explore earlier would have frozen me half to death, now that problem was absolutely gone. Good. Glad the temperature's up now. This feeble body of mine definitely wouldn't have survived otherwise. Though some unease about this new world lingered, taking action was still infinitely better than waiting around to die. Stepping outside, I surveyed my surroundings. The area was overgrown with weeds, and sparse trees of varying sizes dotted the landscape nearby, presenting a scene full of vitality. Collect everything collectible. I strode toward the trees in the distance, but had barely taken 2 steps before a sharp pain shot through my feet. There was no helping it. I'd been transported to this world while sleeping, wearing nothing but my underwear. Human feet, pampered by modern comfort, had become far too tender to navigate this wilderness. After just 2 steps, the discomfort became unbearable. Going any further would undoubtedly blister or even bloody my feet soon. In this destitute place, I didn't believe my subpar health could withstand such punishment. Looking at my already slightly reddened soles, I gritted my teeth and tore off the only piece of fabric I was wearing to bind my feet. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Exposure is no big deal, but injury is serious. Besides, as a man, what do I have to be shy about? Tearing the scarce cloth into 2 pieces, I barely managed to wrap both feet. Though walking still felt extremely uncomfortable, I could definitely endure much longer this way. Keeping an eye out for sharp stones along the way, I advanced toward the nearest trees while gathering whatever resources I could find around me. Obtain stone, white, +1. Obtain dry grass, gray, +1. After collecting some trivial resources along the way, I crossed nearly 100 meters and finally approached a tree. The tree was roughly the thickness of a bowl. Without any tools at hand, I had no choice but to search around for fallen wood, hoping to craft an axe first. Fortunately, luck was on my side. I managed to find wooden stick, white, *2 beneath the tree. Opening the system interface, the stone axe in the construction tab was now ready to be crafted. Stone axe, common, requires wooden stick *1, stone *1, with a click to craft. A flash of white light later, the stone axe appeared in the inventory. I retrieved it, and in the blink of an eye, a compact stone axe materialized in my hand. Whoa, now this really feels like fantasy. Swinging the axe in my hand, a surge of inexplicable novelty and hope welled up inside me. After all, everything in this new world is unknown. To get rich, start by chopping wood. Pumping myself up, I immediately set about felling trees. Thud, thud, thud. The crude stone axe bit into the tree, leaving only faint marks. I kept swinging with renewed vigor, delivering several dozen strikes, but soon the toll of my subpar physical condition became glaringly apparent. My hands went numb from the vibration, my wrists ached, and the results were anything but encouraging. The effortlessly felling a tree like in video games? That scenario simply doesn't exist here. I had no choice but to chop intermittently, resting between sessions, and it took me a full hour to finally bring down this modest-sized tree. Though the yield wasn't significant, my back ached and my hands were numb. Glancing at my slightly chafed palms, I figured blisters would form if I kept this up. It's only the first day, and I'm already worried whether my frail physique can last even a week. Life in another world without any cheat abilities is excruciatingly difficult. I've read many survival transmigration novels, but only when I truly became an ordinary member of such a world did I deeply understand the meaning of the word survival. I wonder if any chosen ones have already unlocked their second system and started their wilderness vacation. Sigh, how I wish I could return to the warm bed at home. The thought had just flashed through my mind when my vision blurred, and the scenery instantly transformed. The cold, hard ground beneath me disappeared, replaced by a soft bed. Everything before my eyes felt intensely familiar. Wasn't this my own home? In an instant, I was transported back from the overgrown wilderness to my familiar home. The abrupt change left me momentarily stunned, unable to process what had just happened. I'm back? Shock flashed through my eyes as I immediately reached for the familiar blanket beside me, my hands trembling at the touch. I actually made it back. Does simply wishing to return bring me back to the real world? I quickly wrapped myself in the blanket and grabbed my phone from the bedside, eager to check on the state of the real world. But unexpectedly, my phone showed no signal, completely unable to connect to the network. Could it be that too many people crossed over, making signals impossible to maintain? I tossed the phone onto the pillow and pressed the button by the bed, but the light didn't turn on. A foreboding feeling welled up inside me. Wrapped in my blanket, I got out of bed and walked to the window. The usual concrete jungle, always bustling with traffic, now stared back at me hollow and icy silent, devoid of any human sound. I forced myself to calm down, only for the parched thirst I'd suppressed earlier to resurface. Grabbing the kettle by the bed, I poured myself a cup of water and gulped it down. Finally, I sighed in satisfaction. With my thirst quenched, I began analyzing my predicament. The water in the kettle is still warm, which means I haven't been gone long. Even if the entire world crossed over, the power wouldn't go out that quickly. There must be some other reason that disrupted the power and communications. Right, the system. I casually grabbed a small pastry and ate it while silently calling out system in my mind. A transparent panel appeared, and to my surprise, I could still connect to the system. Opening the chat section, I saw people selling sob stories and others sharing survival guides they'd compiled. I typed a period and sent it, instantly drowned in the flood of frenzied messages. I can speak up. My gaze sharpened. If everyone could return to the real world, the chat group wouldn't be completely silent. Could it be that only I can come back? Or perhaps only one person from each regional chat group can return? Whatever the case, this must mean I've got some sort of cheat ability, right? The real world has abundant resources enough for me to live 8 lifetimes without starving. Even if it's a bit lonely, it's still better than losing my life in that survival world. Putting other thoughts aside, I snacked first, changed clothes, and prepared to go downstairs to investigate. First, to see if anyone else has returned, and second, to gather food and tools for future survival. I sprinted down 4 flights of stairs in one breath and was just about to head to the nearest supermarket when the scene before me suddenly dissolved into static and distortion like a malfunctioning TV, exactly like what I'd experienced when I first crossed over into this world. The next moment, the familiar bushes and tree stumps appeared before my eyes, the warm sunlight shining upon me. I had actually returned to the survival world again. For a moment, I wasn't sure whether the teleportation had been an illusion or real, but seeing myself in freshly changed clothes forced me to accept reality. It seems I really did travel back to the real world just now. Is this a bug in the survival world? I clicked my tongue irritably. This joke wasn't funny at all. Hardly had I escaped the survival world and started enjoying freedom when I got sent back. No, I can't just give up. I need to recall how I returned last time. When the thought of going back flashed through my mind again, distorted images appeared before my eyes, but this time they faded before completely overtaking my vision. My head was throbbing, and my body felt utterly exhausted. My physical condition told me I could still return, but only with sufficient mental and physical strength. Thank goodness, as long as I can go back. I heaved a long sigh. Between a morning of hard labor and the turmoil of the real world, I was completely exhausted. Still, I had eaten my fill, and a good sleep would restore me. Since I have this cheat-like ability to return to the real world, there's no need to take any more risks. I should head back to the wooden cabin first. I returned to the wooden cabin, took out the timber to block the main door and seal the drafty gaps. After piling up some dried grass to make a simple nest, I was utterly exhausted, collapsing into sleep the moment I lay down. Upon waking up, my entire body ached with a prickling pain. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the wooden boards told me it was already dusk. Damn, I slept straight through to evening. I stretched my limbs, feeling extraordinarily energized. Focusing my mind, with just a thought, I opened my eyes again to find the surroundings completely transformed. I had indeed returned to the real world. Perfect. I pumped my fist in excitement. Being able to return to the real world meant my future shone bright. The endless supply of food alone would put me ahead of 99.99% of survivors. I looked out the window and noticed that the real world had also approached dusk. Pushing open the door, I first approached the fire equipment in the hallway, opened the fire cabinet, and grabbed the fire axe inside. It's unclear whether there are fellow survivors or monsters in the real world, and the county town has plenty of stray cats and dogs. A self-defense weapon is absolutely necessary. With the fire axe in hand, I went downstairs and pushed open the supermarket door directly. The dazzling array of goods inside made my eyes gleam with excitement. Now, a brand new world awaits my exploration. While others struggle to survive in the wilderness, I get to survive in the city. I opened the system backpack. Its contents had been cleared out earlier, now possessing a massive 1 cubic meter space. I grabbed a lollipop from the snack rack by the counter, popped it into my mouth, and began raiding the supermarket. Boxes of mineral water, chocolate energy bars. With a sweep of my arm, I stuffed whatever small items caught my eye into the backpack: vacuum-sealed roast chicken, lighters, toilet paper, canned yellow peaches, high-power flashlights, chocolate bars. After gathering everything I could think of, I stepped out of the supermarket with deep satisfaction. Huff, huff, something's off. Just walking around the supermarket, why am I so exhausted? I sat on a nearby stone ledge to rest, only to discover that even without moving, my stamina was slowly draining. It seems as long as I stay in the real world, my stamina keeps depleting. Discovering this new rule, I stopped resting and immediately turned to enter the small pharmacy beside me. I packed up all the common medicines, bruise ointments, fever reducers, antibiotics, iodine, bandages, and took them with me. Leaving the pharmacy, I spotted a country chicken restaurant not far away. From the kitchen, I stocked up on gas canisters, pots, and some fresh ingredients into my backpack. Nodding in satisfaction, I ended this crossing. With a blur before my eyes, I returned to the survival world. Phew! Sitting on a haystack, though physically exhausted, I couldn't help but grin at the mountain of supplies now filling my backpack. Only after crossing over did I realize that the real world was truly paradise. Tonight I'll stew a chicken to reward myself. After resting for a while, the sunlight streaming through the cracks in the wall gradually dimmed. Night was approaching. In less than an hour of back and forth effort, I'd solved my survival challenges for the entire next week. I took out pots, pans, bowls and utensils from my backpack, turned on the gas, and a ring of pale blue flames illuminated the darkened wooden cabin. I opened a case of bottled water and poured it into the pot, chopped the chicken into pieces, diced a few carrots, added salt and other seasonings, covered the pot, and began waiting for dinner to cook. With nothing else to do, I used the system to appraise the equipment in front of me. Integrated gas stove pot, green, a kitchen appliance combining both the stove and gas burner. The system quipped, looks like you were clinging desperately to your cooking utensils even before crossing over. The sarcasm made me chuckle. Soon, I noticed the word green behind the item description. Ever since arriving in this survival world, most things I've encountered were white. It seems this gas-integrated stove is at least one grade higher in quality than white-tier items. I appraised my other loot while the chicken soup finished simmering. Ladling out a bowl of fragrant broth, my mouth watered uncontrollably. Using chopsticks, I picked up a piece of fall-off-the-bone tender chicken and popped it in my mouth. Between bites, I opened the chat channel. First, I saw the player count, 990/1000. 10 people had died in just one day. Apparently, the outside world was quite dangerous. I continued scrolling down. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. Some complained about the exhaustion of chopping trees, others envied those who could even chop trees, some pleaded for food, while a few shared their loot from opening treasure chests. That lucky fellow who found a chest containing 500 grams of bread, a 500 milliliter bottle of purified water, and 10 copper coins caught my attention. Who knew there were treasure chests in this world? People even debated whether copper coins could be used to trade with the natives, and some jokingly mentioned two-legged sheep. Though others shut it down, it was alarming to hear such talk on just the first day of survival. As I sipped my chicken soup, I noticed someone crying for help in the group, begging for tips on staying warm at night. People offered many suggestions, like using wood to block the gaps in the wooden cabin, making mattresses from dry grass, and building a campfire. But some built the campfire yet couldn't start it. Someone mentioned rubbing sticks together to make fire, but another wore their hands raw without seeing a single spark. Then a person who had been lighting their boss's cigarette before the teleportation appeared, revealing they had a lighter still on them. Everyone rushed to trade for it to start their fires. This person listed the lighter on the trading market, charging 10 pieces of wood or 5 pieces of stone per rental, prompting curses of price gouging scammer from the crowd. I gnawed on a chicken leg, somewhat puzzled. Lighters should be essential for adults, so why is the ownership rate so low? When I asked around, someone replied that during teleportation people only carried clothes and items in their hands. Most kept lighters in their pockets, making them particularly rare. Opening the trading market, I saw lighters topping the trending list. Despite the hefty rental cost, many still opted to rent them. I stroked my chin and glanced at the several lighters in my shopping cart. With my unique ability, helping others in the same channel seemed reasonable. Besides, my rundown little wooden hut could use some upgrades too. I opened the trading interface and listed the lighter with the setting 1 wood per use. The listing slots are limited to just 10, probably to prevent survivors from treating the trading market as a storage warehouse. After listing 10 lighters and enabling the system's auto-trade feature, I returned to the chat area and announced, anonymous user, lighters available in the trading market, 1 wood per use, limited stock. People were surprised that chat could be anonymous and thanked me profusely for driving down the price of fire starters. The guy who was the first to sell lighters privately messaged me, wanting to discuss pricing to monopolize the entire channel. He even suggested we play good cop, bad cop. I thought to myself, is someone already trying to monopolize the channel on the very first day? If I weren't backed by the real world, I might have considered it. I replied, anonymous user, sorry, I don't have time to waste on this. Goodbye. On the other side of the screen, the middle-aged man looked dumbfounded and cursed me for being out of my mind. He glanced at the back end and saw his inbox flooded with angry messages. He had tried to justify himself in the trading forum by claiming I was ignoring market economy principles, only to be ridiculed by everyone. In the end, he had no choice but to grudgingly lower his prices to match mine. Meanwhile, I paid no attention to the trading channel and completed over 100 deals within half an hour. My wood reserves in the backpack quickly approached 99 plus, even overflowing into the room. With no space left to stand, I picked up my bowl of chicken soup and opened the construction interface. Finding the dilapidated wooden hut, I tapped to upgrade it. Wood, common, -50. Current dwelling has been upgraded to wooden cottage, level 2. As the system notification chimed, the surrounding space expanded. The drafty gaps were repaired, and the rotting wooden walls transformed with intricate patterns, emitting a faint woody fragrance. The interior space expanded to about 50 square meters, and with the addition of a wooden window that could be opened and closed, the changes to the wooden house finally stopped. Viewed from above, the once crumbling wooden house now had the imposing presence of a tree with deep roots. Opening the system, I checked the status of the wooden house. Base wooden house, level 2, durability, 100 interior facilities, integrated gas stove, kitchenware set, upgrade, stone X 100 units. The system prompted, we're safe, for now. I thought to myself, this world is anything but peaceful, with its eerie white fog and extraordinary beasts. Even with the backup of the real world, there's no guarantee of coming out unscathed. I plan to use people in the communication channel to scout the situation while I secretly purchase information with supplies behind the scenes. I changed the price of lighters in the trading channel to 1 stone per use, drank the last bit of chicken soup, and took care of cleaning up the trash. After organizing everything, I decided to settle down for the night. But just as I was about to lie down on the haystack, I froze. I'd forgotten to move my own bed over. Perfect timing to test the specific rules of the teleportation. Today, whether from outside or inside the house, I always return to my real-life home. This time, I logged off from Laoxiangji. In reality, will I return home or to Laoxiangji after teleporting? I emptied all the items from my backpack and piled them up in the corner of the room. That mountain-like stack of supplies gave me an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In my mind, I silently uttered the word teleport, and in a blur before my eyes, I saw a familiar scene. It was my home. It seems my home serves as a fixed teleportation point. Given my current stamina, I can probably only explore the surrounding area, but there's a big supermarket nearby, so I won't have to worry about food and drink. Without lingering, I tried to store the single bed into my backpack, but ran into a problem. The bed was too long and wide. No matter how I angled it, it just wouldn't fit. Helpless, I had to bring all the bedding back to the survival world. I used 6 units of wood to build a makeshift bed, laid cotton quilts over it. The softness was decent enough anyway, and I'm hardly someone who's been coddled. I tucked the bed into a corner. The pure cotton bedding made me feel I could sleep well even without a campfire. I moved some bread and water to the foot of the bed, burrowed under the covers, and lazily browsed the chat channel, wondering if I could pick up any useful info. Hey, has anyone noticed something unusual? Stop being cryptic, spit it out. Today, 10 people died. After careful observation, 9 of them perished the moment night fell. They must be those who didn't return to their wooden huts in time? I recall the system warned us early on to beware of the white mist. Sigh. Before crossing over, I used to sell watches. In this world, watches still work normally, but the daytime only lasts about 8 hours. Nighttime is way too long. Look on the bright side, maybe a day here isn't 24 hours. A 48-hour day, right? Percent. Seriously, what if nighttime lasts that long? Even with the fire starter provided by that anonymous expert, our wood reserves are completely inadequate. Even if we luck out and survive, upgrading the wooden hut is something we can't even begin to think about yet. Ugh, I'm numb with despair. The chat channel was flooded with desperate cries that nearly made me lose all hope for the future. I switched on my flashlight to check the supplies in the corner, and only then did I feel slightly better. Speaking of which, I have so many supplies. Should I share some to increase their chances of survival? After a moment of hesitation, I decided to temporarily shelve the idea. Helping fellow humans was fine, but absolutely no free handouts. I needed to think more carefully about the specifics of the trading rules. I closed the system, pulled the blanket tighter around myself, and soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5, Fog Beast Attack. Survival World, Day 2. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud banging on the door jolted me awake from sleep. Ha! I thought I'd been transported to another world? Why is someone knocking? Still groggy from sleep, I was instantly jolted awake by the system prompt ringing in my ears. Warning, your wooden cabin, level 2, is under attack by unknown creatures. Current durability, 98/100. An attack? I threw off the blanket and sprang up. I'd slept fully dressed precisely for emergencies like this. Grabbing the fire axe from beside my pillow, I approached the door. I placed 2 additional stone blocks atop the already barricaded wooden barricade before cautiously checking the main entrance while simultaneously opening the system interface. Regional channel, 987/1000, 3 more people have died. The chat channel is now filled with cries of despair. Anyone else hearing monsters slamming against their doors? My wooden cabin's durability is down to its last 2 points. Don't panic, brother upstairs. Check the chat history. Someone summarized earlier that most monsters leave after reducing cabin durability to 1 point. No, something's wrong. My cabin's durability just dropped to 1 point, but it's still attacking. Oh, so you've encountered one of those stubborn monsters? Get ready to meet your end, bro. A moment later, I noticed another person disappear from the regional channel. I wonder if the one I encountered is the stubborn type. I scrolled up through the chat logs and quickly found the earliest records of monster attacks. According to Cousin Seller's report, the first monster attack occurred about 8 hours after nightfall. The monsters came in 2 types. One kind would damage the wooden cabin and leave, while the other would find ways to completely dismantle it, though the latter type was rare. By now, most people had encountered attacks, but less than 5 of the cabin-destroying monsters had appeared. I felt a bit more at ease and took another look at my wooden cabin's durability. 92/100. Even if I really encountered a persistent monster, it probably wouldn't just smash through my house with its full 100 points of durability, right? The monsters outside were still banging against the door. I didn't dare act immediately, instead turning my attention to the chat area to see how the veterans handled such situations. Currently the most popular is a survival guide post titled How to Fight Against the Mist Monsters, shared by someone. Northern Military District in 1996, when encountering monsters breaking down your door, stay calm and use everything at hand to fight back. Northern Military District in 1996, through my observations, the first type of destructive monster will flee when injured, while the second type that demolishes homes becomes more frenzied. So don't gamble on whether they'll destroy your shelter. Attacking is the only solution. Northern Military District in 1996, killing monsters will drop fog beast flesh, which enhances physical attributes when consumed. Next, I'll teach you how to fight fog beasts. Northern Military District in 1996, first, craft wooden spears using construction synthesis. If you have stones, upgrade to stone spears, then attack the fog beasts through gaps in makeshift wooden shelters. Northern Military District in 1996, if the fog beasts' attacks are too intense, we can use wood to repair the damage to the wooden house and make it last a bit longer, but the repair speed slows down when under attack. Northern Military District in 1996, if you absolutely can't kill the fog beasts outside, when they enter the house, you'll still have a chance. The fog beasts will prioritize extinguishing the fire inside the house. Use this to your advantage. Northern Military District in 1996, if you fail to kill the fog beasts during both of these opportunities, don't panic. Focus on attacking the protruding parts of their bodies. Those could be weak spots, like an animal's head. I read through it several times, feeling a surge of respect for the sharer. Judging by the name, they might have been a military member before the crossing. Soon after, a flood of replies appeared below the post. Thanks for the tip, OP. I poked that mist beast outside twice, and it ran off. Hearing it screech in pain was downright satisfying. Thanks for sharing, OP. The fog beasts outside are even more vicious. Good thing I didn't foolishly wait for them to break in. Now I need to focus on fighting them off. Go for it upstairs. With so many chances to take action, you're bound to succeed. I scrolled down the post, even feeling a slight regret for upgrading the wooden house so quickly. The wooden cabin now stands solid and sturdy. There's absolutely no way to exploit gaps or loopholes for defense anymore. Fog beasts actually drop special loot items. These are treasures that don't even exist in the real world. Just as I was regretting my decision, I noticed the window beside me. That's right, I can attack through the window, at least to first gauge the fog beast's size. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the crafting interface to smelt a few stone spears. But then I reconsidered. Stone spears have low attack power. If I can't kill the mist creature in one strike, and given how cowardly the creatures outside are, it might just flee when injured. Wouldn't that make my effort a complete waste? At that moment, I thought of my fire axe. Cold and sharp, wasn't it ready-made metal? Besides, each floor in the building has a fire axe, so losing one wouldn't be a big deal. Without hesitation, I used the system to break down the fire axe into steel, green, *1, and wooden stick, white, *1. Ha, looks like this fire axe wasn't shoddily made. It's actually made from green quality steel. This is even better than the iron spear I was planning to make. I reshaped the steel and went through the crafting interface once more, and a gleaming steel spear appeared in my hand. Steel spear, white, attack power, 20, max. Durability, 50-50. First comes the chilling glint, then comes the mist thrust. I can't shake the feeling that this spearhead steel is far inferior to the fire axe, and it's actually white tier quality too. What a ripoff! I tried reopening the system, only to find that the spear couldn't be broken down back into steel and wood anymore. Damn scammers! If it weren't for the fire axe's short attack range, I'd never have fallen for this highway robbery. After mentally ranting a storm, I crafted several spare stone spears using rocks and wood. Grasping the spear, I walked to the window and slowly pushed it open. The window was small, just big enough for me to stick my head out, with no chance of jumping to escape, but I didn't mind. After all, if the window were any bigger, the fog beasts could easily climb right in. At the front door, the fog beast was hammering away with wild abandon, completely oblivious to the window being slowly pushed open beside it. I secured the high-powered flashlight next to the window, gripping my spear tightly with both hands. Outside, darkness engulfed everything, thick fog swirling as the faint silhouette of the beast loomed. With a click, I switched on the high-powered flashlight, and a beam of intense light shot toward the doorway, finally allowing me to make out the general shape of the door-slamming monster. Its skin resembled roiling mist, standing about 2.5 meters tall, broad and bulky, eerily reminiscent of a massive, upright obese pig. The sudden burst of blinding light made the mist beast let out a shrill cry. Seizing the moment, I summoned all my strength and thrust my spear forward with full force. A shhht sound followed. The creature's hide wasn't tough at all. The spear sank in with a satisfying resistance. I got it. Grunt! The fog beast let out a scream like a wild boar's roar. Instantly, I felt a tremendous force throw my body, thud, right into the wall. It didn't die in one hit? Even my spear couldn't finish it off? Watching the massive fog beast vanish into the mist, I quickly retracted my spear and clutched my shoulder. That direct hit hurt pretty bad, but more than the physical pain, what really gnawed at me was frustration. If even these skittish little monsters are this tanky, I was really hoping to try some fog beast meat too. But before I could relax, the heavy fog once again echoed with massive footsteps. It was the mist beast. It had returned. Turns out it hadn't left earlier, but was gathering strength to ram the door. Boom! A deafening crash shook the house for a moment as the system alerted. Wooden cabin durability -2, current durability 91/100. I brushed off the cabin's damage, swelling with excitement instead. Perfect, my cabin could easily withstand the assault. That mist beast meat would be mine tonight. I grabbed the spear and thrust it forcefully again. The giant mist beast let out a howl, but still refused to retreat from its attack. This mist beast had already destroyed 2 wooden huts today, and it certainly wasn't going to give up halfway like its companions. It calculated that just one more strike would shatter the hut completely, trapping the person inside with no chance of escape. Roar! The pain drove the mist beast to unleash its most powerful strike yet, instantly reducing the hut's durability by 3 points. But what the mist beast never expected was that the wooden cabin before it still stood firm. Thunk! Another spear thrust pierced through, its already limited intelligence now completely overwhelmed by pain. It had no brains to begin with. It must have miscalculated earlier, so it charged again. Bang! Durability -2, thunk! The mist beast clawed at the door like one possessed, while I stabbed at its kidneys like a madman. I don't know how many stabs it took, but the howling outside the door finally stopped. Huff, 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 the intense physical exertion left me too weak to even retrieve the spear embedded in the fog beast's body, and I collapsed to the ground to rest. Feeling the exhaustion in my limbs, I almost reached for the bottled water beside me but hesitated and put it back. You shouldn't drink water immediately after intense exercise. It could cause bloating and nausea. After my heartbeat gradually steadied, I unscrewed the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, relieving the sensation of thirst. I struggled to lift my sore and weak body, moved aside the wooden barricade at the door, and pushed open the somewhat damaged wooden door. The enormous fog beast that had been at the door had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered supplies on the ground. Quite considerate, knowing I wouldn't know how to dissect a fog beast. I picked up the faintly glowing items from the ground, retrieved the steel spear, then immediately closed the wooden door and blocked it again with the lumber. After confirming it was safe, I opened the system to check the cabin status. Wooden cabin, level 2 durability, 73/100, repair, wood *10 though expensive, it was nothing to me at this point. I clicked to repair, and the 10 pieces of wood vanished before my eyes. The damages disappeared at a visible speed, and within 2 seconds, the cabin was as good as new. With the cabin repaired, I turned to the loot. There was quite a bit, so I sorted it, obtaining mist beast flesh, white, *5 mist core, white, *1 construction core, gray, *2 one known creature remains, gray, *3, and wooden fence blueprint, green, *1. What a haul! I rubbed my hands together excitedly and began reading each item's description in the system. Mist beast flesh, white flesh of the grotesque creatures hidden within the mist. Consuming it can moderately enhance physical attributes. Mist beast flesh can boost physical stats, absolutely essential for strengthening oneself in this survival world. This is definitely valuable stuff. No more eating those nutrient-devoid things from the real world. Mist core, white the core of the grotesque creatures hidden within the mist, can be used for power supply, facility upgrades, and various other functions. Though the mist core appears precious, there's no immediate use for it. Architecture core, gray a structural core leftover from a destroyed settlement, permanently increases building durability when used. Detected possession of construction core, gray. Would you like to fuse it with base wooden cabin, tier 2? At this point, my heart clenched. A construction core? It seems this mist beast had killed more than one person already. I took out the construction core and clicked to use it. Immediately, I felt the room space expand slightly, and the wooden cabin's durability rose from 100 points to 115. Unknown creature remains, gray bones from a mist beast's body that have not yet been fully digested. Wooden fence blueprint, green after use, unlocks the crafting method for wooden fences, quick and convenient. Effectively blocks certain creatures and white mist outside the perimeter. Something that can expand territory range, seems pretty good. I opened the system interface and used wood to craft a chest, then stored valuable items like mist beast flesh and mist cores inside. Then, she took out a portion of the fog beast's flesh and built a fire. After all, grilling meat with a gas stove just didn't feel right. After skewering the mist beast's flesh and setting it over the fire, I opened my system, ready to check how the others were faring. The first thing that caught my eye was the survivor count, 963/1000. Dozens more had died in just one night. Yet the chat channel was far from lifeless. It buzzed with heated discussions about counterattacking the mist beasts. These mist beasts just look scary. I poked one and it ran away immediately. Thank you to the Northern Military District expert for the warning, or those damned beasts would have torn my house to pieces. As long as you're brave, there's nothing in this world to fear. I feel today's attack was teaching us exactly that lesson. I scored a piece of fog beast flesh. Gray, what a treat for breakfast this morning. Under the guidance of the Northern Military District, many people managed to drive away the fog beasts outside their doors by leveraging the terrain. Some lucky ones even encountered extremely weak fog beasts and killed them with a single strike. PvE Pro, brothers, today we're tasting fog beast meat. Woohoo! PvE Pro, as the local specialty of this survival world, us ordinary folks gotta eat this mist beast meat, there's no way around it. PvE Pro, alright boys, it's grilled, I'm taking the first bite. Stop the chatter and drop the link already. The folks can't wait. Nonsense from the guy above, there's only one piece of mist beast meat. Even if it were listed, you couldn't afford it anyway. PvE Pro, settle down, folks, let me continue the tasting. PvE Pro, this mist beast meat, has this earthy, gamey taste, and it's so dry and tough. Sigh, if only we had some salt. PvE Pro, as for the constitution boost, I feel a warm current surging inside me, but it fades fast. Probably need to eat a few more pieces to break through. Truly a Versailles level flex. As long as there's meat, just post the photo already for everyone to admire. I'll pretend these berries in my hand are roast meat. Watching this fortunate soul's meticulous tasting process, I suddenly felt uncertain about the roast meat in my own hands. Could it really be that unpalatable? Chapter 7 Unexpected Deal, Generous Investment. As if hearing Ichio's inner thoughts, the mist beast flesh roasting over the fire gradually turned from white to golden brown. The faint drips of fat falling onto the firewood filled the entire house with its irresistible aroma. Absolutely delicious. Just in case, Ichio picked up some barbecue seasoning nearby and sprinkled it slowly over the golden grilled meat, elevating the flavor to new heights. When the seasonings had fully blended with the roasted meat, Ichio brought it to his mouth. With a crisp crack, the seared, crispy outer layer split open, revealing the tender flesh within. As the meat settled in his stomach, Ichio felt a warm current flowing from his abdomen throughout his body, leaving him feeling as if he were floating on clouds. This truly lives up to the creatures of the survival world. It's probably even more tender and delicious than any AAA grade Wagyu beef. It seems the higher quality of my mist beast meat made it much more delicious. Ichio devoured this roast mist beast meat in one gulp, then opened his personal panel. Ichio/anonymous user. Current status, healthy. Constitution, ordinary, white. Charm, 15. Equipment, ordinary clothing, white. Skills, none, 0/2. An upward arrow appeared beside the physique attribute, undoubtedly the effect of the mist beast's flesh actively bolstering his body. Moreover, unlike PvE's claim that the warmth would quickly fade, these currents of heat persisted within him, wrapping Ichio in constant comfort as if he carried a small heating stove against his chest. It seems eating more is the only way to get stronger. Ichio looked at the 4 remaining pieces of fog beast flesh with a headache. His appetite wasn't particularly large. Having the fog beast flesh alone wouldn't help him improve. Wait, there was something that could help him out. Ichio had a sudden inspiration and immediately walked to the corner to open the medical kit, finding digestive tablets. Tossing a few sweet and sour digestive tablets into her mouth, Ichio continued browsing the chat area while pacing around the room to aid digestion. But this time, as soon as she opened the system, Ichio received a private message and the sender was no stranger to her. Private trade request from Northern Military District A 1996. Confirm exchange of blank 4 fog beast flesh, white, *3, military dagger, green, *1, military anti-stab suit, green, 20% damaged, *1, stone material, white, *5, from Northern Military District in 1996? Note, this is a gift. Ichio? How could there be such a pie in the sky? Not understanding what had happened, Ichio immediately initiated a private chat with Northern Military Zone. Anonymous user, big shot, did you click wrong? Why did you send me so much stuff? Northern Military Zone in 1996, didn't click wrong. I'm about to die. Since you're a good person, I'm giving all this to you. At the same time, inside a collapsed small wooden hut somewhere, Wang Wu lay amidst a pile of ruins, his waist marred by several horribly gaping wounds that oozed a steady stream of blood, thoroughly soaking his dark green military uniform. Half an hour ago, he had been attacked by a mist beast. With years of training and combat experience, Wang Wu should have been able to take down this creature. But since he had exchanged a large amount of wood for firestarter last night, the wooden cabin couldn't hold out much longer and was eventually breached by the mist beasts. Although he ultimately emerged victorious, he still suffered severe injuries. After half an hour of self-treatment, he realized that under the current conditions, there was likely no way he could pull through. In his final moments, apart from sending out the desperate plea for help, Wang Wu decided to hand over all his belongings, hoping to save one more person by any means possible. And it was at this very moment that he noticed Yi Qiu, this person selling fire starters at a surprisingly cheap price. Ah, if only I hadn't been so impatient and waited for those 1-unit wood per fire start deals, maybe I wouldn't have to die now. A flicker of regret passed through Wang Wu's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. What's done is done. No use dwelling on it, I'll just give all my equipment to him. Anonymous user, bro, were you injured by a fog beast attack? Anonymous user, don't give up hope. Your guide has saved many lives, we're all counting on you to keep sharing your survival expertise. Anonymous user, boss, I still have some medical supplies here. Try to treat yourself first, and let me know if you need more. Wang Wu was stunned. He hadn't expected this person to possess not just a lighter but also medical supplies, either of which were considered hard currency, must-have items for a heavenly starting hand in this game. But what Wang Wu never expected was that the other party would actually be willing to give it to him. This person is truly good-hearted. However, after glancing at his wound, Wang Wu still replied, North Military District A 1996, no need. Medical supplies are scarce resources, you should conserve and use them wisely. Northern Military District in 1996, my wounds are deep, ordinary medical tools can't save me. Besides, even if I were treated, I wouldn't be able to move anytime soon. It'd just be a waste of resources. Yet Yi Qiu paid no heed to Wang Wu's string of persuasions. With the backing of the real world, he had plenty of medical kits, whereas talents like Wang Wu were rare resources. Moreover, Wang Wu wanted to give him the items even in death. In the early stages of crossing over, mutual aid and unity are essential for rapid development. Saving Wang Wu now means securing a solid ally for the future. What could be more precious than the gift of life itself? Of course, all this was predicated on Yi Qiu's reliance on the real world. Those so-called priceless medical supplies were essentially inexhaustible for him. Only under such circumstances could he afford to be so generous in saving lives. From a business perspective, trading something he could easily spare for a human life was nothing short of an incredible bargain. The next moment, Wang Wu felt a flash before his eyes. Private trade request from anonymous user. Do you agree to trade nothing for medical kit, green, *1? Note, contains broad-spectrum antibiotics, disinfectants for wounds, bandages, adhesive tape, band-aids, and other items for treating various injuries and emergencies. More available if needed. Survive. What? Wang Wu stared at the lengthy description in the notes, completely stunned. It's so fully equipped? Originally, Wang Wu had assumed it was just an ordinary household first aid kit with basic items like band-aids and cold medicine. Now he realized this medical kit was practically a full-fledged hospital-grade supply set. If I really had these things, I'd be at least 80% sure of surviving. Faced with the choice between life and death, even someone as mentally resilient as Wang Wu couldn't help but struggle. Given the chance to live, no one wants to die. System notification, North Military District A 1996 has accepted your trade. Northern Military District A 1996, good. Thank you for your aid. If I survive, I'll repay this life-saving favor. After replying to Yi Qiu, Wang Wu immediately opened the pristine medical kit before him and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The supplies inside were even more abundant than Yi Qiu had described. With enough skill, performing minor surgery might not even be a problem. Obtaining something like this in a survival world was practically gaining an extra life. Wang Wu tore open his shirt, rinsed the wound with clean water, then grabbed the iodine to disinfect it. Finally, he wrapped the injury with a tourniquet before securing it with bandages, completing this makeshift wound treatment. As long as the fog beast doesn't carry any special viruses, my chances of survival should be fairly high. With a slight sigh of relief in his heart, Wang Wu immediately turned his attention to the system. Anonymous user, hang in there, boss. I'll take some of the useful stuff for now and return it once you regain your mobility. North Military District A 1996, you take these things. Whether I'll survive is still unknown. By the way, stop calling me boss, my name is Wang Wu. Anonymous user, alright, brother Wang Wu. Let me trade you some more wood and dry grass, you should reinforce your shelter first. Wang Wu instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Sure enough, the creeping mist was slowly encroaching upon the area near him. Had Yi Qiu not alerted him, he wouldn't have noticed it anytime soon. Having already owed such a huge favor, Wang Wu decided not to stand on ceremony anymore. North Military District in 1996, you're more thoughtful than me, thanks for your trouble. Formally added as friends, Wang Wu informed Yi Qiu about the materials needed to repair the wooden house. Soon, a newly built but drafty shelter stood in place. Lying on a pile of dry hay, Wang Wu swallowed anti-inflammatory pills with cold water before sinking into a deep slumber. Chapter 8, continuing the zero-yuan shopping spree, mooching resources for free. On the other side, Yi Qiu chose to accept some of the items. The reason he didn't take everything was out of consideration for Wang Wu. After all, items like stab-proof clothing were clearly meant to be worn. If Yi Qiu took them, Wang Wu would be left without proper clothes. Even though he didn't get everything, Yichio still gained quite a bit. These were all standard military-grade equipment. Even with his connections in the real world, he wouldn't have been able to acquire them easily. With these tools aiding him in the wilderness, survival would be a cinch. In the blink of an eye, a dagger about 30 centimeters long appeared in Yichio's hand, complete with serrated edges and a blood groove. No wonder it's military-grade equipment. Chopping, sawing, cutting, it's got all the functions you'd need. What a shame the timing of the crossover wasn't ideal, and Wangwu didn't have any firearms on hand. Otherwise, life would have been much easier. Next came the most crucial items, 3 pieces of mist beast flesh. Mist beast flesh, white-grade flesh from eerie creatures hidden within the mist. Consuming it can moderately enhance the eater's physical attributes. Apart from the difference in meat texture, it was no different from what he had obtained himself. With the help of digestive tablets, Yichio felt capable again. After sterilizing his military dagger over a flame, Yichio cut all the fog beast meat into chunks and sorted them, then roasted some portions and sprinkled them with seasoning. However, after eating a few skewers of meat, Yichio sensed something amiss. The same fiery flames roasting mist beast meat actually produced 2 entirely different flavors. My mist beast meat warmed my entire body when eaten, while Wangwu's portion gave a strangely clarifying sensation to the mind. Yet even the most delicious fare loses its appeal when eaten to fullness. Seems eating meat for breakfast wasn't the best choice after all. Burp. Yichio got up and packed the remaining roasted meat to send to Wangwu, who didn't reply, likely resting. Yichio chose not to disturb further, simply opening the window to take a look outside. Despite having awakened, slain a mist beast, and eaten 2 meals, meaning considerable time must have passed, the outside remained shrouded in churning white fog, utterly dark. Yichio opened the chat channel. PvE Pro, I'm so done, why hasn't the sun come up yet? So the fog beasts just woke us up to go back to sleep? According to my cousin, it'll be dawn in about 2 more hours. What should we do until then? We've already run out of firewood. Any pros willing to spare some food? This kid was already starving before falling asleep, now woke up scared out of my wits and even hungrier. Yichio closed the system, pondered for a moment, and finally decided to head to the real world during this time. Staying in the real world would quickly drain his stamina, and since his surroundings hadn't been fully explored yet, he had to make the most of this reality. The existence of the fog beasts greatly heightened Yichio's sense of crisis. After emptying his backpack, he blinked and reappeared in the real world once more. It was already morning in the real world. The golden light spilled over the cold metallic jungle, making it appear particularly desolate and barren. Yichio first went downstairs to retrieve the fire axe. After some thought, he decided to gather all the fire axes from several floors above and below, then headed to the medical clinic to replenish his first aid kit. The area downstairs had nothing worthwhile to search, so Yichio decided to venture further out. This time, his main goal was to head west. Before the transmigration, he had heard rumors about ongoing road construction in that area, meaning there would be no shortage of construction materials, perhaps enough to upgrade his shelter directly to level 3. Moreover, if his memory served him right, there was also a police station along the way in that direction. Who knows? He might even get his hands on some firearms. With a gun in hand, there's no panic in the heart. To return to the real world, firearms are an absolute necessity. And to reach limitless places with limited stamina, vehicles are indispensable. The roadside was strewn with haphazardly parked cars, most abandoned when their drivers were teleported mid-drive, leaving the vehicles to crash uncontrolled into storefronts. It was fortunate the teleportation occurred early morning when most people hadn't yet risen, leaving streets relatively empty. Otherwise, what lay before Yichio would have been nothing short of an apocalyptic scene. After trying cars and motorcycles by the roadside without success, none of them could start for some reason. Yichio finally picked up a shared bicycle, which at last provided him with a means of transportation. With a mode of transport secured, Yichio began wandering the streets, searching for anything that might be useful to him. Just a few hundred meters later, he spotted a gym at a street corner. Yichio muttered to himself, although mist beast flesh can swiftly strengthen the body, such a valuable resource isn't always reliably available. Better stock up on creatine and protein powder, and grab some fitness equipment too. After looted the gym, Yichio set off again toward the distant construction site. Along the way, Yichio spotted a watch store. That's right, people in the chat channel said watches can still keep time. I'd better grab one. Getting out of the car once more, Yichio pushed open the shop door and was immediately intrigued by its lavish interior. This place has quite the upscale vibe. After browsing around the store, Yichio immediately set his sights on a particular watch. Elegant black with diamond accents, and the price tag below made his heart race. 1, 10, 100, 1000. Damn, this watch costs 990,000? But now, you're mine. Climbing over several glass display cases, Yichio smashed the decorative glass with an axe and strapped the watch onto his wrist. Pushing the door open and swaggering out, he mounted his shared bike and couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Zero-cost shopping really is exhilarating. After stocking up at the watch shop, Yichio set off again toward the distant construction zone. After walking for a while, Yichio spotted another store. An outdoor sports equipment shop. Getting some proper outdoor gear is crucial too. My life is worth more than anything. With this thought, Yichio got out of the car once more to sweep through the merchandise. Stepping into the room, Yichio immediately sensed an air of professionalism, with all kinds of wilderness survival gear neatly arranged. With so many items to choose from, Yichio found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Fortunately, the shop provided a recommendation guide, and following the principle that the more expensive, the better it performs, he quickly settled on a full set of equipment. Wearing stab-proof clothing, though not as good as Wang was military-grade gear, was more than enough to protect against injuries from wild plants, thorny vegetation, burrs, and sharp spikes. The manual states that it is made of sturdy and wear-resistant material, with reinforced puncture-proof layers and patches. He also found cut-resistant gloves and hiking boots. Yichio even discovered a crossbow in the back area of the store, though there were no corresponding arrows, likely hidden by the owner to avoid attracting unwanted scrutiny. After changing into the new gear, Yichio felt a surge in his sense of security, though it did feel a bit hot. After cycling a few hundred meters more, Yichio finally spotted a police station around a corner. Parking the shared bike, Yichio stepped forward, pushed open the door, and entered the brightly lit service hall. The police station was completely deserted, the various slogans hanging on the walls silently emphasizing its solemnity. Unfamiliar with the layout, Yichio circled around before finally picking up 2 handguns from a desk, likely left behind by their carriers during the teleportation. These firearms, roughly the size of a palm, were standard issue in Yen country. Due to the nation's extraordinary stability, the equipment in police stations was never particularly powerful. Yichio recalled hearing people gossip years ago about how, over a decade earlier, Yen country's standard-issued 5-style revolvers fired rubber bullets so weak that their reports were quieter than firecrackers, barely capable of penetrating a padded jacket, earning them the shameful title of the disgrace of firearms. But now the equipment has changed quite a bit, and the firearm in Yichio's hand should be the famous Model 64 pistol. Compact and exquisite, this firearm fits snugly in a single palm, concealable and safe. Though honestly, its firepower isn't much to speak of. It once held the glorious record of needing 3 shots to take down a target, that is, without aiming for vital spots. But Yichio reckoned that with his skill level, hitting anything at all would be sheer luck. Stashing the pistol away, Yichio also found quite a few bullets nearby. Given Yen country's excellent public security, police stations typically had a severe surplus of ammunition. However, most of these excess bullets were stored in the armory. In this small police station, Yichio only managed to find 4 magazines totaling 28 rounds. Yichio had considered raiding the armory for a bigger haul, but it was too far from his current location, his stamina probably wouldn't hold out. Plus, he'd heard from friends that the armory doors and walls had steel plate reinforcements. Even if he did find one, breaking in would hardly be guaranteed. It's already fortunate enough to have firearms. Contentment brings joy. Stashing the firearm and bullets into his backpack, Yichio walked out of the police station and hopped onto a shared bicycle. Without stopping along the way, Yichio finally reached the construction site after half an hour. Under the morning sun, a massive road roller stood parked on compacted earth mounds. Not far from Yichio were piles of huge cubic stone blocks and sand mounds, with even a few buildings under construction visible in the distance. It seems I was mistaken, this area is actually a newly developed residential district. Yichio parked the shared bike by the roadside, then hopped into the dirt pit and headed toward the material storage area. The old saying the mountain looks close, but the journey tires the horse rang painfully true. Though the mountain of materials was right before his eyes, Yichio could only stare helplessly. After scaling one earthen slope after another and feeling his stamina draining rapidly, Yichio realized he wouldn't be able to venture any deeper. Although today's stone-moving plan failed, the gains along the way were plentiful enough, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Just as Yichio was about to give up on this exhausting and seemingly futile effort, an overturned forklift appeared before him. Perhaps its driver had suddenly vanished while transporting materials, causing the uncontrolled forklift to plunge straight into a ditch, with its massive stone cargo shattered into pieces. Perfect. At least today wasn't for nothing. Chapter 9, Level 3 in 2 days, the fastest legend of a settlement upgrade. Yichio's face lit up with joy as he scrambled down the dirt slope. With just a thought, he effortlessly stored all those massive chunks of stone into his inventory. What a huge rock! If it hadn't shattered, my backpack space probably wouldn't have been enough. Yichio wiped the sweat from his brow, smiled with satisfaction, and then cancelled the crossing. Returning to the survival world, Yichio glanced at his wrist. The time he'd spent in the real world had already exceeded his stay from the previous day. To think yesterday was just about stocking up on supplies, while today had been filled with constant cycling exertion. After a moment's contemplation, Yichio realized the warm current in his body, generated from consuming the fog beast's flesh and blood, had vanished without him noticing. With a stir in his heart, Yichio opened his personal status panel. Yichio/anonymous user. Current status, exhausted. Physical condition, average, white, charm, 16. Equipment, stab-proof vest, green, military dagger, green. Skills, none. Though his personal stat sheet didn't clearly reflect it, distinct muscular definition had already begun showing on Yichio's physique. The once perfectly symmetrical 9-pack abs were now showing signs of differentiation. Not only that, but his charm had also increased slightly, perhaps because good health naturally makes one more attractive. Nodding in satisfaction, Yichio took out the stone materials and obtained 50 units of white stone. Combined with the stones he had collected yesterday and those obtained by trading the lighter's usage rights, Yichio's stone reserve had now reached an impressive 112 units. Damn, doing business really is the way to make money, even cheats can't compare. If Yichio had exchanged his materials at the rate of 1 stone per transaction yesterday, he probably wouldn't have needed to make this extra trip. He opened the crafting interface, selected the building upgrade option, and watched as 100 units of stone vanished in a flash of light. The surroundings rapidly transformed, the original wooden structures were compressed, turning from the main framework into mere decorative elements. The massive stone structure supported the building, with the interior space expanding to nearly 100 square meters. Not only that, but the interior was also divided into several areas. Yichio allocated one empty room for ingredients and gas canisters, designating it as the kitchen. He then partitioned spaces for a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and storage. After surveying it all, it was essentially an unfurnished roughshell unit. Most importantly, this house had no shared common area deductions. Yichio opened the system interface to check the detailed information. Encampment, stone house, level 3. Durability, 515/515. Internal facilities, integrated gas stove, kitchenware set. Reward, primary building upgrade blueprint 1 and corresponding materials. A sturdy stone house with considerable defensive capabilities, capable of holding its own even against a corporeal horror. Yichio frowned slightly, surprised to find that future upgrades would require upgrade blueprints. I was hoping to turn the house into an iron fortress, but now it seems I'll need a bit of luck too. No big deal though. Even if my luck runs dry, there must be someone blessed among the 1,000 people in the chat channel, right? With my stockpile of supplies, as long as someone's willing to trade, I can definitely secure what I need. Just as Yichio was browsing the trading section, Wang Wu woke up. Actually, after sleeping through the night, Wang Wu wasn't tired, but to recover quickly, he decided to take a short nap. Upon waking, the first thing Wang Wu did was open the system, where he saw the Mist Beast Roast, White, *3 sent by Yichio. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Wang Wu sent a message. Wang Wu, you should keep the Mist Beast meat for yourself. Right now, I can't move, eating it would just be a waste. Yichio took a moment to glance at the reply, sighed helplessly, then walked to the kitchen to photograph his stock of Mist Beast meat and send it over. Yichio, now you can relax. It's not that we don't have enough Mist Beast meat, it's that we have too much. You wouldn't want good Mist Beast meat to go to waste, would you? Seeing the neatly arranged chunks of Mist Beast meat, Wang Wu felt both disbelief and relief wash over him. It seems Yichio gathered enough wood from renting out his lighter yesterday to upgrade his wooden hut, which allowed him to successfully slay the high-level Mist Beast. Since there was no food crisis, Wang Wu clicked accept, and in the next second, several skewers of perfectly grilled meat, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, appeared before him. Though slightly past their prime due to being stored for a while, the sight before Wang Wu still sent waves of astonishment crashing through his heart. What the seasonings? It's only the second day of survival for everyone. To have the wit and courage to kill fog beasts could be considered talent. Finding a lighter and first aid kit could be sheer luck, but grilling meat with seasonings? What kind of sorcery is this? Is this survival or a vacation? Wang Wu looked at his drafty wooden shack, then at the utterly out-of-place skewers, momentarily rendered speechless. As he ate the tender, juicy skewers, a warm current rose from his stomach and purposefully surged toward his wounds. Soon, Wang Wu felt a tingling numbness where his injuries were. This is the wounds healing? I never expected the fog beast meat to be so effective. No, I should say Yichio's fog beast meat is this potent. Wang Wu had also tried a piece of his own fog beast meat, but its effect on wound recovery was rather mediocre. Yet the meat provided by Yichio significantly accelerated his healing. Wang Wu suddenly realized there must be differences between batches of fog beast meat. Wang Wu, Yichio, your fog beast meat has remarkable effects on my wound recovery, completely different from my own. Have you processed your meat a second time? Yichio, that's odd. Reading Wang Wu's message, Yichio suddenly recalled the taste of the fog beast meat he had eaten that morning. It seems even fog beast meat of the same quality can vary. With a suspicion forming in his mind, Yichio immediately typed a reply. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, what did the mist beast you killed look like? Wang Wu, it was very fast, with a streamlined body. Given the mist beast's high agility, it's understandable that Wang Wu, as a soldier, got injured. Yichio then recalled the mist beast he had killed, which resembled a giant pigman. One looked like a strength type, while the other seemed more agile. Does the drop from a physically superior mist beast lean more toward constitution attributes? After sharing this hypothesis with Wang Wu, he expressed considerable agreement. Wang Wu, then I really owe you thanks for the mist beast meat. Now I'm confident I'll recover most of my mobility within 2 days. Yi Qiu, glad it's helpful. By the way, I'm keeping the military dagger, it suits me well. I'll trade you my fire axe instead. Wang Wu, I don't go outside, so I don't need weapons. You should keep them all. Yi Qiu, attacks could happen even inside the house, no need to refuse. Without further ado, Wang Wu accepted the fire axe. Warming from the fog beast meat he'd eaten, Wang Wu found himself unable to sleep. Pondering his current situation, he began considering what useful information he could offer Yi Qiu. After a moment's reflection, an idea flashed through Wang Wu's mind. Chapter 10, Curing Raw Meat and Building a Fence. Wang Wu, Yi Qiu, I see you've stockpiled quite a lot of fog beast meat and seasoning. Would you like me to teach you how to cure it? Yi Qiu rubbed his chin. For some reason, the real world had experienced blackouts and internet outages, rendering the refrigerator useless. In the survival world, the daytime temperatures were excessively high, making food preservation a genuine problem. Yi Qiu, I was thinking the same thing, brother Wang Wu. Tell us what you think we should do. Wang Wu, first, cut the meat into evenly sized pieces, wash and pat them dry, then coat them thoroughly with seasonings. Finally, hang them in a cool, well-ventilated place. Wang Wu, right now, achieving perfect curing is nearly impossible under these conditions. We should just be thankful if we can slightly extend the shelf life. Wang Wu, by the way, if you happen to have precious salt or sugar, don't use them recklessly. These are essential survival items. Yi Qiu, got it. Wang Wu's explanation was extremely detailed, even including approximate ratios. The chat log was right there, so Yi Qiu decided to follow it step by step. First, he took out a clean stainless steel basin and washed the fog beast meat with mineral water. Then, Yi Qiu pulled out a bag of salt from the pile of groceries he had bought yesterday at the supermarket and tore it open. With a whoosh, the pure white salt poured into the basin. Prolonged lack of salt intake can lead to symptoms like low blood pressure and muscle weakness. As a somewhat knowledgeable young man of the new century, Yi Qiu had heard about this. But with the real world as his backup, Yi Qiu could practically eat salt like rice and still never run out. After spending 2 hours, Yi Qiu finished processing all the fog beast meat, marinating it and storing it in a shady corner. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Qiu suddenly realized something odd. He had removed the thick stab-proof suit while working earlier, so it shouldn't have been this hot. Judging by the light patterns cast inside the house, Yi Qiu finally realized it was already daytime. The sunlight had dispersed the thick fog, causing the ground temperature to rise sharply. Yi Qiu stroked his chin. At this temperature, the meat would probably spoil before it could even be properly cured. Sigh, who would have thought that having too much harvest could also be a nuisance? Although the newly built stone house was relatively cool, it definitely wasn't an ideal place for curing meat. Where could be cooler? That's it, the real world. Although the real world doesn't have refrigerators available, it's currently winter outside, absolutely freezing cold, so using nature as a budget fridge isn't a bad idea at all. With this thought in mind, Yi Qiu immediately stored the large basin of cured meat into his backpack and vanished without a trace. Back in the real world, inside Yi Qiu's room, pushing open the door to his apartment, the icy draft in the hallway immediately made Yi Qiu shiver uncontrollably. The absence of billowing car exhaust in the city seemed to make the temperature drop even faster. Walking to the balcony on either side of the hallway, Yi Qiu deliberately chose a shady spot away from the sun. Then, he covered the basin of preserved meat with a well-ventilated cage and nodded in satisfaction. Clapping his hands lightly, Yi Qiu's figure vanished once more, reappearing in the survival world. Yi Qiu approached the window, pushed open the wooden frame, and the bright sunlight outside spilled into the room. Outside, the scene was nothing but clear skies and gentle breezes. With ample food supplies, Yi Qiu had no intention of venturing out to explore. In his current exhausted state, returning to the real world was out of the question. Freshly awakened, he couldn't possibly sleep again immediately. After some contemplation, Yi Qiu decided to construct a fence. Once built, the fence would provide early warning of approaching monsters, while the complementary small courtyard could be used to grow fresh vegetables. Most importantly, this project wouldn't require traveling far from home, ensuring complete safety. But even so, Yi Qiu still suited up in his outdoor survival gear. Stab-proof vest, cut-resistant gloves, a multifunctional pocket holding both a military dagger and energy drinks. After donning the entire set, Yi Qiu already felt like he was running with weights. Glancing at his inventory, he noted he still had Whitewood *222 left. Just yesterday, over 300 to 400 people had rented his lighter alone. Yi Qiu took out the wooden fence blueprint, and upon using it, a new crafting option immediately appeared in the construction menu. Wooden fence, green requires wood *1 or sticks *5, capable of synthesizing up to green tier fences. Up to green quality? Yi Qiu frowned slightly, as if he had just thought of something. That's right, just yesterday. Yesterday, the spear I crafted using green-grade steel and wood turned out white. At the time, I thought the system was scamming me, but now it seems it was probably because I didn't have advanced blueprints. Yi Cho checked his inventory and saw that most of his basic materials were white-grade. I remember there's a furniture mall near my home in the real world. I should go check it out when I have time. Since he had just returned from the real world this morning, Ichio found it difficult to leave the apartment building even though he could still teleport, so he temporarily gave up on searching for green-quality lumber. Spending the lumber with a single click for synthesis, a small mountain of wooden planks quickly piled up before Ichio. It seemed he still had to personally bury them himself. Ichio opened the system to check its description. Wooden fence, white. Attack power, 2, max. Durability, 15-15. Monsters coming? Build early and find out. The white quality fence seems to serve only as a warning barrier. Though its 15 durability points gave Ichio chances to attack, it was far less sturdy than his own home. Clutching the wooden plank, Ichio stepped outside and began scanning his surroundings. After just one day, Ichio's perception of the wilderness had completely changed. At this same time yesterday, he was still cautiously walking his bird in chopping trees, never knowing whether starvation or death would strike first. But today, Ichio was fully armed, holding onto the fence, already preparing to set up his little nest. Absolutely useless without cheats. Ichio sighed as he began expanding the courtyard after roughly marking out the house boundaries. Ichio planned to mark out a square courtyard with 25-meter-long sides, centered around the house. This way, the total area of his camp would reach 625 square meters. Within this space, the house occupied 100 square meters while the courtyard covered 525 square meters, making it exceptionally spacious. The wooden fence wouldn't require much effort either. With the system's assistance, Ichio only needed to find suitable spots, then firmly drive the pointed ends into the ground to complete the installation. Even with the difficulty reduced several times over, this work wasn't exactly simple, especially when Ichio needed to install 100 meters of fencing. Gulp! After driving the final fence post into the ground with a firm pat, Ichio wiped his sweat, unscrewed the cap of the functional drink at his waist, and took several gulps. Phew! And this is only about halfway done? Looking at his handiwork, Ichio felt both satisfaction and suffering. Though building his own home was rewarding, it was genuinely exhausting. After resting against the fence for a while, Ichio reopened the crafting interface to make another batch of fencing. Picking up a piece casually, he resumed his work. But this time, unlike before, when the fence post was forcefully driven down, it seemed to hit something rock hard and could advance no further. Ichio pulled out the fence and set it aside, then crafted a stone shovel. Thunk! The soil wasn't particularly hard. Ichio dug it up in just a few strokes, uncovering something entirely unexpected. What had obstructed the fence wasn't a rock but a neatly squared treasure chest. Bathed in sunlight, the chest emitted a faint bronze sheen. Could it actually be a bronze treasure chest? Today's been a lucky day. Chapter 11, Bronze Treasure Chest. Ichio felt a surge of joy in his heart, but for safety's sake, he resisted opening the chest immediately. First, he took out a stone and threw it from a distance to confirm whether this was a mimic chest. Ichio retreated several meters away and tossed a stone from a distance. Boom! The stone struck the ground, kicking up puffs of dust, but the bronze treasure chest remained unharmed. Miss! Good thing no one was watching, otherwise Ichio would already be cringing hard enough to dig trenches with his toes. After closing the gap by a few more meters, Ichio struck again. This time the throw was accurate, the stone struck the bronze with a pleasing chime. Good! The treasure chest didn't suddenly grow legs to jump up and bite him. Ichio then circled behind the chest, first testing whether he could store it in his inventory. The system popped up a notification: ownerless chest cannot be stored in inventory. Probably an anti-theft measure. Ichio had no choice but to build a simple barricade with stone slabs. He then cautiously reached out, opened the chest, and instantly withdrew his hand behind cover. Click! With a soft click, the bronze chest swung open, silently mocking Ichio's overly cautious battle against imaginary threats. Safety first, safety first. After collecting all the stone materials, Ichio turned to the treasure chest and discovered several faintly glowing items. Coarse salt, white, *50g, orange, green, *2, mineral water 500 milliliters, white, *2, torch blueprint, blue, *1. There were many items, but most were just food and drink. Ichio felt deeply disappointed. The only thing that slightly piqued Ichio's interest was the last blueprint. Torch crafting blueprint. Blue requires wooden stick *1, burning hay *1, can craft up to blue quality torches. Since the required materials were minimal, Ichio learned it immediately and crafted a torch, then checked its description. Torch, white. Attack power, 3, with additional burn damage. Durability, 5/5. With this, you can attempt to walk through the mist, just be careful not to let the torch burn out. Is this actually a tool to aid human exploration in the mist? Could it be that they went out hunting those weak mist creatures in the middle of the night? But charging into the fog with this thing, no matter how you think about it, that's way too reckless, isn't it? At the very least, a blue quality torch is a must. Yi Qiu planted the torch in the dirt, intending to test its exact burning duration. After glancing at his watch, Yi Qiu lifted the bronze treasure chest. Although the system could break down this treasure chest into copper blocks, such a fine container is definitely worth keeping for now. If given the chance, Yi Qiu planned to collect and keep one of every chest from the lowest tier wooden crate to the highest level container at home. Just imagining it would surely fill him with immense satisfaction. First, he moved the bronze treasure chest into the room, then Yi Qiu dug up some soil from nearby to fill the gap before continuing to install the fence. After setting up 2 more fence sections, Yi Qiu noticed the torch had gone out. About 10 minutes had passed. As expected, a torch without any oil simply can't burn for long. In fact, managing to burn vigorously for 10 whole minutes is practically divine mercy. I just don't know how large an area it can illuminate. That's something I can test tonight. Yi Qiu mixed the burnt residue into the soil, deciding to use this nearby area for farming. Conveniently, he happened to have 2 green quality oranges on hand. Green quality was superior to white, and oranges of this grade probably weren't something you could easily find in the real world either. Thinking of the oranges, Yi Qiu suddenly realized he was feeling a bit hungry. Checking his watch, he saw it was about time for lunch. Putting the fence aside, Yi Qiu went back inside to cook the meat. Yi Qiu didn't cure all the fog beast meat, saving some for immediate consumption. After pouring a pot of mineral water, Yi Qiu added the fog beast meat to the pot with an appropriate amount of salt, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings. The already premium quality fog beast meat transformed into an extraordinary delicacy with just a bit of preparation. Yi Qiu covered the pot lid and, while waiting for the meat to cook, opened the system to start lurking in the chat. Just stepped out today and immediately found a wooden treasure chest. I was so excited I nearly cried. Guess what was inside? Something good? A chicken. Holy shit, dude, you got such great luck. Now we're definitely having chicken soup for lunch. At least let us brothers lick the chicken bones. Quit dreaming. That chicken was stronger than me. It straight up slapped me the moment I approached. No way. You can't even beat a chicken? Letting food right at your mouth escape? You're seriously useless. Bullshit. You try catching one. The darn thing startled me right from the start. I had a chance to grab it, but then it just flapped its wings and flew away. Gone. Can you imagine how I felt? And it flew so damn high. You probably spawned a wild pheasant. Wild birds are different from farm-raised ones. They can take off pretty easily. Damn, that's rough, buddy. At least I got regular food and water, not enough to feel full, but enough to keep me alive. Seems like quite a few brothers stumbled upon chests today. Did the devs lower the difficulty because it was too high? Could also be a last meal before execution. Eat well before the journey ahead. Sigh, we live one day at a time. Who knows when this nightmare will end? Yi Qiu skimmed through the messages. Indeed, the drop rate seemed higher today, and players had some decent loot on hand. Perfect timing for a harvest. Anonymous user, free tip for everyone, chests are everywhere. I dug one up from the ground today. Holy shit, it's the legendary Anon. Quick, light a smoke for the boss. Wait, crap, I don't have a lighter. Boss, can I borrow yours? Anonymous user, 1 stone per attempt, please. Wah wah wah, the big shot is so ruthless. Shut up, crybaby, this guy just claimed he could solo kill pheasants. Is the anonymous expert digging soil to start farming? By the way, what's the growth cycle for plants here? Even if they grew really fast, surely nothing could mature in 5 days? We'd starve before the crops ripened. Thanks, anonymous big boss. I just looked up and spotted a treasure chest hanging in the tree. Anonymous user PS, taking this opportunity to advertise. Anyone looking to sell quality goods can contact me. Won't promise full satisfaction, but guaranteed highest market prices. The combination of selling fire starters and providing free intel quickly drew more attention to Yi Qiu, who already had decent popularity. Within moments, his system inbox exploded with 99 plus unread messages. Big boss, I'm starving to death, just give me some food and I'll owe you my life. Anonymous user, here's the deal. First, open the trading market, then check if there's something like a slave contract. Sign it and send me a private message, then I'll reconsider. The only reason he treated Wang Wu so well was because the man, before his death, had willingly handed over all his possessions, and because he was talented. Someone like this, who amounted to nothing but deadweight, he wouldn't take them even if they were free. Chapter 12, Frenzied Acquisitions, Drawing Envy. Anonymous big shot, since you're doing so well now, you must have higher spiritual needs, right? I've got a set of uncensored, exquisite pictures here, perfect for home or travel, an essential item for those long nights. Preview photo.jpg. Yi Qiu reviewed them with the mindset of appreciating fine art. Anonymous user, just a small loaf of bread, that's my final offer. Big shot, this is a deluxe full-color edition with Master Shuilong's personal signature. How about raising your bid a bit? Anonymous user, half a small bread loaf. No no no. Big boss, just joking earlier, I'll send it right over now and throw in 2 sheets of tissue paper. Clicking to confirm the trade, Yichio tossed the notebook aside. What a joke, backed by the resources of the real world. Was there anything he couldn't obtain? The only reason he agreed to the trade was to help a fellow countryman. It definitely wasn't because I hadn't seen this before. After filtering out piles of spam PMs and chatting with countless ridiculous netizens, Yichio felt his mental state had improved considerably. Indeed, humans are ultimately social creatures after all. Having processed so many private messages, Yichio naturally came across quite a few valuable finds. Gold coins alert. Anonymous boss, I've got 20 copper coins here. What price can you offer? Copper coins? Seeing this private message, Yichio's eyes lit up and he immediately replied. Anonymous user, do you want food or water? Money bombs, can I have both? Anonymous user, yes, for 100 milliliters of water and 100 grams of bread. Money bombs, dude, this is currency from another world. If we want to integrate into this world later, money will be our ticket. Can you give me a little more? Anonymous user, you said it yourself, it'll be useful later. Who knows if I'll even survive that long? I'll add 50 grams of bread, and that's my final offer. On the other side of the screen, a young man with parched, cracked lips swallowed hard. He had contacted no fewer than 3 people, and Yichio's offer was indeed the highest, mercifully even raised a bit further. Pushing for more would be downright rude. After some deliberation, the young man made up his mind. Explosion of coins, thanks, boss. You're destined to survive till the end. Anonymous user, then initiate the trade. With a flash of light, Yichio saw a neatly stacked pile of copper coins appear before his eyes. Yichio picked them up and examined them carefully. The obverse side bore the emblem of a star, while the reverse featured a towering giant tree. Copper coin, white, durability, infinity. Even in another world, you can pave a smooth path with money, provided you encounter natives who can communicate. In addition to the copper coins, Yichio also obtained wood, green, *5, dry grass, green, *4, stone, green, *3. Most of them were just materials. Those lucky enough to open wooden chests found nothing particularly valuable inside, while those who managed to get bronze chests could generally hang on. Only those truly desperate would come to trade with Yichio. As a result, the sweeping purchase didn't yield many eye-catching items. As for the high-tier materials others had painstakingly gathered, even if the prices were slightly inflated, so long as they weren't absurdly high, Yichio would accept the trades after marking the sellers. After all, backed by the real world, he felt it was his duty to look out for his fellow countrymen. But if these people push their luck next time and try to take him for a fool, then they can't blame him for showing no mercy. The simmering meat broth had begun to bubble, its rich aroma permeating the room. After serving Wang Wu a bowl of the broth, Yichio put on disposable gloves and began organizing his backpack space while gnawing on Mystic Beast ribs. A 1 cubic meter storage space was neither large nor small, while excessive for most people. In Yichio's hands every inch had to be meticulously calculated. Yichio temporarily designated an empty room in the stone house as a storage area to pile up large quantities of materials, while keeping the rare and valuable ones in his bedroom. Frequently used items were stored in his backpack space, ensuring it remained at least half empty for flexibility. After finishing the meat soup and washing the pot, Yichio peeled himself an orange to cut through the greasiness. It had to be said, the green tier orange was nothing like ordinary ones. Perfectly balanced between sweet and tart, it left him craving another bite the moment he finished it. After eating the oranges, Yichio gathered the seeds together and opened the system interface to type a message. Anonymous user, does anyone know how to grow oranges? Willing to pay. Damn, a real farming expert in the flesh. Anonymous expert, don't blame me for being blunt, but agriculture has no future right now. Could you even harvest anything in just 2 days? Not entirely impossible. If we had higher quality soil. I smell a new business opportunity, I'm off to dig soil. This actually works? Getting a little ambitious after minor progress? Let's see how long before you crash and burn. Does mocking the big shots upstairs make your life any better? Already spotted loyal fanboys? Looks like Anonymous Farmer is leading not just in agriculture but animal husbandry too. Ignore these jealous dogs, they just can't stand seeing others succeed. The tone shifted abruptly as the chat section erupted into a full-blown feud. Yichio's high-profile actions benefited many while simultaneously provoking resentment in others. The pressure to survive led them to vent their frustrations recklessly, polluting the chat zone's atmosphere. Yichio observed coldly for a moment, memorizing the usernames of the most vocal troublemakers before speaking up. Anonymous user, there's no need for anger in the chat zone. Surviving is our only goal. Let the haters hate, their words won't make me lose an ounce of flesh. True that. We're all transported to this world, yet instead of sticking together for warmth, some chose to pick fights everywhere. If they're so tough, they shouldn't borrow the expert's fire starter. Click avatar, view purchase history, anonymous big shots firestarter, satisfied exit. Eating from the bowl while cursing the hand that feeds, you've truly mastered that art. If you think it's the big shot's fault, then it's the big shot's fault. After all, what difference does it make arguing with someone like that versus reasoning with a terminal cancer patient? We can only comply. Several trolls went on furious rants in the chat channel but failed to get a single response after half a day. Everyone had finished their meals and gone out to scavenge for resources who had time to troll with them anyway. Damn it, anonymous asshole, better not let me find you, or you'll regret the day you were born. In a drafty wooden shack somewhere, a burly man with a vicious face nearly choked on his rage. Having spent nearly a decade in prison before being thrust into the survival world, the tough guy found these online squabbles utterly humiliating. Back in the day, anyone who dared insult him would get beaten beyond recognition, but now with everyone hiding behind screens, he'd received more verbal abuse today alone than in decades past. Just got lucky and has more supplies, that's all. You stockpile food, I stockpile guns, your home is my pantry. Anonymous, you'd better stay alive a few more days. He touched the police pistol at his waist. He had clashed with an officer during transport and was about to be subdued when the crossover happened, leaving him with an extra gun in hand. Armed with both the weapon and audacity, this brute hadn't met anyone capable of stopping him, until his smooth sailing hit turbulence in the chat room, of all places. But it doesn't matter, once Anonymous' location is found, all those flashy resources will become mine for the taking. And as for those who've cursed me, if I run into them, none will escape. With this dark thought, the burly man flashed a sinister grin and kicked the frail man beside him. Enough of this useless chatter, get out there and find Anonymous space before sundown. Do that, and I'll set you free. The frail man quickly nodded, eager to avoid angering the brute. Why yes, understood, brother Zhang. On the other side, Yichio didn't pay attention to the comments section. After all, it wasn't worth ruining a perfectly good mood with such trash talk. Chapter 13 Simply Grilling Some Meat. After picking out a few people from the pile of private messages to reply to and generously sending them some small bread, Yichio poured mineral water into a bowl and soaked the seeds in it. After completing the preparations for planting oranges, Yichio put on his protective suit and went out again to continue the unfinished work on the fence. When the work was 3/4 done, Yichio also noticed that the wastewater from the kitchen had accumulated behind the house, so he specifically used a stone shovel to dig out a drainage channel leading to a nearby low-lying area. At dusk, Yichio's fencing project was finally complete. After a day of intense activity and consuming the flesh of the mist beast, he felt his physical condition had improved significantly. Upon opening the system, just as Yichio had anticipated, the basic information had changed to Yichio/anonymous user. Current status, slightly fatigued. Physique, average, white. Charisma, 17. Equipment, stab-proof vest, green. Military dagger, green. Skills, none. Though there hadn't been any major breakthroughs yet, Yichio could infer changes in his physical strength just by observing the shifts in his aura. At this rate, Yichio felt he would soon transcend human limitations. Standing bathed in the sunset's glow, Yichio stretched contentedly before surveying his newly constructed domain. A sturdy stone house enclosed by a fence, carving out an exclusive patch of land in the endless wilderness. With no worries about food or work, this life is far better than reality. Yichio built a bonfire in the center of the yard while simultaneously crafting a stone hoe. That's right, Yichio planned to stay up tonight leveling part of the yard to plant some crops. Even if he couldn't obtain seeds from other players, Yichio knew exactly where to find seed stations in the real world. Farming was ingrained in the blood of Yin Kingdom's people. Even if there might be no immediate harvest, Yichio was determined to give it a try. After planting 4 wooden sticks at each corner of the plot, Yichio picked up his stone hoe and got back to work. But before he could finish tilling the second furrow, something vividly green and impossibly conspicuous caught his eye. Yichio froze for a second before immediately turning his gaze toward the fence. Right there on the brownish-yellow railing, a vivid green snake was slithering. In this wilderness covered with verdant grass, green provided the ultimate camouflage. Had the snake not climbed onto the fence, Yichio would never have spotted it even with his sharp eyes. Damn, that's way too sneaky. Yichio quickly backed away from the snake's location while simultaneously materializing a large number of stone blocks. Hefting the stone, Yichio hurled it without hesitation toward the distant snake. Thud, thud, splat. 1 strike landed out of 3, but with Yichio's strength, a single hit was enough to split the juvenile snake's skin wide open. Tisk. A sharp, piercing hiss erupted as the elongated serpent instantly twisted itself into a writhing coil so violently that one might suspect it had tied itself into an inescapable knot. At the same moment, Yichio also saw a streak of glistening liquid spraying from the serpent's mouth, shooting out as far as half a meter. Damn! Good thing I was cautious, is that venom? Yichio quietly retreated several more steps, continuing his long-range assault. With the increased distance, his stone-throwing accuracy dropped from 1 in 3 hits to 1 in 5. However, the snake coiled itself into a tangled mass on the fence after being injured, becoming an almost stationary target. This made Yi Chio's attacks considerably easier. After tossing dozens of small stones enough to nearly erect a miniature grave for the snake, Yi Chio finally geared up and cautiously approached. Pushing aside the pile of stones with a wooden stick, Yi Chio found the viper smashed into pulp within the cracks. With its head completely gone, there should be no threat left. Yi Chio placed his cut-resistant gloved hand on the mangled carcass, prompting the system to immediately notify its decomposable status. Disassemble. Obtain snake meat, white, *100G, poison sac, white, *1. What a vicious snake. Worried about potential poisoning, Yi Chio didn't even retrieve the stones he'd thrown out, instead flinging them far away. He then quickly crafted several wooden fences to replace the ones he'd nearly smashed to pieces. After completing this task, Yi Chio inspected the perimeter of the fence to ensure no other monsters were lurking before finally relaxing. No matter what, this was wilderness survival. If some poisonous spider or snake actually slithered in, he might not even know how he died. This won't do, I've got to defend against this possibility. Yi Chio stroked his chin, deciding to clear away all the nearby weeds so potential threats couldn't sneak in unnoticed. But time in a day is ultimately limited, especially in this world with only 8 hours of daylight. As Yi Chio pondered, the sky gradually darkened around him. The second night had arrived. Yi Chio temporarily abandoned thoughts of work and first built a bonfire in the center of the courtyard. The pale yellow firelight illuminated the yard, and Yi Chio noticed the encroaching wall of mist gradually halting just outside the fence, undulating and squirming as if alive. Truly another world, even natural phenomena are so bizarre. Yi Chio synthesized a new torch and extended it outward. The faint flame reacted violently upon contacting the white mist, instantly producing a sharp, crackling sound. But the noise lasted only a moment, like an auditory hallucination. When the torch's illuminated area stabilized, Yi Chi estimated its reach to be approximately 1 meter in radius. Tiny, absolutely not something to carry while venturing outside. After waving the torch around for a while longer, the flame was quickly extinguished by the thick fog. Yi Chio glanced at his watch. Burn time this round was a mere 3 minutes. Tossing the spent torch remnants into the fog, Yi Chio turned back toward the campfire to start preparing dinner. Too lazy to scrub cookware, tonight would be another barbecue night. The moment he blinked back into the real world, Yi Chio hurried downstairs to raid the old Wang barbecue stall across the street, scooping up disposable skewers and charcoal along the way. Yi Chio had wanted to do this for a long time. He just hadn't had the space before, couldn't really set things up properly. But today, with the yard at his disposal, he was finally able to throw a proper barbecue. Back upstairs, Yi Chio grabbed some fog beast meat that had been marinating for a day. Even without seasoning, this meat promised to be delicious. After gathering what he needed, Yi Chio returned to the survival world. He stoked the charcoal fire while opening the chat room. It was mealtime again, the third of the day, and the chat room buzzed with activity. Even those without food stopped by to feast their eyes and ease their hunger. Not much of a harvest today, just a simple hamburger. Pic.jpg. Sigh, hunger really is the best sauce. Who'd have thought a billionaire like me would actually enjoy nibbling on steamed buns this much today? Caught a rat today, the meat was a bit gamey, but hey, at least I'm still alive. Seriously, upstairs? Rats are crawling with germs, how dare you eat that? What's there to be afraid of? We can't just starve to death. Crank up the heat and send all those ghosts and demons straight to the underworld. God damn it, why do you all have food to eat? I haven't found a single thing today. I haven't eaten for 4 days. I feel like there are so many stars spinning around me. Hee, stars. Yi Chio skewered the barbecue meat, pondered for a moment, then began speaking in the channel. Anonymous user, sigh, seems I misjudged those trolls this morning. Letting them curse me didn't cost me an ounce of flesh after all. Holy crap, big shot, you okay? Don't die on me, boss. Wait, let me borrow a lighter. There, got the flame. Rest in peace, boss. Like wings on a tiger, new pretty-faced posers like you wouldn't survive. Such a damn waste of good gear. Yi Chio stared at this fellow called adding wings to a tiger. It was him who had cursed the most viciously that morning. If given the chance, he absolutely had to teach him a real-life lesson. Chapter 14, a generous helping hand to overcome hardship together. Big boss, are your injuries serious? I've got some band-aids if you need them. Anonymous user, thanks for your concern, but I'm not injured. Anonymous user, planning to raffle off 100 grams of snake meat today. What do you think about this little 2-ounce prize? Hosting a red envelope lottery was something Yi Chio had considered long ago. There are 2 benefits to this matter. First, it can increase one's fame, thereby facilitating trade exchanges. Backed by the real world, Yi Chio's food and water are undoubtedly the cheapest in the entire trading market. Thus, the more people who know his name, the more basic materials he can earn. Moreover, with greater fame, the probability of receiving valuable items also increases. After all, when a world-famous billionaire and a nobody propose a trade simultaneously, you'd instinctively find the billionaire more reliable. Second, it can help fellow countrymen. Yi Chio never lacked food or drink, so the daily lottery was just a drop in the bucket. If it could genuinely help others, that would be even better. Of course, there were drawbacks too. Just as robbers would target the wealthy for kidnappings, Yichio had to be extremely cautious when encountering people after gaining fame. But with the real world as his backing, unless by accident, Yichio definitely wouldn't go out. And even if he did, he would surely be well prepared. Moreover, when traveling outdoors, no one would recognize a username unless disclosed. But if someone were to visit Yichio's home and see his belongings, even if Yichio isn't widely famous, those with ill intentions would undoubtedly be tempted. Aside from this, Yichio couldn't think of any other drawbacks. Besides, even if he didn't seek fame conspicuously now, bulk purchasing materials would eventually make it impossible for Yichio to remain hidden. Yichio believed restraining his own progress out of fear for some unforeseeable kidnapping was never something he'd do. Such self-sabotage simply wasn't his way. Holy shit, this big shot is so generous, they've got so much meat they can't even finish it all? For real? The big shot's got more food than they can handle? I love it, I absolutely love it. Big shot, you gotta pick me. I've been an anonymous Big Shot fan since '08. Anonymous user, mainly because wild snake meat is too gamey, and on top of that, I can't finish all the fog beast meat I have. Sigh, do you understand my pain? Anonymous user, I've eaten fog beast meat for all 3 meals today, kinda getting sick of it. Why did I open my eyes? Am I a masochist or something? Pray tell, is this human speech? Percent and percent. Anonymous user, alright, quit complaining and get ready to snatch the red envelope, there's only one. The moment these words were spoken, the chat group fell completely silent. Anonymous user, speed challenge red envelope, 10 milliliters bottled water *1. Anonymous user's speed luck red envelope was snatched up in 0.3 seconds, with unknown winner claiming the fastest fingers title. Ha, how are you all so fast with your hands? Damn lag, it would have totally been me otherwise. Reported. Let's get this over with. The chat area instantly erupted like raging waves, with a flood of messages making it impossible to stop scrolling. But at the same time, in a drafty little wooden cabin. Holy shit, I hit the jackpot. Bastard, what did you hit? Zhang Biao smacked his underling's head with an ugly expression, still boiling with rage after being tricked by Yichio. The younger brother immediately spoke up excitedly as if offering treasure. Brother Zhang, I got an anonymous red packet, there's 2 tails of snake meat inside. Zhang Biao's expression darkened. Did he just inadvertently trick Anonymous? The thought of anonymous snake meat ending up in his stomach instantly made Zhang Biao feel refreshed and invigorated. What are we waiting for? Let's go grill it right away. Boss, he hasn't sent it yet, the underling explained. The red envelope he sent was just 10 milliliters of mineral water. Zhang Biao patted his underling's shoulder, then hurry up and ask for it. Yes. The underling immediately opened the system chat. Anonymous, hey anonymous big shot, where's the snake meat? Who knows, boss, you're not scamming me, right? Can't even spare 2 ounces of meat? What nonsense! Would the boss shortchange you by 2 ounces of meat? What a ridiculous comment. I feel my intelligence is being insulted. Exactly. The boss personally promised it. How could they possibly lie? Adding wings to a tiger. Stop being a filial son already. Anonymous was clearly planning to flip resources back and forth. Who'd have thought someone would suddenly intervene? 2 tails of meat can last half a day. No way he'd willingly part with it. Some random guy. Personally, I still respect the big shot, but could you at least give a firm answer? Even if it's just promising it for tomorrow? As Yichio kept delaying his appearance to fulfill his promise, the situation began to turn subtly tense. Is Anonymous really just pretending to be rich while actually broke? Right, I've read plenty of survival novels who in their right mind would openly admit they have supplies when they actually do. If I had supplies, I definitely wouldn't waste them carelessly. You never know when disaster might strike. Staying anonymous could just be a marketing tactic, gain everyone's trust first, then scam them and disappear. Aha, enough with the conspiracy theories. Are you seriously saying there are no good people left in the world? I believe an anonymous big shot, his buyback prices are indeed the fairest in the marketplace. He probably got caught up in a fog beast attack and couldn't respond in time. The chat zone was bustling with heated exchanges when, at that very moment, Yichio finally returned. And he came armed with evidence. Anonymous user, apologies for dampening the mood. I stayed silent earlier because I noticed something suspicious and had to verify it. Anonymous user, chat log screenshot. Anonymous user, this is the morning's chat screenshot. The winner who knows who was one of the most vocal critics at the time. Though I'd like to be a good person, good people shouldn't let others point guns at their heads. Anonymous user, I plan to revoke who knows who's winning spot and pass the reward to the second place participant. What do you all think? I knew it. Anonymous boss isn't the kind of person who just talks big. Black-hearted bastards, speak up. Honestly, I was just pretending to be a hater earlier. Anonymous big shot, please don't blacklist me. Some random dude, I disagree. So many people were cursing back then, why single me out and revoke my spot? Anonymous user, because this is my stuff. If I'm happy, I'll give it away. If you piss me off, why should I let you keep it? Anonymous user, think carefully about the consequences of your actions. You'd better pray we don't meet in person, or you'll get what's coming to you. Well done, boss. Some people really don't know their place. Now I understand why the boss first offered 10 milliliters of mineral water, to filter out the trolls. Anonymous user, next, I'll be trading the snake meat with the second place player fasting for 2 days before transmigration. Everyone can verify this. Pfft, so it's this unlucky guy. Not so unlucky now, 2 tails of meat should be enough to get him up and exploring, right? Start for 2 days, then transmigrated, sniff, is it really me? Boss, words can't express my gratitude. Yi Qiu quickly sent a trade request to this fortunate fellow, while Jisher very cooperatively sent verification photos as proof. Start for 2 days, then transmigrated, thanks to the anonymous benefactor for the sponsorship. The anonymous boss even roasted the snake meat for me, woo-woo. The meat is so delicious, I'm never going on a diet in this lifetime. Pic.jpg. So jealous. +1. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? There's seasoning on that meat? Stop, zoom in a bit more. There, this picture will be my meal for today. Anonymous user, everyone, we've arrived in this unfamiliar world, may we all survive until the end. Anonymous user, I'll be selling food, water, and other survival resources long-term at system-appraised prices. Only basic materials are needed for purchase, limited to 1 trade per person per day. If you have special materials, DM me, I'll offer the absolute highest prices. Anonymous user, for currently ambiguous value items like currency, fog cores, etc., I'll also pay the highest prices across all channels. Rest assured, everyone. Anonymous user, also, starting today, I'll select 1 lucky person daily to distribute free supplies. So even if you've got nothing, don't despair. Just strive to live another day. Chapter 15, Planting Box. With the real world as his backing, food and water were virtually unlimited for Yi Qiu. Just the supermarket downstairs could sustain his extravagant consumption. With a massive cubic meter of space, he could transport about a ton of food and water each trip. Under the purchase restrictions per person, Yi Qiu only needed to make 1 trip every few days. Getting freebies while enjoying yourself, helping others, and gaining fame, it's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The system's estimated price is based on a fair valuation derived from the trading market. Sellers generally adjust it slightly upwards with a few extra taps. By selling food at the system's estimated price, Yi Qiu essentially offered the lowest market rate. Thus, after his announcement, the chat channel erupted in a storm of astonishment. Holy crap, the big boss is truly the big boss. While we're still struggling just to survive, he's already uplifting the world. Anonymous big boss, we revere you. Big boss Anonymous would rather deplete his own precious supplies just to give us hope for survival. Damn it, with such overwhelming dominance, how could I possibly resist? Has Anonymous Big Boss already achieved resource freedom? Could he have been adopted by the local natives? Yeah, where did Anonymous get so many supplies from? If you ask me, these are extraordinary times. Humans should help each other. There are so many anonymously donated supplies, they could easily give some away for free to save lives. People won't forget such anonymous kindness. Wow, so we're guilt-tripping now? If you're so obsessed with freebies, why don't you share yourself to blow off some steam for everyone? Ignore people like that, they probably won't last a few more days. Let's focus on how to survive and stand on our own feet. Tomorrow, I'm heading deep into the jungle to explore. Anonymous user, guys, don't get too carried away with enthusiasm, the wilderness is still extremely dangerous. Earlier today I was nearly ambushed by a venomous snake. Everyone should thoroughly search their homes to prevent invasive organisms. Got it. Holy shit. Thank God the senior warned us. You won't believe what I just saw? Come on, tell us. I checked right after seeing the big shot's message, and when I looked up, there was a spider the size of a wash basin right above me. Fucking hell, scared me to death. Pic.jpg. Fuck off. Stop sending creepy pics. My eyes. Groundhog scream.jpg. Hurry up and take it down to roast it. Spider has a high protein content after all. In fact, many people remain vigilant about their surroundings, but few can stay alert at all times. After Yi Qiu's reminder, the chat zone was suddenly flooded with terrified shrieks. Fortunately, most invasive creatures only look frightening, their actual aggressiveness isn't that strong. Take that terrifyingly large spider, for instance. In reality, it only preys on small flying insects. If you ignore its horrifying appearance, keeping it at home wouldn't be harmful. It could even serve as emergency rations if you're truly starving. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere in the chat zone, some places weren't as pleasant. Zhang Biao's house. Fuck. Even food handed to your mouth can't get swallowed. What the hell's in that thick skull of yours? Zhang Biao smacked his underling across the head, sending the near-starved man, who hadn't eaten all day, staggering unsteadily. The underling shot a glare brimming with resentment at Zhang Biao's cursing figure. If this bastard hadn't ordered him to start shooting his mouth off, he could have been feasting on snake meat tonight. Damn bastard. After enjoying the online spectacle for a while, Yichio delivered the roasted meat to Wang Wu, then checked his private messages while eating. After making himself known tonight, pretty much everyone in the channel now recognized him as the wealthy guy, and his inbox was flooded with private messages again. Of course, many of them were just freeloaders trying to take advantage of Yichio's generosity, and he simply ignored those types. His daily free benefits were meant to give these people hope for survival, not to raise a bunch of slackers. Even if resources were overflowing with nowhere to discard them, Yichio wouldn't give a single scrap to those worthless freeloaders. Skipping past piles of nonsense, Yichio finally found what he was looking for. Anonymous Big Shot, heard you're planning to farm recently. Planter box blueprint, blue, want it or not? Planter box blueprint, blue requires stone *5, wood *10, water *2000 ml. Can produce planter boxes up to blue quality. No wonder this guy took action, there are too many things needed. During this period when people can't even get enough to eat, nobody would bother doing something so labor-intensive with little reward. Although it's a blueprint of blue quality, in the early stages, it's practically a bottomless pit. Of course, Yichio was an exception. With things like blueprints, you can hardly tell their pros and cons until you actually craft one. But in theory, it should definitely be more suitable for farming than ordinary land. Yichio pondered for a moment before replying. Anonymous user, yes, do you want food or water? Woohoo! The expert responded to me. Big bro, can I just ask for water? Anonymous user, deal. How about 2 liters of mineral water? While everyone knows blue-tier items are absolutely precious, in these times when people struggle for basic sustenance, food and water hold supreme authority over all else. Moreover, Yichio was offering mineral water that required no additional processing. This offer already far surpassed anyone else's bids. After all, aside from players who spawned near rivers, most suffered from water scarcity. Even those by riversides couldn't find proper containers to boil water, making clean drinking water an extremely scarce commodity. Thank you, boss. May you have a bountiful harvest soon. Casually grabbing 4 bottles of mineral water nearby and tossing them over, the person on the other side of the screen immediately teared up. That's so touching. The boss even generously gave away 4 plastic bottles for free. With these, even if we run out of water later, I can at least manage to make a rudimentary water collector. Twisting open the mineral water bottle, he gulped down 2 mouthfuls before pouring the rest into a homemade container. Without hesitation, the man began repurposing the plastic bottles and eventually buried them beside the campfire. This way, they could collect some dew at night by relying on the temperature difference, though not much, every drop was precious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichio crumpled the planting box blueprint. After learning how to craft a planting box, Yichio immediately set out to make one. They could currently craft 3 grades of planting boxes: white, green, and blue, but without blue-tier materials, the blue grade was out of reach. But after 2 rounds of scavenging, Yichio now had enough green materials to synthesize 1 planting box. Obtained planting box, green, *1. Your inventory space is insufficient. Please choose a materialization location. Insufficient inventory space? Yichio glanced at his backpack, which was less than half full, and couldn't help but sigh once more. 1 cubic meter was truly insufficient for him. If only he could have a billion cubic meters of space. Just bring the home planet in directly, ready to go wherever we need. Lost in thought, Yichio casually walked to a corner of the courtyard and chose to materialize it. The next second, a dark rectangular box appeared right in front of him, with traces of water flow still visible around its edges. Open the system to check the details. Planter box, green. Attack power, 5, maximum. Durability, 50-50. Place soil and seeds, then reap the bountiful harvest. The planting box auto-waters, just remember to refill the water supply. Yichio patted the planting box with satisfaction, then went to check his private messages and collected 5 units of green quality soil. He had thought the netizen was just joking around, but to his surprise, someone actually went and dug up soil for him. After placing 4 units of soil, the planting box was filled. Yichio browsed through the trading market again but found no green quality seeds available, so he had to plant his own orange first. Orange, green growing. Planter box, green, soil, green, bonus, maturation time is approximately 15 days. In about 2 weeks, we'll be able to eat oranges. Admittedly, this speed is quite fast. Without paying much attention to the planter box, Yichio finished the remaining barbecue and tidied up the grilling tools. Just then, a private message from Wang Wu arrived. Wang Wu, Yichio, the fog beast's flesh and blood has been very helpful for my recovery. I estimate I'll regain mobility by tomorrow. It's also possible that his medicine had prevented the wound from festering, allowing the fog beast flesh to fully exhibit its restorative properties. Regardless, Wang Wu's recovery was definitely good news. Yiqiu, old Wang, don't push yourself too hard. Make sure you're fully recovered before moving around. Wang Wu, understood. Chapter 16, Two Mist Beasts? In the dilapidated wooden hut, Wang Wu sat on a log, slowly adding fuel to the fire. Seeing Yiqiu's reply, he couldn't help but smile. Though moving still felt somewhat strenuous for him now, walking around the house shouldn't be a problem. He hoped to find something useful for Yiqiu. Eating for free wasn't something Wang Wu could ever bring himself to do. After cleaning up the food waste, Yiqiu placed several skewers of grilled meat on the table, covering them with a bowl to serve as either a midnight snack or an emergency ration. He then set up a simple target in the yard to practice his shooting accuracy. With the real world as his backing, Yiqiu had no intention of leaving home lightly. Ambushing from the safety of his own property was likely to become his most important combat strategy, making firearm practice absolutely essential. After cautiously emptying an entire magazine during training, Yiqiu took out his crossbow, now devoid of bolts, and examined it once more before sighing and putting it away in disappointment. With bullets being a limited resource due to the current state of affairs in Great Yen, Yiqiu couldn't secure a steady supply of bolts or ammunition anytime soon. His best bet was to hope someone in the survival world would loot a schematic for crafting crossbow bolts. Having stayed adequately active, Yiqiu was ready to sleep until he noticed an uncomfortable stickiness clinging to his skin. Having gone 2 days without bathing amid intense physical exertion, Yiqiu felt about as fresh as a sun-dried salted fish. But with the power and water cut off in the real world, Yiqiu had no choice but to settle for a quick wipe-down for the time being. Fetching a towel from the storage room, Yiqiu boiled a pot of water using gas and then adjusted it to a suitable temperature with enough mineral water before starting to wipe himself down. Ah, what a relief! Burning through an entire crate of water for a bath on just the second day after transmigrating, probably something only I would do. After using the last of the water to wash his hair, Yiqiu poured out the dirty water. Though he had considered that it might fetch quite a few resources in trade, he simply couldn't bring himself to stoop to such tasteless behavior, at least for now. Drying her hair by the fireside and warming up a bottle of milk to drink, Yiqiu leisurely snuggled into bed. 9 p.m. Good night, Maka Paka. Survival World, Day 3. Bang! Bang! Crash! Morning in the survival world. Before dawn broke, the ever-enthusiastic and familiar neighbor called Yiqiu out for morning exercises. Pushing aside the quilt, Yiqiu picked up the iron spear and stone spear beside him while opening the chat interface. Channel 666, 910/1000. In 2 days, nearly 100 people had died. Yiqiu fell silent for a moment before continuing to scroll down. The mist beast is back at it again, knocking on my door every morning, always right on time. Whatever. I'll just stab it a couple times to scare it off and go back to sleep. European sturgeon, holy shit, the monster outside my place is massive. It smashed 4 points off my house's durability in one hit, no time to even repair it. European sturgeon, I'm screwed, guys, there's no way I can take this thing down. Looks like I won't be seeing today's red packet after all. European sturgeon, speed click red packet contains wood, white, *5, stone, white, *4, water, gray, *78 ml. European sturgeon, brothers, I'm going all out against it, you guys must survive. At the same time, inside a drafty wooden hut, a pale-faced man gripped a stone spear, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness. Damn! Been stingy my whole life, never knew being generous could feel this good. Facing the towering fog beast that dwarfed even the wooden hut, a flash of madness flickered in his eyes. Damn fog beast! Die! He roared. With every ounce of strength in my body, I thrust the spear in my hand, but against the colossal mist beast, it couldn't even pierce its defenses. Squelch! The massive hand descended, instantly turning a living person into a bloody pulp. Bro, don't give up yet, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Channel 666, 909/1000. The sudden reduction in numbers instantly choked back all remaining words of comfort, leaving the chat channel in momentary silence. Even Yiqiu, who had just woken up, couldn't help but look grim. Even when satiety comes easily, the presence in the mist constantly reminds him now is not the time to relax. If he were to encounter such a powerful mist beast, could he endure it, even with the sturdy stone house? Too weak. Gripping his spear tighter, Yiqiu immediately lit a fire and strode to the door. The fence only had 15 points of durability, completely incapable of stopping the mist beasts. It was likely only good for an early warning. Real defense had to come from inside the stone house. Pushing open the window, Yiqiu immediately switched on his flashlight. The intense beam illuminated a large area, revealing a mass of condensed mist that had just broken through the fence. The sudden glare made it recoil. Squee! That strange sound echoed, and in Yiqiu's eyes, the mass of mist immediately turned tail and fled, never to return. This was just a weak fog creature? To think it was scared off by bright light, Yicho found himself at a loss for words. Glancing at the damaged fence, he hesitated briefly but ultimately decided against repairing it right now. If something else suddenly emerged from that fog, it would be downright terrifying. With a slight sigh of relief in his heart, Yicho closed the window and opened the system. Channel 666, 900/1000. In just a few minutes, 9 more people had died. The fog beasts today seemed noticeably stronger than before. Scrolling up through the chat history, Yicho noticed that nearly half of the people had sent out their final red packets. The chatter in the channel gradually died down. Most of them had probably gone to deal with the mist beasts. Or perhaps, they couldn't bear to watch their companions disappear one by one before their eyes. Just as Yicho fell silent, a faint rustling sound grew closer, reaching his ears. Yicho froze. Had that mist beast returned after leaving? Clutching the spear under his arm, Yicho pushed open the window again and switched on the high-beam flashlight. But the sight that greeted him made his heart nearly stop. Illuminated by the bright light was a massive human face stretched out as if peeled from a body, twisted and agonized, and, most shockingly, it was the size of an entire table. A human face, as big as a table, floating in mid-air. This sight made Yicho's legs go numb with terror. But at this moment, the other party also made a sound. Hiss. The grotesque humanoid face crossed several meters in an instant, coming face to face with Yicho, while its massive body smashed into the stone wall with a thunderous crash. Structure under attack, durability -10. At that very moment, Yicho realized this wasn't a human face but a massive serpentine mist beast with vivid patterns. The bright patterns on the serpentine mist beast's neck reflected the light, revealing its terrifying and ferocious appearance. But this didn't mean things became easier, because Yicho had encountered 2 types of mist beasts before, the boarman mist beast on the first day and the chicken-type mist beast on the second day. From their bodies, Yicho could clearly see figures composed of thick white mist, but this giant serpent's mist had grown extremely diluted, even taking on various colors. And just its massive size alone made it look far more formidable than the pigman mist beasts from the first day. Damn it! What kind of rotten luck is this? Yicho seriously suspected he'd used up all his luck on cheats. Every monster he'd encountered these past 2 days was tougher than the last. With a low curse, Yicho felt the adrenaline surging through his body, making him more alert and powerful than ever before. Instinctive physiological reactions had already buffed Yicho up. Now was the time to either fight for his life or flee like the wind. Run! Without hesitation, Yicho's vision blurred, and he instantly returned to the real world. But why return to the real world now? Is Yicho chickening out? It must be admitted, he is indeed feeling a little scared. Faced with such a massive monster, few wouldn't feel fear. But Yicho understood that staying in the real world wasn't a solution either, because sooner or later he would have to go back. Right now, dawn was still 7 or 8 hours away. There was no way he could hide until morning. And once I return to find my shelter gone, I'll be nothing but a sitting duck. The reason Yicho came to the real world now was to take precautionary measures. Shoving the door open, Yicho immediately ran downstairs. Unlucky, 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 pant pant. Damn my stupidity, why didn't I bother preparing a helmet? That's right, just as Yicho was about to fight desperately for his life, he suddenly remembered the snake he had killed that afternoon. Venomous snakes can spray venom. Though unsure if fog beasts had such habits, Yicho had no intention of dying through carelessness. Chapter 17, A Thrilling Kill, Future Blessings Assured. Dashing downstairs in one breath, Yicho immediately spotted a motorcycle. Thanks for implementing the helmet policy, it's been a huge help. Yicho quickly stepped forward, picked up the helmet, and fastened it on his head. After a moment's thought, he stowed the motorcycle into his backpack before immediately returning to the survival world. Stonehouse under attack, current durability, 420/515. Damn, it's only been a few minutes and they've already torn down nearly a fifth of it. System, immediately dismantle the motorcycle and repair the house damage at once. Green grade motorcycle dismantled. Obtained, green grade gasoline *2L, green grade steel *5. House under attack. Repair speed reduced. Current durability restoration, 5 points per minute. The motorcycle's breakdown definitely meant losing many parts, but being able to salvage anything at all was already reason to give thanks. Yicho immediately fashioned 4 brand new steel spears from the metal, tucking 2 under each arm. As he flung open the window, that pattern resembling a rotting human face appeared before Yicho once again. Die, you vile creature. Yicho kicked over a table to use as a makeshift shield while simultaneously drawing his police-issued handgun from his waist and emptying the entire clip into the grotesque human face at the window. Bang bang bang! The muzzle of the police pistol erupted with a dazzling flash as the bullet tore into the mist beast, instantly eliciting pained howls from the creature. The steel bullet scraped against the scales with a piercing screech rather than penetrating easily. If not for the 2 bloody marks appearing on the human face, Yicho might have thought his attack had been useless. This damn police handgun is trash, swap it for an AK and I'd wipe them all out. Despite mentally disparaging the puny pistol, Ichio refused to give up and pressed on with the fight. If it can bleed, it can die, come at me. Without even pausing to reload, Ichio grabbed another gun and emptied the entire magazine again. Though no two bullets hit the exact same spot, the target was so massive that missing was impossible. In seconds, fresh streaks of blood appeared across its hide. Hiss! Another piercing shriek tore through the air. Ichio's ragged breaths had now fogged up most of his helmet visor. But it didn't matter, the enemy was so enormous that pinpoint accuracy wasn't needed anyway. Fire! Fire! Only after emptying all 20 rounds into the motorcycle helmet's blurred human face, turning it crimson with blood, did Ichio finally hear a shrill scream laced with genuine agony? Scree JK. Following this piercing cry, the blinding colors before Ichio's eyes gradually faded. The serpentine mist beast had retreated. But had the great serpent mist creature truly left? Ichio couldn't be certain, because just yesterday the Boreman mist creature had left only to return. Therefore, Ichio couldn't afford to let his guard down. Seizing this brief respite, Ichio immediately closed the window, removed his helmet, and gasped for air. The relentless barrage of attacks had stretched Ichio's nerves taut, and now that he finally relaxed, he even felt somewhat drained of strength. Carrying the helmet in his hand, Ichio immediately rushed to the kitchen and devoured all the roasted mist beast meat he had whimsically saved earlier that day. Waves of warmth rose from his stomach, and Ichio felt strength return to his cramped, exhausted limbs. After wolfing down the mist beast meat, Ichio immediately donned the helmet again, returned to the living room, switched off the powerful flashlight, materialized gasoline, then flung it through the open window far out into the yard. After completing these preparations, Ichio tossed aside the emptied pistol and picked up 2 brand new steel spears instead. He closed his eyes and stood firmly in the living room, listening intently for any sounds. Rustling sounds. It's finally happened. Ichio immediately stepped forward and pushed open the window, switching on the high-powered flashlight. Hiss! A blinding light flashed abruptly, causing the serpentine fog beast's massive form to freeze momentarily. Seizing the chance, Ichio visualized a torch and hurled it forward. Whoosh! Flames met gasoline, erupting into a towering inferno. At the heart of the blaze, the monstrous serpent let out an agonized scream unlike any before. But at the same time came a jet of water. Ichio's fears were confirmed. This serpentine mist monster could spit venom. SSSSSH. The pale yellow liquid shot out like a high-pressure hose, blasting through the wooden window and drenching Ichio. The speed was so fast that Ichio couldn't react in time. The tremendous force even sent Ichio staggering backward. Had it not been for his spear's support, he would have surely fallen to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ichio heard the fabric's dying wail. This poison was corrosive. Without any visibility, Ichio could only grope his way to the washroom based on memory. Once the door was shut, he immediately began stripping off his clothes. With great care, he peeled off layer after layer. The stab-proof vest and other gear worth thousands didn't disappoint, though they were nearly corroded through by the time he removed them. Ichio himself remained largely unscathed. Phew, phew, phew. Panting heavily, Ichio stared at the pile of clothes and helmet melting into foul sludge in the corner. A shiver of horror crawled up his scalp at the sight. Luckily, I had the quick thinking to pick up a helmet, otherwise, the pile of junk in the corner would have included me. During this downtime, Ichio remained vigilant, but the fog beasts outside the door seemed to have been scared off by the flames. For a while, only the roar of the blazing fire could be heard beyond the window. At first, Ichio worried the flames might damage his makeshift shelter, but soon, a surge of mist seeped through gaps in the fence, extinguishing the fire like a tidal wave. Ichio regretted not preparing multiple sets of gear. He'd only brought his best outfit. After all, he couldn't believe his luck at encountering such a terrifying fog beast back then. The chat forums never mentioned anything this outrageous. Wait, perhaps all the survivors who'd seen this fog beast had died. This is truly a zero-complaint fog beast. But no matter what, Ichio now feels unsafe even stepping outside. Forget it, let's fix the house first. Ichio opened the system interface and was shocked to find his stone house's durability had dwindled to a mere 300 points. That mist beast had demolished nearly half of his home in one go. Ichio fell silent for a moment. Faced with such monsters, he didn't think anyone could survive, not even trained soldiers. With a level 3 house and a pistol, Ichio could barely fend them off. He was confident there were fewer than 10 people in the entire channel with a level 3 house in just 2 days. Not to mention, Ichio had a pistol and gasoline, items that shouldn't even exist at this stage, yet the fight was still this tough. The chat channel must be a scene of utter devastation by now, right? He opened the chat. Channel 666, 850/1000. Nearly 60 people died within just 2 hours. The death toll is genuinely sobering. But as Ichio scanned the messages, it seemed that apart from him, everyone else had only encountered one fog beast attack so far, with the majority still being the cowardly type that fled when startled. Over these 2 days, many had already upgraded to level 2 wooden houses, and a handful had even managed to kill formidable fog beasts by leveraging their terrain advantage. Yichio couldn't help but mutter to himself, did attracting such a formidable enemy mean my growth was too exceptional? Perhaps it's for the best. If everyone had to face creatures like that, likely no one would survive. After eavesdropping for another 10 minutes and confirming the serpentine mist beast hadn't reappeared, Yichio left the bathroom and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. He slept soundly for another 3 hours straight before fully recovering his strength. Upon waking, Yichio immediately returned to the real world to replenish his wilderness gear and helmet. This time, Yichio specifically prepared several spare sets of clothing. After returning to the survival world, Yichio placed multiple wilderness survival outfits in every room to ensure he could change clothes at any time. After completing this series of preparations, the sun finally began to rise in the survival world. Generally speaking, the danger level in the survival world drops sharply after the sun rises. Yichio, fully dressed, first opened the window to survey the courtyard. The neat fence now had a jagged breach, and the once smooth ground bore ugly scars from gasoline burns. Recalling the morning's events, Yichio still felt a shiver run down his spine. As an ordinary person, suddenly encountering such terrifying creatures was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. After closing the window and taking a moment to calm his emotions, Yichi mustered his courage and pushed open the door to head into the courtyard. First, check if any small animals entered through the gap. After synthesizing a few fence posts, Yichi blocked the gap and began inspecting the courtyard. The gasoline-fueled flames had largely cleared the weeds in the front yard, making the inspection relatively straightforward. But when Yichio turned to the back of the house, he froze in place, because right there in the grass behind the house lay a bronze treasure chest. A treasure chest spawned at home? Chapter 18, Survival Manual, Appraise All Things. Is it about fortune following disaster, or simply the inevitable reward for surviving a second onslaught? Without a control group, Yichio couldn't immediately determine which possibility was true. But that didn't stop Yichio from opening the treasure chest. After completing his preparatory rituals, Yichio crouched behind the chest and slowly lifted its lid. Chirp! There's a sound, could it be an animal? Yichio's eyes lit up, and the next moment, he saw a flash of white leap out of the treasure chest, frantically fleeing into the distance. It's a rabbit! Rabbit's great! Spicy rabbit head, braised rabbit meat, what a treat we'll have today! Yichio glanced inside the treasure chest. There were still a few items inside. After casually collecting them, he set off to chase the rabbit. After all, his property had fencing. Unless it was some god-tier rabbit, there was absolutely no way it could escape. But the moment he chose to store the chest, his vision blurred and the bronze treasure chest vanished before his eyes. Ha! Can open treasure chests be collected? Yichio felt like he'd just learned another survival trick. Putting this thought aside, Yichio immediately chased after the rabbit. Rushing to the front yard, the rabbit was indeed struggling against the fence, gnawing away at an extraordinary speed. It had already damaged the fence's durability slightly within just a few seconds. But since Yichio had already arrived, he naturally wouldn't let it keep gnawing at the fence. Taking a stone from his backpack, Yichio aimed at the rabbit's head and fired. Boom! The rabbit fell instantly. Seems I've got some decent talent, Yichio said rather smugly as he stepped forward, grabbing the rabbit by its long ears to appraise it using the system. Rabbit, green. Attack power, 3, max. Durability, 10/20. Bunnies are so cute. How could anyone eat bunnies? To think it's a green tier rabbit, now I simply must taste it. After tossing the unconscious rabbit into storage, Yichio crafted a simple cage using some stone materials to prevent its escape, planning to cook it thoroughly that evening. As for daytime, the hours are too precious, there's exploring to be done. Returning to the courtyard to replace the broken fence, Yichio once again took out the bronze treasure chest. Inside were 2 more items. Iron Spear Blueprint. Blue requires iron block *1, wood *1. Can craft a spear of up to blue quality. Stone, blue, *5. A blue quality weapon blueprint actually dropped? Yichio felt a surge of excitement. Finally, something to boost his confidence. Though the house was sturdy, yesterday's encounter with the serpentine mist beast made Yichio realize hardness alone wasn't enough, he needed countermeasures too. Given the stability of the Flame Country, Yichio couldn't acquire firearms anytime soon. His best bet still lay in the gifts bestowed by the survival world. Crushing the blueprint in his hand, the crafting menu instantly updated with a new synthesis formula. Yichio hesitated for a moment and decided to try putting the steel in first. The fact proves that trying was the right choice. An iron spear can indeed be made of steel. That makes sense, steel is basically iron with a higher carbon content after all. With the addition of a piece of green wood, a green quality steel spear materialized in Yichio's hand. Time for an appraisal. Iron spear, green. Attack power, 45, max. Durability, 55/55. If you want decent quality, the description's gotta have some green in it. The attack power was a full half higher than the white quality spear. The enhancement from improved quality truly stood out. Yichio brandished the spear a few times, feeling his offensive capability involuntarily intensify. After practicing several thrusts in the courtyard, Yichio decided to clear away the weeds there before heading to the real-world construction site to scavenge for supplies. But less than 10 minutes after starting to dig, the system notified him of a private message. Yichio opened it and was surprised to see it was from Wang Wu. Wang Wu, got lucky today, found a bronze treasure chest near my house. Opened it and got something that should be really useful for you. Wang Wu has gifted you Mist Survival Guide, Blue, ×1. Survival Guide in the Mist? Yichio was taken aback, the name just sounded so grand and impressive at first hearing. With a single click, a book with a white cover, seemingly swirling with mist, materialized in Yichio's hands. Survival Guidebook, Blue. Status, damaged. Durability, 100/100. This guidebook can appraise all things within the survival world, but due to its damaged state, detailed information can only be viewed for blue tier quality or below. Is this an encyclopedic guide to the mist world? Being able to identify items in detail is practically a divine tool for exploration. Yichio hardly ever ventured outside, and since most supplies were obtained from the real world, the system's identification function was sufficient for basic needs. However, to survive better in the mist world, this manual is absolutely indispensable. Yichio, this item seems important, I'll keep it for now. Let me know if you need anything appraised or have any special requests. Wang Wu, understood. I'm currently out exploring, let's talk later. After ending the call with Wang Wu, Yichio stashed the manual in his backpack, intending to test its capabilities first. Moments later, Yichio stood before the rabbit cage and used the manual's appraisal function. Lost track rabbit, green. Description: a highly elusive creature when moving, its weakness lies in extreme fragility, yet it's exceptionally difficult to trap or catch. Consuming it can significantly boost your agility attribute, turning you into a wind-chasing youngster. The Mist manual proved exceptionally useful, clearly detailing the augmented attributes and creature weaknesses gained from consumption. After appraising the rabbit, Yichio checked the manual's durability gauge, no decrease was visible. Evidently, ordinary usage wouldn't damage the handbook. Perfect. No need to worry about wearing it out through frequent use now. With proper care, this manual could literally last a lifetime. And perhaps it could even be repaired, resulting in a complete Mist survival manual? After a moment of thought, Yichio had a sudden whim and had the manual appraise itself. Mist Survival Manual, Blue. Description: the tattered pages of the White Mist scripture can appraise the vast majority of items of 4 qualities: gray, inferior; white, common; green, fine; and blue, rare. Holding these fragments, you may draw the gaze of certain great beings, for better or worse. White Mist scripture, an inexplicable gaze? Yichio couldn't help but glance at the sky. What if someone noticed his transmigration and his account got banned? Well, they say it's only detectable when holding it. As long as I don't carry it, it should be fine, right? A living person shouldn't be scared to death by mere words, I have to use it when needed. Putting the Mist survival manual back into his backpack space, Yichio decided to simply stir-fry some Mist beast meat for dinner. Once I'm well fed and fully recovered, I'll head to the construction site in the real world and grab all those steel rebars. Might as well look for any fireworks factories or police stations along the way to snag some high-grade equipment. As for the latter, Yichio figured there wasn't much hope. His home was miles away from any police station, and setting off fireworks was banned in the city anyway. Sigh, I'll just do my best. Chapter 19, The Mystery of the Skill Book. At the trading market, Yichio bought 2 small cabbages, sliced some cured fog beast meat to stir-fry with them, then boiled a pot of plain flour soup. I originally wanted to bring a portion to Wang Wu, but he insisted he already had lunch and adamantly refused to take it. Yichio didn't try to persuade further and simply began eating in the shade of the backyard. Opening the system, the chat area was already buzzing with activity. PvE Pro, brothers, scored some wild game again. PvE Pro, lunch today is raspberries with wild boar meat. This little piggy practically delivered itself, taking it down was easy peasy. Damn, you really have become a PvE Pro. Seems like you're eating the best in our channel. Meat every single day. PvE Pro, stay low-key, stay low-key. The Real Pros don't even have time to show off here, which gives me room to shine. PvE Pro, alright, let's continue reviewing this boar meat. PvE Pro, wild boars just can't compare to domestic pigs, the uncastrated ones really have this overpowering stink. PvE Pro, plus, with no seasonings, I'd honestly say it's worse than Mist beast meat. Holy shit, gotta end the stream guys, something's wrong over here. Ha, if you run away, who's going to replenish the crew's nutrition then? What happened? PvE Pro, holy shit, the little boar's parents charged at my place. Those tusks scared the hell out of me. Gotta focus on the fight, bros. Shouldn't we send its parents off too? Honestly, an average person really can't take on a wild boar. First comes boar, then bear, then tiger isn't just a saying for nothing. After PvE's gone, any bros wanna mix in some nutrients? Starting with a single cactus, me, bros, big news. Guess what I just looted? Speak up already, don't keep the brothers waiting. starting with just a cactus, jackpot. Skill book Great Cyclone, white tier.jpg. Holy shit. Holy crap. A skill book. The lifespan of an European sturgeon is extremely short. Please watch your words, mate. Even Yichio was momentarily stunned, quickly opening the screenshot to take a look. As expected of a system screenshot, aside from the name, there's basically no other information. What skill effects? Record a screen for us to see. Starting with a cactus, learning it now. Damn, it actually has physique requirements. Starting with a cactus, thankfully I lifted weights before crossing over, and I even killed a mist beast yesterday, mistbeastgrill.jpg. I just came to check out skill reviews, didn't expect to get jealous, so hungry now. Starting with just a cactus, good, I've already learned it. Now, let me demonstrate for everyone. Starting with just a cactus, great whirlwind.avi. Yichio opened the video. On the screen appeared a burly man almost entirely covered in cloth, with only his eyes visible, standing beside a wooden stake against a backdrop of yellow sand. The man first clasped his hands in a salute, then picked up a stone longsword nearby and assumed an unusual stance. In the next instant, the man swung the blade like a whirlwind, chopping into the wooden stake. A solid quarter of its thickness cleaved away in a single strike. With such destructive power, had his weapon been of better quality, the stake would likely have been severed in one blow. After the strike, the man yanked twice to free the stone sword unsuccessfully, then awkwardly released his grip and averted his gaze. Neatly arranged prickly pear fruits were placed nearby, their sharp spines all trimmed off. The man picked up a prickly pear and simply split it open, causing the green flesh and juice to spill out instantly. Folks, if you've got some spare cash, you've got to try these prickly pears from my side. The fruits are flavorful and bursting with juice, tastes speak louder than words. With that, he took a big bite and gave a thumbs up to the camera. The video ends here. Yichio pondered thoughtfully. There's no doubt about the enhancements skills provide to individuals. If he could obtain powerful skills himself, it would greatly alleviate the sense of threat posed by the mist creatures. After some consideration, Yichio clicked on the avatar labeled Start with a Cactus to enter the trading market, where he discovered the cactus fruits currently being sold. 50 milliliters of water or 50 grams of food can be exchanged for one white-quality cactus fruit, weighing around 50 grams, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. It must be said that this price is quite fair, as cactus fruits provide both hydration and satiety, making them a suitable survival food. Yichio scrolled further down and noticed that only white-quality cactus fruits were listed, so he opened the private chat window. Anonymous user, bro, do you have any higher-quality cactus fruits? Starting with a cactus, anonymous big shot. Didn't expect you'd visit my humble shop, this calls for VIP treatment. Starting with a cactus, green cactus fruit *1. This 200-gram beauty's the cream of my crop. How's this? Anonymous user, perfect. What do you need, bro? Starting with a cactus, nothing fancy, just water. Heard you wholesale mineral water. Hook me up. Yichio smiled and replied immediately. Anonymous user, of course. System notification, anonymous user wishes to trade bottled mineral water, white, *1L4 prickly pear fruit, green, *200G. Do you accept? 1 liter of water, if used sparingly, could last for several days. Starting with a cactus, truly a master. Doing business with you is such a pleasure. Starting with a cactus, if I get any more good items in the future, I'll definitely remember you, boss. In a sandy area blanketed with yellow dust, the burly man who had just removed his headscarf immediately agreed to the trade. Staring at the bottled mineral water that had suddenly appeared before him, the rugged man caressed these precious water resources as tenderly as if stroking a lover. In his past transactions, whenever others saw he was in a desert region, they would desperately drive down prices. This was actually the first time he'd encountered someone as generous as Yichio. A true expert indeed. From now on, I really should find the right people for trading deals. After completing the trade, Yichio inquired in detail about skill books, and the other party revealed everything without reservation. After this friendly exchange, the two ended their conversation. On the other side, under the blazing sun, Yichio was eating with great relish. Nearby were the already sliced prickly pear fruits. The flesh of prickly pears greatly resembles that of dragon fruit, with the green quality prickly pear flesh being particularly refreshing and delicious, like sipping an ice-cold drink on a summer day, offering instantaneous comfort. After carefully storing the prickly pear seeds, Yichio sat in the courtyard gazing into the distance. Green hues blanketed the mountains and fields, where the natural scenery effortlessly lifted one's spirits. Suddenly, under the sunlight, Yichio noticed something in the distance emitting a faint blue glimmer. Chapter 20, Abundant Loot. Amidst the endless expanse of green wilderness, this speck of blue appeared distinctly out of place upon closer inspection. Is it a gift from nature, or a lure used by special creatures? Yichio opened his backpack, recalling that he had casually grabbed a pair of binoculars from the wilderness survival gear shop. Holding the binoculars, Yichio tossed down a few stone blocks to elevate himself, then grasped the edge of the roof and climbed onto the stone house. Standing atop the stone house, Yichio raised the binoculars and began scanning the distant horizon. The blue glowing object instantly enlarged, and Yichio vaguely discerned the unusual luminous edges characteristic of dropped items. Dropped items? Yichio lowered his binoculars, his expression unreadable. But to avoid drawing attention from the predators in the sky, Yichio first leaped off the rooftop before continuing his contemplation. Returning to the safe stone house, Yichio began analyzing the possible origins of the dropped items. First, wild creatures killing each other may also generate dropped items. Second, there might be survivors nearby who wounded their prey, leaving it to die in an unfamiliar location. Third, this is the loot dropped by that serpentine mist beast yesterday. If it were the first two reasons, Yichio could stay inside for safety without issue. But if it's the last point, that simply won't do. Never mind how powerful yesterday's serpentine mist beast was, its drops must be extraordinary. Just the skill demonstration from earlier had already ignited Yichio's desire to take risks. Though he has the real world as his backing, it's unreasonable to just sit idle until supplies run out. Especially since before crossing over, he was just an ordinary person with no means to obtain those truly devastating weapons from the real world. Moreover, sometimes food isn't a universal solution. Take that survivalist selling cacti earlier, he didn't even hesitate before using the skill book himself. Reading the signs, in this world, anyone who can barely scrape by would never sell such valuable items. That's why growing stronger in this survival world is absolutely crucial. You can't just pin your hopes on the trading market, you've got to push yourself hard. If you don't dare take risks now, life will only get tougher later. Decided, let's move out. Fully suited up in protective gear, Yichio held his green tier steel spear. He portioned the well-cooked mist beast meat into bite-sized pieces, packed them in small pouches, and stashed them in his pocket. These would serve as makeshift recovery items if he got injured. With a military knife at his waist and functional drinks in hand, Yichio shook his wrist to check the compass on his watch. After verifying everything was correct, Yichio stood before the fence and slowly pushed open the door. On the third day of surviving in this unfamiliar world, Yichio ventured outside for the second time. Creak. Creak. His dark green boots crushed countless weeds beneath them as Yichio advanced with the wary vigilance of an intruder, scanning his surroundings intently. Swish. Suddenly, Yichio thrust his spear, and a shrill scream erupted from the bushes. Squeak. Oh, it's just a little mouse. Yichio breathed a sigh of relief and stored the mouse that had died from excessive blood loss into his backpack. At least it's meat. This guy will be tonight's lucky red envelope. On the way to the drops, Yichio encountered several wild animals, a snake dangling from a tree, a vividly colored spider, an unidentifiable bird. It turns out that the human physique carries a certain deterrence in the wilderness. Few animals dared to attack Yichio, most kept their distance, watching cautiously as he passed by. The most thrilling moment came when Yichio encountered a beast resembling a leopard. However, after a brief standoff, the leopard retreated in the face of the cold glint from his spear tip. Though sweat drenched his body along the way, real threats were scarce. During his journey, Yichio even stumbled upon two wooden treasure chests. From them, he obtained flint, green, *2, flour, white, *100g, and purified water, white, *100 ml, better than nothing. After walking for about an hour, Yichio finally neared the area emitting blue light. Just a short distance from his destination, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming silence. Though few animals were seen along the way, the symphony of insects in the grass never ceased except in this place, where Yichio could hear only the whispering wind. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After making thorough preparations, Yichio took a deep breath and parted the grass before him. What met his eyes was a colossal, multicolored human face. Fuck. Seeing the familiar face, Yichio immediately felt a chill run down his spine and thrust his spear without hesitation. As the spear struck, the already grotesque human face twisted even more horribly. However, it didn't move, and it was precisely because of this that Yichio's racing heartbeat gradually steadied. Gripping his spear tighter, Yichio took 2 steps back, pointing the weapon in a ready stance toward the face on the ground. Appraise. Variegated serpent shedding, blue. Description: a partially solidified entity condensed from a deceased mist creature. The more powerful the mist creature, the more remnants it leaves behind. This is the physical shell shed by a certain mist creature. Trait: terrifying human face. Having devoured too many humans, signs of anthropomorphic mimicry have begun to emerge. Yet, these traces do not aid in luring prey. Instead, they evoke even greater terror. Upon being seen by humans, there is a chance to inflict panic. Rainbow radiance, the bizarre colors symbolize its formidable status in the natural world. When equipped, it enhances resistance to all attributes. It turned out to be a snakeskin with special abilities. Yichio let out a relieved sigh, and even looking at the human face made the fear in his heart lessen somewhat. No good, still a bit creepy. With a wave of his hand, Yichio instantly stored the enormous terrifying human face into his backpack, making it disappear without a trace. Finally, it wasn't so scary anymore. Aside from the snakeskin, there were several blue tier items on the scene, truly a bountiful harvest. Yi Qiu immediately packed them all up, planning to examine them after returning home. After gathering the spoils, Yi Qiu promptly retraced his steps. Following the path he had forged earlier, Yi Qiu made it home in less than half an hour. After closing the gate of the fence, Yi Qiu finally couldn't hold back a deep sigh of relief. Being constantly on high alert outdoors is utterly exhausting. Back in the house, Yi Qiu immediately took out several unidentified dropped items and inspected them one by one. Venom Fang Dagger, Blue. Description: this dagger forged from a beast's fangs not only gleams coldly but is also coated with deadly poison. Definitely don't use it to cut food. Feature: Fatal Strike. Press the button at the dagger's hilt to spray a lethal venom from its tip, deadly upon contact with blood, 24-hour cooldown. Holy cow, it's a sneak attack dagger. Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction, intending to find a scabbard to store it properly. This item absolutely couldn't be handled carelessly. Mist Beast Flesh, Green. Description: a partially solidified entity condensed from a deceased fog beast. The more powerful the fog beast, the greater the remnants it leaves behind. This is the physical flesh of a certain fog beast. Attribute: enhancement. Consumption improves physical constitution. This flesh significantly enhances physical attributes and aids in the recovery of both body and spirit. After appraising this piece of flesh, Yi Qiu proceeded to examine the remaining fog beast meat in his possession. Just as Yi Qiu had surmised, the flesh dropped by the boar-like fog beast was beneficial for healing physical injuries, while the agile fog beast's flesh replenished mental energy. Unlike the ordinary beast flesh Yi Qiu had encountered before, this particular type not only drastically enhanced physical constitution but also simultaneously restored both physical and mental injuries. It could truly be called the most precious mutated beast flesh Yi Qiu had ever obtained. 12 portions in total. Now I can take my time eating these. While others worried about not having enough mutated beast flesh to eat, Yi Qiu couldn't even finish his 5 daily meals. Ah, what a delightful predicament to have. Chapter 21. Just a simple little hamburger. Mist Core, Green. Description: a condensed physical remnant left behind by a deceased mist beast. The more powerful the mist beast, the greater the amount left behind. This is the physical core of a certain mist beast. Property: power supply. Mist cores can be used as an energy source, provided you find a tool capable of harnessing them. Power supply? Yi Qiu rubbed his chin, realizing that the fog cores were equivalent to batteries in the real world. Perhaps fog core technology could be developed in the future? Silver Coin, Green. Description: a universal currency jointly issued by the Great Ones, absolutely useful in the misty world as long as the other party can communicate. Property: attraction. Not enough, not enough. If you could get your hands on a gold coin, perhaps good fortune might grace your presence? Could it attract merchants to come near the camp? Yi Qiu, holding a faintly glowing silver-white coin between his fingers, thought so. Skill Scroll, Sprint, Green. Description: a scroll recording special force exertion techniques. After use, one can rudimentarily master the skill dash, which can be improved through subsequent training. Certain physical fitness requirements apply. Feature: dash. After a brief charge, dash in a specified direction to enhance the power of this attack or escape speed. Skill Scroll. Yi Qiu's face lit up with joy. He had finally gained another means of self-protection. And it's a green tier skill, a whole grade higher than the one in the group chat. But it also has physical requirements. I wonder if I can use it now. Now he had no idea how much the fog beast meat had enhanced him. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu immediately took out the scroll and tore it open. A flash of green light darted straight into Yi Qiu's mind. When he reopened his eyes, he felt an indescribable and inexplicable presence stir within him. It worked! Upon checking the system panel again, he saw that a new category had appeared. Yi Qiu / anonymous user. Current status: slightly fatigued. Physique: average, white. Charm: 19. Equipment: stab-proof vest, green. Military dagger, green. Skills: sprint, green, 1/2. Stamina: 160 of 160. An extra stamina bar appeared. Moreover, there's a slot behind the skills, indicating that one can currently learn at most 2 skills. Yi Qiu walked into the courtyard and began experimenting based on his understanding. Just like the stamina bar in a game, whenever Yi Qiu performed actions that vigorously depleted his strength, such as sprinting or rolling, the stamina bar would decrease. Using a skill would instantly consume 30 points of stamina. But the result was astonishing. During the skill's duration, Yi Qiu's speed increased significantly. Placing a wooden stake in the corner, Yi Qiu picked up the spear. First, he tried at an ordinary speed. Yi Qiu mustered all his strength and thrust forward with a sudden burst. Put! The spear directly pierced a hole through the wooden stake, and as Yi Qiu pulled it out, he estimated the depth to be a full 3/4 in. Returning to his original position, Yi Qiu activated his skill and charged once more. With a loud bang, the iron spear shot straight through the wooden stake with sheer force. Not only that, the spear retained its momentum and pierced right through the wooden fence behind the stake as well. The skill's enhancement truly speaks for itself. After repairing the damaged fence, Yichio's face broke into a satisfied smile. Relying on guns and cannons is no match for relying on yourself. Only the power in your own hands brings true peace of mind. After rounds of experimentation, most of the afternoon's brief 4 hours had slipped away, and before they knew it, the tangerine glow of sunset already bathed the courtyard. By all accounts, it should soon be time to eat again. Yichio straightened up, storing away his spear, and began pondering how best to prepare his spicy rabbit heads. But after reconsidering, the significantly enhanced benefits from mist beast meat far outweigh those from rabbit meat. So tonight, I'll still have the mist beast meat. Yichio almost felt like sighing. For 2 consecutive days, 5 meals a day, awakening meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and midnight snack, every single one had been mist beast meat. Despite all the variations, even if it were dragon meat, Yichio felt like he'd had about all he could take. But for the sake of greater strength, he had to keep eating. Yichio opened the trading market, ready to try another way of eating. Today's menu, crispy meat burgers. After gathering some fresh lettuce leaves from the trading market, Yichio retrieved vacuum-packed bread and crackers from the warehouse, along with some fog beast meat. First, he minced the fog beast meat, mixed it with salt and other seasonings, and set it aside to marinate. Then he opened the bread packaging, sliced it in half, lightly pan-fried it with oil, and set it aside for later use. Pour out the biscuits and crush them to obtain biscuit crumbs. Now crack a few eggs into a bowl and lightly beat them. Take out the previously marinated mist beast meat, press it into patties, coat them with the beaten egg mixture, dredge in the biscuit crumbs, and immediately start frying them in oil. Once the fried meat patties turn golden and crispy, remove them and assemble with bread and lettuce leaves. Picking up his ultimate creation, Yichio took a hearty bite. The burger is crispy, the patty is savory, simply put, delicious. Absolutely mouth-watering. After wolfing down a burger in a few bites, Yichio placed the leftovers on his plate, then headed to the storage to fetch the soul of fried food, the blissful soda of couch potatoes, before settling comfortably at the dining table to open the system chat channel. No sooner had he opened it than a message caught his eye. It was from Wang Wu. Wang Wu had some good luck this afternoon, found a trap blueprint you could probably use. Yichio didn't refuse. Instead, he replied, Yichio, brother Wang Wu, we're having burgers tonight. Don't even think about turning me down. Yichio, that survival manual you gave me this morning alone is already priceless. No need to feel awkward. In times like these, boosting our strength is what matters most. Seeing Yichio speak with such conviction, Wang Wu didn't argue further and accepted the dinner offer. The next second, 3 steaming hot burgers and 2 bottles of mineral water appeared before Wang Wu. Knowing that military men like Wang Wu likely maintain strict discipline, Yichio deliberately avoided giving him fizzy drinks and instead opted for plain mineral water. Did these burgers come from treasure chests? Wang Wu picked up one hamburger and took an experimental bite. But after the first bite, he sensed something was off. This familiar taste and warmth, the meat filling, could it be mist beast meat? This is actually a handmade burger? Yichio's living conditions are much better than I imagined. Wang Wu smiled sincerely, genuinely pleased to see his savior living comfortably. On the other side, Yichio opened the trap blueprint given to him by Wang Wu. Pitfall trap blueprint, green. Description: consumes items such as wooden sticks, stones, and bamboo for spikes, and dry grass, fallen leaves, etc., for camouflage. The higher the quality of materials used, the higher the trap's quality. If only white quality materials are used, there is a 5% chance of producing a green quality trap. If some green quality materials are used, the probability increases up to 50%. If all materials used are green quality, it guarantees the production of a green quality trap. Feature: random damage. You'll never know which spike you'll hit first after falling into the trap. Perhaps you might perfectly dodge them all? Damage output varies. Chapter 22: The Blue Spear. Examining the crafting blueprint's description, Yichio narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as the blueprint level is high enough, could low-quality materials still produce high-quality items? If not for the Mist Survival Guide, Yichio might never have discovered this mechanic. Realizing this, Yichio immediately thought of his spear blueprint. Didn't this mean he had a chance to craft a blue-grade steel spear? Even if the odds were low, with the real world as his support, would he ever lack materials for it? Without hesitation opening the crafting menu, Yichio immediately used the Mist Survival Handbook and indeed found exactly what he wanted. If all green-grade materials are used, there's a 0.8% chance of crafting a blue-quality spear. The probability was pathetically low. Even gacha games have pity systems. With this system, if luck isn't on your side, you could smelt tons of steel without guaranteeing a single blue-quality spear. But it didn't matter, the real world would solve this. With his recently enhanced physique, he could definitely enter construction sites now. Once there, he'd have endless steel rebars to scavenge. How could he possibly fail to synthesize one blue-quality spear? Having made up his mind, Yichio wolfed down his dinner immediately and chose to return to the real world. It had just turned dark in the survival world, so it must be dusk in the real world, the perfect time to travel. If he waited until nightfall in the real world, though there might not necessarily be any danger, Ichio might not be able to find his way. Without breaking a sweat after descending 4 flights of stairs, Ichio hopped on a shared bike and headed straight for the construction site. Without wasting any time on the way, Ichio soon arrived at the construction site border. With physical abilities far surpassing ordinary people, Ichio climbed over dirt mounds and crossed muddy pits, finally reaching his destination. Patting the massive road roller with tires taller than himself, Ichio couldn't believe how much steel this behemoth would yield when dismantled. A shame though, this thing was simply too big to fit into his backpack space. So Ichio turned his gaze toward the nearby construction site. Piles of sand, dry powder, red bricks, and neatly stacked steel bars and iron plates. At this moment, Ichio once again realized just how limited his backpack space was. Though 1 cubic meter wasn't small, these materials were simply too long. Left with no choice, Ichio had to resort to gathering scrap pieces from the side. Even these leftover scraps existed in quantities far beyond what Ichio could have imagined. Steel rebars cut by the cutting machine, slightly smaller steel pipes, boxes of nails, and tightly coiled wire bundles weighing over 10 pounds. After just a brief walk around, Ichio had collected a backpack full of steel materials. Reaching almost his physical limit, Ichio didn't linger and immediately chose to return to the survival world. Acquired iron nails, green, *500, iron wire, green, *1000 meters. All can be decomposed into steel, green, *50. 50 units of steel, and green quality at that. Ichio nodded with satisfaction. He had scanned the trading area. Even if some fortunate souls stumbled upon surface iron ore deposits, mining them was exceptionally difficult. At most, they might extract 1 or 2 pieces, but those would be gray low quality or white grade at best. Green quality materials were nowhere to be seen. Instead of dismantling them immediately, Ichio decided to focus on digging the traps first. Fog beast attacks typically occur about 8 hours after nightfall. If Ichio were to wake up tomorrow and encounter something even more formidable than the serpentine fog beast, he couldn't guarantee his survival. Thus, he wouldn't let slip even the slightest chance to improve his odds. Crushing the trap blueprint, the building interface immediately displayed a new construct named Pitfall Trap, Green. Pitfall Trap, Green requires materials for the trap itself, such as sharpened wooden stakes, and materials for concealment, such as dry grass. Can produce a trap of up to green quality. Ichio added iron nails, green, *10 and dry grass, green, *3 to the construction interface, and a faint red projection immediately appeared before his eyes. The projection likely indicated where the trap should be placed. Ichio positioned it against the wall, only to receive an immediate system prompt. Construction of this structure is not permitted here. Not planning to set traps inside the house, Ichio opened the door and walked into the yard, only to find it tinged with a faint red glow as well. Unable to place? Ichio tapped experimentally, and new prompts immediately appeared before his eyes. Please dig a pit to set the trap. So we have to dig the hole ourselves? Ichio twitched his lips and, with no other choice, synthesized an iron shovel and started digging. Digging pits is exhausting work. Ichio only dug pits in 3 places: behind the backyard fence, the courtyard gate, and the fence that had been destroyed this morning. Having just returned from the real world, Ichio truly had not a single drop of strength left in him. After panting heavily while digging the pit, Ichio clicked the build option again. This time, something finally happened. Several cold, glinting iron nails suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pit. Dry grass, withered leaves, and some soil also materialized out of thin air around the pit's opening. In just a few seconds, it was as if the pit had never existed at all. Even Ichio himself could barely tell it was a trap without looking closely. Ichio appraised the trap. Pitfall Trap, green grade, condition, fully intact, 10 tenths. Oh, you noticed? 10 points of durability. This thing really isn't built to last. Ichio stroked his chin thoughtfully, then bent down and lifted a corner of the trap as if struck by an idea. And then, splash, splash. Ichio poured their stockpile of gasoline inside. Gasoline had managed to single-handedly take down the Great Fog Serpent yesterday. It absolutely had to be included. When fog beasts fall into the pit later, Ichio will instantly toss a torch over. Absolutely delightful. After finishing the traps, an exhausted Ichio dragged himself to the bathroom for a quick wipe-down before collapsing onto the bed. Nothing beats the comfort of a bed. A bed after a full day's labor is the most comfortable. Ichio opened the system's chat zone, preparing to fulfill his promised task before sleep. Anonymous user, got busy and ran late today. Sorry to keep everyone waiting for the promised bonus content. Sigh, Anan-sama, you really messed up this time. I was planning to enjoy this as digital side dish during dinner, but who knew it'd get delayed till now? Who's gonna compensate me for this lost happiness? Lucky I had foresight. Bet you didn't expect this. I still haven't eaten yet. The person above just couldn't find food, right? Let's get started. I can't wait any longer. Anonymous user, today's prize is 100 grams of raw rat meat, still a quick draw red envelope. Anonymous user, by the way, before sending the red envelope, Here's a fun fact, the meat from those massive-looking mist beasts actually speeds up wound recovery. Got it. So where do I claim this mist beast meat? Martian rescue. Wait, no, this is really unexpected. Anonymous user, alright, time to distribute red envelopes. Anonymous user, speed challenge red envelope, 10 milliliters mineral water *1. Anonymous user's speed challenge red envelope was claimed within 0.2 seconds. **** is the speed king. Wow, so fast. Seriously, is this really off the books? How is it getting stronger every day? I strongly suspect this guy came to steal food after eating his fill. People who are starving couldn't possibly react this quickly. After confirming the winner hadn't done anything outrageous, Yichio sent over the reward. After idling a bit more in the channel, Yichio opened the construction menu and started drawing cards. 40 units of steel and 40 units of lumber today. Let's try a beginner's round first. Awaken a blue tier steel spear. First, let's attempt a modest 10 draw. Green 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 green. Endless stretches of green. Yichio gave a reluctant nod. And 0.8% probability, understandable. Let's continue. Second 10 pull. Green 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 green. Continue. Green 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 green. One last tenfold summon. Green 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 blue green green green. Holy shit, I got it. 0.8% probability, and it dropped in just 40 pulls. Chapter 23 as silver coin. Yichio's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't been this lucky in ages. The backpack was already filled to the brim with cold, gleaming steel spears. Yichio got off the bed and tossed most of them into the warehouse. Say what you will, but 30-odd spears standing together did carry a certain intimidating aura. Yet as Yichio examined the spear in his hands, his eyes burned with fervor. A top-tier spear, a blue-grade treasure. System, a praise for me. Steel spear, blue. Attack power, 80, max. Durability, 90-90. Description, its sturdy shaft and gleaming spearhead mark it as the finest among long spears. Attribute, sharpness, allows for easier penetration of enemy defenses. Amazing, not only has my attack power skyrocketed to 80 points, but I've even gained an additional attribute called Razor Edge. Now my offensive capabilities have reached a whole new level. Combined with the turtle shell defense of my house, my survival probability has significantly increased. Excellent. From now on, you'll be my personal weapon of choice. Yichio stroked the smooth staff and nodded in satisfaction. I sent 2 of the crafted spears to Wang Wu and casually took a photo of the warehouse using the system. Lying on the bed, before long, Wang Wu indeed sent a message, saying things like weapons were hard to come by. Yichio directly sent the photo over. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, rest assured, I wouldn't put myself in danger. Whatever things there are, use them with peace of mind. Survival is the top priority. Looking at the message Yichio sent, even Wang Wu felt a wave of disbelief. What? Is this the time when steel is appearing in massive quantities? Does Yichio have nothing but crates outside his house? After a moment of astonishment, Wang Wu relaxed. Sometimes you just have to admit the gap between people is bigger than that between humans and dogs. After closing the chat channel, Yichio forced himself to open the private messages. Faced with the 99+ notifications, Yichio momentarily felt mentally exhausted. I just want to sleep. But there might be something good in there, just hang on a little longer. Hundreds of private messages, with a small portion being trash talk and the majority consisting of green tier materials. The amount of trash talk has been decreasing day by day due to the daily lottery draws. Apart from a few people who had thoroughly offended him, hardly anyone was coming to hurl abuse at him anymore. Among this handful of trash talkers, Yichio even spotted some real talents. They proposed turning him into a spiritual symbol or a big celebrity, discussing methods like refining fanbases and psychological manipulation. Reading these suggestions left Yichio utterly speechless. After blacklisting a bunch of people, Yichio proceeded to purchase a batch of basic materials at slightly above market price. Some had waited too long for a response and had already sold their items elsewhere, to which Yichio offered his apologies. After all, he didn't have the time to monitor private messages constantly. Fortune favors the persistent. Yichio did manage to find a few worthwhile items. Starve for 2 days, then transmigrate. Anonymous big shot. I pulled a silver coin from a loot box today. Here, it's yours. Silver coin, green, *1. Anonymous user, the silver coins are quite valuable. How about I trade a liter of bottled water and a bag roast chicken for them? Though everyone knows currency is important, without a price index, it's essentially worthless scrap metal. Yichio's price is practically in a league of its own. On the other side of the screen, Jisher stared at the character's roast chicken displayed before her, grinding her pearly white teeth in sheer frustration. Though my original intention was to repay a kindness, but that was roast chicken. Next time I find something good, I'll definitely give it to the big shot for free. 2 days of fasting, then teleportation. Anonymous big shot, you're such a kind soul. Next time I get something good, I'll gift it to you for sure. Another silver coin added to the tally. Yicho glanced at his backpack, now holding 2 silvers and 198 coppers. Although there are people in the market who collect currency, no one is as generous as me, so these currencies are almost equivalent to the gains of people in all channels. Although he hadn't encountered any merchants yet, Yicho was confident that once they arrived, he'd strike it rich in one go. Scrolling down further, Yicho spotted another blueprint. Boss, I've got a blue oil lamp blueprint in my hands. Do you need it? Yicho opened the manual and began appraising it. Oil lamp blueprint, blue. Description: consumes 1 wooden stick, 1 glass, and 1 thread to craft an oil lamp with a maximum quality of blue rarity. Uses energy-containing items such as grease, gasoline, or fog cores as fuel. Attribute: dispels white fog. Depending on the quality of the lantern and fuel, disperses surrounding mist within a certain range for a limited time. Similar to torches in its mist dispersing function, but visibly far superior to ordinary torches. With its glass casing and powered by fog cores, it's unquestionably more effective than torches. Must take it. Yicho immediately contacted the seller. Since few people currently had spare funds and even fewer were willing to venture into the fog to risk their lives, Yicho easily secured it for the price of 2 meals. Next, Yicho spotted some blue-tier basic materials. Wood do it blue, *3, boss. This took me a whole day using a green-tier axe, have some pity on me. Yicho chose to pay him with an amount of food a normal person would consume in one meal. Anonymous user, whole wheat bread, white, *750g, purified water, white, *500 ml, take it if you agree. Thanks, boss. Your offer was indeed the highest. I'll throw in some blue quality soil I dug up under a tree for free. Yicho was stunned, he hadn't expected this unexpected bonus. Keep the blue quality soil for now, I'll use it when I find blue quality seeds later. Speaking of seeds, Yicho hadn't been busy collecting them these past 2 days. With so much fog beast meat stockpiled, he couldn't be bothered to plant any unenhanced fruits. After all, there's only so much one can eat. Every extra bite of fog beast meat meant a slightly better chance of survival. After handling his private messages, Yicho pulled up the blankets and sank into a deep sleep. Survival World, Day 4. Bang! Bang! Crash! The familiar noise jolted Yicho awake. Truth be told, he'd developed a conditioned reflex to that sound by now. Throwing off the covers, Yicho immediately grabbed the spear by his bedside and strode toward the living room. After donning his helmet and entering the living room, he pushed open the window and flicked on the high-beam flashlight. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted right beside his ear, followed immediately by agonized screams. Ouch! Yicho's eyes lit up. Did someone just fall into the pit? Under the beam of his powerful flashlight, Yicho indeed spotted the trap in the courtyard now fully exposed. Excellent! All that pit digging wasn't in vain after all. Yicho immediately crafted a torch and hurled it into the distance. His skilled throw sent the torch perfectly into the pit, followed by a towering pillar of flame bursting upward. The weakening howls of the mist beasts echoed afterward. Clearly, fire inflicted special bonus damage against these creatures. Chapter 24, Insta-killing the mist beasts. Soon, the pit fell silent. Yicho decided to collect his spoils first thing in the morning, since the breached fence still left him vulnerable for now, especially when a second wave of attacks might still target his home. Turning off the powerful flashlight and closing the window, Yicho shut his eyes and focused on listening carefully to the sounds around him. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he heard the familiar noise of destruction once more. The fog beast came from a different direction. The 15 durability fence was quickly destroyed, but that short time was enough for Yicho to determine its position. Still heading straight for the front door, Yicho pushed open the window. The heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. It didn't fall into the pit. What a shame. Yicho gripped his spear tightly, poised for action. During the opponent's approach to the window, Yicho cast an identification skill from afar toward the shadowy figure. Low-level mist beast, white. Description: concealed within the mist, these slightly more powerful mist beasts differ from the cowardly unranked ones. Low-level mist beasts are easily provoked and will often fight to the death with anyone who harms them. Traits: undying mist form. When killed, it dissipates back into the white mist, though the revived mist beast likely has no connection to its previous incarnation. Given this, the mist beasts that flee when injured are unranked, while the house-destroying ones are low-level. As for the serpentine mist beast, its rank remains unknown, and the mist beasts actually can't be killed. Do they simply reform in the mist when they die? As the shadows before him grew thicker, Yicho had no time to think. He flicked on his high-beam flashlight and at the same instant, charged. Ouch! The sudden burst of intense light startled the werewolf-like mist beast, completely masking the attack hidden within the glare. Thunk! The satisfying sound of flesh being pierced. Roar! Despite sustaining severe injuries at first contact, the werewolf mist creature didn't retreat but instead advanced, slamming its claw fiercely against the window. Yet after completing his initial charge, Yicho immediately retreated to gather strength, narrowly dodging the werewolf mist creature's attack. At the same time, Yi Qiu's gathered power second strike was already coming. Hiya! Roaring aloud to bolster his courage, Yi Qiu gathered strength and charged, landing another strike on the werewolf. Gore! Contrary to Yi Qiu's expectations, as the spear plunged in, the werewolf didn't counterattack. Instead, the spear suddenly went slack, as if striking empty air. Yi Qiu hastily retreated and waited, but there was still no movement. It was at this moment that an idea flashed into Yi Qiu's mind. Could it be that the fog beast has died? The powerful flashlight was still functioning. Yi Qiu placed a piece of wood beneath his feet to gain height, peering through the window from a distance, and sure enough, he spotted the distinctive glowing edges of the fallen items. I'm really dead. Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew his abilities had improved tremendously, it was still hard to believe that a werewolf mist beast, something comparable only to a pigman mist beast, had been killed in just 2 strikes. Closing the window, Yi Qiu opened the system chat channel. Channel 666, 793/1000. For days had passed, and a full 20% of the people had already died. If this ratio were scaled up to the entire human population, it would mean over 2 billion people have already died. Yi Qiu scrolled through the chat logs and saw many farewell messages sent by those on the brink of death. At the same time, one conclusion became clear: though the fog beasts still attacked only once today, the appearance of low-level fog beasts had shifted from being extremely rare to merely improbable. Fortunately, after 4 days, many had saved enough resources to upgrade their shelters. With a level 2 wooden cabin and a reliable weapon in hand, the low-level fog beasts became more like walking meat deliveries. Unranked fog beasts at least know to run away, but low-level fog beasts will genuinely fight you to the death. Most of those who died in this attack hadn't developed much in the previous days, or were injured and unable to develop at all. Just as Yi Qiu was about to close the system and go harvest another wave in the real world, the chat channel suddenly lit up. I'm auctioning off a blue tier blueprint in the trading channel, everyone check it out. Share link. Ha, they're actually putting a blue tier blueprint up for auction? If I had one, I'd never show it to anyone. Desperate times call for desperate measures, the seller's being attacked by a powerful mist beast and is barely clinging to life. That explains it. Can't afford it, but I've got to witness this. Wonder what astronomical price it'll fetch. Blue tier blueprint? Attacked by a powerful mist beast? Yi Qiu immediately clicked on the link to jump to the page. The screen style changed instantly, revealing a small scene resembling an auction house. The auction item was displayed in the center of the screen, with its price fluctuating from time to time. Clearly, the bidding had already begun. Yi Qiu proceeded to appraise the auction item. Blueprint for building upgrade basic, blue. Description: consumes sand *50 units, bricks *50 units, steel *25 units, limestone *50 units, and glass *5 units to upgrade a level 3 house to a level 4 concrete house, blue. Features: home planet building, while inside the structure, increases stamina recovery by 10% and slightly boosts all attributes. Blueprint for building upgrades. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, his house could finally be upgraded. Yesterday's attack by the serpentine mist beasts had severely shaken Yi Qiu's sense of security, but he never expected to discover upgrade blueprints so soon. The best part was that most of the raw materials needed for the upgrade could be found at the construction site. As long as he secured the blueprint, Yi Qiu was confident he could upgrade his building today. Moreover, after upgrading the building, residing within it granted additional benefits: increased stamina recovery speed, which meant he could make more frequent trips to the real world. It would be downright unreasonable not to seize this opportunity. He glanced at the auction instructions. The seller's requirement was weapons. Given the precarious situation he was in, the auction he initiated wouldn't follow the usual leisurely pace, no drawn-out bidding wars or mind games. It had to be decisive. The rule for this auction is a strict 5-minute time limit. Once the time is up, it ends immediately. As for the bids below, a green quality stone spear, a white quality iron sword, gray quality makeshift crossbows. Yi Qiu didn't hesitate, he tossed in a green quality iron spear. After the system roughly appraised and approved its value, it instantly knocked the former bidder out of first place. However, even so, Yi Qiu might not necessarily secure this blueprint. At the moment, there's no reasonable price benchmark. No matter how excellent the quality, it might still fail to catch the seller's eye. So, as long as your quote is selected, it has a chance of being favored. Who knows, the deal might just go to the very last one on the list. But no matter what, at first glance the odds of success seemed significantly higher. At the same time, inside a wooden cabin, Zhang Biao's expression darkened. Why is it him again? Relying on numbers in the group to cyberbully me was bad enough, but now that the blueprint was almost in my hands, Anonymous had to butt in again. A green tier iron spear? How the hell does this guy have such insane luck? Zhang Biao touched the pistol at his waist. If only this thing didn't have to stay hidden. What's a mere iron spear compared to this? But reality was cruel. Unless he came up with a plan quickly, even a fool could see his stone spear stood no chance against an iron one. No, he had to do something. With that thought, he immediately opened private messages with the two contestants ranked behind him. Chapter 25, Building Upgrade Blueprint. Like adding wings to a tiger, now that Anonymous has intervened, judging purely by quality, we stand no chance of winning. With wings to a tiger, you too, I need your help. If I can really get those blueprints, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Well, I actually just wanted to bid for fun. After all, upgrading a house requires a lot of materials, so not winning isn't a big deal. Yeah, my house isn't even level 3 yet. Who knows when I'll actually need this thing? Zhang Biao was momentarily speechless. Having recently learned to trash talk, his reputation in the channel had taken a hit, making few willing to trade with him. As a result, his house still hadn't reached level 3. He had no idea when he'd actually need the upgrade blueprint. Without the Fog Survival Handbook, Zhang Biao couldn't even check the building details. If he'd been able to see the required materials listed, he would never have chosen to do this. But, what kind of bad item could possibly lure the anonymous seller into making a move? Upgrading the house definitely had unexpected benefits. This blueprint was something Zhang Biao absolutely had to get. Adding wings to a tiger, this might be the lowest price for this upgrade blueprint now, I absolutely won't let it slip away. Adding wings to a tiger, how about this? Both of you give up your bids on these items and hand them over to me. Whether I succeed or not, I'll present each of you a gift. Wealth stirs men's hearts. Hearing there were free gifts involved, they quickly softened their stance. As for whether it would offend the anonymous user? After all, the anonymous user wouldn't know about their deal. Perhaps these items had originally been prepared by Zhang Biao anyway? Then, in the last 2 seconds of the 5-minute countdown, the bidding leaderboard suddenly changed. Rank 1, adding wings to a tiger, stone spear, green, *1, iron sword, white, *1, homemade crossbow, gray, *1, homemade crossbow bolts, gray, *5. Second place, professional jungler for decades, bone spear, green, *1, darts, white, *5. Third place, anonymous user, iron spear, green, *1. At the very last moment, many chose to raise their bids instantly, pushing Yichio straight down to third place. But while they were fast, Yichio was even faster. Yichio, whose physique was nearly twice that of an average person due to long-term consumption of fog beast flesh, naturally reacted with speed no ordinary human could match. Anticipating someone might try to catch others off guard, Yichio seized the last second to raise his bid again. In the final instant before the countdown ended, the bidding leaderboard suddenly reverted to its previous state. Rank 1, anonymous user, green iron spear *2. Second place, like adding wings to a tiger, stone spear, green, *1, iron sword, white, *1, homemade crossbow, gray, *1, homemade crossbow bolts, gray, *5. Third place, professional jungler for 10 years, bone spear, green, *1, throwing darts, white, *5. What, 2 iron spears? Zhang Biao stared dumbfounded at the interface before him. How does Anonymous have so much green-grade steel? Could they have encountered a native tribe? Weapons like steel spears were practically the top-tier arsenal available at this stage, and Anonymous had just hauled out 2 in one go. Plus he surely kept 1 spear for self-defense, which means Anonymous likely has 3 green-tier steel spears in hand. What kind of insane luck is this? Stay calm, stay calm. Though anonymous weapons are high value, they might not be preferred. My offer includes a long-range crossbow, I might still win this. Watching the 10-second selection countdown, Zhang Biao waited with bated breath. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the system notification appeared immediately. The auction has ended. The bid from anonymous user has been accepted. Zhang Biao smacked his forehead. Damn it! On the other side, Yichio had already obtained his goal, the building upgrade blueprint. But along with it came a private message from the seller. Boss, thanks for the weapon support. My situation is a bit special. Could you maybe give some guidance? Regarding the attack by a powerful mist beast, Yichio was quite intrigued. It was possible this guy was as unlucky as he had been the day before, encountering something like the serpentine mist beast. So, Yichio immediately replied. Anonymous user, of course, what do you want to ask? Expert, the mist beast I encountered is a flying type. It circles mid-air, striking and retreating quickly. With the dense white fog outside, I can't see anything clearly. Could you give me some advice? A flying mist beast? No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. Even with a crossbow, hitting a fast-moving target in the darkness would be extremely challenging. Yichio pondered for a moment before replying. Anonymous user, fog beasts are afraid of strong light. I can lend you my high-power flashlight for free. Just seize the opportunity, and taking it down in one go shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. On the other side of the screen, the blueprint seller's face lit up with joy as 2 gleaming spears and an all-black flashlight materialized before him. No wonder you're a pro, you actually got your hands on something as rare as a high-power flashlight. Gripping his spear, the man stood by the breach in the wooden hut, high-power flashlight in hand, waiting. Soon enough, there was a swishing sound through the air as sharp claws pierced the hut. Just as the fog beast was about to pull away, a blinding flash of light suddenly shot out. Screech! The fog beast instinctively froze momentarily, and the young man immediately seized the opportunity to thrust his spear straight into it. The flying fog beast's health was clearly not high, sustaining just this one hit caused its condition to rapidly deteriorate, its movement speed visibly slowing down. With an opening created, breaking through became effortlessly simple. After 10 minutes of relentless attacks, the fog beast was finally worn down, and the young man promptly sent Ichigo a message. "Thanks for the assist, big shot. My situation here is resolved. Big boss, this is my humble gift, please accept it. Fog beast flesh, white, *2". After returning the high-powered flashlight, the other party unexpectedly gifted 2 units of fog beast flesh as thanks. Ichigo didn't refuse, more fog beast meat was always better. With the trade concluded, Ichigo glanced outside the window where darkness still reigned supreme. After boiling a pot of meat soup for breakfast using the gas stove, Ichigo, feeling the warmth in his body, returned to the real world once more. In the real world, the sun had just risen. Ichigo looked around downstairs but found no available shared bicycles left for him to use. Left with no other choice, Ichigo had set his sights on the locked shared bicycles. I remember there's a shared bicycle parking spot nearby. After walking about a kilometer toward the construction site, Ichigo indeed discovered a neatly parked row of shared bikes. They actually have electronic locks. This is troublesome, Ichigo muttered as he crouched down to examine them, his brow furrowing slightly. With the real world's internet and power down, it seemed physical lockbreaking was the only option left. Ichigo gripped the bike's smart lock and jerked it forcefully. With a sharp crack, a circuit board popped out in front of him. So light and easy. Is this the benefit of improved physique? Although the electronic lock's casing was made of ordinary plastic, it wasn't something an average person could easily snap apart. Never thought my nearly double the average human physique would come in handy for picking locks. Ichigo yanked off the circuit board and then forcibly tore apart the locking mechanism blocking the wheel. Just like that, the car was liberated. Pushing the shared bicycle out, Ichigo once again set off on the road to the construction site. Along the way, Ichigo began to ponder what exactly he should transport. Chapter 26, Buying Sand, Not Being a Laborer. The backpack space was only 1 cubic meter. Based on past experience, filling it completely would yield about 50 units of materials. The materials needed to build a house are sand *50 units, bricks *50 units, steel *25 units, limestone *50 units, and glass *5 units. The real world is a massive safety net. It'd be such a waste to spend the entire day just gathering materials. As for these raw materials, sand can easily be bought from those who spawned in the desert. It's definitely obtainable. Glass is everywhere. Just breaking a few windows should be enough to gather 5 units. So only bricks, steel, and limestone need to be sourced. That'll save at least one unnecessary trip. At that very moment, Ichigo's sidelong glance suddenly caught sight of a hardware store. Right. Steel isn't only available at construction sites, hardware stores must have enough stock. And if push comes to shove, I can always scavenge motorcycles from the streets. This way, I only need to make 2 trips to the construction site. Ichigo nodded in satisfaction. Following the shortest route he had mapped out, Ichigo quickly approached the construction site. After filling his backpack with bricks, he immediately chose to return to the survival world. Acquired brick, green, *50 units. Sure enough, a fully packed backpack amounted to 50 units. After neatly stacking the bricks in the warehouse, Ichigo surprisingly didn't feel much fatigue. Ichigo's enhanced physique significantly increased the time he could stay in the real world. Checking his wrist, he found there was still an hour left before dawn. Estimating his remaining stamina, Ichigo figured it wouldn't be enough for another trip to the construction site, but visiting the hardware store would be effortless. Not wanting to waste time, Ichigo returned to the real world again. After unlocking the shared bike, Ichigo quickly arrived at the nearby hardware store and began sweeping the shelves. Items like screws and copper wires were all scooped up by Ichigo, effortlessly filling more than half of his backpack space. Just as Ichigo was about to return to the survival world, a vehicle outside the hardware store window caught his attention. It was a large cargo tricycle, one Ichigo was quite familiar with. Back when he still lived in the countryside, he remembered using such vehicles to transport corn and wheat as a child. Of course, they occasionally moonlight as passenger carriers and timber transport tools. What Ichigo saw was precisely one serving as a cargo truck. This cargo vehicle was parked outside a furniture market. The few unloaded logs in its bed weren't particularly eye-catching. What drew Ichigo's attention was the orange-hulled chainsaw lying beside the wood. Ichigo climbed out the window and headed toward the nearby three-wheeler. From the truck bed, Ichigo discovered that besides the chainsaw, there were also simple hand-pull iron saws and 2 barrels of oil. One barrel should be oil for lubricating the chain, and the other should be fuel oil. Ichigo shook the chainsaw. There should still be a bit of fuel left inside, but after pulling the chainsaw didn't respond at all. It felt as though the world had fallen silent after humanity disappeared. No electricity, no internet, vehicles refusing to start. Even fundamental rules like 1 + 1 = 2 seemed to have gone dormant, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Yichio. If electrical equipment had still been functioning, it might have made his early movements easier. Yet without maintenance, power plants, nuclear facilities, and other critical infrastructure would eventually fail. Especially since Yichio had heard rumors of a nuclear power plant somewhere in the desolate coastal mountains near the city. If that thing were to blow, he had no idea whether the fallout would reach this far. And to indulge in a bit more conspiracy theorizing, what if the nuclear weapons of certain major powers were programmed to automatically launch if left untouched for too long, triggering automated defense systems from other countries? Yichio might realistically land face-first into a nuclear missile one of these days. At this thought, Yichio no longer felt so disappointed and casually tossed the chainsaw into his backpack. Originally, Yichio had planned to use the last bit of event time to raid a furniture store and spruce up his little house, but, once inside, I realized it was far too small. 1 cubic meter couldn't hold anything substantial at all. In the end, Yichio only managed to dig a few pieces of glass and a lounge chair. Sitting on timber every day had made his bottom ache unbearably. Returning to the survival world, there were still 20 minutes until dawn. Yichio lay back on the bed and opened the system. Too tired, taking a break. Opening the chat area, many people had already woken from their second sleep, rubbing their hands in anticipation to begin a new day of adventure. To Yichio's surprise, there was quite a bit of discussion about him in the chat zone. Mostly discussing how he traded 2 green-quality steel spears for blueprints and helped the seller survive the Mist Beast crisis. The blueprint seller wasn't a fool either and didn't reveal anything about the high-intensity flashlight, which only made Yichio appear even more mysterious. If you openly said an anonymous benefactor tossed over a flashlight and I instantly killed the beast with it, people would just comment, wow, that anonymous guy got lucky having a high-intensity flashlight. But when you vaguely mention with the anonymous expert's help, we successfully killed a flying mist beast, the whole dynamic changes completely. Some say Yichio is a survival expert in the real world, capable of turning anyone into a master with just a few words. Others claim he possesses 2 systems and now enjoys a vacation-like blissful life. There are even Miaojang sorcerers who use goo insects to slaughter mist beasts, and the dragon group's Dragon King, before whom even the white mist must retreat in fear. In short, no matter how outrageous the tale, people with too much time on their hands have started writing novels starring Yichio. After skimming through these stories, Yichio tossed them a piece of bread as encouragement. Channel 666, 785/1000. Sigh, a new day has finally begun, I can't wait to kick the bucket. Seriously, when will nighttime get shorter? Sure, sleeping 12 hours a day is amazing, but too much sleep leaves me utterly drained. Hey upstairs, why not pick up a side gig? That novelist just got tipped a whole loaf by an anonymous whale, earn meals without leaving home. Lonely and sleepless at night? Click my profile for exclusive self-portraits. I've got everything you desire. Damn, even the survival world has spammers now, unbelievable. We're all just trying to survive, nothing shameful about that. Bros suffered enough, let's not torture the little brother too. After soaking in the silly chat group for a while, Yichio felt his mental state had improved significantly. With dawn about to break, Yichio posted a sand purchase notice in the trading channel. Anonymous user, purchasing 80 units of sand, limited to 10 units per person. To prevent people from digging sand only to find the purchase had ended, wasting their effort, Yichio set a limited purchase condition, only those who registered first could submit their sand. Anonymous big shot is buying sand? Nice job. I'm right next to a desert. Is Anonymous buying sand to build houses? Or make glass? You guys are snatching it up so fast, luckily there aren't many people near deserts, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten a chance. Chapter 27, Crossbow and Bolts. With its inherent celebrity effect, the transaction post garnered hundreds of views in just a short time. It seems gathering 50 units of sand today should be a breeze. By noon, when my stamina fully recovers, I'll make another trip to the construction site, and the house will be ready to build. Once everything was prepared, Yichio looked out the window. The sun had already risen. First, let's sort out yesterday's spoils. Pushing open the door, a few glowing loot items immediately caught the eye. Mist Beast Flesh, white, Constitution Recovery Bonus, *4, Mist Core, white, *1, Soil, blue, *3. Aside from the most basic Mist Beast Flesh and Mist Core, only 3 portions of soil dropped, though at least they were blue tiering quality, which was somewhat acceptable. Walking over to the pit near the fence, Yichio first repaired the fencing before turning his attention to the trap. The trap's durability has changed from 10/10 to 8/10. It seems each trap can be used many times. Retrieving the dropped items from the pit, several objects appeared before Yichio. Mist Beast Flesh, white, Mental Recovery Boost, *4, Mist Core, white, *1, Falling Starberry, blue, *5. A blue quality fruit actually appeared? Yichio immediately used identification on the starfall berry. Starfall berry, blue. Description: a golden yellow special fruit, roughly the size of an eye. When consumed, it enhances visual perception, slightly improves physical constitution, and gradually alleviates mental fatigue. Trait: frenzy. Excessive consumption in a short period will turn one into an idiot who only praises the stars and moon. Praise the stars and moon. An excellent fruit, but this side effect. Yichio rubbed his chin. It feels a bit sinister. Could this be some malevolent deity's gift? Yichio took out a starfall berry, rinsed it with mineral water, and took a small bite. The fruit's too small, might as well gulp it down whole. Like eating a grape, Yichio felt a burst of sweet and sour juice explode in his mouth, as if his very soul were ascending. All the fatigue from the real world was practically swept away, leaving his body noticeably lighter. So this is what a blue tear fruit tastes like? Absolutely love it. Yichio savored the moment before spitting out the seed. It was a seed shimmering with tiny specks of light, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. So this must be how the stardrop berry got its name. After carefully storing the fruit, Yichio planned to plant it later. Who knew, there might soon be an endless supply of stardrop berries to enjoy. Licking his lips, Yichio took out another starburst berry and popped it into his mouth. To be honest, these high-quality snacks were as addictive as sunflower seeds, utterly impossible to resist. But as soon as the second starburst berry settled in his stomach, he noticed subtle changes in his surroundings. The distant sky seemed to darken suddenly, with stars beginning to twinkle across the firmament. Almost instinctively, Yichio blurted out, "Praise the god of stars and moon." As soon as he spoke, Yichio froze. Under the blazing sun, he inexplicably felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. What the hell? What did I just do? Even though he was fully aware of its side effects, his normally cautious self had actually taken 2 of them in a row? Damn, this thing is way too creepy. Yichio patted his cheeks, pushing aside thoughts about how delicious the starfallen berries were. Fortunately, Yichio stopped eating them, as the ominous darkening in the sky soon faded away. After that ordeal, he just felt uneasy all over and decided to start inspecting his little courtyard instead. I wonder if a treasure chest will spawn on the backyard lawn today. Yichio walked behind the stone house and indeed found a bronze treasure chest lying on the backyard lawn. It seemed his guess was correct. The reward for surviving 2 waves of fog beast invasions each day must be treasure chests. Opening the bronze chest, Yichio obtained silver coin, green, *1, crossbow bolt blueprint, green, *1, stone material, blue, *3. A crossbow bolt crafting blueprint. Yichio's eyes lit up. Crossbow bolt crafting blueprint, green. Description: consumes 1 wooden stick to craft bolts of up to green quality. Supports adding materials like iron or feathers to improve bolt quality. In that case, the hand crossbow he obtained from the real world would prove useful. Moreover, with the blueprint for manufacturing, there's no need to worry about crossbow bolts running out like bullets, leaving him helpless once depleted. Besides, at close range, the stopping power of a police-grade handgun might not differ much from that of a crossbow bolt. With the hand crossbow, Yichio's deficiency in ranged weapons could be effectively compensated for. After moving the treasure chest into the house, Yichio immediately crushed the crossbow bolt blueprint and started crafting arrows like mad. Thanks to his recent stockpiling of basic materials, it didn't take long before Yichio obtained crossbow bolts, white, *50, and crossbow bolts, green, *25. Most of these bolts were wooden shafted arrows. As the system's crafting truly showcased its merchant greed, 1 unit of steel could inexplicably only produce either 1 spearhead or 1 arrowhead. If not for his inability to craft arrowheads himself, Yichio would have taken matters into his own hands long ago. Moreover, he was still short on feathers, and currently there weren't any feather sellers in the trading area either. Therefore, Yichio planned to first make a batch of crossbow bolts to practice his handling skills, and then figure out how to upgrade them later. With a total of 75 arrows, it would be more than enough for training in the short term. Although he had recovered quite a bit after eating the starfall berries earlier, Yichio didn't plan to return to the real world just yet. The daytime was short, so he might as well do something meaningful first. Like digging pits. Yesterday a single trap killed a primary mist beast outright. If I just dug a few more pits, this whole fight might have ended without me even getting out of bed. Of course, the thought of digging pits reminded Yichio of his critically low gasoline reserves. Currently, Yichio's gasoline stock mainly comes from dismantling motorcycles. Although he's considered searching for a gas station, despite the small size of the county town, he genuinely doesn't know their locations well. Having lived in the city for so many years, Yichio estimates he only knows the locations of a few shops downstairs and some major shopping centers. Ah, truly a shining moment of reclusive charm. No choice but to explore slowly, there's plenty of time anyway. While digging traps along the fence boundary, Yichio suddenly noticed something felt off. It was the scenery outside. Yichio raised his head and was startled to discover faint wisps of white mist emerging in the woods not far away. The white mist was something that usually arrived with the nightfall, but right now, the sun was still hanging mid-sky. How could there be fog? Yichio thrust the shovel into the soil and stared grimly at the billowing mist not far away. Not long ago, there had been a relatively dense grove there, but as the thick fog rolled in, within mere seconds, the trees in the grove seemed to be devoured, vanishing without a trace. Then, countless branches extended from the mist. After a rough estimation, Yichio realized the newly emerged trees were at least twice as thick as the original ones. The thick fog, having claimed the woodland area, seemed to have no further ambition for expansion, leaving only a faintly discernible silhouette for Yichio. What kind of treasure is this? Chapter 28, Resource Zone. Chainsaw tree cutting really is fast. Based on Yichio's years of novel reading experience, fog zones might serve as dungeon entrances, boss gates, monster spawn areas, and so on. The first two scenarios would be manageable at worst, he could simply avoid entering. But if it turned out to be a monster spawn zone, wouldn't he just be standing by, watching fog monsters spawn right in his face? Right, I still have the Mist Survival Guide. Let's try appraising it first. Yichio took out the manual and attempted long-distance appraisal. The manual directly displayed, distance too far, exceeds appraisal range. With no other choice, Yichio donned his outdoor suit, gripped the iron spear, and stepped out of his shelter. The dense fog area was about a few hundred meters away from him. Yichio took a few steps forward while appraising it, finally completing the identification at a distance of 100 meters from the white mist. Misty area resources? Description: mist often indicates spatial distortions. Perhaps you can find rare and precious materials within the misty area? Attribute: non-persistent. The mist zone may disappear or reappear at any time. Did a resource zone just spawn right in front of me? Yichio hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to first scout the perimeter of the mist zone. However, as Yichio approached the misty zone, he noticed scattered wood materials littered around the resource area. Wood, common. Description: one of the most basic materials, cut and dropped by the power of spatial fluctuations. Congratulations, you've got it for free. Who would have thought I'd be greeted with such a pleasant surprise right at the entrance of the mist zone? Yichio picked up the logs from the ground. Though they were all white-quality timber, free resources were never to be refused. Anyway, his shelter was just 100 meters away, just a short walk to haul them back. After circling around the misty zone, Yichio gathered 50 units of lumber. The thrill of getting something for free felt exceptionally satisfying. After collecting the surrounding lumber, Yichio approached the outer edges of the misty zone. The fog shrouding the misty zone was nothing compared to the nightly mist, thin and faint, appearing completely harmless. But for safety's sake, Yichio still crafted an oil lamp to hang at his waist, serving to ward off the mist. Reaching the edge of the resource zone, Yichio first appraised the newly grown trees. Ironwood tree, blue. Description: a tree species with extremely hard wood. Harvesting yields blue-tier timber. Attribute: hardness, extremely difficult to extract, slightly increases the attack power of crafted items when used as material. Blue quality wood. Is this entire patch all of it? Yichio carefully appraised their surroundings one more time before finally confirming the truth. The densely packed forest before my eyes was almost entirely filled with blue quality trees. Even when occasionally encountering trees that weren't blue quality, they'd still be green quality. After several days of survival, Yichio had come to understand that in this world, aside from special fog beast meat, green quality represented the highest tier ordinary items could reach. Anything attaining blue quality would possess some extraordinary effects. Because of this, blue quality materials were exceptionally rare. Even Yichio didn't possess many in his inventory. Right now, there's a whole forest spawn right in front of me. It'd be a shame not to harvest it with such good luck. Yichio rubbed his hands together and pulled out his axe, then immediately felt somewhat hesitant. He had purchased several blue quality logs just yesterday, and the seller claimed he'd spent an entire day chopping them with a green quality axe. Though the statement might be somewhat exaggerated, trying to fell blue quality trees with a green quality axe definitely wouldn't be an easy task. Right, the chainsaw. Yichio recalled tossing the chainsaw into his backpack without much thought. If he could use it to fell trees, the efficiency might even rival that of a blue tier axe. But in the real world, the chainsaw wouldn't start at all. Would it be the same in this survival world? What's the use of overthinking? Might as well take it out and give it a try. Yichio took out the chainsaw from his backpack, gripped the chain, and took a deep breath. Pull. Hum. The familiar buzzing sound rang out, and a look of joy appeared on Yichio's face. In this survival world, the chainsaw actually worked. Now isn't this just straight up skyrocketing? Others chop with an axe, but I go straight for the chainsaw. And this also implies that things like vehicles and electronic devices from the real world might still function if brought into the survival world? Yichio's heart burned with excitement, but then he recalled how his 1 cubic meter storage space couldn't even fit a single car inside. Moreover, to use electronic devices, there would need to be a power source. Things like generators and gasoline were nowhere to be found. Forget it, no point dwelling on unrealistic thoughts, better start by chopping down that tree first. Suppressing the tremor of the chainsaw, Yichio approached the tree with an oil lamp for dispelling fog dangling from his waist, humming a tune as he began to chop. Zzz. The sharp steel chain barely touched the tree when explosive sprays of wood chips erupted, and the iron-hard trunk, thick as a man's waist, toppled at nearly visible speed. Though the chainsaw was only green tier in appraisal, its tree-felling efficiency was astonishing. Truly, every tool excels in its own craft. In just 10 short minutes, the blue-tier iron tree emitted its final creaking groan before collapsing at Yichio's feet. Acquired wood, blue, *5, sticks, blue, *10, leaves, blue, *4. Great! Keep going! As blue quality wood flooded into his backpack like a stream, Yichio couldn't wipe the grin off his face. He even ate lunch while chopping trees, racing against time. At the cost of an entire day and all his gasoline, he managed to obtain a whopping 350 units of blue quality wood, along with a respectable haul of sticks and leaves. Before leaving, Yichio also dug up a considerable amount of soil. This earth capable of nurturing blue tier trees was at the very least green quality. Even more importantly, Yichio also obtained 5 iron tree seeds. Iron tree seeds, blue. Description: seeds of the ironwood plant, resistant to both cold and high temperatures, with minimal environmental requirements. Characteristics: ironwood, when planted near mining areas, can absorb underground mineral elements to accelerate growth and enhance grade. With these seeds in hand, even if the mist zone disappears when its time expires, Yichio can attempt to cultivate the trees himself. As dusk approached, Yichio quickly returned to the courtyard, while the misty area in the distance gradually thinned and eventually vanished completely. It had lasted exactly one day, just enough to maximize Yichio's gains. The warehouse was packed full of lumber, and even the courtyard was stacked with plenty of wooden planks. Yichio settled into the reclining chair in the yard and let out a contented sigh. Although using a chainsaw made tree cutting quite effortless, working outside all day still left him somewhat exhausted. If not for Yichio's enhanced physical condition, he would have collapsed long ago. But there was no time to rest yet. Dinner still needed to be prepared. While instant meals could have been an option, the fog beast meat enhanced physical constitution. Missing even one meal would be a tremendous waste. No choice, get up and cook. Yichio propped himself up and popped a starfall berry into his mouth. 8 hours had passed, it should be fine to consume another one now. With the starfall berry replenishing his energy, Yichio walked into the kitchen and began processing the mist beast meat. Chapter 29, Special Roast Meat and Barbed Wire Blueprint. Another day, another skipped dishwashing, let's have barbecue again. Cutting the giant mist beast meat into chunks and skewering them, Yichio grabbed the seasoning and headed to the courtyard for open-air grilling. While preparing the charcoal, Yichio glanced at the pile of wood in the yard and suddenly had an idea. What would happen if he grilled meat with blue tier wood? To others, using rare blue quality wood for grilling meat might seem like complete waste, but to Yichio, blue-grade wood was simply surplus. Without hesitation, Yichio immediately split a piece of wood and placed it beneath the grill. But he didn't use all blue-grade wood. Yichio prepared half ordinary wood and half blue-quality wood, planning to conduct a comparative experiment. With the fire roaring, Yichio soon finished 2 skewers of grilled meat and appraised them both. Grilled mist beast meat, green. Description: food made from processed mist beast meat. Though the chef's technique is unrefined, the quality of ingredients and seasoning compensate for all shortcomings. Effect: enhancement, temporarily boosts all 4 basic attributes after consumption. Grilled mist beast meat, blue. Description: processed meat from mist beasts with a faint woody aroma. Though the chef's technique is mediocre, premium ingredients, seasonings, and fuel compensate for all shortcomings. Attributes: enhancement, consumption increases 4 basic stats, tenacity, consumption temporarily boosts endurance. Wow, there really is a change. The meat roasted with blue quality wood not only became blue quality itself, but also had the effect of boosting stamina. Since I plan to upgrade my house today anyway, now's the time to use it. After replacing all fuel with blue quality wood, Yichio opened his system while roasting, settled his quest, and collected 70 portions of sand. His decision to gather 30 extra portions of sand as a precaution proved absolutely right. One adventurer had an accident after accepting the commission and failed to submit his share. So 80 shares turned into only 70, but that was more than enough. After settling the task, Yichio had another conversation with Wang Wu. Wang Wu, Yichio, today I noticed the temperature has dropped compared to yesterday, and this downward trend has been consistent these past few days. I suspect we might be in for a cooling period soon. Wang Wu, the aggression of wild creatures has also increased. Whoever brought us here might be gradually raising the survival difficulty. Wang Wu, today I also found a bronze treasure chest and 2 wooden treasure chests. I'm sending the contents over, see if there's anything you need. Screenshot.jpg. Yichio didn't really notice the temperature drop. Having been busy chopping trees in the fog zone, he'd barely seen any animals, but knowing about it in advance couldn't hurt. Yichio looked at the screenshot. Wang Wu had sent a blueprint for barbed wire fencing. Blue particularly caught his interest. Barbed wire manufacturing blueprint, blue. Description: consuming 1 unit of iron can produce barbed wire with spikes, up to blue quality. The barbed wire can be deployed on building surfaces to prevent intrusion by foreign creatures and inflict damage upon them. Once I upgrade my house and add the barbed wire, it'll be like an armored turtle with spikes, no worries at all. Yeecho, I'm taking this barbed wire blueprint. I'll send you some of the finished product later. Yeecho, by the way, I have these wooden fences that can expand territory range. But from my observation these past 2 days, expanding territory seems to increase enemy attack frequency. The upside is that a copper treasure chest spawns daily within the expanded territory. Yeecho, if you're interested, I can provide you with some wooden fences too. Wang Wu froze momentarily, then immediately began inquiring for details. When Wang Wu heard that Yeecho, fully armed, had still nearly lost his life to the mist beast, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Yeecho's sake. But after hearing the full story, all that remained in Wang Wu's heart was sheer amazement. He had initially thought Yeecho was just lucky, but it turned out there were plenty of such life-or-death moments. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Wu ultimately decided against expanding the base for now. After all, facing mist beasts capable of ranged attacks, creatures even iron spears could barely pierce, the base's proud defensive measures might not hold up. The greater the reward, the higher the risk. Without thorough preparations like Yeecho's, it's best not to challenge oneself. Wang Wu's goal was simply to survive, pushing his limits wasn't part of the plan. After discussing the matter, Wang Wu also asked whether he could share the warnings about temperature drops and animal aggression in the chat section. In the past, Wang Wu would have done so without hesitation. But now that Yeecho had saved his life, he felt compelled to consider Yeecho's feelings before making such decisions. After all, if his speculation was correct, Yeecho could completely exploit the timing to stock up on winter supplies and make a huge profit when the cold wave arrived. With prices in such fluctuation, seizing this opportunity could easily multiply his assets tenfold. It wasn't impossible. Yeecho naturally didn't care. After all, he had the real world to rely on. Even if he were to profit, it would be from the real world. What would be the point of exploiting his own people? Upon receiving Yeecho's reply, Wang Wu couldn't help but sigh in relief before turning to edit the warning post. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yeecho opened the chat zone while munching on some skewers. Channel 666, 770/1000. Another dozen or so people died during the day. The increasing danger of the outside world is truly not to be underestimated. PvE Pro, brothers, time for dinner again. Tonight's menu, roasted mist beast and grilled pig trotters. Damn, PvE must have had some insane luck. Did they wipe out an entire wild boar family or what? PvE Pro, didn't you read what I said earlier? They got away. PvE Pro, a whole pack of wild boars, and their heads aren't even as hard as those fog beasts. The moment they got hurt, they abandoned their cub's corpse and bolted. PvE Pro, I was dumb enough to chase after them and got gored by one. Almost died. Been stuck indoors all day recovering. PvE Veteran, thank goodness I remembered that anonymous expert survival tip. I've been eating fog beast meat all day for its constitution boost. I'm almost fully recovered now. Fog beast meat? For an entire day? Alright, we get it. You're impressive. Wait, fog beast meat actually has that effect? Mars Rescue, this time I've finally found the right person. PvE Expert, alright, enough chit-chat, time to dig in. PvE Expert, Elbow Season Roast Beast.jpg, treating myself today with some precious snowflake salt. UVE done absolutely nothing, yet somehow you're exhausted. PvE Pro, by the way, let me mention again that the snowflake salt was bought from Anonymous Pro's shop. Gotta say, it's like Anonymous has cheats, though the shop doesn't have many items, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. I suspect they've got anything you could want, just not listed. If you think you have the resources, try Mang them, you might get a pleasant surprise. Why is it all ads for Anonymous? How much did PvE get paid? Exactly, I feel the same way. The water in Anonymous shop is all mineral water, and it hasn't changed in 4 days. If it weren't for the daily purchase limit, I'd never buy from anyone else. Their water's expensive and dirty. Maybe Anonymous dug a mineral water well? So envious. PvE Pro, another pig trotter's pick for ya. Say what you will, but wild boar meat has such a satisfying chew. Ah, I'm starving, I'm so hungry. I'm gonna fucking eat all this, don't even try to stop me. The food sharing session in PvE quickly came to an end. Taking advantage of the crowd still being gathered, Yeecho started typing a message. Anonymous user, good evening everyone, it's time for the benefit session again. Holy shit, Anonymous big shot, caught you alive. Hee hee, I'm going to snatch the red envelope. Good evening, Anonymous big shot. Chapter 30, Level 4 Stronghold, Concrete Structure. Anonymous user, before distributing today's red packet, let me share another tidbit of knowledge first. Anonymous user, if you see mist-covered areas appearing during daytime, don't panic. Those are mist zones, similar to secret realms. They may contain abundant resources but could also harbor dangerous enemies. Choose your actions carefully. Hooray! Another session of mostly useless trivia. This little tip about yesterday's mist beast meat still hasn't come in handy. Wonder when this new knowledge will prove useful. Could this expert have actually developed their skills within the mist zone? Thanks for sharing, oh mighty expert. Judging by how this expert speaks, it almost feels like official guidance from the powers that be. Is our anonymous benefactor actually the mastermind behind our transportation here? Confirmed from upstairs. I'm a time traveler from 2 years in the future. In the end, an anonymous big shot sacrificed all of humanity to ascend. Hooray! I want to become part of the big shot. Scary stuff, I'm outta here. Anonymous user, alright, mini knowledge sharing session over. Time for red packets. Today's prize is soy braised beef, white, asterisk 100G. Friendly reminder, it's premium beef. Anonymous user, speed challenge red packet 10 milliliters mineral water asterisk 1. The speed challenge red packet from anonymous user was snatched within 0.4 seconds, and is the speed king. Missed again, I'm numb. Why does he get to win and receive the prize? I strongly demand the reward be given to me. Anonymous user, alright, today's free red packets have all been distributed. Lastly, I'd like to recommend someone to everyone at North Military Zone A 1996. They often post content highly useful for ordinary people's survival. You might want to follow them. I know this one. On the first day of the assault, it was him who rallied everyone to fight back. Simple traps, tracking techniques, truly a master with a military background. Followed. Civilians study the North Military Zone experts' guides, while the pros learn obscure tricks from anonymous masters. Perfect. No worries, I can watch both just the same. By the way, have you guys seen the new post by that Northern Military District big shot? I feel like the beasts have definitely become more frenzied today. Exactly. When I went to fetch water earlier, I saw a massive water snake. It was clearly already full, but the moment it spotted me, it vomited up its meal just to eat again. Ha ha ha, damn. No wonder someone suddenly DM'd me wanting to buy that unsold sweater. They must be desperate to stay warm. After spending some time in the chat group, Yichio felt considerably less lonely. Working all day kept me busy enough, but now that I've stopped, this emptiness creeps in again. Wait, I think I still have that rabbit somewhere. Yichio got up and returned to the warehouse, hauling out the half-starved rabbit that was barely alive. He had originally intended to make braised rabbit head to savor, but the arrival of the all-attribute mist beast meat meant the rabbit had been neglected until now. Perfect. Keeping a pet to recharge isn't a bad idea either. Casually plucking a handful of grass and placing it by the rabbit's mouth, Yichio watched as it nibbled away with relish, then stroked its pristine white fur. So heartwarming, so fluffy, and adorable. After dinner, Yichio rubbed the fluffy rabbit and opened his personal panel. Having eaten fog beast meat for several days in a row, Yichio estimated his physique had reached a decent level. Especially today, despite a full day of high-intensity work, Yichio endured it effortlessly. Without a doubt, this was already beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Holding onto a sliver of hope, Yichio opened his status panel. Yichio/anonymous user. Current status, slightly fatigued. Physique, excellent, green. Charisma, 19. Equipment, stab-proof vest, green. Military dagger, green. Skill, sprint, green, 1/2. Stamina, 230 of 230. Just as Yichio had anticipated. His physical constitution had actually upgraded from white, ordinary, to green, fine. However, it was clear that Yichio didn't quite comprehend just how significant this great step was, so he opened the manual and used appraise on himself. Yichio. Description: a traveler from another world who crossed through the mist, whether by fortune or misfortune remains unclear. Trait: transcend mortality. Having reached the limit of species potential, the next step is to become a being beyond humanity. Doesn't seem particularly impressive? It's like the chi refining stage in cultivation novels. While no longer an ordinary mortal, still lacking truly extraordinary divine abilities, excellent physique should just be the beginning of strength, but for current Yichio, his physique is his most valuable asset. Now it's time to go to the real world to gather materials and upgrade his cabin. Blinking his eyes, Yichio reappeared in the real world again. Skilled as ever, he hopped on a shared bike and left. In less than 20 minutes, Yichio arrived near the construction site. Climbing hills and crossing ditches was as easy as pie, and soon Yichio had collected 50 units of limestone before returning to the survival world. Not bad. Thanks to the special boost from the ironwood, I don't even feel exhausted. Yichio gauged his mental state. Pulling an all-nighter for another 2 hours shouldn't be a problem. First priority, upgrade the house. Taking out the building upgrade blueprint, Yichio walked over to the pile of materials towering like a mountain and tore the blueprint open. Upgrade the building. As soon as the words were spoken, the mountainous pile of materials before my eyes instantly vanished, and my house trembled slightly. Yichio clearly felt the interior space expanding rapidly. The original stone house, though sturdy and reliable, had always been somewhat dark and damp, but after the upgrade, he immediately noticed the house had become much drier and more spacious. The original windows were now fitted with sliding glass panes, allowing warm sunlight to filter through during the day. Since Yichio was worried about snakes, insects, rats, or ants sneaking into the house, she rarely opened the windows except when facing enemies. With glass installed, the lighting issue was resolved. Even if small animals climbed over the fence and reached the house, they couldn't enter without breaking the glass, and if the glass shattered, Yichio would naturally be alerted. The original stone and wooden areas were streamlined into decorative elements like window frames and stone carvings, unexpectedly adding an artistic touch to the room. Compared to the original stone house that was only sturdy but nothing else, the current dwelling could almost rival real-world apartments in quality. And with the house's built-in stamina recovery trait, even if you offered Yichio a modern apartment in real life, he wouldn't trade. Yichio opened his manual to appraise the new house. Chapter 31, Furnace Blueprint. I'll sell both tobacco and alcohol. Base Camp Concrete House, Level 4. Durability, 1215-1215. Interior facilities, integrated gas stove, kitchen 3-piece set. Upgrade, intermediate building blueprint 1 and corresponding materials. Description, a sturdy house constructed from concrete and masonry, covering an area of 150 square meters, already capable of withstanding the majority of early-stage disasters. Trait, home planet architecture. While inside a building, stamina recovery increases by 10%, all attributes are slightly enhanced. Durability has more than doubled, and the characteristics perfectly align with Yichio's needs. Lying on the recliner in the living room, Yichio felt his body relax completely, as if someone were giving him a massage. This was truly the feeling of home. Wait, there were still things left to do. He needed to cover the entire house with barbed wire, including the fences. However, after glancing at his steel reserves, Yichio couldn't help but sigh. Better rest for now and stock up in the real world tomorrow. Thanks to the outrageous features of the system's construction, Yichio estimated that even a palm-sized barbed wire might cost him a piece of steel. Who knows how many trips he'd have to make. Let's work on something else for now. What else was I supposed to do? Plant the new seeds I just got and check today's private messages. Too exhausted. I'll read the messages first and plant once I've regained some energy. At this thought, Yichio couldn't help but feel emotional. With such an overpowered cheat ability at his disposal, how come he's still running around busily every day without even touching the ground? Yet, as he gazed at his house, a faint sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart, making all his exhaustion feel worthwhile. At least if he suffers, he's the one enjoying the fruits of his labor. If he hadn't transmigrated, he'd still be toiling away, only for his boss to reap the rewards. This bitterness? Totally worth it. Having grasped this point, Yichio felt much more at ease and opened the system interface. As usual, he filtered out the spam, consuming the sweet coating of flattery while rejecting the hollow core, recycled some high-quality materials, and converted various currencies. After sorting through everything, very few messages remained. It was under these circumstances that a private message caught Yichio's eye. Anonymous Pro, I hear you have extraordinary means and can obtain rare goods. Could you get me a few packs of cigarettes? I'll trade this for them. Furnace Blueprint, Rare, *1. Furnace Blueprint? Yichio raised an eyebrow. This appeared to be a tool for refining low-grade iron ingots. Although the iron reserves in the real world would last him a lifetime, collecting them could still be quite troublesome. With a furnace, he could directly purchase and refine iron ingots from other survivors, saving himself a lot of effort. Although he'd already imagined all the uses for the furnace, just to be safe, Yichio still tossed an appraisal skill at it. But at this glance, Yichio couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Furnace Blueprint, Blue Grade. Description, consumes 5 units of stone to create a maximum blue-grade furnace. The furnace can refine low-quality ores to enhance their grade, or reduce material consumption during crafting, allowing one portion of materials to yield more finished products. The ore refinement was within Yichio's expectations, but the reduced consumption? That was an absolute delightful surprise. What's called a delightful surprise? This right here, this is a goddamn delightful surprise. Just as he was agonizing over the system's ridiculous construction costs being a bottomless iron pit, along comes the smelting furnace. Now Yichio can maximize his steel efficiency. No more nightmares about 50 units of steel only yielding 50 spears. Unable to contain his excitement, Yichio immediately replied. Anonymous user, sold. How much tobacco do you need? Itchy lungs, no wonder you're a big shot, you can actually produce this stuff. Itchy lungs, this furnace blueprint is at least blue tier quality. I know tobacco's scarce right now, but my base offer is 4 cartons, can't go any lower than that. 4 packs of cigarettes. According to the rules of transmigration to this survival world, each person could only bring the clothes on their back and small items in their hands when crossing over. Items like cigarettes, lighters, and mobile phones had relatively higher probabilities of appearing. But now that 4 or 5 days had passed, cigarette trades had long ceased, with only 1 or 2 occasionally surfacing. For heavy smokers, these were practically just slightly better than nothing. So, Itchy Lungs didn't hold much hope of actually obtaining 4 cartons of cigarettes. Though the stated price was the baseline, he would have accepted less if Yichio had bargained. But to his surprise, the other party actually responded with a single word. Anonymous user, okay. Anonymous user, wait a moment while I arrange the goods. The trading market had already been thoroughly browsed by Fei Yangyang. He was certain that cigarettes had become genuine rare commodities and luxury items now, but he never expected Yichio could actually get his hands on them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichio forced his exhausted body to teleport again. Just a quick trip downstairs, Yichio reckoned his body could handle that much. He quickly dashed downstairs to the supermarket. With a grand sweep of his arm, Yichio emptied the entire tobacco and alcohol display at the counter. Since I'm already here, might as well stuff my backpack full. With a backpack brimming with cigarettes and alcohol, Yichio returned to the survival world without hesitation and traded away 4 packs of Huazi. System notification, anonymous user wants to trade your furnace blueprint, blue, for Huazi, white, *4. Do you agree? Agree immediately. Lungs Itchy immediately agreed, afraid that Yichio might change his mind the next second. With a flash of light, 4 neatly packaged boxes of Huazi cigarettes materialized right in front of Fei Yangyang. Fei Yangyang tore open the packaging, pulled out a cigarette, lit it over the fire, and took a slow, trembling puff with both hands. As the familiar taste of tobacco swept through his lungs, the man who had endured 4 grueling days of survival without breaking suddenly found his eyes welling up with tears. The crushing weight of survival finally found its release at this moment. Fei Yangyang exhaled a smoke ring and couldn't help but say gruffly, I should have asked the expert if there are any vapes. These 4 boxes aren't gonna last. Inside Yichio's survival cabin. Looking at the blueprint that appeared in his hand, an irrepressible look of joy surfaced on Yichio's face. It's no wonder Yichio couldn't maintain his composure, the furnace's capabilities were simply too powerful. With this furnace, steel utilization efficiency didn't just double, it soared beyond measure. Without hesitation, Yichio crumpled the blueprint, and instantly a furnace option appeared in his construction menu. After checking his backpack again, Yichio confirmed that although blue-grade stone was hard to come by, he had managed to gather 6 units over the past few days, more than enough to build the furnace. With a click to construct, a shimmer of light flashed before Yichio's eyes, revealing a hefty-looking, roughly 1 meter tall cubical stone block now standing before him. It had 2 openings, one on the front for fuel and another on top for materials. Let me appraise this first. Chapter 32G, How Did You Die? Smelting Furnace, Blue. Description, adding fuel can process certain materials to enhance their quality or improve utilization rates. The quality of fuel, base materials, and furnace all affect the outcome. Trait, efficiency, each use has a chance to yield material fragments. 3 identical fragments can be combined into 1 complete material. Perfect. Now that I have a blue-grade furnace, it's time to craft iron barbed wire. Yichio planned to first refine the steel in his possession. Although the green-grade steel was decent, now that he had blue-grade steel available, there was no reason to settle for less. Yichio checked his inventory first and found he still had 10 units of steel remaining. Most of it had been spent on today's upgrades, but it wasn't a big issue. Tomorrow he could simply raid the hardware store again. Inserting the steel, Yichio cautiously used blue-grade ironwood throughout the entire smelting process as a precaution. After refinement, he obtained 7 units of blue-grade steel and 2 steel, green, fragments. When he reopened the construction interface, Yichio discovered that 1 unit of steel could produce 3 iron spearheads or 6 iron arrowheads. Remembering the 30-plus spears still sitting in his warehouse, Yichio nearly gnashed his teeth to pieces. I knew the system was shady, but not this shady. After calming himself down, Yichio turned his attention back to the barbed wire fence. 1 unit of steel can produce barbed wire covering 5 square meters, which is practically insignificant for a house that currently occupies 150 square meters. But Yichio decided to craft it first to see how it turned out. 7 units of steel transformed into barbed wire, and a bundle of icy glinting barbed wire appeared before Yichio. Barbed wire, blue. Description, a defensive item used to wrap around structures, which also causes some damage to those who come into contact with it. Attribute, durable, more sharp and long-lasting compared to ordinary barbed wire. It looked like barbed wire placed atop a prison wall, with hooked metal spikes appearing every few centimeters. Even more insidious were these specially designed barbs. Running your hand over them initially wouldn't register any sensation, but when you withdrew your hand, they'd directly tear off a small piece of flesh. While carefully observing, Yichio discovered that even cut-resistant gloves couldn't completely defend against this kind of damage. Truly worthy of being blue-grade barbed wire. However, there was too little barbed wire available, and it couldn't be put to use right now anyway. Wait, Yi Qiu had a sudden inspiration. Though these wire meshes were merely a drop in the bucket for the house, they would be just perfect for fencing. With this thought, Yi Qiu pushed the door open and left the house. Once outside, he lit the bonfire in the yard. Under the glow of the flames, Yi Qiu immediately felt the yard had become noticeably narrower. The originally reserved yard space wasn't large to begin with. After the building upgrade expanded the footprint by 50 square meters, the yard's reduced size became glaringly obvious. No problem. It's more than enough for me to move around freely. Walking over to the fence, 3 options immediately appeared before Yi Qiu's eyes. Demolish, upgrade, install barbed wire. Upgrade? Yi Qiu was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling that his fence blueprint was of green quality, but when he had built it, due to the lack of better materials, he had only used white quality wood. Currently, I have quite a few pieces of green quality wood in my possession. Originally, my idea was to dismantle and rebuild it when I had the time later or to find a better fencing structure as a replacement. I didn't expect it could be directly upgraded from the base structure, which saved Yi Qiu the trouble of rebuilding it again. Spending green quality wood, Yi Qiu upgraded all the fences. The green quality fences showed significantly improved durability, capable of withstanding fog beasts' attacks for much longer. Yi Qiu then installed all the iron barbed wires. Under the glow of orange firelight, the iron barbed wires shimmered with a cold gleam, filling Yi Qiu with a strong sense of security. After giving the remaining barbed wire to Wang Wu, Yi Qiu walked around the fence for inspection, then glanced at his lone planting box. The orange tree had grown considerably, reaching about 10 centimeters in height. At this rate of growth, Yi Qiu estimated he'd soon be able to taste its oranges. But right now, that planting box no longer held his interest. Now we've got blue quality wood and soil, let's craft a blue quality planting box and sell the starfall berries and ironwood seeds. Though lacking blue quality stone, with 2 blue raw materials available, the chances of producing a blue item aren't low. Plus, each planting box can hold 4 seeds, so even if there's some waste, it won't be excessive. By the campfire, Yi Qiu started mass-producing planting boxes. Consume 50 stone, white, *50, 100 wood, blue, *100, 100 soil, blue, *100, and 50 L water, white, *50 L to craft 10 planting boxes? The cost of one planting box isn't much, but when multiplied, it quickly becomes staggering. Looking at the material consumption, Yi Qiu suddenly felt his stockpile of over 300 units of blue wood wasn't that plentiful after all. A single 10-fold craft would devour a third of his inventory. Forget it, I'll just make 5 for now. Yi Qiu followed his instincts and rejected such wasteful behavior. Green blue 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 green. Great luck, 3 blue quality planting trays appeared. Yi Qiu placed 5 planting boxes next to the first one, forming a symmetrical pattern of 3 green and 3 blue. It has to be said, it looks much more pleasing to the eye now, finally giving off that farming vibe. He planted 3 starfall berries in one planting box and an ironwood tree seed in another. Then, Yi Qiu rummaged through the warehouse and found some cactus seeds, which he also planted in a separate box. Although there were still a few empty planting boxes left, leaving them unused wouldn't consume any water. Yi Qiu decided to keep them vacant for now, waiting to plant better seeds when he found them later. Under the enhancement of the blue quality planting box and soil, starfall berries only take 5 days to mature, while iron trees take a month. Although iron trees require a month to mature, if urgently needed, Yi Qiu estimated they could be chopped down in just a few days, though the harvest might not be substantial. Having resolved the planting issues, Yi Qiu extinguished the fire and returned inside, thoroughly satisfied. First, he freshened up in the new washroom, then boiled a bowl of milk to ensure a good night's sleep. Listening to the howling cold wind by the window, Yi Qiu fell into a deep sleep under the warm covers. Survival World, Day 5. Bang! Groan! Bang! Bang! Groan! Groan! The familiar yet strange alarm clock rang by Yi Qiu's ear. Pushing aside the blanket, he listened to the sounds outside the window and couldn't help but smile. It seemed the fog beasts had rammed into the barbed wire fence. Hopefully, they'd die outside today without even making it through the gate. Leisurely washing his face and brushing his teeth in the bathroom, Yi Qiu put on his helmet, gripped his spear, and pushed open the glass window. Leaning against the window frame, Yi Qiu listened as the fog beasts pounded against the fence outside. At first there was only a single scream, but soon the second wave of attack arrived, turning it into a piercing duet of agony. After a tense wait, the 2 mist beasts finally breached the fence one after another only to tumble successively into the trap pit Yi Qiu had prepared for them. Rohar, *2. Soon enough, not even the faintest sound reached Yi Qiu's ears. Chapter 33, The Real World, Collecting Ironware. Yi Qiu closed the window. Today's fog beasts didn't even make it to the front gate. They're getting weaker by the day. Remembering the most powerful serpentine fog beast he'd encountered, Yi Qiu couldn't help suspecting these creatures were bullies who only picked on the weak. They attacked fiercely when he was still developing his abilities, but turned cowardly the moment he grew stronger. And there won't be a third wave. It seems the frequency of fog beast attacks is related to the occupied area, not the house's level. After confirming no third fog beast would appear, Yichio opened the system chat. Channel 666, 750/1000. On the fifth day in the survival world, a quarter of the channel's members had already succumbed to casualties. Scaling this proportion up to the entire human population, that means 4 billion people have already died. Sometimes, numbers too large become hard to grasp. Yichio simply couldn't visualize what the death of 4 billion people would look like. Corpses piled into mountains and seas? Skulls littering every hillside? Yichio stopped dwelling on it. Now wasn't the time for melancholy. If he let his guard down, his name might be on tomorrow's death list. Most people in the chat channel weren't particularly concerned with such heavy topics. Instead, they shared their own struggles and gains. Yesterday, I leveled up my house to tier 2 by chopping wood non-stop. Sure enough, now I can solo kill fog beasts indoors. Combat, so satisfying. Wait, you're only upgrading now? You were lucky not to run into home-wrecking fog beasts these past few days. All thanks to those shady merchants. If I can't even score food from loot crates, a full day's work barely keeps me fed. How am I supposed to save materials for base upgrades? Gee, did anyone else feel it got colder last night? I used to tough it out until the fog beasts came knocking, but today I froze awake. Looks like that North Military District expert was right. The temperature's probably gonna drop soon. After glancing at the group chat, Yichio reheated yesterday's leftover roasted meat for breakfast, then fed the rabbits. After tidying up everything at home, Yichio blinked and returned to the real world. Today's goal, collect more iron and find a gas station. Hopping on a shared bike, Yichio set off in a new direction he hadn't explored before. Not long after, Yichio heard noises. Not the wind, this sounded like living creatures. But this sound didn't startle Yichio, because he had already spotted its source, a utterly bedraggled stray dog. Since humans disappeared, domesticated pets and stray animals had become the city's new masters. Though Yichio occasionally heard animal cries, this was his first close encounter with a living creature. The dog, suddenly noticing Yichio, wore an expression of profound confusion. Perhaps from its perspective, creatures like humans should have completely vanished by now. But mere moments later, it recalled the terror of being dominated by humans and scurried away with its tail between its legs. And the place it fled back to had a sign prominently displayed, Dog Meat Retail. Yichio pondered briefly. He already figured out where this place was. This was near the Fresh Goods Market, the largest meat and produce market in the county town. Though he usually shopped at the supermarket downstairs out of laziness, he was still very familiar with this famously bustling place. Many people enjoy setting up stalls or buying fresh meat here, with pig, dog, chicken, and fish stalls seemingly everywhere. Sure enough, as Yichio stepped into the market area, he stirred up a clamor, causing a flurry of chickens and dogs to scatter. Stalls were laid out on both sides, and he even spotted fresh vegetables that had taken root again, showing signs of a second life. In a nearby puddle, 2 fish could be seen swimming back and forth. After parking his vehicle, Yichio plucked 2 baby bok choy. From the nearby stalls, he also found staple crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes easily plantable when cut, so he took a good amount, planning to plant them when he returned. After gathering some vegetables, Yichio started collecting ironware. At the meat stall, various bone cleavers, meat cleavers, and iron hooks for hanging meat were all scooped up by Yichio. Perhaps Yichio would have looked down upon these iron tools of varying quality in the past, but after acquiring the smelting furnace, he became far less particular about them. After all, everything will be remelted anyway, quantity is what truly matters. Later, at the fruit stalls, Yichio also discovered plenty of shriveled fruits. Thanks to the cold weather, they hadn't rotted but had instead been preserved, with many pre-packaged fruits still appearing fresh and juicy. For the relatively well-preserved fruits, Yichio took several of each type. If he couldn't find superior alternatives in the survival world, he'd plant them. If superior alternatives existed, he'd enjoy them as a treat. Compared to fruits, the meat had suffered a virtual divine punishment. Most of it had been devoured days ago by freed cats and dogs. Naturally, the chickens hadn't escaped their fate of being slaughtered either. Still, Yichio managed to find something useful amidst the chaos, a floor littered with chicken feathers. As it happened, proper crossbow bolts required feathers for their construction, so Yichio gathered a considerable amount of chicken plumage to take back with him. This trip out yielded considerable gains, and seeing his backpack was nearly full, Yichio promptly cancelled the materialization and returned to the survival world. After refining all the steel in the furnace, Yichio once again returned to the real world, exploring in a different direction this time. This time, within less than 5 minutes of setting out, he spotted a hardware store, undoubtedly the nearest steel reserve point to Yichio. He got out of the vehicle and immediately began looting. The store had a substantial reserve of steel. Yichio made 3 trips back and forth but still didn't empty it, completely exhausting his stamina in the process. After several hours of effort, Yichio's steel reserves finally broke the 100 mark, reaching an impressive 157 units. According to the system's calculations, the surface area of Yichio's house is approximately 500 square meters. To cover the entire house with barbed wire fencing would require at least 100 units of steel. After some adjustments, Yichio's steel reserves dropped back to double digits. Coincidentally, dawn broke just as he pushed open the door, ready to admire his residence properly in the courtyard. Pushing open the door, a chilly gust of wind instantly refreshed Yichio's spirits. It seems the weather really is turning cooler. I can clearly sense something's off now. Yichio estimated the temperature had dropped nearly 20 degrees compared to the first day when he'd felt warm even without clothes. But this wasn't bad news for Yichio, after all. He was fully equipped whenever he went out. Hot weather would have made him uncomfortable, and this temperature was perfect for his excursions. Pushing open the door and stepping into the golden sunlight, Yichio was struck by how utterly preposterous the building before him appeared. The cold gray-tone walls were covered with barbed wire that glinted with a chilling sheen, the mere sight of which made one's eyes sting. Any sentient being would surely think twice before gnawing on something so tough and prickly. Yichio nodded in satisfaction. Though it didn't look like a place fit for normal habitation, the sense of security it provided was absolutely top-notch. After lowering the barbed wire from the windows, Yichio pushed open the windows to air out the room, preparing to take stock of the day's spoils. Having repaired the damaged fence, Yichio found the two fog beasts that had attacked earlier in the two trap pits. The pits were now brimming with glowing blue loot dropped by the creatures. As for the rewards, it was still the same old trio: fog beast meat, fog cores, and a random item. The two random items are Animal Trap Blueprint, blue, and Contract Card, blue. Yichio tossed over two appraisals. Animal Trap Blueprint, blue. Description: consumes 1 unit of iron to manufacture an animal trap of up to blue quality, capable of delivering a single strike to whatever triggers it. Chapter 34, Crossbow Training. Contract Card, blue. Description: a card used to establish contracts. Unless the other party is overwhelmingly powerful, they cannot escape the consequences of breaching the agreement. It can be used for love vows, contracting pets, enslaving servants, and various other purposes. Single use only. Trait: soul binding. Contract formation is sacred. If the contracted party is too weak and violates the terms, the penalty is death. If the first animal trap was just an ordinary common item, then the second contract card was something straight out of fantasy. Yichio turned over the blank-faced card in his hand, neither metallic nor jade-like, and carefully stored it away. If he ever encountered any particularly majestic and powerful creatures in the future, he could certainly try contracting one. If I could get my hands on plenty of these, I wouldn't even need to work, just contract a bunch of slaves directly. At this thought, Yichio froze for a moment. Someone like me might aspire to be a Pokemon master, but if certain types of people got involved, would we end up with some kind of foggy triangle trade in the future? Letting his thoughts wander, Yichio turned and headed to the backyard to check today's loot crate. A familiar spot, a familiar bronze treasure chest lay there. Opened it and obtained 50 copper coins and a thick fleece-lined quilt, green grade. This might be great for someone else, but for me, it's a bit of a white elephant. Yichio picked up the heavyweight quilt, conservatively estimating it must weigh at least 15 pounds. Covered with this, no storm nor snow could penetrate. After dealing with the treasure chest, Yichio rubbed his chin slightly in confusion. Why did he feel something was off? As he felt the weight of the quilt in his hands, Yichio suddenly realized what was wrong. The rewards weren't right. The rewards from bronze treasure chests seemed to be getting progressively worse. Let me think. On the first day, I got a lost rabbit, green, an iron spear blueprint, blue, and stone material, blue. On the second day, it was stone material, blue, silver coins, green, and a crossbow bolt blueprint, green. And today, all I got were copper coins and a green quality quilt. The rewards really are diminishing by the day. So it seems this bronze treasure chest is like a reward for the strong. The earlier you expand your camp's area, the greater the harvest? If you wait a few more days to increase your camp size, you might not get any rewards at all. At the thought of diminishing rewards, Yichio couldn't help but recall the mist beasts again. Although mist beasts have always been the greatest survival threat, as long as you develop systematically with some courage and wisdom, these creatures might as well be delivering meat right to your doorstep. Yesterday's chat forum was already full of creative ways to kill mist beasts, a classic example. So in this light, mist beast meat could be considered a disguised benefit? Realizing this, Yichio immediately opened his backpack. Only then did he notice the description for mist beast meat had changed at some point without him realizing. Because he'd been eating the greatly enhanced mist beast meat dropped by serpentine mist creatures these past few days, he hadn't noticed until now that the lower level mist beast's meat had quietly downgraded from moderately enhanced to slightly enhanced. If things went according to one's own thoughts, then the facts should indeed be this way. The earlier you kill powerful mist beasts, the better the rewards they drop. This explains why the serpentine mist beast drops green mist cores and meat, yet its equipment drops are all blue quality. Because back then, it was simply too overpowered, its rewards were artificially bumped up by a whole tier. Clearly, if the effects of fog beast meat diminish, humanity's growth rate will be slowed even further. Yicho murmured, cold waves descend, rewards shrink, beasts grow frenzied. And these are only the known disasters so far. If even more terrifying crises emerge, can humanity possibly survive with its current strength? Yicho opened the system and shared his discovery with Wang Wu. Upon first hearing this news, Wang Wu also fell silent for a moment. Originally, he had believed that in this survival world, one only needed steady development to survive and even restore the glory of human civilization. But now it seemed that merely having food and drink wasn't enough. If a version update occurred, the current stability would be shattered. They had to seize every moment to grow stronger. There was no room for complacency. Before long, Wang Wu informed Yicho of his plan to expand the encampment's territory. Although the daily rewards had been nerfed to nearly negligible levels, even the smallest gains were still worth taking. Moreover, the greatest benefit of expanding the encampment area would likely be the fog beast meat. Yicho didn't object and accepted Wang Wu's lumber, processing it into fencing. Though Yicho's wealth would easily allow him to give it away for free, Wang Wu insisted on ensuring Yicho wouldn't suffer any loss. Unclear about the specific patterns of monster spawns, Wang Wu decided to expand an area of the same size as Yicho's, realizing he probably wouldn't have time to venture out today. After claiming his daily reward package, Yicho first circled around his house to check if any new mist zones had appeared. After a thorough search, Yicho sighed in disappointment. Such special entities like mist zones clearly didn't appear randomly, and encountering one once was already a stroke of luck. Taking out the seeds he had harvested from the real world, Yicho planned to plant them in the empty plots of land first. Yicho held potatoes and sweet potatoes, both white-quality crops that could be propagated using tubers. After cutting them into small pieces, he planted them separately in 2 cultivation boxes. The sweet potatoes were planted in a blue-quality cultivation box, with a maturation period of 3 days. The potatoes were planted in a green-quality cultivation box, with a maturation period of 6 days. The impact of cultivation box quality on crop maturation is evident. After planting the vegetables, Yicho had no intention of venturing outside. His current stamina wasn't enough for prolonged activity in the real world, so he simply took out his hand crossbow and began practicing archery. Setting up a target in the courtyard, Yicho started his training using the planting boxes as cover. Of course, before beginning the drills, Yicho first upgraded his homemade featherless arrows into proper arrows with arrowheads and fletching, preventing potentially fatal mistakes when switching arrow types during future attacks. It must be said that modern technology's enhancement to archery skills is visibly remarkable. Ergonomically designed grips for optimal force application, telescopic sights for long-range aiming, and Yicho even spotted a built-in laser sight. With the help of these functions, Yicho quickly got the hang of the crossbow. At least hitting stationary targets wasn't a problem anymore. But Yicho also understood that stillness and movement were completely different concepts, so moving targets had to be practiced as well. So here comes the question, how do we make the target move? Yicho shifted his gaze toward the lost rabbit tied up with a rope in the corner. The Lappenvoller, an animal renowned for its speed, found its instincts screaming one thing ever since falling into Yicho's hands: escape. Half an hour later, the Lappenvoller was wrapped head to toe in an arrow-proof vest Yicho had fashioned from stab-resistant fabric, before its chains were finally loosened. Suddenly freed from its bindings, the rabbit seemed momentarily disoriented. With Yicho standing so close, it had zero confidence in slipping from his grasp. That is, until Yicho gave its fluffy rear an encouraging pat. Chirp! Seizing this opportunity, the shadow moonhare immediately darted away. Though the restraints on its body severely reduced its speed, the shadow moonhare was still remarkably fast at this moment. Yicho immediately raised his hand crossbow, took aim, and fired. It seemed to have a peculiar sense for danger. The lost track rabbit neither dodged nor fled. Indeed, Yicho's arrow didn't even graze its fur. But when it reached the vicinity of the fence, its instinct for danger made it slam on the brakes and dart toward another spot. Yicho chuckled. He had originally thought it would need a bit of hardship before continuing its training, never expecting this little guy to possess a special ability for sensing danger. Now there was no need to worry. Raising his hand crossbow, Yicho began training with the lost track rabbit in the courtyard. Chapter 35, Gunpowder Blueprint. After a morning of target practice, Yicho's marksmanship improved dramatically, though at the cost of exhausting the blink rabbit to near immobility. Fortunately, even with Yicho's rapid progress, hitting the famously swift blink rabbit remained beyond reach in just one morning, so the little creature's life was spared. As a reward, Yicho even specially traded for a few units of premium green grass from the market. The previously motionless and pretending to be dead trickster rabbit immediately came back to life upon seeing the high-quality green grass, diving into the pile and munching away as if it were night and day. Yicho, as usual, dined on fog beast meat. The large ribs he had prepared since morning, after 4 hours of slow cooking, had become tender enough to fall off the bone. In the courtyard, Yichio sat happily gnawing on a bowl full of ribs. Of course, mealtime was never complete without checking the system. As usual, I first checked the remaining number of people in the channel. Channel 666, 735/1000. Over a dozen more died this morning. Seems the dangers in the jungle are growing increasingly terrifying. Of course, it could also be due to venturing too far after exhausting exploration opportunities near the settlement. Going out always carries risks, especially when venturing into the unknown. However, correspondingly, quite a few valuable items appeared today. Basic materials like green quality wood and stone began circulating in the market, which Ichio naturally secured with sufficient food and water. There were also some rare items, such as blueprints and currency, which Ichio naturally accepted without hesitation. Just as Ichio was on a shopping spree, the auction section of the trading channel suddenly showed activity. Ichio clicked in, and the auction item displayed on the screen immediately caught his eye. Seller, Stone Wholesale A006. Auction item, explosive arrows, blue, *10. Request, trauma medication. Time limit, 10 minutes. Explosive arrow, blue. Description, a special arrow capable of generating explosions. Even if it fails to hit its target directly, it can pose a significant threat, with a maximum damage output of 120 points. May also inflict additional effects such as burning or bleeding. Skill, artistry. Increased explosion radius. It's actually an explosive arrow. With this kind of ammunition, my hand crossbow would practically be a handheld cannon. Even an ordinary pistol probably wouldn't dare compete with the destructive power of my hand crossbow. This is a sure win. Pulling out his medical kit, Yichio immediately quoted his price. In just the blink of an eye, the original top spot was dethroned. First place, anonymous user, bandages, green, iodine, green, anti-inflammatory drugs, green. Second place, A025, homemade anti-inflammatory herbs, white, homemade bandages, white, wilderness first aid handbook, handwritten edition, gray. Third place. When Yichio's bid was announced, the entire room of bidders fell silent. Although Yichio had been generous with his previous offers, others could at least compete to some extent. This time, however, his bid was on a completely different level. It was an outright dimensional strike in comparison. Everyone was here for wilderness survival, but did you just bring along an entire pharmacy or what? Compared to Yichio's proper medical supplies, the other offers weren't even worth mentioning. In the last 3 minutes, the leaderboard didn't budge at all. Everyone simply gave up the moment they saw his bid. Finally, the seller also chose Yichio's offer without any hesitation. After completing the transaction, Yichio opened the seller's private chat. Anonymous user, are the medical supplies enough? Salty fish thrust, more than enough. Thank you for saving my life, boss. Anonymous user, that's good to hear. I was wondering if you still have any of those explosive arrows left? Salty fish strike, to be honest with you, boss, I found these arrows in a mine within a mist zone, but the mist zone has already disappeared now. Yichio was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter someone so fortunate as to have come across a mist zone so soon. Anonymous user, alright, then focus on recovering from your injuries. Salty fish stab, big shot, though I'm out of explosive arrows here, I've got something else that'll definitely interest you. Salty fish stab, gunpowder blueprint, blue.jpg. Gunpowder blueprint, blue. Description, consuming sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal can produce gunpowder of up to blue quality. Sugar or other additives can be included to enhance the product's effectiveness. Yichio's eyes widened abruptly at the sight of this crafting schematic. Gunpowder? Yichio was quite familiar with the method for making crude gunpowder. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal, with some sugar to spice things up. It's worth mentioning that the first half of the saying doesn't actually refer to equal units. The proper ratio is 1 gene of sulfur, 2 liang of saltpeter, and 3 liang of charcoal. Moreover, the gene here refers to the ancient measurement, making the actual ratio 16 to 2 to 3. Despite remembering it so clearly, it's useless to me now. Yichio also understood that even if he could really handcraft gunpowder this way, its potency would undoubtedly be rather limited. But with a manufacturing blueprint, it's a whole different story. System-certified blueprints are not only convenient and fast, but also function like an assembly line. Even if they can't surpass manual craftsmanship, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. It's definitely far better than doing everything by hand. With this blueprint in hand and a fireworks factory found, pushing through the mist world with sheer firepower would be just around the corner. Anonymous user, definitely a good find. I'll take it. Name your price. Salty fish thrust, how about 4 portions of mist beast meat in total, either boosting constitution or strength? Would that work for you? On the other side of the screen, Salty Fish felt a nervous tension. He knew that although the gunpowder blueprint was valuable, sulfur and saltpeter were nowhere to be found right now. Even with the blueprint, it would be useless, and in his injured state, he urgently needed to recover. Thus, selling the blueprint became inevitable. Now, the only worry was whether his asking price was too high. Although killing mist creatures wasn't too difficult anymore, most people were still in the early stages of development. Their stockpiles were meager at best, with daily drops limited to just 2 or 3 pieces. Consuming them themselves was already pushing the limits. Since this anonymous powerhouse is considered a top player, they should be able to spare some mist beast meat, right? Seeing Xianyu Tusher's request, Ichio actually felt inclined to investigate first for once. If what he wanted was something from the real world, Ichio wouldn't have hesitated to oblige, but mist beast meat affected his own progression. This required caution. Heading to the storeroom, Ichio meticulously checked his inventory, then pondered the mist beast meat he'd refrigerated back in the real world. I've still got 5 portions of heavily enhanced beast meat left, 4 portions of moderately enhanced mist beast meat, and 13 portions of slightly enhanced mist beast meat. I can probably eat about 4 or 5 portions a day. With 2 waves of attacks daily, even accounting for reduced rewards, I'd still get 4 or 5 portions. There's no way I can finish it all, absolutely no way. These past few days have been so busy that Ichio hasn't even had time to properly cure the slightly enhanced mist beast meat. Moreover, according to Ichio's thinking, he should try to consume the mist beast meat with higher enhancements whenever possible. In this survival world, powerful mist beasts certainly wouldn't be in short supply. Now seems like the perfect opportunity to sell some off. Anonymous user, agreed, let's trade now. System notification, anonymous user wants to trade 4 mist beast flesh, white, for your gunpowder manufacturing blueprint, blue. Do you accept? Deal. The salted fish's sudden stab revealed an expression of disbelief, fully agreeing and even offering to trade all the white quality mist beast flesh in exchange. Truly a master, both benevolent and generous. The deal concluded, Ichio crumpled up the blueprint immediately after obtaining it, just as his stamina had mostly recovered after finishing his meal. After circling the courtyard once more to confirm no fog zones had spawned, Ichio crafted over a dozen snares and tossed them outside the fence before choosing to return to the real world. Chapter 36, The Oil Tanker Achieving Gasoline Freedom. After all, once gunpowder could be produced, the difficulty of survival in this world would undoubtedly plummet. Upon returning to the real world, Ichio planned to first search for a bookstore nearby. It was said that bookstores usually carried city maps, and if he could get his hands on one, locating the fireworks factory would be much easier. After walking along the avenue for about 10 minutes, Ichio quickly spotted a bookstore and walked in. Shelves filled with books of every conceivable kind greeted him. Just as Ichio thought it would take him a while to find what he was looking for, a small shelf near the entrance caught his attention. Typically, small shelves like this held magazines or bestsellers. Yet, on this waist-high shelf, Ichio discovered several neatly stacked copies of the V-City Travel Guide. Flipping through the pages, Ichio was startled to find detailed introductions of the entire city's street layouts and shop distributions. Scanning the map, Ichio quickly located exactly what he needed. A gas station and a fireworks shop, perhaps because they both stored highly flammable materials, coincidentally stood in roughly the same direction, both situated near the city outskirts. Moreover, Ichio spotted a fireworks manufacturing factory just beyond the suburban area, where the fireworks reserves would undoubtedly be more than sufficient. But distance is also an issue. Ichio roughly concluded from the map based on the distance to the construction site. Given his current physical condition, getting to the gas station shouldn't be a problem, but the fireworks shop would be tricky. As for leaving the city, that's out of the question. Still, now that he had a goal, all that remained was to put in the effort. Ichio got on his bicycle and immediately set off towards the gas station. Half an hour later, buildings around Ichio gradually grew shorter, and a gas station soon came into view. Unlike other stores, this gas station was actually locked up. Apparently it was temporarily closed. Anxiety tightened Ichio's chest. The station could close, but surely the gasoline had to stay. Fortunately, the security in Yen country is excellent, and this gas station only has a glass door. Although it was locked, breaking it open with force wasn't much of a challenge. After smashing the glass door with a fire axe a couple of times, it shattered into pieces. Ichio searched the inside of the gas station but found no fuel storage tanks. Just as he pushed open the iron gate in the yard, a behemoth appeared before him. It was actually an oil tanker. Ichio's gaze fixed intently on the massive oil tanker, his heart swelling with joy and excitement. But then Ichio worried he might be celebrating too soon. He immediately stepped forward and gently tapped the oil tanker's body. The dull metallic sound that echoed back assured him there was still precious gasoline inside. Perfect. Such a huge oil tanker, enough to last me a long time. Ichio patted the enormous belly of the oil tanker truck with immense satisfaction, though there was just one regret each time. He could only take away a single cubic meter of gasoline. However, the gasoline I took would only be used for traps, so the consumption wouldn't be that high. 1 cubic meter would last me quite a while. Ichio quickly located the fuel tank opening on the oil truck and twisted off the cap. The strong smell of gasoline instantly filled the air. He opened his backpack toward the gasoline, and in an instant, 1 cubic meter of fuel was collected without causing any noticeable change in the tanker's level. After securely tightening the tank cap, Ichio returned to the shop and found several empty jerrycans. He transferred the gasoline from his backpack into the containers before stowing them back inside. Since his backpack was constantly in use, Ichio couldn't afford to let the gasoline occupy valuable space permanently. After dealing with the gasoline, Ichio assessed his remaining stamina and realized he probably wouldn't have time to visit the fireworks shop, reluctantly canceling the materialization. Returning to his familiar little nest, Ichio neatly arranged dozens of gasoline barrels in the warehouse. There was still some gasoline left in his backpack, which Ichio planned to pour into the trap pits as a defense against fog beasts. As he pushed open the door and was about to start pouring the oil, Ichio noticed something unusual happening outside the fence. Cheetah! Beyond the fence, a cheetah crouched low, exuding the unique aura of a predator. The low fence couldn't possibly stop the cheetah's leap, and its blood-stained fur clearly indicated it wasn't to be trifled with. Yet Ichio didn't panic in the slightest. The scent lingered merely as a remnant. Two blue-tier beast traps, one in front and one behind, had clamped onto the leopard's hind legs long before Ichio even arrived. It had already succumbed to excessive blood loss by then. Beast attack? Ichio pulled out his bow and arrows, firing 2 shots at the leopard from a distance. After confirming it was completely dead, he pushed open the door, dragged the corpse inside, and used appraisal. Panther, white. Description: originally just an ordinary beast, but affected by the mist, it has gradually deviated from biological thinking, becoming extremely aggressive. Ichio's expression grew solemn. This introduction sure has something cryptic about it. What does it mean by originally ordinary beasts and affected by the mist? Could it be that before humans arrived in this world, there was no mist here? The implications are unsettling, but Ichio has no intention of dwelling on them. Just from this hint alone, he suspects normal animals will become increasingly rare in the days to come. Forget it, there's no way I can stop the mist from corroding living beings. Might as well focus on improving my strength. Ichio sighed and dismantled the leopard carcass, obtaining 3 pieces of meat. But to his surprise, the meat from the leopard actually had the effect of enhancing his physique. Though the improvement was only slight, it still represented a new path forward. It's a shame my stomach isn't big enough. I can't even finish all the fog beast meat, let alone have time to deal with this green quality meat. After some thought, Ichio hung it in his little shop. Whoever wants to eat it can buy it themselves. After the leopard was disassembled, the animal traps dropped down. Ichio pried them open, cleaned them, and tossed them back outside, hoping they'd serve him well again. Next, Ichio generously poured gasoline into each of the traps. By the time he finished all this, dusk was already settling in. It's time to eat again. Ichio pulled out a piece of fog beast meat, silently calculating in his mind. After finishing dinner and resting for a while, he should have saved enough energy to make another trip to the real world and get his hands on the fireworks from the shop. But just to be safe, the fireworks from the shop probably wouldn't be powerful enough, he'd have to modify them. Thankfully, now that he had the blueprint, he didn't have to worry about the purity of the gunpowder. After finalizing his plan, Ichio prepared tonight's meal, sweet and sour pork ribs. He chopped the mist beast meat into chunks, then blanched them in a pot of boiling water. Meanwhile, he mixed sugar, white vinegar, and cooking wine to prepare the sauce. With both preparations complete, he heated oil in a wok, pan-fried the ribs until golden brown on both sides, drained the excess oil, and poured in the sauce. Soon, the savory aroma of ribs and the sweet fragrance of sauce filled the entire kitchen, prompting Ichio to take a deep breath. Finally, add an appropriate amount of water, cover the pot, and simmer on low heat. During this time, Ichio went to the warehouse to fetch 2 small lemons, cut them open, and mixed himself a glass of lemon water as his dinner beverage. More than 10 minutes later, the sun had completely set, and the sky was fully dark. Ichio lit the fires both inside and outside the house. He had initially planned to place a few torches in the darker spots, but recalling the gasoline stocked in his warehouse and traps, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Tonight, I'll have to transport another batch of gunpowder. It feels like my house is getting more and more dangerous. Ichio stroked his chin. Maybe it was time to expand the courtyard area again and erect a small warehouse? With gunpowder secured, he wouldn't have to rush around non-stop every day. The freed up time would be perfect for expanding the living space. Who knows, it might even attract 3 waves of fog beasts. Though fog beast meat is more than enough to eat, having more is always better. This stuff might become hard currency in the future. Chapter 37, The Wonderful Uses of Cigarettes. Ichio added another item to his plan and continued pondering the issue of light. Currently, there are only 2 bonfires at home. While they definitely suffice for basic needs, merely settling for the bare minimum would make his cheat codes go to waste, wouldn't it? Quality of life must be improved. Ichio touched the wall. Due to the white mist, the nighttime air was quite humid, so there was no need to worry about excessive dryness causing a massive explosion. Then I choose you oil lamp. The oil lamp blueprint was something Ichio had acquired not long ago, but due to time constraints, he hadn't had the chance to use it. Now was the perfect moment to finally put it to work. A wooden stick is a very common thing. There was some glass left over from the last building upgrade, and although there wasn't any thread, after dismantling an old piece of clothing, there was enough to use. With a click on craft, an oil lamp appeared before Yichio's eyes. Oil lamp, blue. Description: a specially designed oil lamp with a glass cover that is difficult to be blown out by wind, safely bringing you light and dispelling the whiteness. Trait: let there be light. Same fuel lasts longer when burned. Great luck. Among the three synthesis materials, only the wooden stick was of blue quality, yet it surprisingly produced a blue quality oil lamp. Pouring gasoline into the oil lamp and lighting the wick, a gentle glow immediately radiated from the lantern. Yichio took the lantern outside to inspect and discovered the light could dispel the fog within a radius of at least 5 meters. This meant that simply carrying the lantern would create a fog-free area of 70 to 80 square meters around him. And this was just using gasoline. If he swapped it for a fog core, Yichi estimated the coverage could expand even further. I crafted a few more oil lamps, though unfortunately none of them turned out to be blue quality this time. After hanging these lamps in darker corners and lighting them one by one, Yichio's campground was soon bathed in bright light. The night no longer felt so lonely or frightening. After sorting out the lighting, Yichio returned to the kitchen and lifted the pot lid, discovering that the broth had reduced significantly and thickened perfectly. Time to plate up. Transferring a full pot of braised ribs onto a large serving dish, Yichio settled down in the living room to savor the delicious meal. He picked up a spare rib with his chopsticks and gave it a gentle suck, sending the tender meat that easily fell off the bone right into his mouth. Each bite of the braised spare rib carried a soft but succulent texture, paired with the rich and flavorful sweet and sour sauce, an absolute delight for the taste buds. Only after devouring almost half the plate did Yichio remember to activate his system, munching alongside the digital pickles. Channel 666, 734/1000. PvE expert. The animals outside have gone crazy today. They're actually tearing down my house like those mist beasts. PvE expert. Just replenished my meat reserves nicely. Feeling great, pile of meat like a small mountain. JPG. True, with building defenses, these attacks are still manageable, but you can't stay indoors forever. Not having to go out is wonderful, lying at home while meat gets delivered right to your doorstep. Today is absolutely the best day since crossing over. Here's a little tip I just discovered. Using the system's decomposition function on animal corpses will incur about 1/3 loss in resources, and things like bones and internal organs won't be left at all. What? Oh no. After finally getting some meat delivered to my doorstep, I've gone and wasted so much of it. Don't worry, upstairs poster. There'll probably be more tomorrow. I can't shake the feeling this isn't a good omen. Stop overthinking it, live in the moment, live in the now. The group chat's atmosphere grew much warmer with the abundance of food, and Yichio also began typing. Anonymous user. Good evening everyone, it's time for our daily fun fact segment. Anonymous user, today's fun fact is, expanding your camp's area will attract more fog beast attacks, but you'll also receive daily reward chests. Ha! The big boss is truly worthy of the title. While we're just putting down roots, they're already expanding their territory. Anonymous boss, how big does a settlement need to be to trigger more raids? I just upgraded to a tier 3 stone house today, no idea if it'll trigger any. Holy shit, a level 3 stronghold, you must be a rare top tier player upstairs. Anonymous user, I'm not sure about the exact area, but mine refreshed to 200 square meters, with 2 mist beasts and 1 bronze treasure chest daily. Anonymous user, but after observing these past few days, I noticed the daily reward chests have been decreasing in quality. I estimate they'll downgrade to wooden chests by tomorrow. Anonymous user, also, if you plan to expand your territory, be extremely cautious of long-range attacks. When I first upgraded, I nearly got killed by a mist beast. Truly a boss move, taking several days to verify the information before sharing it officially. Can't stand those people who always speak ambiguously and make excuses when things go wrong, claiming they weren't sure. Shouldn't the focus be on another aspect instead? Exactly, which means several days ago, their base area was already 200 square meters. A tier 3 base only covers about 100 square meters, right? Has the big shot already moved into a wilderness mansion now? Anonymous user, alright, today's little knowledge share is done, next up is the giveaway. After spending a few minutes interacting with the group and handing out today's lucky gifts, Yichio went to check his private messages. Surprisingly, the quality of today's private messages was quite high, with almost none of the half-hearted replies from the past few days. After carefully opening a few messages, Yichio realized they all had the same request, they actually wanted to pay with cigarettes. Scrolling back up in the chat window, Yichio discovered that yesterday's cigarette buyer had written a detailed testimonial in the group chat, which ended up attracting many heavy smokers to message him privately. Ironically, those who weren't tempted by food or water got hooked by cigarettes instead, leaving Yichio both amused and exasperated. It seems many people now have no shortage of food and drinks, already seeking higher levels of comfort. Thinking of this, Yichio listed cigarettes and alcohol in his shop again, pricing them as contact for details. After completing the listings, Yichio replied to each private message one by one. Considering the feelings of the guy who wanted to trade blueprints for 4 packs of cigarettes, Yichio didn't immediately agree to all offers this time, but bargained a little instead. Fortunately, Yichio's business was a monopoly, so most transactions were successfully completed in the end. Dismantled over a dozen cigarette packs, obtained wood, blue, *5, stone, blue, *5, spring water, blue, *50 ml. Although the items weren't plentiful, they were all of blue quality. Especially noteworthy was acquiring 50 milliliters of blue quality spring water. This was Yichio's first time seeing such an item. After clearing his inbox, Yichio privately messaged the other party. Although I eat blue quality mist beast meat every day, if only the water I drink could also be of blue quality, my growth speed could improve even further. Chapter 38, The Heated Kong Bed. Anonymous user, hello, would you be interested in selling more blue quality spring water? Spring water wholesale is 666, greetings, respected anonymous user. I currently have no plans to sell more. Anonymous user, would you mind sharing how you got the spring water? I don't want to miss out on something good either. Spring water wholesale is 666, sure, there's a spring near my base. I draw water from there every day. Spring water wholesale is 666, in the heart of the spring water area, a giant serpent was coiled there. Today, when the serpent went out to hunt, I decided to check if there were any rare treasures or divine herbs guarded by it, and that's when I harvested blue tier spring water. Spring water wholesale is 666, but the production rate there is extremely slow. Afraid the giant python might return, I didn't dare stay alone. Right now I only have a few hundred milliliters on hand. Spring water wholesale is 666, and I don't plan to go back there anymore. That python is absolutely terrifying. Giant python.jpg. The sender also included a long-distance system-captured photo of the massive serpent. Judging by its immense size, Yichio estimated the snake had to be 30 to 40 meters long, far surpassing any real-world python. After a pause, Yichio continued typing. Anonymous user, did you see the post from the Northern Military District? The aggression levels of beasts have been rising lately. You must have seen the group chat messages today. Watch out for giant python attacks. Spring water wholesale is 666. Thanks for the warning, big boss. Ugh. Just thinking about it has me stressed. Planning to buy a few cigarettes to unwind. Spring water wholesale is 666. Hey, anonymous boss, you must have some powerful weapons on hand, right? Could you sell me a few for self-defense? Yichio was taken aback. This actually worked ever since acquiring the furnace. Blue-grade steel was no longer a scarce commodity. Anonymous user, sure. How about this iron spear, blue? Sparkling water wholesale is 666, a blue quality steel spear? Hell yes, boss, I'll trade you some blue quality water for it. Spring water wholesale is 666, 300 milliliters of blue grade water, would that work for you? 300 milliliters of water could be gulped down in just a few sips. If it were anyone else, they'd surely stretch it out longer. After all, blue tier weapons are already extremely rare, let alone one with a steel spearhead. But Yichio wasn't short on steel, especially after acquiring the furnace. He could easily produce hundreds of brand new steel spears at any time. Without hesitation, he agreed to the deal. Spring water wholesale is 666. Thank you so much, Anonymous Pro. I know my offer might be a bit unfair to you. Tell you what, if I manage to kill this python and survive, I'll give you a permanent 20% discount on all spring water purchases. Anonymous user, appreciate it. Also, you might want to check the Northern Military District's forums. There should be some hunting methods for snakes there. While this python doesn't seem like your average serpent, it probably still shares some universal weaknesses with other snakes. Spring water wholesale is 666. Got it. I'll be careful. At this moment, inside a wooden cabin somewhere in the survival world, after trading away all his spring water, a young man held a brand new steel spear in his hand, filled with emotion. Ever since entering the survival world, with the spring water at his back, he considered himself among the top tier. He didn't particularly care for the anonymous figure everyone in the group raved about. He believed most people were just pretending to be experts by staying silent. If they were actually put to the test, he might not lose to Anonymous after all. But after genuinely conversing with Anonymous, he realized just how gravely mistaken he had been. Anonymous wasn't putting on a false front to win people over. He genuinely had strength to spare and sincerely helped everyone who sought his aid to survive. After being in the trading game for so long, he also understood that while 300 milliliters of blue tier spring water was precious, it couldn't possibly compare to a blue tier steel spear, the pinnacle of offensive power at this stage. But to save his own life, Anonymous still agreed to the trade without hesitation. This is a truly good person, a real saint. If everyone acted selfishly and measured everything by its value, I'm afraid I'd never have survived the giant serpent blocking my door. After today's events, I took another look at Anonymous' daily updates in the group. Though most people would never need it, This very fact proves how rare and precious such information is. Especially since Anonymous shared all this information completely free of charge, many others followed suit. Every day, the group chat would see new pieces of shared knowledge. Even if most were just common tips, reading these messages made you realize you weren't surviving alone. Everyone was helping each other, working together as one human race to endure in this world. Before anyone knew it, Anonymous had somehow fostered an atmosphere of collective survival throughout the entire channel. If it weren't for that anonymous big shot taking the lead, these messages would probably be tagged with high prices and appear on the trading platform, right? The young man sighed with genuine admiration for this stranger he'd never met. Meanwhile, after ending his private chat, Ichio decided to browse through the trading market. The prices of food and water remained stubbornly high. White quality items dominated the market, green quality items were exceptionally rare, and as for blue quality items, there wasn't even a trace of them. But Ichio still managed to find something good. Customized Kong bed stove, single bed, 3 stone materials, double bed, 6 stone materials, maximum blue quality. With the cold wave approaching, anything related to winter warmth has been expensive these days. And when it comes to warmth and comfort, a Kong bed stove is the perfect solution. While fueling the stove, it also warms the bedding, finally solving Ichio's daily struggle of having to warm the blankets herself. Glancing at his plank bed. Since failing to bring his beloved bed on the first day, these joined pieces of lumber had become Ichio's makeshift sleeping arrangement. The thick padding underneath had actually made it quite tolerable all this while, but now it was clear this had to be replaced. A heated Kong bed would do perfectly. Just thinking about snuggling into a toasty warm bed tonight filled Ichio with eager anticipation. Opening the shop page, Ichio initiated a private chat with the shop owner to place a custom order for a heated brick bed. Times have changed. After several days of activity, most people have secured enough resources for survival. Consequently, those holding blueprints are no longer rushing to sell them off. Instead, they're opting for commission processing work, turning their assets into a steady stream of income. The shop owner obviously had the Kong stove blueprint in hand and immediately replied after Ichio sent the message. *****, Anonymous Big Boss, are you also ordering a heated Kong bed? Anonymous user, correct, I want one double-sized heated Kong. Though there's no partner to share it with, isn't sprawling across a large bed all to yourself even more enjoyable? Having finally come into good fortune, still miserably squeezing onto a single bed would simply be asking for hardship. ****, got it, boss. What quality of Kong bed stove are you looking for? ****, I can give you one below white tier for free. For green or blue tier ones, I'll just charge you the base cost. Ichio was startled. He hadn't expected his reputation to carry such weight when he hadn't even advertised for the guy. Chapter 39, The Off-Road Vehicle and 1 ton of explosives. Anonymous user, this doesn't seem right, you're in business too. ****, ha, boss, you might have forgotten I was one of the beneficiaries of your free red packets. ****, at first I just thought, this damned world, if I die, I die. But later, when I was genuinely starving half to death, I realized I didn't actually have the courage to die yet by then, I didn't have any strength left to go out either. ****, if it weren't for that red envelope you sent giving me that last glimmer of hope, I probably would have been killed by the fog beast attack by now. This blueprint was what I got from my first expedition. Now I finally have some hope of surviving. Thank you, big shot. I saved a person's life. Ichio couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. Relief? Satisfaction? A pleasant surprise? No matter what, at least I haven't wasted this golden sheet I'd been given. Hopefully more people can survive. At the cost of 4 stones, Ichio acquired the fire resistance, blue, item. Fire Kong, blue. Description, a well-constructed Kong stove made from high-quality stone with excellent heat conductivity, keeping those who lie on it protected from the cold. Special effect, comfort, slightly increases stamina and energy recovery rate when resting on the Fire Kong. There's actually another feature. Ichio nodded with satisfaction. Combined with the bonuses from the level 4 stronghold, he just needed to lie in bed for a while, and his stamina depleted from exploring the real world would likely recover quickly. Picking up the quilt from the bed, Ichio reclaimed the several logs used for the bed and summoned the heated Kong bedstove instead. In the next moment, a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide heated Kong snugly fit into the corner of the bedroom. After laying out the bedsheet, Ichio took out the enormous quilt he had obtained earlier and spread it over the bed. Piling firewood into the heating area of the Kong and lighting it, Ichio estimated that by the time he finished exploring the real world and returned, he could snuggle into a warm and cozy bed. Once everything was prepared, Ichio willed himself back to the real world in an instant. With practiced ease, he secured a shared bicycle and set off in the direction of the fireworks shop. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! Pedaling his bicycle rapidly beneath him, Ichio sped through the Twilight City. Focused solely on his journey, Ichio soon arrived at the gas station. Grabbing an energy drink from the station's mini-mart to quench his thirst, Icho also noticed the car air fresheners displayed on the shelves. Speaking of which, there's way too much gasoline at home lately, the smell's getting a bit strong. Although the system-produced traps are airtight enough to hardly let any odor escape, the piled-up gasoline in the warehouse still occasionally emits some unpleasant fumes. Casually tossing the car air freshener into his backpack, Icho opened the map to gauge his stamina. He could probably make it there, but might not have enough time to loot any fireworks. Riding for nearly an hour just to take a look? Icho was restless with dissatisfaction in his heart. But there was nothing he could do now. He could only gamble that his judgment was wrong and that he still had enough stamina left to linger for a while longer. Mounting his bicycle, Ichio set off again. However, along the way, Ichio no longer focused solely on cycling. Instead, he deliberately observed the shops on both sides of the road. What if there was a fireworks store that hadn't been marked on the map? Such physical maps are usually quite outdated, and newly opened shops might not have been registered. But reality disappointed Ichio. There really were no firework or firecracker shops on either side. Big bowl wide noodles, beef chow mein, off-road specialist. Ichio's eyes swept over the shops, growing more disappointed with each glance. But suddenly, inspiration struck Ichio. He immediately stopped his bicycle and looked back at the off-road specialty shop behind him. The sign underneath clearly read off-road bicycles. That's right. While I can't increase my stamina limit for now, I can use external means to reduce energy consumption. Although I can't ride a motorcycle, riding a mountain bike definitely consumes less energy than a shared bicycle. With this thought in mind, Ichio immediately got out of the car and pushed open the door of the specialty store. Before him stood rows of professionally modified mountain bikes, with price tags ranging from a few hundred to several thousand. As usual, although Ichio couldn't recognize brands, he was quite adept at reading price tags. Pushing out a luxury off-road bicycle priced at 18,888, Ichio took it for a spin around the block and instantly felt as light as a swallow. If running in a thick padded jacket earlier had been cumbersome, now it was like jogging in a tank top, effortless and exhilarating. Shared bikes, designed for durability, typically came with solid tires and heavy frames, not to mention their lack of gear-shifting capability. Ichio lifted the bike to test its weight. The shared bicycle probably weighed around 20 pounds, while his newly acquired bike felt like it was only about 10 pounds. If he rode this mountain bike for his expedition, Ichio felt certain he'd still have enough energy left to plunder the marked location on the map by the time he arrived. Sigh, what a shame, why didn't I realize this earlier? Giving the mountain bike an approving pat, Ichio decided this would be his go-to ride for getting around in the real world from now on. Mounting his off-road bicycle, Ichio swiftly headed toward the fireworks shop. After some minutes of cycling, Ichio came to a stop in front of a store named Wanching Fireworks Shop. Putting the bicycle into his backpack, Ichio decided to keep it with him in the real world. After all, it barely took up any space. As he pushed open the shop door, a dazzling array of fireworks leapt into Ichio's view. Earth Red, Thousand Bang, Peacock Spread Tail, all neatly lined up on the ground. But excessive packaging clearly held no meaning for Ichio. These firecrackers that weighed half a kilo in packaging for every kilo of actual product were practically a waste of his time. It wasn't until he reached the counter at the back that Ichio finally spotted his target. Thunder King. Firecrackers the size of grenades appeared before Ichio, and the amount of gunpowder inside would absolutely not disappoint him. Using a knife to slit the outer shell, these large firecrackers were also easier to dismantle. With Ichio's strength twice that of an average person, peeling off the skin was effortless. In no time, Ichio had looted all the big guys from the fireworks shop, and his backpack was stuffed full of gunpowder. Blinking back to the survival world, Ichio immediately opened his system and began processing gunpowder. Checking his backpack, he found he had obtained chemical mixture, white, 1,500 kilograms this time. Though this could be considered gunpowder, Ichio chose to break it down into base materials and let the system refine them further. In an instant, the materials in his backpack were consumed, replaced by gunpowder with an even deeper hue now before Ichio's eyes. The facts proved Ichio's approach correct. After system synthesis, he obtained gunpowder, green, * 1,000 kilograms. Not only was the quality upgraded, but a full ton of explosives. Chapter 40, Flight Fog Beast Attack. With this massive quantity of explosives, he'd truly acquired himself an extraordinarily thick and formidable ace up his sleeve. Ichio purchased a wooden barrel blueprint from the trading market, then placed the black gunpowder inside the newly crafted barrel and set it on a shelf to prevent moisture from damaging the explosives. Grabbing a handful of black gunpowder granules and rubbing them between his fingers, Ichio couldn't help but chuckle. This was his lifeline, the very foundation of his survival. Unable to resist, he affectionately patted the round belly of the explosive barrel before finally settling down to sleep. Today's substantial gains instantly lifted Ichio's spirits. But when Ichio returned to the bedroom, they suddenly realized something was amiss. Touching the wall, they seemed to be separated from explosives by just a single partition. And the bedroom even had a heated Kong bed. No way, there's no sleeping tonight. Yichio spent another dozen minutes moving the gunpowder barrels one by one to an empty room farther from the bedroom. With such distance between them, he could finally sleep peacefully. After taking a shower in the washroom, Yichio hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the bedroom, casually tossing the car air freshener onto the table. Sliding his hand under the blankets, the cozy warmth of the heated quilt nearly melted his heart. Just as Yichio was about to change into his stab-proof suit for sleep, a bold idea struck him. Tonight, he would sleep in his pajamas. Ever since transmigrating to this survival world, Yichio had gone to bed fully armed every night, terrified of being solo-killed by fog beasts due to poor condition the next day. But now outside his house stood fences, beyond them lay beast traps, atop the fences were barbed wire, the yard was dotted with trap pits, and a ton of black powder lay stored in his warehouse. What's there for Yichio to be afraid of now? Sleep, however, feels most comfortable. Yichio neatly folded the stab-proof vest and set it aside, then slipped into the blankets wearing the high-end pajamas he'd acquired at no cost from the real world. Ah, pure comfort. The comfort of the blankets surpassed Yichio's wildest imagination, making him involuntarily narrow his eyes in bliss. The buffs from the Tier 4 settlement and the Kong bedstove turned Yichio's bed into an unparalleled seal in this world. A mighty seal even Yichio himself couldn't break free from. Amidst the chilly night breeze, Yichio sank into deep slumber. Good night, Maka Paka. Day 6 in the survival world. Ouch. Arg. The alarm clock sounded oddly unfamiliar. Yichio lazily yawned, turned over, and went back to sleep. Bang. Oh, ow. The sound vanished completely. Just as Yichio was about to fall into deep sleep again, a second sound suddenly rang out. Screech. At the same time, a system alarm sounded. Stronghold attacked by unknown creature. Durability -10. Current durability, 1205/1215. Ha, what's going on? Yichio opened his eyes in bewilderment, just as a second prompt echoed in his ears. Base camp attacked by unknown creatures. Durability -10. Current durability, 1195/1215. What? Yichio instantly widened his eyes. Something was wrong. Was someone breaking into his home? Screech. Another sharp screech rang in his ears, and Yichio suddenly realized he was under attack by a flying mist beast. Seriously, what rotten luck I have. Not daring to delay, Yichio immediately rolled out of bed, geared up, and grabbed his repeating crossbow before heading toward the living room. The piercing screeches continued to ring out as Yichio's house durability steadily decreased. But facing this assailant that remained completely unseen for now, Yichio pressed against the window, lost in thought. His house was far too conspicuous a target, even if he knew where the mist creature was attacking. By the time he got there, the enemy would have long fled. As for going outside to attack in the courtyard, Yichio believed himself capable of handling most mist creatures while inside the house. But venturing out? If he encountered a mist creature on Snake Brothers level, he'd be nothing more than a sitting duck. Would you wait until your house is mostly destroyed by the mist beasts, like that person who asked for your help, before attacking through the gaps? That wouldn't work either. You need explosive arrows to deal with the mist beasts. But what if it triggers the gunpowder barrels? The yard. That's it. Yichio's eyes lit up at the sight of the bonfire in the courtyard. The fog beast's attack pattern is to first demolish houses, then extinguish bonfires, and finally kill people. Wang Wu had mentioned this very point in the tutorial. In fact, he himself had secured victory using this exact tactic. Thus, a plan began taking shape in Yichio's mind. At their core, fog beasts exist to kill. So if he appeared in the courtyard, wouldn't that essentially mean the house was already breached? And now, in a broken-down house, if Yichio and the campfire appeared together, the mist creature would choose to extinguish the fire first, then kill Yichio. As long as he seized the chance, he could take down the mist creature. Gripping his hand crossbow tightly, Yichio felt a long-lost tension. But Yichio had no intention of letting the mist creature destroy his home either. He retrieved the colorful snake mold from the warehouse, a drop from the slain serpentine mist beast that could enhance defense. Yet, Yichio still hadn't figured out how to utilize it. At this stage, all Yichio could do was wrap it around himself. The theory checks out. Let's give it a try. Immediately craft a torch and throw it into the courtyard, igniting the bonfire. At the same time, the mist beast swiped at the house once more, continuing its attack before rising back into the air. Yichio seized this fleeting opportunity and pushed the door open to escape. Upon spotting Yichio, the giant eagle mist creature circling midair instantly changed course. In the blink of an eye, the massive eagle mist beast completed a rapid ascent followed by a plunging dive, instantly extinguishing the bonfire in the courtyard. Yichio, gripping the hand crossbow, finally caught a hazy glimpse of the mist beast's full form. The giant eagle, whose height simply standing up rivaled that of a grown man, unfurled its wings to cast a terrifying shadow that seemed to blot out the sun. Phew! The sound of flapping wings rustled by his ears. Yichio felt a strong gust of wind buffet his face. The colossal eagle fog beast was already catching the wind to soar upward. So fast. Yichio immediately pulled the trigger of the hand crossbow, and the explosive bolt shot forth, detonating upon impact like a grenade. Boom! A basin-sized crater had been blown open in the courtyard, yet Yichio's expression remained grim. Because the giant eagle mist creature merely grazed by the explosion before vanishing back into the night, sustaining almost no damage at all. Had the explosive bolt not been an area of effect attack, Yichio's shot would have completely missed its mark. Without hesitation, Yichio immediately turned and rushed back inside. The colossal eagle mist beast in the sky froze momentarily before swiftly diving toward the house. Outpost has been attacked by unknown creatures, durability -10. The familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yichio's ears once more, but this time, he didn't feel the slightest bit of panic. Though it couldn't match the speed of the giant eagle mist beast, since Yichio already understood its behavioral patterns, all he needed to do was wait patiently like a farmer by a tree stump for rabbits to bump into. Crafting a torch, he lit it and threw it into the yard. Seizing the opportunity, Yichio flung the door open once more and dashed back under the eaves. An eagle's sight can spot a hair from hundreds of meters in the air, but after being transformed by the white mist, Yichio now seemed as if he were right before the eagle's eyes. Sure enough, the giant eagle mirage beast hesitated in the sky for less than a moment before immediately diving toward the torch. Chapter 41, a thrilling kill, the giant eagle's wings. And with that pounce, it landed right on the explosive arrow Yichio had prepared in advance. Boom! The hit was solid and direct. The giant eagle mist beast immediately let out a piercing scream of agony. Sweeping aside the smoke with its wings, the giant eagle mist beast frantically searched for Yichio, only to realize the harsh truth: Yichio was inside the house. Screech! The colossal hawk mist beast let out a piercing shriek and resumed its assault on the house. Then, a torch came flying out from inside the house. The hawk mist beast remained unfazed. Next, Yichio emerged. The giant eagle fog beast's eyes lit up and it immediately changed direction. Wait, why was there that detestable firelight over there? Never mind, I'll deal with those puny humans later. Watch me extinguish this fire first. Whoosh! The torch went out, and the arrows arrived. Boom! The giant eagle mist beast took another solid hit. At this moment, the giant eagle mist beast's condition was beginning to deteriorate. As a flying species, it didn't have particularly thick health reserves to begin with. Now it was suffering continuous backlash damage from the building's barbed wire netting, followed by 2 direct hits from high-temperature gunpowder explosions. After taking this brutal combo, the fact that the giant eagle mist beast was still standing demonstrated just how formidable its strength truly was. Taking off at less than double its previous speed, even Yichio could now track its trajectory. However, tracking the trajectory was one thing, hitting it was another. Yichio didn't push his limits but instead lit another torch. With a stable means of killing, there was no need to attempt shooting down giant eagles. The massive eagle circled in midair. Then, a torch was thrown out from the house. The giant eagle mist beast remained unmoved. Then, Yichio emerged. The giant eagle mist beast's eyes lit up and immediately changed direction. Wait, why is there that detestable fire glow over there? Forget it, I'll deal with you puny humans later. First, let me deal with this firelight. You think I'd actually do that? Wrong. We fog beasts might be dim-witted, but we're not brainless. The giant eagle fog beast immediately halted its wings midair several meters from the torch. That's when the explosion sounded. The torch had already been extinguished. Ha, the torch is out, human. Prepare to die. Wait, where's the human? Yichio, of course, he went back inside the house. Not caring at all about the fate of the giant eagle mist beast, Yichio immediately retreated indoors after shooting the crossbow bolt. What a cautious human, unwilling to stay outside even a second longer. The giant eagle mist beast glared at the tightly sealed house and immediately turned its gaze to the windows. Though the window was too small for it to enter, the human was right beside it, perfect for smashing through and striking them down. Now's the moment. The smoke from the explosion hadn't yet cleared when the giant eagle mist beast seized the advantage of its position, viciously swiping at Yichio's figure. Yet at that very moment, Yichio seemed to have anticipated the mist eagle's movement as he calmly took 2 steps back. Boom! The sound of shattering glass instantly echoed through the living room. The massive talons of the mist beast clutched empty air while its entire body became entangled in the distorted barbed wire net, firmly wedged in the window frame. Screech! A feeble sound came from outside the window. Without hesitation, Yichio grabbed the steel spear beside him and thrust it directly at the giant eagle mist beast. With one final shrill scream, the giant eagle mist beast exploded into a pile of loot. Phew! Though slaying the giant eagle mist beast seemed simple, it was actually a perilous encounter. At its peak, the giant eagle mist creature moved so fast that even Yichio couldn't react in time. Had he been overconfident and faced it in the courtyard, he likely wouldn't have even had time to escape. Later, after the giant eagle mist creature was caught by behavioral logic and severely wounded twice, Yichio thought victory was assured. But unexpectedly, it suddenly changed tactics at the final strike, almost fatally grabbing him by the window. If the giant eagle mist creature hadn't already been severely injured, greatly reducing its speed, and if Ichio hadn't consumed starfall berries for enhanced vision while watching the battle through the window, his corpse might be lying on the ground right now. This also shows that mist creatures aren't mindless beings. Like wild beasts, they possess their own unique hunting intelligence. Fortunately, I was more skilled. Ichio let out a steadying breath as his heartbeat gradually calmed. After expending some resources to repair the damage to the house, the shattered glass on the ground disappeared. Ichio picked up his spoils of battle. Obtained, Mist Beast Flesh, green, *8, Mist Core, green, *2, Eagle's Wing, blue, *1, Silver Coin, green, *2, Skill Scroll, Barrage, green. Indeed, high risk means high reward. Judging by the drop rate, this Mist Beast that appeared today is on the same level as the Serpentine Mist Beast. Moreover, with its airborne assault capability, this Mist Beast is far more troublesome to deal with than the Serpentine one. A pity the novice grace period has already ended. Had this eagle arrived just a few days earlier, its flesh might have provided a substantial boost to physical attributes. However, formidable foes come with commensurate victory rewards. While the Mist Beast flesh offers a moderate enhancement, there's also bonus loot, a blue tier item. No need to elaborate on the skill, but as for the eagle's wings, this is actually a pair of wings that dropped. Could it possibly let him fly? Ichio immediately took out the manual to appraise it. Eagle's wings, blue. Description: a partial entity condensed from a deceased mist beast. The more powerful the mist beast, the more remnants it leaves behind. These are its remaining wings. Properties: takeoff, consumes a certain amount of stamina to flap the wings and soar high. Glide, when there is a height difference, consumes a small amount of stamina to glide. Can it really fly? Ichio lifted the pair of hefty wings and examined them carefully. When folded up, they were roughly the height and thickness of a person, with deep black feathers. As soon as he touched the wings, a prompt appeared before his eyes: equip. With a click of confirmation, wings appeared on Ichio's back, though the limited space in the living room prevented them from fully unfolding. Running his fingers through the dense feathers, Ichio reckoned just using them for warmth alone would make excellent material. Perfect. I'll test their full capabilities during daylight. All the effort spent killing that fog beast hadn't been wasted. Every struggle eventually bears fruit. Next up is the skill scroll. Rapid fire? Looks like it might be a perfect fit for me. Ichio cast an appraisal spell at the scroll. Skill scroll rapid fire, green. Description: imprinted with a skill that enables rapid learning, rapid fire. As long as the user carries enough arrows, they can shoot continuously without pause. The longer the duration, the greater the stamina consumption. Unfurling the scroll, Ichio instantly felt the knowledge flooding into his mind once more. So it seems my hand crossbow has become a repeating crossbow now? With this skill obtained, Ichio's memory slots are now completely filled. Among these skills, Sprint is used for fleeing and engaging enemies, while Rapid Fire is for ranged attacks, a perfectly balanced combination. Chapter 42, Stone Fence. After sorting out his gains, Ichio carefully stored away the remaining explosive arrows. Such powerful external tools should be used sparingly. Having completed today's trial, Ichio lay back on the bed and opened the system chat channel. Channel 666, 700/1000. Unlike yesterday's carefree ease, today's attacks once again resulted in numerous casualties. Ichio observed that today had seen the medium-tier mist beasts emerging sporadically while low-tier ones appeared en masse, with untired mist beasts virtually disappearing. It was already the 6th day in the survival world, and this large-scale attack by mist beasts had essentially eliminated those who survived purely by luck. Those who remained had at least some degree of strength. Though most people still struggled to fill their stomachs, at least surviving was no longer a problem. After fully recovering his stamina under the blankets, Ichio reluctantly got up, preparing to make another supply run in the real world. Though a ton of gunpowder packs a mighty punch, being a trump card meant the bigger reserve, the better. Blinking his eyes back to reality, Ichio stood on the windowsill, brimming with excitement. Now equipped with eagle's wings on his back, he could effortlessly soar down from the 4th floor instead of laboriously taking the stairs. After donning the wings, Ichio glanced down at the ground below, feeling a twinge of nervousness. But aside from the eagle's wings, he also possessed the ability to teleport in the blink of an eye, so there really didn't seem to be anything to worry about after all. Phew! Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Ichio gripped the windowsill and leaped straight out. Whoosh! Giant wings unfurled midair, and Ichio felt as if the flowing wind around him had taken physical form, shaping a long runway in the sky. Opening his eyes, he soared above the steel forest at a height of over 10 meters. The once familiar scenery now offered him an entirely new perspective. The flying ability humans have yearned for over millennia is truly marvelous to experience in reality. Gliding nearly 100 meters with these wings, Ichio gracefully touched down with just the tips of his toes close to the ground. Even gliding from heights of over 10 meters is effortless. These survival world creations are indeed extraordinary items. Folding the wings away, Yichio retrieved his off-road bicycle and sped toward the fireworks shop's location. Nearly 2 hours later, Yichio reappeared in the survival world with tons of gunpowder in tow. After the system conversion, the gunpowder in Yichio's hands now amounted to a staggering 2 tons. With such formidable reserves at his disposal, Yichio considered himself to be among the top echelon of players in this mist-veiled world. The only problem troubling Yichio now was that there wasn't enough space at home anymore. But this wasn't a big issue, because today's goal was precisely to expand the base area. Glancing at his watch, he noted there were roughly 10 plus minutes left before dawn broke in the survival world. Yichio opened the system's trading channel. Fewer people are selling blueprints these days, with most opting to trade materials for commissioned production. Fortunately, food and water remain highly valuable commodities. After a brief search, Yichio managed to purchase a basement for the price of a single meal. Though naturally, he still had to provide the raw materials himself. The basement would serve as storage for gunpowder and other supplies. Keeping them above ground would make them far too vulnerable to destruction. If the fog beast accidentally ignites the gunpowder, we'd be doomed. The new basement covers a total area of 80 square meters, more than enough to store gasoline and gunpowder. By the time all the items were moved into the basement, the sun had already risen outside. Yichio pushed open the door, planning to first retrieve the rewards for killing the fog beasts in the pit and the treasure chest rewards. Approaching the pit, Yichio first repaired the damaged fence before turning his gaze toward the hole. Obtained, Mist Beast Flesh, white, *2, Mist Core, white, *1, Stone Fence Blueprint, green, *1. The first 2 items were expected, but the green quality stone fence blueprint brought Yichio a pleasant surprise. Stone Fence Blueprint, green. Description: consumes 1 unit of stone material to craft 2 stone fences, capable of blocking attacks from ordinary wild beasts. I'd been somewhat worried that wooden fences might not suffice in the coming days, and today this new alternative appears. Great, today we'll expand the residential area with stone fences. As Yichio tore up the blueprint, a new craftable item immediately appeared in his construction menu. After resetting the pitfall trap, Yichio moved to the backyard again. It was the same familiar spot, but the treasure chest that appeared before him was no longer familiar, because this was unmistakably a wooden treasure chest. Perhaps the novice protection period had passed, or perhaps too many people in the world had expanded their settlement areas. Either way, the rewards had begun to shrink drastically, but even a mosquito's worth of meat was still meat. Yichio stepped forward and carefully opened it. Several bronze glinting coins and a smooth, flexible blueprint appeared before Yichio's eyes. Obtained, copper coin, white, *20, fireplace blueprint, green, *1. To Yichio's surprise, the rewards actually seemed slightly better than yesterday's. At the very least, the fireplace blueprint held more value to him than that thick cotton quilt from yesterday. Wait, maybe not necessarily. That quilt had been remarkably comfortable to sleep under. Tearing up the blueprint, Yichio dismantled the wooden treasure chest on the spot, obtaining 2 units of lumber. After collecting today's daily check-in reward, Yichio retrieved enough green-quality stone materials from the warehouse and crafted them into stone fences in the courtyard. Most of these green-quality stones were acquired through trades. Although green-quality stones were difficult to mine, after 6 days, those who made a living by quarrying had gathered quite a few pieces. Accumulated over time, Yichio now possessed over 100 units of green-quality stone materials. After synthesizing them into fences, the number of fences in Yichio's possession exceeded 200. For the area of the new settlement, Yichio planned to expand further on the current foundation, making it cover 2,500 square meters. A length and width of 50 meters each would require a total of 200 meters of stone fencing, and the fencing he currently had on hand was roughly enough for that. The extra fencing, Yichio decided to keep for future repairs in case the barrier was damaged. Pulling out the tape measure he'd taken from the hardware store, Yichio began surveying the land. After dividing the work area, Yichio first put on the stab-proof vest he had prepared earlier, along with his newly acquired giant eagle wings. Originally, Yichio had wanted to test how high these wings could lift him from the ground, but since taking off directly would consume considerable energy, he decided to wait until the fence was completed before trying. Then, Yichio used gasoline to ignite and burn the grass, preventing any creatures hidden within from attacking him while he worked. Sure enough, as soon as the fire started, swarms of small insects fled in panic. Halfway through the burning, a thumb-thick snake suddenly launched a surprise attack at Yichio, its forked tongue flicking menacingly. But things were different now. With his courage greatly bolstered, Yichio simply flicked the small snake away with a stick, not even bothering to retrieve it. Chapter 43, The Times Have Changed. After burning around his house, the once lush green lawn now bore terrifying scars, but to Yichio, these scars instilled a sense of security. Returning to the courtyard, he hauled out the heavy stone fences, one by one, and drove them into the ground. Under the blazing sun, Yichio toiled tirelessly. Yichio's extraordinary physical attributes allowed him to work at an astonishing speed, completing more than half of the stone fence construction in just one morning. When lunchtime arrived again, Ichio hastily prepared a pot of potato stew to fill his stomach before quickly returning to work. However, unlike the morning's smooth progress, the afternoon's work was fraught with difficulties. Just as he had finished 3/4 of the task, Ichio suddenly sensed a surge of danger. This instinctive warning made him swiftly glance sideways, where amidst the bushes not far away, Ichio spotted a pair of glowing amber eyes. Roar! A beast's roar exploded beside Ichio like a sudden thunderclap, and in the next moment, a lion nearly the size of a water buffalo burst from the undergrowth, lunging straight for him. What a huge lion! Realizing this lion was no ordinary beast, Ichio didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately unfurled his wings and took flight from the spot. His physical strength drained away like flowing water as Ichio abruptly leapt 10 meters into the air. Ichio estimated this single jump consumed about 1/10 of his stamina. At the same instant, the giant lion crashed headfirst into the stone fence Ichio had just installed. The powerful impact knocked the stone barrier askew. One could imagine a wooden fence would have already been shattered by such a blow. The giant lion shook its head and looked up at Ichio spiraling down through the air, momentarily bewildered. Since when could this monkey-like creature take to the skies? But the lion had no more time to ponder, for Ichio had already drawn his hand crossbow and begun his counterattack. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Ichio activated his skill and loosed 3 arrows, the shafts forming a triangular formation as they streaked toward the giant lion, determined to strike it down where it stood. But is it possible? No way. With just a sidestep, the giant lion dodged 2 arrows, though the third struck, it barely drew blood. Boosted by the mist, this lion appeared far more formidable than even a mid-level mist creature. Roar! Though the minor injury wouldn't incapacitate the beast, the wounded lion only grew more enraged. Judging the direction Ichio was about to land, the giant lion immediately dashed over at incredible speed. Ouch! Suddenly, as if bitten by a venomous snake, the lion let out a pained howl. The lion hastily stopped and discovered the glowing metallic teeth of a steel trap clamped onto its foreleg. It wasn't a snake that bit it, it was a steel trap. Was Ichio some kind of fool? Though he hadn't managed to put the maximum possible distance between himself and the giant lion at this moment, what he had absolutely maximized were the number of beast traps laid between them. Roar! Gnawing at the trap with pained determination, the giant lion struggled to free its foreleg from the bizarre creature's metallic jaws. But trying to make such a lifeless object retreat just by gnawing on it was truly the most futile of fantasies. Ichio didn't just watch as the giant lion tried to save itself. Landing inside the wooden fence, he pulled something out from his backpack. It was a barrel, and what lay inside it was all too familiar. Gunpowder! Ha! Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, let me test the power of this system-crafted gunpowder. With an excited grin, Ichio opened a small hole in the wooden barrel and hurled it directly at the giant lion. Faced with this sudden and unknown threat, the colossal lion instinctively swung its massive paw to swat the object away. But at the very moment its claw made contact with the barrel, a lit torch came flying after, striking the barrel with perfect timing. The next instant, boom! Far louder than the lion's roar, this truly was a thunderclap out of nowhere. The explosion blasted a massive crater into the ground, and the enormous lion was torn to pieces by the violent blast so thoroughly that not even its corpse remained intact. An opponent even Ichio would have found somewhat troublesome was instantly obliterated, failing to withstand even a single hit. Ichio rubbed his ears from dozens of meters away. Even at that distance, the deafening explosion had left them ringing. Climbing over the fence, Ichio arrived eagerly before the massive pit with burning eyes. Grabbing a handful of the still warm charred soil, Ichio couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected of the system's gunpowder, the damage output is absolutely brutal. Standing before the scattered remains of the giant lion, Ichio began tallying his spoils. Obtained lion bone meat, green, *2, building core, white, *1, fertilizer blueprint, blue, *1. Bumper harvest. Although the amount of flesh harvested was greatly reduced due to the explosion, the latter 2 rewards came as an unexpected surprise. But, a building core? Ichio frowned slightly. This thing looked familiar, something he might have seen during the fog beast attack on the second day. It seemed these could only be obtained by destroying strongholds. And with its white-grade quality, it appeared this lion had destroyed at least one wooden hut before. Sigh, guess this counts as avenging you. Rest in peace. Ichio picked up the faintly glowing white orb and examined it. Although I've already basically figured out its origins, using the manual appraisal will definitely yield more information than relying on the system's identification. Architectural core, white. Description: a core item used to create upgradable buildings. By integrating a construction core into a building, the structure can be reinforced to match the core's level. Both the architectural core and the building itself can be upgraded, though their maximum level cannot exceed that of the settlement's central core structure. If a core is integrated into an existing building with a core, the building will inherit some of the core's abilities. Feature: fog repellent. Within the building's range, white fog cannot invade. Upgradable building? Yichou's expression shifted slightly. Did this mean he could integrate the architectural core into either the basement or the fence? According to the description, as long as he fused the core, he could upgrade the basement or fence to match the settlement's level without needing upgrade blueprints? Without hesitation, Yichou immediately carried the architectural core back to the settlement. The system's prompt chimed in his ear. Detected possession of architectural core, white. Would you like to merge it with garrison concrete house, level 4? No. Yichou walked to the basement and pressed the white orb against the basement wall. Detected possession of architectural core, white. Would you like to merge it with basement, green? Understood. A flash of light passed, and Yichou immediately felt the basement had expanded slightly in area. Upon opening the system interface, the upgradable projects on the construction page now prominently listed the basement. Option to upgrade basement construction core, white, to maximum blue quality. Option to upgrade basement, green, to maximum blue quality. Chapter 44 Fertilizer. The second option was grayed out. Only by upgrading the building core first could the basement be enhanced. Regardless, Yichou realized just how precious building cores were. Simply consuming resources to improve a building's quality would save so many upgrade blueprints. Opening the upgrade interface, the basement core upgrade required gray stone, green, *20 and wood, green, *20, which was nearly half the materials needed to construct the basement originally. Totally worth it, but to build the perimeter wall, Yichou currently didn't have green quality stone in hand. With few green quality materials circulating in the market, Yichou could only post a purchase order, likely having to wait until bedtime to gather enough stone. But the next upgrade might require blue quality stone, which would be even harder to find. Yichou was already beginning to worry. Blue quality meant it surpassed the scope of standard materials. Nothing on their home planet reached such a level. Yet, given the current state of the survival world, extraction was a massive challenge. Forget it, gathering materials is still easier than finding better building blueprints. Stepping out of the basement, Yichou glanced at the surrounding fence. He now regretted using the construction core on the base without hesitation on the first day. It only increased the space by a tiny bit and added just over a dozen construction durability points. Such a terrible deal compared to buildings that can be upgraded infinitely. With a sigh in his heart, Yichou walked up to the stone fence and resumed his unfinished work. An hour later, Yichou finally completed the installation of the stone fence, expanding his camp's area to a full 2,500 square meters. He cleared the grassy area between the stone fence and wooden fence, making sure to retrieve all the animal traps. Then, Yichou crafted barbed wire to wrap around the stone fence, dug trap pits inside the enclosure, while producing more animal traps to scatter evenly outside the fenced perimeter. After finishing all this work, the sky had already darkened. Bathed in golden twilight, Yichou stood in the small courtyard inspecting his encampment. To reach his home, any intruder would first have to cross the grass concealing animal traps, then breach the stone fence embedded with barbed wire, cross the trap-filled pit behind it, break through another barbed wire wooden fence, and finally navigate past another trap-filled pit beyond that. With such formidable defenses, Yichou estimated even advanced mist beasts would struggle to reach his doorstep. Even flying attackers would have to face the barbed wire fences around the outpost. Excellent, excellent. The security measures have leveled up again. Yichou nodded in satisfaction while pulling out several wooden sticks from his backpack and planting them at key points within the courtyard. At the same time, he hung oil lamps on each of these wooden sticks. When the fog beast's attack arrives, Yichou can light the oil lamp in the yard and then attack the fog beasts from a distance using a crossbow. Previously, due to the low durability of the wooden fence, Yichou generally only used it as a warning line. But the durability of the stone fence is several times that of the wooden one. Yichou can now fully rely on the stone fence for defense. After completing these tasks, Yichou finally remembered another reward dropped after defeating the lion. Fertilizer blueprint, blue. Fertilizer, just looking at it, one can tell it plays a crucial role in plant growth. As a reward in this survival world, Yichou harbored even greater expectations for it. Crumbling the blueprint, the system immediately revealed the method to craft the fertilizer. Yichou examined the fertilizer production requirements and found there weren't many restrictions. Biological waste like animal dung, wood shavings, fruit pits, and other trash, as well as animal blood, flesh, and organs, could all be used to make fertilizer. After checking the warehouse, Yichou processed some seemingly useless materials like unknown creature bones, white, and leaves, blue, and quickly obtained 2 large bags of fertilizer. Yichou appraised the fertilizer produced by the system. Fertilizer, blue. Description: nutrient-rich organic fertilizer that appropriately reduces the growth time of crops when applied. Be careful not to use too much. Trait: non-persistent. Within the same duration, you can apply more fertilizer without worrying about overfeeding the seedlings. Sure enough, it works just like fertilizer in games, speeding up crop growth. With the boost from the blue-tier planting boxes, many crops were already growing at an astonishing rate. Combined with this fertilizer, Yichou felt that achieving a 2-day harvest wasn't just a dream. As dusk deepened, Yichio simmered some fog beast meat in a pot while carrying the fertilizer to the planting boxes. Lighting an oil lamp, the verdant sprouts in all 6 planters appeared vibrant under its amber glow, filling the heart with an irrepressible sense of delight. Grabbing a handful of fertilizer, Yichio evenly scattered it across the soil. A faint glow shimmered as the pale green fertilizer gradually vanished from Yichio's sight, only to be replaced by the visible growth of seedlings in the planting box before his eyes. The small tangerine tree suddenly shot up in height, and Yichio even spotted 1 or 2 pure white flower buds. The starfall berries had already grown into a dense thicket, cramming the planting box to the brim. The most outstanding were the sweet potatoes, their green leaves densely crawling over the planting box, almost spreading onto the nearby ones. Yichio opened the system interface to check their maturation time. Out of sight, out of mind, but upon checking, he realized the sweet potatoes had actually already ripened. As for the other crops, their harvest time had also decreased, roughly by about 2 days. In about a day, I can harvest starfall berries, and in 3 days, I'll be able to gather potatoes. Such rapid progress filled Yichio with joy. Although sweet potatoes and potatoes are common crops, starfall berries are genuine blue-tier quality. Putting other crops aside for now, Yichio grasped the long sweet potato vine and began harvesting. With a firm pull, plump sweet potatoes emerged one after another, covered in moist soil. Each one was as thick as a forearm, and the largest was comparable to the size of Yichio's calf. Excluding the sweet potato vines, Yichio estimated that this harvest yielded at least 30 to 40 caddies of sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes planted yesterday were ready for harvest today. The survival world truly never ceases to bring boundless surprises. After cleaning and storing the sweet potatoes in the warehouse, Yichio didn't discard the vines or leaves either. After washing and chopping them, he tossed them straight into the pot of meat stew. Yichio remembered drinking sweet potato leaf soup as a child. The taste was actually quite good. It would be perfect for supplementing some vitamins into his meat-heavy daily diet. After tasting the broth's saltiness, Yichio added a bit more salt. Adjusting the gas to medium heat, Yichio returned to the courtyard once more. A blue-tier planting box was far too precious to leave idle. After replenishing the soil with water, Yichio planted the sweet potatoes once again. Since the new sweet potato sprouts hadn't absorbed any fertilizer yet, Yichio added another portion, and the harvest time was updated to 24 hours later. As for the sprouts in the other planting boxes, Yichio determined through the survival manual's analysis that they were all on the verge of nutrient surplus. Chapter 45, The Bear Slayer. Yichio experimentally tossed some fertilizer in as well, and sure enough, only a few granules were absorbed. Worried that the remaining fertilizer might harm the crops, Yichio carefully picked them out one by one. Without returning the fertilizer bags, Yichio buried the fertilizer in the ordinary soil to see if it could transform into higher quality land. After tending to his farmland, Yichio washed his hands and headed to the kitchen. Lifting the lid, the fragrant aroma of sweet potato leaf and lean pork porridge wafted into Yichio's lungs, making his fingers twitch with appetite. Scooping up a full bowl of the meat porridge, Yichio carried it along with a small stool, intending to eat in the yard. But the moment he pushed the door open, a piercingly cold wind slapped him in the face. Outside the house, the white mist swirled violently in the strong winds, like a herd of beasts galloping across the wilderness. Yet, the unique characteristics of the campsite made Yichio's settlement as stable as a reef amid turbulent waves. But the towering, surging fog did send a shiver down Yichio's spine. The cold wave was drawing increasingly closer, and he felt a growing sense of foreboding in his heart. Yichio closed the door, and the nearly deafening howl of the wind was instantly muted by the thin walls. Placing his rice bowl on the table in the living room, Yichio sat down and absent-mindedly took 2 bites before suddenly jumping to his feet. He had forgotten to bring in the planting box. The cold wave is so severe it would be terrible if my crops were frozen. With that thought, Yichio immediately stood up and stepped outside, braving the icy wind to move each planting box into the basement one by one. Even though the biting wind raged outside, likely dropping temperatures below freezing, the indoor conditions remained perfectly hospitable for the crops. Now there's nothing left to worry about. Picking up the bowl and scooping a spoonful of steaming hot meat congee, Yichio instantly felt warmth radiating through his entire body. After wolfing down a bowl of congee, Yichio picked up a second bowl and opened the system chat channel. Channel 666, 672/1000. In just one day, over 20 people had already died. Yichio recalled the giant lion attack from the afternoon. Apparently today's incident was no isolated occurrence. A wild boar attacked my house today, but luckily I managed to kill it by using the terrain to my advantage, otherwise things would have gotten ugly. Such terrible luck today. While I was out gathering resources during the beast attack, I came back to find my home completely destroyed. Now I'm on the verge of a breakdown. Let's start by building a level 1 house first. Sigh, these wooden houses of ours really don't keep the cold out at all. So cold. Forget wooden houses, even stone huts aren't much better. The moment the fire stops, it's like entering an ice cellar that chills you to the bone. I think I'm running a fever, and my throat hurts like hell. Nothing to be done about it. When injured in the wilderness, you've got to tough it out. If possible, try to eat at least green tier food to speed up recovery. Advertising here, I'm selling ginger soup at the trading market. Anyone who needs it can buy a bowl. Catching a cold in this world is definitely not good news. Custom quilt processing service, bring your own materials, plant fibers, cotton. The chat channel was bustling with activity, with most people deeply worried about the current situation. Beast attacks, cold waves, and mist creature assaults loomed over most people like three massive mountains. Faced with this scene, Yichio silently began typing. Anonymous user, good evening everyone, it's time for our daily dose of fun facts. Hooray! It's the anonymous expert. Been waiting for this all day, just craving this digital pick-me-up. At least the atmosphere gets livelier when anonymous bigshot shows up. Anonymous user, today's tip, if you already have a courtyard, when both you and the campfire are inside it, mist beasts will stop attacking the house and instinctively target the fire instead. Anonymous user, when dealing with airborne mist beast attacks, try luring them towards your campfire by stepping halfway out the doorframe. This creates an opening to strike. Yichio had actually planned to share some intel about architectural cores today, but after some thought, he realized revealing such information might only encourage ambitious players to prey on their own kind. So in the end, he kept it to himself. Useless trivia knowledge +1, and I don't even have a yard. Learn something new, thanks boss. Alright, hurry up and bring out the prize draw. Look at you, always in such a hurry. Please, if you already have enough to eat, don't participate in the raffle. These children are genuinely starving to death. How the hell did you survive until today? Anonymous user, alright, today's red envelopes are about to drop. Anonymous user, speed challenge red envelope, 10 milliliters bottled water *1. The anonymous user's speed grab red envelope was claimed within 0.2 seconds, with Speed King being the fastest. Damn, what a name. Participated every time, never got picked once. After distributing the rewards, Yichio placed another advertisement in the group chat. Anonymous user, I'll be listing some cold weather gear in my shop soon. The quality isn't high, and basic materials can be traded for them. Feel free to check it out if you're interested. You really gotta hand it to the big boss for looking out for us. The boss's supply channels are insane. I heard they can even source cigarettes and alcohol. Never expected them to pull off bulk winter gear this time. Wait, they've got booze? Holy shit, this is news to me. BRB, sliding into the boss's DMs. Did this stuff come from the mist zone? How come all I ever find there are goddamn rubble fields? Is it possible that those stones are of high quality? Damn it, I'm such an idiot. All I did was search for treasure chests and forgot to mine the rocks. Damn, what kind of luck is this? I've never even seen the mist zone before. After idling for a while in the group chat, I went to the trading channel to stock up on some basic materials. Timber, stone, soil, and other materials quickly poured in, filling Ichio's warehouse to the brim, so he tossed all the white tier materials into the courtyard. There were also some rather unusual trades. Levski, Comrade Anonymous, I have a bear pelt here. Would you take it? Levski, me and the bear.jpg, bear pelt, green.jpg. Animal hides are currently valuable commodities, especially a complete bearskin like this. Whether used as a blanket or crafted into clothing, it could significantly increase one's chances of surviving the cold wave. But what astonished Yichio wasn't the bearskin, it was the person standing beside it. That individual wore an extremely sturdy suit of armor covered with sharp spikes, radiating an overwhelming sense of security. Anonymous user, I'll take it. What do you want in exchange? Levski, cigarettes, alcohol, spices, anything goes. The stronger the tobacco and liquor, the better. Somewhere in the survival world, inside a sturdy stone house, tall flames leaped from the furnace, illuminating the burly, pale-skinned man and the wall behind him stacked with trophies. Animal hides of all kinds, piles upon piles of jerky. There was no doubt that even among survivors worldwide, he ranked among the elite. With food and drink in abundance, what he lacked now was enjoyment. Upon learning that Anonymous had exceptionally rich reserves, he immediately contacted the other party. Anonymous user, of course, I have Huazi, Furong, Erguatu, and everything else here. Seeing Yichio's reply, Levski's eyes lit up, but Yichio wasn't finished speaking. Anonymous user, but things like cigars and spirits that are too strong can't be brought out. A wall of cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and sweets.jpg. If Levski had merely been pleasantly surprised before, now he was truly dumbfounded. He had considered that Yichio might have encountered local natives and could procure some rare and unusual items, but he certainly hadn't expected there to be so many. Chapter 46, The Fireplace and Bearskin Rug. When it comes to food alone, Levski believed he couldn't be surpassed by anyone, but he never imagined that Anonymous would hold a status in luxury comparable to his own dominance in the culinary world. Levski, Anonymous, big shot, I never expected you to run such a massive business even in this survival world. I'm genuinely impressed. Levski, interested in becoming friends? Consider this bear hide my greeting gift. System notification, Levski has gifted you bear hide, green, *1. Seeing Levski's reply, Ichio couldn't help but smile. Anonymous user, it would be an honor to be friends with a master who can fight off brown bears. Since that's the case, please don't refuse my gifts. System notification, anonymous user has gifted you Ergwotu, green, *5, Huazi, white, *5, spices, white, *200g. Looking at the small mountain of luxury goods piled before him, Levski wore an expression of wistful admiration. Levski, Comrade Anonymous, you are the most generous survivor I've ever met. May our friendship last forever. Anonymous user, Comrade Levski is also the most generous survivor I've encountered. This was undoubtedly true since Ichio's transmigration. It was the first time he'd met someone who gifted bear pelts upon first acquaintance. In this era of winter's descent, the value of bear pelts was absurdly high. After some mutual business flattery, their friendship instantly warmed up. These two exceptionally wealthy survivors established their friendship through absolute generosity. In this survival world, not lacking basic supplies meant these two would never turn hostile over minor gains even if they met, which is why top players generally prefer teaming up with fellow elites. After adding each other as friends, Ichio naturally inquired about the origins of that dazzling full-body armor. Upon learning about Levski's method of crossing over, Ichio couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It was a moonlit night with countless stars when Levski, drunk on strong liquor and burdened by sorrow, put on his ancestral bear hunting suit and went into the forest to spar with a brown bear. And just when he'd beaten the bear to death barehanded, he crossed over. Starting off with a bear hunting suit that maxed out his defense, plus a several hundred-pound brown bear carcass. Carrying several hundred pounds of meat through the crossing, this was the most Ichio had ever seen anyone carry at once. With such an overpowered start, Levski bulldozed through the jungle. The spoils from his hunts nearly overflowed his cabin except for the first day's missed beasts, which fled too quickly to kill. Every other missed beast was utterly demolished on the spot. Gazing at the walls densely decorated with Levski's trophies, Ichio couldn't help but marvel. It seems the true elite players of this survival world might be even more formidable than he'd ever imagined. Though not lacking food, Ichio still exchanged some meat sausages and coarse ham from Levski to add to his collection. As for the items exchanged, they were oil lamps crafted by Ichio. Knowing that carrying these would allow him to venture deeper into the white mist, Levski's fighting spirit burned fiercely. Among the most precious items was an enormous bear paw, as large as Ichio's entire face. According to Levski, this was the bear he hunted in the survival world. Back then, he nearly lost his life to it. Any bear that reaches green quality is not to be underestimated, probably comparable to a mid-level fog beast. Seeing that Levski managed to take down such a formidable creature single-handedly, even Ichio couldn't help but feel awed. That's genuinely badass. Although he had also killed a green quality lion himself, it was accomplished with the help of gunpowder. If it came down to pure skill, Ichio wasn't all that confident he could pull it off. Worried that Ichio might not know how to prepare it, Levski thoughtfully did the basic processing. All that's needed now is some stewing before it's ready to eat. Coincidentally, the flesh with greatly enhanced properties that Ichio had was almost used up. Tomorrow he'll stew this bear's paw. Fortunately, with the weather gradually turning colder recently, at these temperatures, these things could last 10 days to half a month without spoiling. After completing these tasks, Ichio blinked his eyes and returned to the real world. This time, the goal is to clear out the clothing store not far downstairs. After working all day, Ichio's remaining stamina wasn't looking great. Besides, with no shortage of gasoline or gunpowder, and not exactly keen on sleeping atop a pile of explosives, Ichio decided not to venture too far today. Grabbing some winter clothes for trading would suffice. Consider it a little vacation. After helping himself to a cubic meter of winter garments, completely free of charge, Ichio listed the merchandise in his small shop, sticking to the usual one item per customer limit at market price. After finishing this task, Ichio stuffed firewood under the heated Kong to warm it. Right at this moment, Ichio suddenly remembered that he still had a blueprint for crafting a fireplace. Although his current physical condition made him practically immune to the cold, why not make his home as warm as spring if he could? Keep in mind, due to his long-term charity ventures, Ichio now had mountains of basic materials below white grade piling up. There was even a whole stack of firewood in the yard. Perfect timing to clear out some wood, no loss at all. With this in mind, Ichio built 2 fireplaces in the bedroom and living room respectively, stuffed them full of firewood, and kept them burning around the clock. In no time, the house felt as warm as spring. Despite the sub-zero temperatures outside, Ichio could comfortably walk around shirtless indoors. Not stopping there, he even spread the bear hide obtained from Levski on the floor as a makeshift rug. Made from bear hide and laid on the floor, stepping on it barefoot feels supple and soft. Ichio felt like he could practically roll out a sleeping mat right on top of it. After a hot shower in the bathroom, Ichio draped himself in a bathrobe and walked to the living room, settling into the recliner with his back to the fireplace to dry his hair. Outside the window howled a bitter wind, while in front of the pale golden glow of the fireplace, Ichio lounged in the recliner, his feet resting on the thick bearskin rug. This had the air of a medieval nobleman. The softness beneath him and the warmth in the air fully coaxed out the laziness in his body. Before long, Yichio's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off into a deep sleep. Survival World, Day 7. Howl. Roar. Roar. The completely distorted alarm sound tore Yichio from sweet slumber. Blinking sleep from his eyes, Yichio glanced at the clock above the fireplace and realized with a start that he'd slept right through until the mist beast's attack. The warmth inside was so cozy, and the recliner was so comfortable, simply irresistible. Yichio stretched as he got up, languidly put on his stab-proof vest, picked up his crossbow, and pushed open the door. Whoosh! A biting cold wind hit him in the face, jolting Yichio wide awake. Cold! This sensation, Yichio recognized it clearly once again. Closing the door behind him, Yichio retrieved a mercury thermometer from the warehouse and stepped outside again. After hanging the thermometer on the barbed wire by the window, Yichio lit 3 bonfires he had built in the courtyard. Confirming there were no winged mist beasts attacking for the moment, he then ignited the oil lamps he had prepared earlier. In an instant, the light illuminated the area around the campsite, revealing a grotesque mist beast right before Yichio's eyes. The sharp barbed wire tore through the mist beast's body, dismantling the stone fence as the creature began to sustain injuries. Yichio retreated into the room, opened the window, and fired arrow after arrow at the mist beast with his crossbow. Whoosh! 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 Multiple arrows flew in succession until, with one final mournful cry, the mist beast beyond the fence collapsed motionless. Chapter 47, Purple Quality Loot. Before long, Yichio spotted another mist beast emerging from a different direction. This was the second one. Thanks to the terrain advantage, Yichio stubbornly managed to shoot it dead with his hand crossbow before it could get close. After slaying the second mist beast, Yichio continued listening attentively. Sure enough, the expansion of their camp's area attracted more mist beast attacks. Before long, a series of heavy footsteps reached Yichio's ears. Mist beasts were coming again. A third mist beast, and Yichio estimated this one was at least mid-level. To prevent it from rushing straight into his face where it'd be hard to block, Yichio immediately grabbed a gunpowder barrel, dashed outside, ignited it, and hurled it directly toward the direction of the approaching footsteps. Boom! The black night suddenly erupted with crimson light as a deafening explosion rang out. Along with the billowing smoke and scorching heat waves came the piercing wail of the mist beast. Roar! Bang! 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 Colossal footsteps thundered, and through the fog, Yichio caught sight of an enormous shadow. It was a gigantic creature, standing at least 4 meters tall by conservative estimates. The massive mist beast's body was now more than half destroyed, its bulging belly billowing with thick smoke, and even its churning intestines were clearly visible. It seemed taking that direct hit from the explosive barrel had severely wounded this fog creature. Damn! To tank a gunpowder barrel head-on, this thing's defenses are terrifyingly thick. Yichio immediately rolled out a second explosive barrel. In that case, let me gift you another one. Lighting the powder keg, Yichio immediately tossed it out through the window and swiftly pulled the window shut. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out. Yichio felt the window tremble violently, and when he looked ahead, even the newly installed stone fence had been blasted away by the tremendous shockwave. As for that enormous fog beast, it now lay pitifully crumpled on the ground, appearing completely incapacitated. Owl! Owl! A weak growl rose through the night wind, but compared to its former vigor, the fog beast's roar now carried confusion laced with fury. What the hell happened? Why had the beast fallen before I even saw the house yet? Unlike the fog beast's confusion, Yichio had only one thought in his heart now. This guy actually still hasn't died. Yichio couldn't help but marvel at the fog beast's vitality, then immediately pulled out a third barrel of gunpowder. Boom! With the third deafening explosion, the outside finally fell completely silent. Alright, the third wave of mist beasts was easily overcome. The faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the night breeze as several charred craters outside Yichio's campsite silently denounced his ruthless actions. Even a green-tier lion had fallen easily to a single explosive barrel, yet this mist beast withstood 3 before finally succumbing. Something told Yichio that this creature's level might be higher than intermediate. Still, for safety's sake, Yichio had no intention of venturing out to collect the spoils. After waiting for a while and confirming there was no fourth wave of attacks coming, Yichio sat back down on the recliner and opened the system. Channel 666, 680/1000. Expanded the base area yesterday, challenged 2 waves of mist beasts for the first time. Combat pure exhilaration. The person above is a true pro. I tremble just fighting a single mist beast. Honestly, the fog beasts attacking us grow stronger each day, it's practically forcing us to evolve. Couldn't we at least get some breathing room to develop freely? Do you think this is some kind of game? Still dreaming of casually building a home and playing around. Sigh, 7 days into this survival world, and probably billions have already fallen to the fog beasts. May there be no fog beasts in heaven. Just staying alive has already drained every ounce of our strength. Stop moping around here. Defending against fog beasts with houses is actually quite easy. Just kill one fog beast, and it'll basically create a positive cycle, you'll keep getting stronger. The fog beast's difficulty is pretty reasonable. Honestly, fog beast meat feels like free welfare thrown at us. How could you all defend those who sent us to this damned world? Have your brains turned into pure muscle? The tension in the chat area was growing thicker by the minute. As time passed, many people had begun to adapt to the rhythm of the survival world, with some even gaining the respect and freedom in this realm that they could never achieve in the real world. Yet, the majority still harbored deep resentment toward the survival world. Unable to reach the beings who had sent humanity here, people resorted to a time-honored tradition, civil war. Compounded by the fact that venturing outside was impossible at night, the chat channels became incredibly lively for a time. Yicho found it boring after watching for a while. It was simply a case of both sides having their own valid points, making it hard to distinguish absolute right from wrong. Therefore, after fully recovering his stamina, Yicho chose to return to the real world. Only children fight over choices. Yicho decided to take everything. Enjoyment in the survival world and exploration in the real world, only this can be called wholesome. For his first crossing today, Yicho chose to stock up on steel and gunpowder. The gunpowder was to replenish yesterday's and today's consumption, while the steel was to restock the iron wire nets. Like a diligent little squirrel, Yicho slowly transported resources from the real world back into the survival world, and in this repeated cycle, several hours simply vanished. Returning to the survival world once more, Yicho glanced at his watch. Dawn was just over 10 minutes away. The reward for slaying the giant mist beast still lay outside the campsite. Staring at the hazy glowing orb, Yicho could barely contain his excitement. After eating another starburst berry and carefully storing its seeds, Yicho pushed open the door. After lighting a bonfire, he stepped into the courtyard. Enhanced by the starburst berry's effects, the vague outlines of fallen objects in the white mist sharpened considerably, allowing Yicho to finally discern their peculiar glowing edges. Amidst the blue radiance, Yicho spotted a color he'd never seen before. It was purple. At present, the highest quality Yicho knew of was blue, so this purple drop must be at least one tier higher than blue. If nothing unexpected occurred, this mist beast must be an advanced mist beast. It's a pity that back then, fearing its close-range attack, he directly launched a gunpowder barrel from afar to kill it, otherwise, he could have appraised it. Without further thought, Yicho glanced at the watch on his wrist. Dawn was about to break. As the time arrived, the dense white mist before Yicho's eyes abruptly dissipated, replaced by dazzling blue and purple light flooding his vision. Yicho sighed with slight disappointment. Ah, what a pity, only one. Pushing open the wooden fence gate, Yicho immediately gathered the dropped items into his backpack before darting straight back into the house. Putting aside courtyard inspections and fence repairs for now, Yicho's heart swelled with exhilaration over acquiring his first mythical purple teardrop. But as soon as the wooden fence gate was closed, Yicho excitedly rubbed his hands together and took out the loot from his backpack. First came the usual two items again: Mist Beast Flesh, blue, and Mist Core, blue. The description of the blue quality Mist Beast Flesh stated it could dramatically enhance the physical qualities of whoever consumed it. There were 12 pieces of this loot in total. This is the most precious flesh drop I've encountered so far. Yicho recalled the bear paws he had refrigerated. Ah, who knows when I'll get another chance to eat bear paws now. Though the mist cores still seem useless as always, they're bound to come in handy someday. Then came silver coin, green, *10. Now Yicho's pocket money has reached 29 silver and 505 copper coins, just waiting for one gold coin to summon the merchant. As for the final item that appeared, it was that purple quality treasure. To be honest, none of the loot so far had satisfied Yicho much, so he placed great expectations on that final purple item. A faint violet glow appeared before Yicho's eyes, and with a gentle pinch. Chapter 48, Item Upgrade Card. Item Upgrade Card, purple. Description: can upgrade items of the highest blue quality to purple quality. Evolve. Since the Mist Survival Manual could only appraise entities of blue quality or below, Yicho could only obtain this much information. Fortunately, this is a functional item. Knowing its purpose is enough, and the limitations can be discovered through experimentation. Even with just this information, Yicho's heart surged with excitement. This wasn't just randomly awarding a purple tier item, it was letting you choose one yourself. Should he pick purple tier Mist Beast meat, a purple tier hand crossbow, or purple tier gunpowder? Too many options are giving me decision fatigue. Yicho glanced at the system description again and suddenly thought of another possibility. Could this thing be used on living creatures? Yicho picked up the card and tried selecting the option to use it on himself. To forge iron, one must be strong. If my physical condition could reach blue quality, wouldn't I become a walking high-tier mist beast? After all, being killed only drops one quality of meat. The gap between me and a high-tier mist beast shouldn't be that big, right? System notification: item upgrade card, purple, cannot be used. Yicho stroked the soft fur of the lost rabbit and glanced at the item upgrade card in his hand. Alright, if I can't use it on myself, then what needs to be upgraded is already clear enough. That's right, it's the Mist Survival Handbook, Blue. If only its rank were a bit higher, I could appraise the detailed information on the item upgrade card. Sometimes, intelligence alone can save you countless detours. Since I can't upgrade the built-in muscles, I'll just have to upgrade the external brain. Taking out the Fog Survival Manual, Ichio glanced somewhat ruefully at the card in his hand before closing his eyes and snapping it in half. A purple glow spilled over the Fog Survival Manual, dispersing much of the white mist hovering above the book to reveal its uneven cover. Damn, I feel like this book could be used to knock someone out. Hefting the upgraded manual, now weighing a solid 10 pounds despite its thinness, Ichio couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. Since he had already leveled up, Ichio first used the handbook to appraise the handbook itself, wanting to see what changes had occurred. White Mist Scripture Fragment, Purple. Description: a fragment materialized from the ever-flowing rules of white mist that permeates the gaps between countless realms, can appraise the vast majority of items of 5 qualities: gray, inferior, white, common, green, excellent, blue, rare, and purple, treasure. But, holding the torn page in your hand, you will embark on a path filled with the unknown. Is this for better or worse? Attribute: pure white mist. While holding the fragment, you can merge with the mist for 10 seconds without fear of being devoured by unknown entities. Usable once per day. A lot has changed. Even the name had genuinely transformed into white mist scripture. This sounded far from simple. Ichio always felt that this fellow's gold content might somewhat exceed his expectations. At this point, it seemed serving him a few meals a day still wouldn't be enough to repay Brother Wangwu's kindness. In addition, the white mist scripture acquired another attribute: able to assimilate into the mist. The fog is currently the most terrifying existence looming over survivors' hearts. Anyone who enters it without carrying fog-repelling items faces certain death. However, if one can merge with the fog, evading attacks and launching ambushes in the shadows, nearly 99.9% of people won't detect them. In certain situations, possessing this skill is equivalent to gaining an extra life. Damn, gunpowder packs a punch, and the rewards for killing high-level fog beasts are insane. Fight, exhilarating. Placing the remnants of the white mist scripture close to his chest, Ichio couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Next, Ichio planned to retrieve the drops from the other 2 mist beasts he had slain yesterday before repairing the fence. Yet when Ichio stepped outside again, the excitement on his face visibly faded, because he had sensed something unusual. And this unusual thing was, Ichio slowly raised his head and saw a pale gray sky. The sun hadn't appeared today at all. Sunlight is a crucial factor in raising surface temperatures, yet today there wasn't a single cloud in the sky, yet no sun either. This resulted in daytime temperatures in the survival world being barely different from those at night. Ichio picked up the thermometer he had placed outside earlier, which now showed a temperature of minus 12 degrees Celsius. As the bitter wind howled around him, Ichio guessed the temperature would drop even further. Opening the system chat, he found it unusually active for daytime. Why isn't the sun out today? Is it safe to go outside? Shouldn't we be more concerned about how cold it is? We're already short on firewood for heating. If the temperature stays like this even during the day, how are we going to survive? Wild beasts attacked my camp just at dawn. This is too perfect. Finally something to eat. I feel like it might be dangerous outside today, so I've decided not to go out. I have enough supplies on hand anyway. I also think we can stay indoors today. Wild beast attacks might be more frequent, and we can just wait for opportunities at home. I have a feeling the temperature might keep dropping. We should take this chance to quickly gather more firewood. Unlike ordinary weather conditions, the group chat was particularly lively at this moment. Ichio first patched up the gaps in the stone fence, then thoroughly searched the yard. After confirming no unknown creatures had slipped in, he began sorting through the spoils. Apart from the usual 2 items, yesterday's fog beast drops didn't yield much of value: charcoal, lumber, food, and water, all essential goods for weathering the cold wave. But for Ichio, these were precisely the things he lacked least. Thanks to his daily no-capital trading in the marketplace, Ichio had accumulated a terrifying stockpile of basic materials. Walking around to the backyard, Ichio saw neatly stacked white-tier lumber and stone materials. Conservative estimates placed each type at over 3,000 units, completely filling his rear courtyard. The surplus had even breached the wooden fence, spilling over into his newly claimed territory. The front yard was still piled with over 500 units of blue and green quality wood and stone. The reason Ichio's house was so warm had a lot to do with being practically buried under these materials. It was hard for any heat to escape. Ichio rubbed his chin, planning to list this large batch of wood on the trading market by evening. When the time came, he'd just consider it helping out his fellow survivors. Leaving them piled up indefinitely wasn't an option. If even a few mist creatures wandered into the backyard, he wouldn't be able to attack freely. The woes of having too many supplies weighed heavily on Ichio's mind. Chapter 49, Hello, I mine with explosives. After spending some time, Ichio used his backpack to transfer large quantities of stone and wood materials to an area bordered by wooden and stone fences. This way, he could keep an eye on the backyard situation. However, after clearing the excessive accumulation of basic materials, Ichio spotted a familiar old friend not far from the campsite. A faint white mist suddenly materialized out of thin air, instantly crushing the nearby trees and stones into powder. After a moment, a misty zone appeared before Ichio's eyes. A misty zone had actually respawned. Ichio's expression turned grave. There was no doubt the last time a misty zone had suddenly appeared, Ichio had reaped bountiful rewards. But this time, the newly appeared misty zone might not necessarily be a resource area. No matter what, Ichio couldn't just ignore potential danger appearing before him, he absolutely had to go investigate. After emptying his backpack, Ichio equipped the giant eagle wings, put on his helmet, and pushed open the stone railings gate. This time the mist zone had spawned much farther than last time. On his way there, Ichio encountered numerous creatures bold enough to attack him, though they were all small fries with laughably weak offensive capabilities. They didn't even warrant drawing his weapons. A single stomp from Ichio finished them off. Effortlessly reaching the 100-meter zone of the misty area, Ichio activated the appraisal function while holding the white mist scripture. Misty zone resources, purple. Description: an area abundant with rare resources, drifting randomly across this continent under the guidance of the mist, awaiting the arrival of a destined individual. The highest tier resources found here are of purple quality. Attribute: non-persistent, remaining duration, 3 hours 57 minutes. Could this actually be another resource zone? Ichio's face lit up with joy as he surveyed the rugged, desolate landscape before him. It seemed this resource area specialized in high-quality stone materials. Not only that, the upgraded white mist scripture also pointed out the highest quality resources in the misty zone to Ichio, along with their exact duration of existence. The upgrade was definitely worth it. Ichio lit an oil lamp and hung it at his waist as he ventured into the misty zone. Upon reaching the edge of the misty zone, Ichio immediately began appraising the rocks beneath his feet. As expected, even the lowest grade stones were green quality, and blue quality stones were piled up like mountains. The difficulty now lies in the extraction process. For anyone else, even with a blue quality stone pickaxe, they'd likely only obtain about 20 pieces of stone from continuous mining. But Ichio was no ordinary person. To maximize resource extraction in these nearly 5 hours, Ichio decided blast mining. Returning immediately to the base camp, Ichio loaded up a full ton of explosives and re-entered the resource zone. Next, Ichio snapped several photos of the rocky mountain from different angles, planning to send them to Wang Wu. Ichio, brother Wang Wu, I've discovered a new resource zone here. I'm planning to blow it up. Do you have any expertise in this area? Although gunpowder possesses formidable power, without finding a suitable position, the harvest would likely be greatly diminished. Ichio still planned to consult a professional. However, even though Wang Wu had served in the military, he might not necessarily be able to answer such questions. Most soldiers can hardly be considered proficient in the use of various weapons. Asking this question, Ichio was merely giving it a try, without holding much expectation. Meanwhile, Wang Wu was lying in ambush in the grass, hunting an injured leopard. Upon seeing Ichio's message, he no longer concealed himself and launched a fierce ambush. With the help of superior weapons, the injured leopard soon fell defeated to Wang Wu. Without using the system to dismantle it, Wang Wu immediately carried the leopard back to their camp. Only after ensuring safety did Wang Wu have the focus to carefully read Ichio's message. Resource zone? Blasting it? Even Wang Wu was momentarily stunned by Ichio's words. Encountering a resource zone a second time could be considered lucky, but blasting it was something Wang Wu had never even considered. Although the trading zone had recently seen transactions for items like explosive arrows, such things were clearly meant for life or death situations, not mining, right? But Wang Wu also knew that Ichio wasn't a fool. As someone who valued his life dearly, he wouldn't waste his trump cards like this. Which meant Ichio now considered even explosives as replenishable supplies? Clearly, Ichio harbored major secrets, and Wang Wu wisely refrained from prying further. At the very least, everything Ichio had done since transmigrating here had benefited survivalists and had even saved Wang Wu's own life. Wang Wu, I know a little about it. You can send me the terrain map of the area you need to blast so I can take a look. Upon receiving Wang Wu's reply, Ichio was stunned. He had only asked tentatively, never expecting that Wang Wu actually knew about this kind of thing. Ichio, brother Wang Wu, before you crossed over, were you by any chance the army's top special forces soldier? Ichio, image 1.jpg, image 2.jpg. Wang Wu, not quite the king of soldiers, but certainly not a rookie either. On the battlefield, you have to learn everything. Wang Wu, I need to study this terrain carefully. You should provide the explosive yield, it'll help with the analysis. Ichio immediately returned to the base camp and set up a gunpowder barrel where the elite fog beast had been bombed, snapping a few photos. Ichio, this is a crater formed by a gunpowder barrel explosion, picture.jpg. Wang Wu, wow, this gunpowder is pretty pure, the power is impressive. Wang Wu, in that case, I have a plan. Just place gunpowder barrels at the spots I've marked. though we might need a larger quantity of gunpowder. Wang Wu, if you're running low on gunpowder, I have a backup plan, though the yield might be slightly lower. Yi Qiu, is 1 ton enough? Wang Wu behind the screen twitched his lips. 1 ton? Does Yi Qiu have a saltpeter vein next to his base or something? Is it really possible to gather a ton of black powder by just the 7th day? While I still feel like I'm hunting with spears, Yi Qiu's already wielding a Gatling gun and spraying bullets everywhere. Wang Wu, that's enough, more than enough. I'll mark the demolition points and send them to you. Inside the resource zone, Yi Qiu followed Wang Wu's instructions, placing explosive barrels containing 500 kilograms each in 2 designated areas. First detonate the left side, then the right side. Yi Qiu flicked open his windproof lighter to ignite the fuse, then immediately sprinted in the opposite direction of the resource zone. About 10 seconds later, boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted, sending earth and rocks flying as if the very ground were trembling. Yi Qiu halted in his tracks and turned to look behind him. Countless shattered stones came tumbling down the hillside in a deafening cascade, like a torrential downpour. And these were all at least green tier quality stones. Yi Qiu waited until the resource area had completely stabilized before returning to start transporting the stone materials. Realizing it would take far too long to move everything immediately, Yi Qiu decided to first leave the stones piled outside the resource area, planning to transport them slowly back to the camp after the zone dissipated. However, while moving the 150th unit, Yi Qiu suddenly noticed something strange. Because the stones beneath his feet abruptly began to move. Yi Qiu instinctively thought the aftershocks of the explosion hadn't fully subsided yet, and the mountain was about to experience a second landslide. Though this rocky hill wasn't particularly tall, Yi Qiu still decisively turned and retreated without hesitation. But when Yi Qiu withdrew from the area, he realized he'd made a mistake in his judgment. The trembling of the rocks wasn't due to a landslide, but because something was emerging from them. Rough bodies pieced together from massive rocks, each standing at least 3 meters tall. Stone golems? Since transmigrating into this survival world, Yi Qiu had encountered mythical creatures beyond the mist beasts for the first time. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu activated the White Mist Codex for appraisal. Chapter 50, Purple Quality or Vein Guardian, or Guardian, Blue. Description: a rock creature guarding or veins with high defensive capabilities, extremely difficult to kill. These guardians emerge when the surrounding environment suffers severe damage. Trait: rocky body, when physical damage is below 40%, slowly restores HP to 100% by absorbing rocks. Or guardians? Seeing giant stone figures twist their heads to look at him one by one, Yi Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Damn, looks like digging too fast isn't such a good idea after all. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu fled beyond the range of the mist zone and quickly discerned a pattern. Although the stone beings exuded an overwhelming presence, they couldn't stray too far from the misty zone. As long as he didn't enter the mist zone, the Guardians wouldn't emerge to hunt Yi Qiu down. This discovery made Yi Qiu heave a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yi Qiu had no intention of approaching, the Guardians carried the shattered rocks back to the mountainside. With a faint yellow glow flashing, the rocks melded back into the mountain. If he didn't figure out a way to eliminate these Guardians, he'd probably have to settle for 100 units of green quality stone and 50 units of blue quality stone as his final haul for the day. Although this amount was by no means small, compared to the boundless giant mine before him, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Yi Qiu wasn't willing to leave just like that. After circling along the edge of the misty zone, several Guardians inside the perimeter followed Yi Qiu's movement, fixating their stares on the culprit who had destroyed their home. After observing for a while, Yi Qiu arrived at a conclusion. Just like the common flaw of mobs in games, though the massive and powerful Guardians excelled in strength, their speed couldn't match Yi Qiu's. Though escaping the Guardians was easy, obtaining more stone resources at this moment seemed impossible. While Yi Qiu could evade one or two of them, he couldn't possibly stop to gather materials under the watchful eyes of all Guardians at once. Therefore, there was only one way for Yi Qiu to truly reclaim the stones he had blasted. Eliminate every single Guardian on the field. And accomplishing this was surprisingly simple. Although Yi Qiu stood no chance against a single Guardian in direct combat, the 1,000 gene of gunpowder buried in another area would give them an infinite surprise. Ha! Let the show I prepared for you begin. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu activated his dash skill, charging into the resource zone with lightning speed. Upon sensing Yi Qiu's approach, the 2 stone golems guarding him turned around while the Guardians repairing the stone mountain had already raised their heads. Facing Yi Qiu's sudden intrusion into the resource zone, the Guardians all launched their attacks. Close-range punches came at him, while distant foes hurled stones. Yi Qiu found himself in constant peril. Luckily, the explosives had altered the terrain, allowing Yi Qiu to take cover easily. After drawing all the Guardians' attention, he immediately fled toward the next blast zone. A dozen Guardians pursued Yi Qiu without hesitation, determined to execute the mountain wrecker on the spot. Yet their speed still fell short of Yi Qiu's. Still, with the ranged attacks of these vain Guardians, Yi Qiu wouldn't get a chance to take even a single piece of stone. But Yichio's original intention had never been to take the stone materials. By the time the Guardians stepped into the blast radius, his plan had already succeeded. Casually crafting a torch, Yichio flung it far into the distance while simultaneously utilizing the dual acceleration of his giant eagle wings and dash ability. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken cover behind a natural barrier dozens of meters away. Boom! Boom boom! A series of deafening explosions erupted, sending shards of rock and clouds of dust scattering through the air. When Yichio rose from his cover, he could see the devastation before him, along with the fallen Guardians and the blue glowing loot that would never rise again. Success! With delight on his face, Yichio immediately stepped forward to examine his spoils. The Guardians had shattered into fragments of slightly varying hues, yet all remained blue quality in essence. Yichio appraised the pile of stones. Guardian ore, blue. Description: special mineral dropped by living rock creatures, significantly more durable than ordinary stone materials. Attribute: Earth Guardian. When structures built with Guardian ore are erected on the ground, their maximum durability increases and automatically recovers when damaged. Without a doubt, even among blue-quality stones, Guardian ore can be considered in a league of its own. Yichio planned to use this Guardian ore to upgrade his stone fence. That way, he wouldn't need to spend resources on repairing fence damage anymore. Apart from stones, the remaining loot was cores. There were a total of 12 blue-quality earth elemental cores, which looked quite similar to mist cores and could also be used for energy supply. After storing the cores and gathering the Guardian ores, Yichio was just about to continue his unfinished task of moving stones when he suddenly felt the ground shake beneath his feet. Could it be that there are Guardians on this side of the blast too? One batch was blown to bits, and now another emerges. This resource zone is far too stingy, completely unlike the forest area from last time. Yichio cursed inwardly and immediately leaped back to retreat once more. Only after putting distance between himself and the trembling area did Yichio realize how mistaken his initial thoughts had been. The earthquake-like tremors continued unceasingly, and when countless rocks and earth were shaken loose, an utterly terrifying presence manifested before Yichio's eyes. With a body resembling a towering hillock, its entire form radiating an eerie bronze-like luster, this colossal creature whose exposed height alone measured 10 meters was completely on a different level compared to the Guardians. I felt as insignificant before it as a tiny mouse would before a human. As Yichio sprinted toward the exit of the foggy area across the shifting rubble, he tossed an appraisal skill at the colossal entity looming before him. Vein Guardian, purple. Description: a massive creature born from the mineral veins, tasked with guarding the very deposits that nurtured its existence along with precious treasures. Backed by colossal mineral veins, even other elite creatures find it nearly impossible to pose a threat to it. Trait, or physique: its massive frame is composed of unyielding ore, making it exceptionally difficult to destroy. Even when severely damaged, it can gradually regenerate through its symbiotic mineral veins. Guardian's domain: to prevent enemies from extracting or through spatial means, the Vein Guardian instinctively masters formidable sealing techniques. Within its protected range, all low and mid-tier spatial teleportation is prohibited. Terrain mastery: as a natural favorite of the earth, the Vein Guardian can effortlessly alter the terrain within its dominion, forcing enemies to retreat in defeat. After reading the appraisal results, Yichio had only one word in his heart: powerful. Chapter 51, The Golden Finger Bug, Silver Treasure Chest. Too strong. As the first purple-grade monster Yichio had encountered, its tier was basically confirmed as elite. And even among elites, the Vein Guardian's formidable strength was undeniable. Even if the camp still had a full ton of explosives, Yichio reckoned there was little chance of inflicting significant damage on it. Elite-level monsters, truly terrifying. Rumble. Amidst the flying debris, Yichio suddenly noticed the terrain beneath him shifting, and an overwhelmingly ominous feeling surged through him. Without hesitation, Yichio employed his fastest escape method, flapping the giant eagle's wings while boosting with his skills, and soared into the sky. Thanks to consuming the mist beast's flesh recently, Yichio's physical condition underwent remarkable changes every day. With this full-force leap, he actually soared over 20 meters into the air. Only at this height could Yichio clearly see the sharp row of earthen spikes that suddenly rose 10 meters below him, as well as a slowly moving vein colossus not far away. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, he'd probably be impaled on those spikes right now. With his heart pounding violently, Yichio immediately flapped his wings to glide out of the misty zone. Facing Yichio, who was suspended over 20 meters in the air, the Vein Guardian writhed as it extracted more of its massive body, simultaneously hurling enormous boulders skyward. This stone-throwing attack, evolved from the Guardian's tactics, now took on terrifying power due to the vastly different strength of its current user. Beneath Yichio's feet, the ground undulated like ocean waves. What had been relatively flat terrain suddenly sprouted towering peaks, violently transforming a mountain into a sunken basin. Should Yichio land now, escape would become absolutely impossible. Swish! Fluttering his wings, Yichio dodged a massive rock projectile, but the land beneath him had already surged upward by 10 meters. In his gliding state, his altitude continued to steadily decrease. The giant eagle's wings could only gain altitude with something to push off from. At this moment in midair, Yichio couldn't take flight a second time. Yichio had a premonition that the instant he touched the ground, he'd be met with a tempestuous onslaught of attacks. This was absolutely insane. Hadn't he just come to mine some rocks? How had he ended up provoking such a terrifying monster? If he'd known defeating the Guardian would summon such a horrifying existence, he'd never have left home in the first place. Wasn't his fireplace warm and cozy enough? Though his mood was undoubtedly terrible, Yichio remained exceptionally calm at this moment. Currently, Yichio had only two ways to escape, but the appraisal clearly mentioned that the space was sealed off by the Vein Guardians, prohibiting teleportation in the vicinity. Hence, Yichio couldn't gamble on whether his golden finger would work during this critical time. That left only one last method of escape. Yichio took the last starfall berry from his pocket and swallowed it. A cooling sensation immediately surged into his eyes, and with his vision enhanced, the massive boulders hurled by the Guardian now had faintly discernible trajectories. Seizing the opportunity, Yichio swiftly changed direction, folding his wings at just the right moment. Deprived of his wings for aerial gliding, Yichio instantly began free-falling through the air. Was Yichio insane to retract his wings at such a critical moment? No. Because just as Yichio had descended a few meters, a massive rock narrowly missed grazing past his feet. With one foot on this foothold, Yichio activated his skill again and soared skyward. At 40 meters above ground level, Yichio was once again safe. Phew! His wildly pounding heart gradually calmed as Yichio returned to a gliding state. On the other side, the Vein Guardian stretched out its massive 50-meter-long body, towering over the mineral vein like a skyscraper over a dozen stories high, its gaze fixed on Yichio hundreds of meters away. By now, Yichio was already far from the core area of the mineral vein, and this Guardian showed no intention of pursuing him. Instead of fully extracting itself from the ground, the Guardian simply continued hurling giant boulders toward Yichio. Yichio maintained a distant stare-off with the massive Vein Guardian, using the opportunity to dodge the powerfully thrown but poorly aimed boulders. Yet during this observation period, his vision enhanced by starfall berries caught sight of something far more captivating. Perhaps as the colossal Vein Guardian gradually detached itself from the ore deposit, Yichio spotted a glimmering silver-white radiance at the heart of the artificially created basin. There it was, a silver treasure chest, piled among heaps of ores, a silver treasure chest. Danger and opportunity coexist. Within just 7 days of survival time, Yichio had come to understand this truth. The first person to kill a mist beast would receive enhanced quality rewards. The first to expand the camp's territory would get a daily treasure chest. All these details repeatedly reminded Yichio that in this world, only by confronting danger could one grow stronger. Thus, Yichio didn't doubt for a second that this silver treasure chest must contain something exceptionally rare and valuable. But the massive Vein Guardian before him served as a stark warning to Yichio: don't do anything suicidal. What should he do now? Should he seize this chance to leave without a second thought? Or should he attempt to claim this silver treasure chest for himself? The more you struggle, the calmer you should be. To lay hands on this silver treasure chest, Yichio first needed to confirm his own hidden cards. First and foremost, could he actually teleport back to the real world? Earlier, pressed for time, Yichio had chosen the most plausible escape method. Now suspended at high altitude, he finally had the chance to test his theory, testing whether this cross-dimensional teleportation ability falls within the Vein Guardian's restriction zone. After a moment's contemplation and a blink of his eyes, Yichio suddenly found himself back in the real world. Thud! Gliding midair, Yichio crashed headfirst into the bedside table, but quickly folded his wings and climbed back up. Rubbing his aching head from the impact, Yichio grabbed several blankets from the nearby wardrobe and piled them on the bed, continuing to ponder. Excellent! The Vein Guardians only restrict mid- and low-level spatial teleportation, while my ability to directly traverse between worlds couldn't be easily stopped. From this perspective, in any battle with the Vein Guardians, I'm inherently undefeatable. At the same time, Yichio wanted to experiment with another thing. With his feet planted firmly on the floor of the real world, Yichio chose to cross over the moment he took flight. Upon returning to the survival world, Yichio was astonished to find himself 20 meters higher in the air than before. Good! Thanks to his crossing ability, not only was he naturally in an invincible position, but he could even take off a second time mid-air. Then came the third preparation he needed to make. Yichio took out the White Mist Sacred Codex and once again appraised the mist zone. Only 15 minutes remained before the mist zone would dissipate. Gazing at the faint silver glow, a growing fervor ignited within Yichio's heart. 3 minutes. Yichio closed the White Mist Sacred Codex, wearing a determined expression. Just 3 more minutes, then I'll test whether I can claim that silver treasure chest. Chapter 52, The Silver Treasure Chest is Mine. In those 12 minutes, Yichio hadn't been idle either. Although Yichio currently held what he believed were sufficient trump cards, he couldn't guarantee the inevitable success of his plan. The first issue was that Yi Chio had never encountered a guarded treasure chest like this before. According to standard game mechanics, the silver treasure chest shouldn't be openable without defeating the Vain Guardian first. The sealed treasure chest couldn't be stashed in the backpack, so Yi Chio planned to carry the silver chest directly back to the real world, though he wasn't entirely sure this gamble would work. But defeating the Vain Guardian was pure fantasy. Yi Chio's realistic goal was pocketing some precious ores near the silver chest. Anything guarded by a Vain Guardian couldn't possibly be worthless junk. Retrieving the remaining gunpowder barrels at the campsite, Yi Chio stood at the misty zone's edge, meticulously watching the clock. Even if he truly fails in 3 minutes, the mist zone should dissipate by then, ensuring his survival. After eating a few pieces of sliced stir-fried mist beast meat, Yi Chio made sure his body was in peak condition. As time ticked by, only 3 minutes remained before the mist zone's existence would expire. And just at that moment, Yi Chio sprang into action. Giant Eagle Wings Takeoff plus Skill Dash. The combination of these two skills sent Yi Chio soaring over 20 meters into the sky. Seizing the moment before the Vain Guardian could react, Yi Chio dashed into a glide, heading straight for the core of the basin. Roar! Aware of Yi Chio's sudden appearance, the previously dormant Vain Guardian instantly raised its head. Without hesitation, it snapped its jaws at the rapidly approaching figure. Just as the Vain Guardian was about to swallow Yi Chio whole, his figure vanished abruptly, replaced by several ignited gunpowder barrels. Bang! A violent explosion erupted from the Vain Guardian's mouth, shaking loose numerous small bronze-colored rock fragments. Yet even after enduring multiple powder keg explosions, the Guardian barely counted as lightly injured. The ores falling from its body were nothing compared to its bewilderment at Autumn Leaf's whereabouts. Where is everyone? It's coming! In the blink of an eye, Autumn Leaf reappeared at the vanished position, rapidly ascending 20 meters before charging toward the core zone again. Roar! The Vain Guardian attacked again in a fit of rage, yet the outcome remained unsurprising. Boom! The explosion of several gunpowder barrels instantly knocked the Vain Guardian's head askew, as if it had been brutally slapped mid-air. Meanwhile, Yi Chio reappeared once more, now even closer to the treasure chest. Roar! No brains, yet the Vain Guardian still sensed something amiss. Instinctively, it twisted its massive body in an attempt to shield its core zone. But would Yi Chio let it have its way? Without any hesitation, Yi Chio lit all the remaining powder kegs and threw them down at once. And in order to reach the silver treasure chest as quickly as possible, he even chose not to return to the real world. Boom! A deafening roar, far louder than any explosion Yi Chio had ever created, echoed through the basin. The massive body of the Vain Guardian was blasted open by the colossal explosion, leaving a gaping wound visible to the naked eye. Even Yi Chio, mid-air, felt the explosive shockwave compress his internal organs into a tangled mass. But this was trivial now, for Yi Chio had seized the opportunity he created for himself. With 2 consecutive dashes, Yi Chio pounced upon the massive treasure chest in the shortest time possible, like a giant eagle swooping down on its prey. And in that moment, he didn't forget to sweep all the purple quality crystals piled around the massive chest into his backpack either. Roar! An unprecedented roar exploded within the skull of the Vain Guardian as its 100-meter-long body immediately contracted, coiling around the core area like a giant python, sealing it completely. But precisely at the moment before being crushed into pulp, Yi Chio, the silver treasure chest, and nearby blue crystals vanished without a trace. Roar! Only the unwilling roar of the Vain Guard remained on the spot. And as the white mist grew thicker, the earth-shaking roar gradually faded away, until it was gone. The real world. Bang! Yi Chio crashed into the bedding in an all-too-familiar manner. When Yi Chio simultaneously felt the softness of the bedding and the cold, hard presence of the silver treasure chest in his mind, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Ha 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 ha. Rolling over on his bedding, Yi Chio held the silver treasure chest high in the air and impulsively planted a kiss on it. Success! It actually worked! Getting a silver treasure chest for free, at this moment, Yi Chio felt 9 times happier than ever before. But recalling the peril just moments ago and feeling the injuries from the massive explosive shockwave, the smile on Yi Chio's face gradually faded. While success was achieved, the process was truly harrowing. Patting the silver treasure chest beside him, Yi Chio suddenly seemed to remember something. With a grave expression, he pressed his hand lightly against the chest's opening mechanism. If the chest couldn't be opened because the Mind Guardian wasn't truly dead, then his hard-earned rewards would be severely diminished. Fortunately, a familiar click sound rang beside Yi Chio's ear. As the treasure chest opened, 3 purple and 1 blue glowing orbs appeared before Yi Chio. 3 purple and 1 blue. The greatest harvest since arriving in the survival world. Yi Chio closed the treasure chest and sighed contentedly. Hell yeah! Though brimming with anticipation to see its contents, he decided to wait until returning to the survival world before opening them one by one. After all, using the White Mist Sacred Codex in the real world might draw unknown gazes. Combined with the constant stamina drain, Yi Chio couldn't fully immerse himself in the joy of unboxing. Glancing at his wristwatch, the mist zone should have dispersed by now according to schedule. Yet out of caution, Yi Qiu still chose not to return to the survival world immediately. After 10 minutes had passed, Yi Qiu, worried about expending too much energy in the real world and being unable to evade external threats in time, took a deep breath and chose to return to the survival game world. Huff! Blinking his eyes, the howling wind immediately filled his ears. Yi Qiu's vision was now met with a patch of land that looked as though it had been scraped bare. The fog zone had vanished. Hoo-hoo! Yi Qiu took off into the air on the spot, venting his excitement. At full throttle, Yi Qiu flew toward the direction of the camp, and halfway there, he encountered an unexpected surprise. It was the rocks thrown by the Vane Guards. In an attempt to shoot down Yi Qiu midair, the Vane Guards hurled large amounts of rocks at him, but their aim was poor, and most of the rocks flew far off course. The rocks that flew out of the mist zone didn't follow it either. These were all top-notch blue-quality treasures. Thanks for the gifts, Vane Guardian. Yi Qiu surveyed the presents left by the Vane Guardian with satisfaction, and soon arrived at his camp. At the edge of the camp, a canine beast was gnawing on the stone fence. Yi Qiu raised his crossbow, firing 2 swift arrows to dispatch it, then landed gracefully. Stuffing the free beast meat into his backpack, Yi Qiu pushed open the door, shutting out the biting wind behind him as he returned once more to his cozy little cabin. The perpetually burning fireplace provided ample warmth to the wooden house. Yi Qiu retracted his giant eagle wings and collapsed directly into the recliner. Today's resource zone expedition had been utterly exhausting. In an extremely rare occurrence, Yi Qiu took an afternoon nap during daylight hours in the survival world. 20 minutes later. Ah, so satisfying. Time to open a treasure chest. Chapter 53, Huge Hall, New Mist Zone. Upon waking up, Yi Qiu stretched lazily and vanished in the blink of an eye before reappearing a second later with a silvery white treasure chest in tow. Plop! As the silvery white lid lifted, precious spoils revealed themselves before Yi Qiu's eyes. Surely they wouldn't disappoint Yi Qiu. Alright, I choose you. Yi Qiu directly took out the only blue item and crushed it open. Let me see what the least valuable version of you actually is. Smack! The blue radiance gradually dissipated, leaving a glint of gold resting in Yi Qiu's palm. It was actually a gold coin. Gold coin, blue. Durability, infinity. Description: a currency jointly issued by great beings, holding considerable value in the survival world. When you encounter it, it's a sure sign that something good is about to happen. Attribute: special allure. They say true merchants can smell money. Perhaps this gold coin will attract some special entities? Good. Now I have enough money to buy some things, murmured Yi Qiu as he placed the gold coin on the table, feeling a surge of emotions. The most important thing is, I haven't seen an intelligent creature in so long. I hope this so-called merchant is actually human. Starting off lucky, Yi Qiu casually picked a purple glowing sphere and crushed it open. This time, what appeared before Yi Qiu was a jade-like crystal emitting a violet glow. Obtained pulse marrow, purple, *1. Pulse marrow, purple. Description: a remarkably rare jade-like crystal that has a chance to form within or veins, used as material for crafting purple-tier treasure items. Property: evolution. When buried in soil, pulse marrow gradually petrifies surrounding earth while enhancing its quality, improving it up to purple-tier maximum. This thing seems like it could be used to cultivate a mineral vein at home. Just bury it underground, and there'll be a stable source of high-grade stone materials in the future. Pleased, Yi Qiu hefted the vein marrow in his hand, planning to find time to bury it later. Next, Yi Qiu once again took out a purple light sphere and crushed it. What appeared before Yi Qiu was a scroll. Skill Meteor Sphere Scroll, purple. Description: consumes a certain amount of mental energy to create and launch a meteor sphere toward a designated location, causing destruction. Trait: quick learning. Is this a mage skill? When the Vane Guardian used this move against me, it was absolutely formidable. Every dodge felt like dancing on a knife's edge. As for its power, if it hit an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly flatten them into a pancake. I probably wouldn't be able to unleash that kind of destructive force with it. Besides, my skill slots are full for now, so I'll hold off on equipping it. One final energy orb left. To be honest, though none of these rewards were exactly bad, they still couldn't be considered particularly exciting for Yi Qiu. Therefore, Yi Qiu held high hopes for the final glowing orb. Smack! It appeared a construction blueprint. Yi Qiu immediately used appraisal on it. Artifact Omniscient Mirror Blueprint, Epic. Description: consume vein crystal, epic, *10 in lumber, epic, *10 to craft the artifact Omniscient Mirror. This blueprint can only be used once. Special effect: territory control. After placing the wonder, you may expend spiritual energy or fog cores to alter and survey terrain within a 1,000-meter radius from your stronghold. Note: detected that you do not yet possess a Tier 5 territory. This effect is limited. Upon territory upgrade, control range expands to encompass entire domain. Relic. And the properties of this relic were delightfully surprising. It could effortlessly manipulate the terrain within the territory. This meant Yi Qiu no longer had to personally dig traps, raise the elevation of settlements to prevent floods, or handle similar tasks. Moreover, it could survey the terrain, essentially functioning as a surveillance system installed right inside the settlement. Absolute control over one's base is truly a rare and fortunate advantage. Even though my base hasn't been upgraded to level V to become a territory yet, this effect is already astonishingly powerful. However, the cost of constructing wonders shouldn't be underestimated. Both vein crystals and lumber require purple tier quality. Purple tier lumber might become relatively easier to obtain over time, since basic materials of the same quality tier are usually the most affordable among their peers. But mineral vein crystals were something he hadn't even heard of before. No, that's not right. Yi Qiu was taken aback when he took the silver treasure chest. He had also grabbed the crystals nearby on a whim. Could those actually be vein crystals? At this thought, Yi Qiu immediately opened his backpack, and a dozen or so pale blue crystal chunks appeared before him. Vein crystal, purple. Description: a precious crystal formed within mineral veins, an exceedingly rare material. Feature: shadowplay, capable of recording images within a certain range and replaying them. The feature is video recording, which appears to be the primary component of the surveillance function. Finally, the last item didn't disappoint Yi Qiu. As long as he could collect purple quality wood, he'd be able to craft a wondrous artifact. Crumbling the blueprint in his hands, Yi Qiu carried the now empty treasure chest to the storage room and placed it alongside the wooden and bronze chests. Glancing at the time, he noted that over 6 hours of daylight had already passed. Nightfall was just an hour away. Though Yi Qiu desperately wanted to loot some gunpowder in the real world now, the mental and physical energy spent outwitting the vain guardians had completely drained him. Despite taking a short nap, he still didn't have enough stamina left to make the trip to the fireworks shop. After emptying his backpack, Yi Qiu spent over half an hour hauling back all the stones near their camp. The gifts from the vain guardians were overwhelming. Before even moving half of them, Yi Qiu had already collected nearly 200 units of blue stone and over 300 units of green stone. As nightfall approached, Yi Qiu temporarily halted his hauling work and returned to camp, planning to quickly finish the barely touched lunch first. Because of today's overcast weather, the outside light remained dim even before nightfall. After stewing the fog beast meat, Yi Qiu planned to step out and light the oil lamp. Yet the moment Yi Qiu pushed open the front door, a flash of surprise instantly crossed his face. Because just less than 20 meters away from the campsite, a mist zone was slowly forming. Countless trees rapidly sprouted, and a primeval forest soon appeared before Yi Qiu. Encountering 2 mist zones in a single day, what kind of luck is that? Glancing at the remaining daylight time of less than an hour, Yi Qiu took out the white mist scriptures and tossed an identification spell toward the mist zone. Misty zone trade? Description: you've encountered a merchant who travels across the world. Perhaps the scent of gold coins has attracted them? Feature: safe zone. No attacks can be made within the trade area, making it the safest place in the world, provided you don't anger the owner of the trading zone. Yi Qiu froze for a moment and put back the chainsaw he was about to take out. He originally thought it was a resource zone, but it turned out to be a trading area. The merchant attracted by just 1 gold coin actually had such prestige, dragging an entire fog zone right to his doorstep. Chapter 54. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Yuan, and today I've brought something you'd all love to see. He had expected it to be some little old man riding an egg. Now that he knew this was a merchant drawn by the gold coins, Yi Qiu immediately gathered all his worldly possessions to venture into the Misty Zone for shopping. Among them, 1 gold, 29 silver, and 510 copper coins comprised his entire fortune. The oil lamp hanging at his waist was to prevent him from getting too immersed in shopping, lest the fog that emerges at night would make it impossible for him to return. The white mist codex served as an identifier. Excess vein crystals, timber, mist cores, and the like were things Yi Qiu prepared to exchange for money. About to encounter a truly intelligent being for the first time, Yi Qiu even changed into fresh clothes and tidied up his hair, which had become tousled from flying too long in the sky. After preparing everything, Yi Qiu took a deep breath, pushed open the door, left the camp, and entered the foggy area. The outer edges of the foggy area were towering ancient trees, each so thick it would take 2 people to encircle them, lush and verdant with crowns like clouds. Yi Qiu used appraisal on them, only to discover that every single tree's quality was, in other words, every tree before him was of purple tier quality or higher. Gazing at the endless sea of trees around him, Yi Qiu felt utterly overwhelmed. With so many miraculously fine quality trees, this merchant could probably achieve financial freedom just by selling these timber alone, right? Moving toward the heart of the mist-shrouded zone through crevices between giant trees, the originally gloomy thickets gradually brightened under gentle radiance. At the core of the misty region stood a colossal golden bark tree, its trunk measuring several meters in diameter. Like molten gold cast into living form, the arboreal titan pulsed with radiant light, illuminating everything in its surroundings. Yi Qiu stepped forward slowly, only to see crimson thorns creeping out from the golden tree's bark facing him, soon forming the shape of a massive door. Does this mean I should push the door open? Yi Qiu froze for a moment before stepping forward to attempt pushing the illusory door. System notification, thorns of rejection refuse all. System prompt, unless you are willing to offer something precious in your possession. Yi Chio was momentarily stunned before realizing it likely referred to the gold coin in his hand. Taking the gold coin from his backpack, he placed it on the illusory door. With a ripple of energy, the coin vanished, and the thorn-covered door transformed into a faint golden mist gate. Yi Chio reached out to touch it, his finger dissolved into the mist gate as if entering another world entirely. Without hesitation, Yi Chio strode in. As his entire body passed through the misty gate, a pure golden light instantly flooded his retinas. System notification, you have entered Sacred Tree Sapling Trading Area. System notification, you have gained buffs, invincibility, immunity to stagger, immunity to charm, immunity to freeze. System prompt, you have used Coiling Dragon Incense, Gold. Excessive inhalation of high-quality incense may cause physical discomfort. Please leave the high-concentration incense area within the next half hour. A barrage of system notifications nearly overloaded Yi Chio's brain. It took him a full second before he could open his eyes and carefully survey this hollowed-out tree space. It seemed to possess a special spatial property, as the interior of the tree was significantly larger than its exterior would suggest. The area currently visible before Yi Chio spanned at least over 100 square meters. Yi Chio found himself facing a long wooden counter, with stools placed in front of it and a small glowing tree standing in the corner. The counter was filled with all sorts of glowing spheres: gold, red, purple. Awkwardly enough, the only one Yi Chio recognized was the purple one, suggesting the other spheres were likely even more valuable than the purple ones. This clearly meant the shop was anything but ordinary. Could it be that, just like how the first person to kill a fog beast gets higher quality drops, the earlier one enters the shop, the rarer the items available? Feeling the 20-odd silver coins in his pocket, Yi Chio was already breaking into a sweat. This, by no means, looked like something he could afford. But having come all this way, he couldn't possibly leave empty-handed now. Besides, the system had just notified him he'd inhaled that rare gold-grade incense, might as well linger a little longer to enjoy the free perks. Holding the thought of broadening his horizons, Yi Chio walked up to the counter. As he approached the counter, Yi Chio finally saw the true master of this area. A youth with golden braided hair, dressed in a pure white robe adorned with golden patterns, was flipping through the pages of a hefty tome. Noticing Yi Chio's approach, the boy lifted his exquisitely beautiful face, glanced at the newcomer with eyes resembling forged pure gold, and revealed an enigmatic smile. Facing this innocent and harmless smile, Yi Chio inexplicably felt a shiver run down his spine, as if his entire being had been exposed. Moments later, a clear and bright voice sounded by his ear. Welcome, welcome. I'm the owner of this shop, Yi Yuan. You can just call me Boss Yi. It's quite rare to earn a gold coin within the 7-day beginner's period. Yi Chio quietly eased the tension in his heart and smiled at Yi Yuan. Thank you for your praise, Boss Yi. It was just a stroke of luck. Yi Yuan placed the hefty book in his hands on the nearby table and stood up to retrieve a box from beneath the counter. No need to be modest. Being here already proves you've surpassed 99.99% of the humans on planet A003. Yi Yuan opened the box and pulled out a series of brightly colored cards. Even if you didn't have it before coming in, you'll have it when you leave. As he spoke, Yi Yuan placed 12 cards face down in front of Yi Chio, 4 with golden backs, 4 with red backs, and 4 with purple backs. You probably won't have time to save up much money in 7 days. This is a little gift from me. The items behind each card are completely random, and after opening them, their price will be reduced by 99%. Want to take a look? Minus 99%? Yi Chio was startled. Was this meant to be a business deal? This was practically giving out free benefits. Yi Chio nodded and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Boss Yi." Under Yi Yuan's watchful gaze, Yi Chio stepped forward and flipped open the first golden card. Since it's a commercial product, clicking on Yi Chio reveals partial detailed information about the item. Architecture, Sky Island, gold. Description, a floating island spanning tens of millions of square kilometers, containing the Fountain of Youth, gold, Philosopher's Stone, gold. Features, levitation, protection. Price, 999. Source crystals, minus 99%. Sky Island, an existence that is endlessly coveted in fantasy works, and this size. The thought of a colossal island, as vast as an entire flame nation, floating in the sky made Yi Chio's scalp tingle with dread. But a glance at the price, whether it was the endless string of nines or the unheard-of origin crystal currency, made Yi Chio realize this item was purely for admiring. Yi Chio then proceeded to flip over the remaining 3 cards one after another. They are, Spectacle Sacred Tree Statue, gold, Revival Coin, gold, and, Prayer Furnace of Life Wings, gold. Although they were significantly cheaper compared to the first Sky Island, for Yi Chio, well, let's just consider it as broadening his horizons. Chapter 55, 3 purple rewards obtained, a bountiful harvest. Then, he flipped over 4 red cards. Bloodthorn Sapling, red, Lava Dragon Egg, red, Resource Zone Purple Jade Bamboo, red, Sacred Tree Prayer Massive Life Recovery, red. Each one is incredibly tempting, but when it comes to the price, a currency called amethyst, Yichio had never even heard of it. Even with a 99% discount, the prices are outrageously high. Yichio is completely dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Gold and red tier items probably aren't meant for newbies like him who just stumbled into this survival world. Yichio strongly suspects the shop owner is just messing with him. Raising my head to glance at Yi Yuan, I saw him propping his chin with both hands, watching me with keen interest. Sigh, whatever, I can't beat them anyway, might as well keep flipping those cards. After a moment of hesitation, Yichio placed his hand on the purple card, hoping that even this lowest tier item might still be within his financial reach. Flip over the first purple card. Condensing cauldron, purple. Description: a small green cauldron with an internal space of 5 cubic meters, capable of extracting the essence of items placed within it to refine into more easily absorbed pellets. Trait: essence condensation. All things possess essence. Refining all things into oneself is the path to ultimate liberation. P.S. Take this saying with a grain of salt, no need to actually practice it. This bronze cauldron has already cycled through 18 generations of owners. Price: 10 silver coins, original price, 10 gold coins. The first item in the card deck gave Yichio a delightful surprise. God knows how Yichio has been eating fog beast meat in every possible variation for the past 7 days, to the point where the mere sight of it makes him reflexively lose his appetite. At this rate, Yichio reckoned he'd start feeling nauseous just at the sight of fog beast meat. But with this refining cauldron, everything would be different. He could simply refine the fog beast meat into pills and eat whatever he wanted in the future. Though he fully understood this bronze cauldron would bring tremendous benefits to his physique, Yichio still refrained from claiming it immediately. There were still 3 more cards waiting ahead. What if something even better appeared later? Even if it meant enduring temporary hardship, the bigger picture had to come first. With that in mind, Yichio promptly flipped over the second card. Sacred Tree Rice Seed, Epic. Description: known as the golden grain of the divine tree, consuming these rice seeds not only enhances physical capabilities but also significantly boosts vitality, turning you into an unkillable survival beast. Attribute: enhancement. When consumed, drastically improves physical constitution and enhances vitality. Price: 10 silver coins. This is also an invaluable item. Once planted and harvested, rice seeds multiply into more wheat seeds. Consuming them even increases maximum health points, making them rarer and more precious than starfall berries. For now, we'll set this aside. Yichio lifted the third card. Living Wood Armor, purple. Description: a living wooden vine armor that requires absorbing flesh and blood to unleash its power. When equipped, it can defend against attacks with a maximum strength of 2000 points. Trait: carnivore, power manifests through consuming flesh and blood. Consuming high-quality flesh may enhance quality, producing marvelous transformations. Price: 15 silver coins. Powerful armor. Yichio's eyes burned with excitement. He knew that even explosive arrows dealt less than 200 points of damage, while gunpowder barrels maxed out at around 500. With this vine armor equipped, he could even withstand a direct hit from a RPG. This life-saving treasure was absolutely worth acquiring. After glancing at his modest stash of coins, Yichio eagerly flipped over the fourth card. Emerald Vine Staff, purple. Description: a staff entwined with vines and crowned with a green life crystal. It places minimal mental demands on the user, making it one of the most suitable staves for beginners. Attribute: Earthwood Affinity, handheld development, grants greater proficiency when casting earth and wood-based spells. Price: 10 silver coins. A staff that can enhance spells is indeed a fine item, but for Yichio, this currently serves as the least useful tool in his possession. Now then, his goal was to purchase the first 3 items, which would cost a total of 35 silver coins. Glancing at his backpack, Yichio asked, "Boss, do you accept exchanging copper coins for silver coins here?" Of course it's supported. Yi Yuan snapped his fingers, and the money tree growing in the pot at the corner of the room suddenly sprouted legs, pattering over to Yichio. "Toss your copper coins in, and it'll spit silver coins back at you." Yichio nodded. "Thanks, boss." Having spent his only gold coin covering the entrance fee, Yichio was left with just 29 silver and 510 copper pieces in his purse. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Yichio suddenly felt his head growing feverish. Damn, too much dragon coil incense. He'd intended to relax his mind, but forgot this was a place he couldn't afford to linger in too long. Hurry up and exchange them. Whoosh. Opening the backpack, over 500 copper coins fell into the pot of the money tree. The money tree extended its roots, pulling each copper coin into the soil. Before long, 5 shiny silver coins and 9 copper coins were spat back out. Looks like only a 1 copper coin transaction fee was charged. How generous. Now Yichio had 34 silver coins in his hand, just one short of the amount needed to acquire all 3 items he desired. Opening the system interface, Yichio was about to check the trading section when a notification suddenly appeared, outside communication range. Wait, he could still use the system to chat in the real world, so why couldn't he access the trading zone? Caught off guard, Yichio realized there was only one option left now. Looking at the array of materials before him, all at least purple grade, Ichio scratched his head awkwardly and asked, boss, do you guys buy materials here? Just one silver coin short. If he were to miss out on either the sacred tree wheat seeds or the condensation cauldron over this, Ichio would never forgive himself. Noticing Ichio's predicament, Yi Yuan showed no hint of disdain and simply said, of course we do. Same as before, just feed them to fortune. Tap tap. Hearing Yi Yuan call its name, the money tree immediately spun in a circle like an excited puppy. Thank you. Not only offering a 99% discount but also providing so many conveniences, what might be a trivial gesture for the other party was a genuine benefit for Ichio. Filled with gratitude toward the shopkeeper, Ichio fed the blue materials from his backpack to the money tree named Fortune. After devouring over a dozen pieces of blue-quality lumber, Fortune spat out another silver coin. Choosing not to continue feeding it, Ichio neatly arranged all 35 silver coins on the table and said, I'd like to purchase the first 3 purple cards. Yi Yuan smiled and nodded, putting the remaining unchosen cards back into the box. At the same time, the silver coins on the table also vanished. Then, the deal is settled. These 3 cards are yours. Lucky one of a 003, farewell. I have a feeling we'll meet again many times in the future. Ichio nodded slightly. May your business prosper, boss. The lingering dragon coil incense in the air had already made Ichio slightly lightheaded, so after the deal was concluded, he picked up the card and turned to leave. Ichio's figure vanished into the golden mist gate, leaving only Yi Yuan alone in the spacious treehouse. Chapter 56, Constitution Enhanced, Blue Rarity. Picking up the thick book he had just closed, Yi Yuan slowly resumed reading. Boom! Thud! Thud! Suddenly, the tightly shut wooden door was pushed open, and with a series of hurried footsteps, a youthful and beautiful figure returned to the scene. Bro! I'm back! The tall, red-haired young woman, her hair cascading down to her waist, tossed a red-yellow glowing orb onto the table before pouring herself 2 gulps of tea from the pot next to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan leisurely turned a page in his book and asked, why did you bring this thing back today? Ugh, don't even ask. Today while I was handling the surrounding world, those 2 major deities started fighting again. The young girl Lilith sighed helplessly. No choice. After the 2 chief deities started fighting, all the ceremonial spectators had to pitch in themselves. Just as I was thinking about replacing the bulb at home, I grabbed one on my way back. Yi Yuan closed the book with a sigh. Still perpetual night and starlight? Besides those 2 in conflict, who else is involved? Lilith twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Speaking of which, today was another case of the Eternal Night Sovereign provoking and getting utterly demolished. Half his body got blown apart. Really makes you wonder how K ever became a sovereign in the first place. Though Eternal Night lost quickly, K isn't easy to kill, Ye Yuan remarked, taking a sip from his teacup. Anything else going on? Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for reminding me. Lilith smacked her forehead and hurriedly opened her mouth to speak. But before she could say anything, Ye Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Wait, not now. As the words fell, a curtain woven from stars and moonlight enveloped this place. What happened here was concealed. Huff, huff, huff. Leaving the trading area, Ichio immediately lit the oil lamp hanging at his waist to disperse the mist in the darkness, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Although the coiled dragon incense was indeed a rare treasure one could encounter but not seek, for Ichio at his current stage, even great fortune would be too much for his life to bear. Returning immediately to his small cottage, without even taking time to open the 3 purple cards, Ichio stripped completely bare and took a cold shower in the washroom. The surging energy within his body raged like torrents, turning him into what felt like a thoroughly cooked lobster. Though bathing in cold water, he might as well have been steaming in a sauna. And just when the heat reached its peak, Ichio suddenly felt his mind clear like never before. Then came the retreat of boundless scorching heat, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. Such a tremendous transformation occurring within himself made Ichio realize one thing. He might have broken through. With this thought, Ichio immediately opened his personal panel to confirm. Ichio/anonymous user. Current status, good. Constitution, rare, blue. Charm, 30, 26 plus 4. Under special circumstances, charm plus 4 for 3 days. Equipment, white mist scripture fragment, purple, military knife, green. Skills, dash, blue, rapid fire, green, 2 halves. Traits, coiling dragon constitution, your vitality is significantly higher than peers of the same level. When encountering creatures of the same species, they instinctively feel more favorable toward you. Stamina, 1000 of 1000. As expected, my constitution successfully elevated from green, fine, to blue, rare. If categorized by item quality standards, I've now transcended ordinary human limits. Moreover, not only did my charm reach 26, but I also inexplicably gained a temporary enhancement bonus and acquired a new trait. Apart from the fog beast flesh, blue quality is technically the lowest tier where characteristics can appear. Yet when Ichio actually obtained such a trait, he still felt it was rather unbelievable. Because this characteristic, there was an 80% chance, was something he'd acquired only after coming into contact with Panlong incense. Truly, the power of golden quality incense is terrifying to behold. Just a couple of whiffs had allowed Yi Qiu to break through the blue tier barrier, successfully leveling up and even gaining a charm bonus. It even influenced his traits. If he could take a few puffs regularly, wouldn't that be like leveling up without lifting a finger? With 2 sighs in his heart, Yi Qiu threw on his bathrobe and returned to the living room, only to immediately dash toward the kitchen. Damn! I forgot to turn off the stove before leaving. The meat's burned. Detecting the distinctive charred smell lingering around his nostrils, Yi Qiu frantically turned off the gas. Lifting the pot lid, he saw the remnants of the black fog beast meat emitting a crimson glow, as if brimming with boundless energy. Sigh, looks like this can't be eaten anymore. But fortunately, there's still a chance to remedy everything. Yi Qiu swiftly pulled out 3 purple cards. And what's needed right now is the condensation crucible, capable of extracting nutritional essences. Smack! The card shattered into pieces with a faint purple glow, and a bronze tripod the size of a fist instantly appeared before Yi Qiu. Using the same method to manipulate the backpack space, the burnt fog beast meat in the pot was promptly transferred into the cauldron. A countdown timer also popped up. 1 o'clock. In 1 minute, the elixir containing the essence of energy will be successfully refined. Perfect. Tossing the burnt-bottomed iron pot into the furnace for decomposition, Yi Qiu took out a new pot from the storage and placed it on the stove before returning to the living room. Now is the time to examine the remaining 2 cards. In the living room, Yi Qiu sat by the fireplace, examining the purple card in his hand by the flickering firelight. The sacred tree wheat seeds. Yi Qiu planned to plant them soon. Even though he didn't have a purple tier planting box, with the boost from fertilizer, he estimated the harvest time wouldn't be too long. The most important thing is the living log armor. This is the best guarantee of my safety. No matter what, I have to take it out and see. Crushing the card in his hand, a suit of armor deep green as if woven from countless entangled vines materialized before Yi Qiu. The vines above still seemed to be slowly writhing. The thought of wearing this living thing on his body sent several shivers down Yi Qiu's spine. But for the sake of saving his life, he had to do what needed to be done. The real question was, how the heck was he supposed to wear this thing? It looks more like a small shield than a piece of clothing. Holding the living wood armor, Yi Qiu experimentally placed it against his body. Like armor fitting into place, the moment it touched Yi Qiu's skin, the living wood armor instantly extended in all directions, completely encasing him in less than a second. Yi Qiu had initially thought it would only be a breastplate, but to his surprise, it formed a full-body protective suit, offering seamless and comprehensive coverage. Standing before the mirror, Yi Qiu saw the detailed appearance of the armor. The armor resembles a knight's plate armor, yet its appearance is far more ornate, unlike common knightly garb. The intricate patterns symbolize that its bearer holds no ordinary rank. Even around the facial armor, a transparent gelatinous substance had been secreted, leaving no gaps whatsoever. Yi Qiu tapped on it and estimated it was even harder than bulletproof glass. Chapter 57, Living Wood Armor Upgrade, Absolute Defense. As for the breathing issue, it seems the living wood armor, being plant-based, generates oxygen for the wearer to inhale? Damn, you don't even have to worry about poisoning with this thing. What's more, Yi Qiu didn't experience any discomfort after putting it on. Such is the quality of purple-grade armor, it feels like wearing nothing at all. Now clad in this vinewood armor packed with defensive properties, Yi Qiu felt confident he could even wear another layer of clothing over it without any issues. Now that the molten serpent shedding is semi-retired, I should find time to have a tailor process it into wearable clothing. Processing blue-tier items is often more challenging than ordinary materials. Yi Qiu hadn't seen any craftsman in the trading market capable of working with blue-grade beast hides. With this thought, Yi Qiu took out the molten serpent shedding from his backpack and experimentally held it up against himself. Feels like it'd make a perfect cape. Wait, what? As Yi Qiu was measuring the colorful snake shed, the living wood armor clinging to his body suddenly became active, biting onto the snake shed as if it had found a delicious meal. Yi Qiu instinctively threw the colorful snake shed aside, but then immediately recalled the unique characteristics of the living wood armor. Devouring flesh and blood could produce wondrous transformations. The colorful snake shed was beast hide, something the living wood armor could consume. Curious about what changes the living wood armor might undergo, and since the variegated snake slew's role had already been replaced by the armor, Yi Qiu decided to feed the slew to it. Crunch, crunch. With Yi Qiu's permission, the living wood armor immediately squirmed to crush and devour the variegated snake slew. 1 minute later, when Yi Qiu checked the armor's description again, he was startled to find noticeable changes. Not only did it slightly boost defensive capabilities, but it also allowed customization of the living wood armor's color, with a chance to terrify enemies. This essentially absorbed most of the characteristics from the rainbow serpent's molt. Standing before the bathroom mirror again, Yi Qiu couldn't help but feel a shudder when he saw the living wood armor on his body. The original dark green appearance had completely vanished, replaced instead by a horrifying mosaic of human faces. If Yichou's first impression earlier was that of a noble knight, his current visage now gave the immediate impression of a villain who had slaughtered countless souls. Damn, this livewood armor's abilities are truly impressive. He kept its original form unchanged. First impressions mattered greatly. After all, Yichou didn't want others thinking he was easy to bully. After marveling at it for a while, Yichou deactivated the livewood armor. The full-body armor instantly shrank into a compact shield, though Yichou preferred calling it his transformation belt. Taking some low-quality mist beast meat from the warehouse to feed to the living wood armor, Yichou picked up the condensing crucible and gave it a shake. The pellets inside made a clattering sound. Opening the lid of the crucible, 5 red pellets rolled into Yichou's palm. Each was about the size of a pinky finger. Yichou cast an appraisal on them. Condensed pill, blue. Description: an essence pill condensed from the flesh and blood of a blue-quality mist beast. Consuming it is equivalent to eating the mist beast's flesh. Trait: enhancement. Yichou swallowed a refining pill, and instantly a familiar warm current surged through his body. After consuming all 5 refining pills, although Yichou felt his body's energy absorption had reached its limit, he could still eat normally. However, if the food contained additional energy, that energy could no longer be absorbed. His current absorption capacity indeed had its limits. This outcome was within Yichou's expectations. If one could truly take pills indefinitely, wouldn't that mean reaching immortality just by lying down and swallowing them? What Yichou valued most about the condensing crucible was precisely its ability to liberate his stomach. After 6 long days, he could finally indulge without restraint, eating whatever he craved. 10 minutes later. Splash! An enormous half-meter-tall bag of chips, boxed spicy turkey noodles, several cans of sparkling water, and all sorts of snacks were arranged on the small wooden table. Night had fallen, and Yichou was ready to feast like there was no tomorrow. Though fog beast meat was delicious, too much of it diminished its appeal. Instead, these common supermarket snacks now seemed far more mouth-watering to Yichou's eyes than any fog beast meat. I boiled the fiery chicken ramen in hot water, drained it, then added the sauce and gave it a quick stir. The spicy aroma instantly filled my nostrils, making my mouth water uncontrollably. I sliced some cured sausage and peanuts as side garnishes. With milk ready to counteract the heat, Yichou picked up a chopstickful of ramen and slurped it down vigorously. There's no denying it, enjoying noodles delivers a satisfaction that rivals even heartily devouring meat. After wolfing down several big bites, Yichou immediately cracked open some milk to relieve the spiciness. Ah, so satisfying. This first junk food meal after 6 consecutive days of mist beast meat was sheer physical indulgence and mental guilt at maximum levels, giving Yichou enjoyment comparable to his first taste of roasted mist beast. After indulging fiercely at first, Yichou popped open the soda can and began leisurely picking at the sausages and peanuts to savor his dinner. Of course, the most important thing was to open the system chat and join the conversation. However, as soon as I opened the system, a private message popped up. Spring Water Wholesale A666, thank you for the equipment, boss. I didn't dare to take the initiative, but that giant python suddenly went crazy and attacked my home today. With the advantage of terrain and weapons, I managed to kill it. System notification, Spring Water Wholesale A666 has gifted you Spring Water, blue, asterisk 500 ml. Spring Water Wholesale A666. This is a little token of appreciation, please do accept it. Yichou was taken aback. The beast uprising had actually driven the python into such a frenzy that it abandoned its advantageous terrain, ultimately meeting its demise. Anonymous user, congratulations, I'll gladly take the spring water. After securely storing the blue tier spring water, Yichou planned to drink it the next day. After consuming enough condensing elixir pills, I've reached my digestion limit for today. Channel 666, 666/1000. The animals went crazy attacking my camp today. Thankfully, my skills were superior. I won't need to worry about food for the next week. True, the temperature drop acts as a natural refrigerator. Food preservation time increases significantly. Though we can't eat our fill, rationing carefully means starving won't be a concern for several days. Things are finally looking up. After stabilizing over 7 days, I plan to explore the surroundings next week to see if I can find any ancient ruins or legacies. Might as well start cultivating immortality directly. Right, there are also the local natives who still haven't shown up. I wonder if they possess any supernatural powers. Speaking of which, I think I might have encountered so-called immortal cultivators today. Around noon, I faintly heard several explosions and earth-shaking noises. Maybe cultivators were battling with spells. Whoa, what luck! If it were me, I'd definitely go check it out and see if I could apprentice under them. I heard it too. Was it coming from the mist zone? I was mining stones at the time and almost didn't dare come out. Yes, it definitely came from the mist zone. I was mining stones then too. What kind of luck do you guys have, actually encountering the mist zone? Don't even mention it, it was just a chaotic field of scattered rocks. After swinging my pickaxe for ages, all I got was 8 pieces of blue quality stone. Stop bragging. A blue quality material can be exchanged for a whole day's worth of food from anonymous big shots. Hey, brothers near the fog zone, want to form an alliance? I'll level up a smoke signal tomorrow. Together, we're stronger. Nah, intentions are hidden behind smiles. I'd rather not deal with others. System trades are better for everyone. Exactly. Who even knows what kind of person you are? Chapter 58, Stocking Up. The group chat was bustling with discussions about today's sightings, but Yichio, who had come here to slack off, felt something was off. Misty zones, explosions, earth-shaking tremors. Could these people be near our base? Yichio took a sip of sparkling water, growing increasingly convinced this might indeed be the case. But they're certainly not very close either, especially in a survival world where a distance of several thousand meters now basically means never crossing paths again, though that's mostly the case. If I encounter passionate explorers or survivalists who grow stronger in the future, I'll probably run into people sooner or later. When it came to his own kind, Yichio never hesitated to assume the worst with the darkest of suspicions, especially since Yichio knew he was just an ordinary person. Right now, I'm doing pretty well thanks to some unusual encounters, but if I get tricked by certain people, one mistake could cost me everything. The smooth talk of pyramid schemers is no joke. Yichio has always followed this rule. Whenever someone DMs him and shows signs of trying to lead him somewhere, even if they genuinely mean well, he blocks them immediately. Yichio knows he doesn't possess extraordinary wisdom. While total isolation might make him miss many opportunities, it significantly reduces the chances of something going wrong. And in the future, if he encounters other survivors, unless he has absolute control over the settlement, Yichio won't let anyone in under any circumstances. Better safe than sorry. However, the thought of potentially encountering human troubles made Yichio involuntarily furrow his brows. No, after eating, I need to return to the real world and replenish my gunpowder reserves. Sigh, if only I had purple quality timber, then I could craft the wonder, all-seeing mirror and wouldn't have to worry about someone sneaking in. Although Yichio had nearly maxed out his ground defenses, his aerial defenses were still a bit weak. If the other party had any means of flight, slipping into his base wouldn't be impossible. Yichio sighed with emotion, choosing to put these thoughts aside so they wouldn't affect his mood while enjoying the delicious food. After finishing today's lucky draw in the group chat, Yichio devoured a pile of junk food in one go, then stretched lazily with satisfaction and contentment. Not only that, Yichio was so lazy that he didn't even bother cleaning up the bowls and trash, directly tossing them into the furnace to dispose of. Ah, now I finally understand why rich people prefer disposable items. Wasting precious time on these things is truly wrong. Stuffed and satisfied, Yichio glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. Walking into the warehouse, the absence of 2 tons of gunpowder made the once-packed space feel strangely spacious. But this time, Yichio had come to check on the cultivation boxes. Tonight was the moment the star-drop berries would ripen. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped near the planting area, a delicate fragrance greeted him, followed by the sight of tiny stars dangling from the branches. It's the fully ripe starfall berry. Next to it were sweet potatoes that matured daily, and Yichio quickly completed the harvest. The sweet potato yield didn't change much, while a total of 15 starfall berries were obtained. Yichio immediately ate one to protect his eyesight, planted the seeds, and stored the rest away. As for the originally sweet potato planting box, after Yichio replenished the soil and water, he planted the newly acquired sacred tree wheat seeds. With the bonuses from the planting box, soil, and fertilizer, the growth time of the sacred tree wheat seeds was reduced to 5 days. In other words, in 5 days, Yichio would get to taste what purple tier food was like. After tending to the planting area, Yichio stored today's harvest and then planned to head back to the real world. Having exhausted all his gunpowder reserves dealing with the Vain Guardians, without 2 tons of explosives beneath him, Yichio couldn't even sleep soundly. Let's go! Donning the living wood armor and carrying the giant eagle wings, Yichio ventured out to explore the real world at night for the first time. Yet when Yichio, fully geared, stepped into the real world, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming darkness, utter darkness, as if all light in the world had vanished completely. Not a finger could be seen before his eyes. If not for the feeling of the bed beneath his feet and the vision enhancement from starburst berries, Yichio might have thought he'd plunged headfirst into a black hole. Plop! The beam of his powerful flashlight illuminated his familiar home. Only upon seeing the largely unchanged furniture did Yichio finally let out a sigh of relief. Utmost darkness is profoundly terrifying, just as a pitch-black, lightless chamber could drive even the so-called strongest-willed individuals to madness. Yichio had never encountered such a situation before. Clutching his flashlight, Yichio walked to the window and peered outside. An endless expanse of blackness stretched before him, not a single star dotted the sky, and even the moon's glow couldn't penetrate the thick cloud cover. Cloud layers? Yichio gazed at the pitch-black sky. It must be cloud layers, otherwise, given the intensity of the sun's reflected light, it wouldn't be this dark at the very least. Such thick clouds, a heavy storm might come tonight. Better set off as soon as possible. Spreading his wings, he descended onto the street. Ichio rode his mountain bike in a familiar direction. Although the darkness tonight was terrifyingly eerie, Ichio simply assumed it was because he'd stayed in the city too long, his vision dulled by the ever-glowing neon lights. Without human intervention, pitch-black nights where you can't see your hand before your face are perfectly normal. Guided by his high-powered flashlight and free from traffic concerns, Ichio, now enhanced to blue-tier quality, quickly arrived at the fireworks shop's location. After transporting a ton of gunpowder back to the survival world, Ichio found he still had energy to spare, so he decided to make another trip. However, this time Ichio's transport trip didn't go so smoothly. Because when Ichio searched the fireworks shop from top to bottom with a flashlight, he realized he had practically emptied the store of all its high gunpowder content products. Canceling the materialization from the fireworks shop's basement, Ichio stuffed a backpack full of small firecrackers. But after decomposing them in the survival world, Ichio obtained less than 300 kilograms of gunpowder. A firecracker with half its paper casing left. What a fine and conscientious piece of work. Sighing once more at the unscrupulous merchant's schemes, Ichio glanced at his watch and realized it was already past 11 at night. To replenish his gunpowder reserves, today became the latest night Ichio had ever stayed up. So much so that the fog beast attack was practically upon them. Ichio rubbed his chin. Though he'd made 2 trips in the real world, the blue-tier physique was simply that effective, he still had a bit of stamina left. After estimating the distance to the firework factory outside the city, Ichio decided he could probably challenge himself to find a new gunpowder supply point tomorrow. But since the fog beast attack was almost upon them anyway, he might as well finish off the creatures before going to bed. As he warmed himself a glass of milk before sleep, Ichio suddenly realized his food reserves in the warehouse were running low. There's probably only about 50 liters of water and half a ton of food left. Since affordable food gets snatched up by everyone daily, Ichio's food consumption has always been significant. Fortunately, with his current stamina, making a trip downstairs to the supermarket for supplies isn't a problem at all. 1 cubic meter isn't exactly large, but it's not small either. It can hold a ton of water or food at once. Combined with Ichio's daily purchase restrictions, one supply run through the system's trading marketplace can ensure 2 or 3 days' worth of provisions. Since it wasn't that troublesome, Ichio had been persistently carrying out charitable activities. Taking advantage of the time before the fog beasts attacked, Ichio decided to stock up at the supermarket downstairs in the real world. Blinking his eyes, Ichio arrived in the real world. Switching on his flashlight, he quickly made his way downstairs. As a large supermarket, the food supply there was absolutely plentiful. Moreover, survivalists weren't picky at all, so Ichio grabbed whatever was available. Water came in large 5-liter cans, and the bread was bulk-packaged whole wheat loaves. In no time, the backpack was completely stuffed to the brim. With a backpack full of food and water, Ichio was just about to return to the survival world when he noticed that the previously pitch-black supermarket suddenly lit up. Midnight at 12 o'clock, where did such intense brightness come from? Chapter 59, 7-Day Summary, Global Survival Point Rankings. Ichio was stunned and instinctively headed towards the supermarket exit. When he reached it, he saw something utterly impossible. Sunlight. At midnight, sunlight unexpectedly appeared. For a moment, Ichio felt completely bewildered. But then he considered that if all of humanity could suddenly cross over to another world, perhaps midnight sunlight wasn't the most outrageous thing after all? As he reached the supermarket entrance, Ichio suddenly noticed a sun had appeared in the sky at some point, and this sun was entirely different from the original one. It was larger, so enormous as if the sun had pressed itself against the mother planet. Its radiance wasn't just golden but carried a visible, sacred brilliance. Indeed, simply gazing at its light filled Ichio with an overwhelming sense of divinity. The feeling was exactly like when he'd excessively indulged in starfall berries and impulsively exclaimed, "Praise the god of stars and moon. Has the evil god invaded the real world?" At this thought, Ichio felt even the light before his eyes had taken on an eerie quality. Just as Ichio averted his gaze from the colossal sun, he noticed more unsettling details. This sunlight, it seemed not to reach every patch of soil. Worried he might turn into a lunatic who only praises the sun, Ichio didn't dare step outside to bathe in sunlight, opting instead to peek at the sky through different supermarket windows. And with that glance, Ichio witnessed something utterly bizarre. The newly emerged sun appeared to illuminate only certain patches of land. Meanwhile, the familiar sky had been evenly divided into 5 distinct vistas. The sun zone, bathed in divine sunlight. The star-moon zone, where constellations guard the moon. The golden tree zone, illuminated by the radiance of an enormous, towering tree that appears forged from molten gold. The night zone, a pitch-black realm resembling a light-devouring void. The sky was crimson, with eerie red mist drifting through the red mist zone. 5 completely different scenes were unnaturally overlapped, as if clipping through one another, creating a bizarre spectacle where the sun and moon coexisted. Night and day merged indistinguishably. Ichio, who had only come to stock up on supplies, froze in astonishment. Never did he expect that staying up late tonight would reward him with such a grand and otherworldly sight. Is this marvelous spectacle something that appears daily, or is it happening for the first time? Yi Chou didn't understand, but out of caution, he immediately chose to return to the survival world. Whoever could create such sights must be ridiculously powerful, and when they discover Yi Chou's existence, a mere bug in the system, he doesn't dare gamble on what his fate might be. But the moment he returned to the survival world, the system that had always been a mere tool suddenly malfunctioned and popped up uncontrollably. A voice he had only heard upon his first transmigration echoed in his ears. Survivors of Planet A003, congratulations on surviving the first 7 days. Yet at the same time, I must deliver devastating news to you. From this moment onward, the novice protection period has ended. The fog beasts will no longer attack survivors' settlements at fixed intervals. The probability of indigenous people discovering you has increased. A new calamity is about to emerge. The white mist will no longer be strictly confined. Channels will begin merging with each other. Danger could strike at any moment. One wrong step, and death will greet you. In addition, we will also reward or punish certain survivors. In 10 minutes, we will announce the survival points for all current channels. The survivors in channels with the lowest rankings will face punishment, while those with higher rankings will receive rewards. The survival world has unveiled a glimpse of its veil to you. Do your utmost to stay alive. A voice as resonant as a giant bronze bell reverberated through every survivor's mind. Shaking his head, Yi Chou realized his first reaction after hearing the announcement was, "Why are you yelling so loudly?" However, when he opened the system and saw the bold red announcement, Yi Chou instantly felt something was amiss. The first 7 days of survival were just a beginner protection period, which Yi Chou now understood all too well. After all, unless someone possessed overpowering cheats like himself and developed at an absurdly fast pace, it was virtually impossible to encounter scenarios as outrageous as being ambushed by Snake Brother on the 3rd day, Eagle Brother on the 6th day, and finally having to blow up 3 explosive barrels to defeat an advanced mist beast that blocked his path on the 7th day. For ordinary players, simply building a decent shelter and having decent luck would allow them to kill the daily mist beasts, using their flesh to strengthen themselves. However, after today, the novice protection period will end, and chances are fog beasts that come free probably won't appear so easily anymore. The daily environmental changes don't really feel tangible yet. I'll have to experience them firsthand tomorrow to understand properly. Merging channels. This actually benefits Yi Chou in collecting some good items, though it's unclear whether it'll increase the population density in certain areas. Having a few extra neighbors pop up around my home wouldn't be great. Given the current scale of my base, the impact should be minor. It's mainly the ordinary survivors who will be affected. Sigh, who knows what the final outcome of this adjustment will be. Yi Chou opened the system chat channel, which was already in complete chaos. Holy crap, I thought it was just the Mist Beast meat merchant knocking on time, didn't expect it to be a system notification. The system notification sound is seriously loud. Can we turn it down a notch? Stop fussing about small stuff, guys. It's a major version update. Our days are about to get even tougher. Sigh, I finally got settled, and now what's happening again? Opening up communication with the natives? Huh? With the knowledge in my head, maybe I could become their honored guest right away? Gee, that makes sense. If I stay with the natives, they must have ways to deal with the fog beasts. Speaking of which, instead of discussing this, shouldn't we talk about the point rankings in 5 minutes? Our channel won't end up last, will it? Hey upstairs, use your underdeveloped brain for once. How many lives have been saved by the discounted supplies and tips anonymously posted by the big shots every day? How many have been rescued thanks to the Northern Military District experts' compiled knowledge? Our channel might not be number 1, but we're definitely not last. Exactly. Our channel has always been about helping each other out, with multiple experts sharing survival tips for free. I doubt any other channel has such a tight-knit community. Survivor 666, you guys need to have some confidence. Right. Even if the rest of us slack off, I believe anonymous big shot alone could carry our survival points to the top. Amid the heated discussion, 5 minutes quickly elapsed. As the system evaluation moment arrived, even Yi Chou found himself feeling an unfamiliar tension. It wasn't concern over a low ranking that worried him. Yi Chou feared his outrageous stockpile of supplies might draw official attention and get his cheat ability banned. Chapter 60, ranked first in the entire server. Massive rewards. Fortunately, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of participants, the scenario Yi Chou feared didn't materialize, and the scoring system operated normally. Initial survival points evaluation in progress. Your current settlement is level 4, covering 625 square meters, surpassing 99.9% of survivors, score plus 10,000. Your current physique is rare blue, surpassing 99.9% of survivors, score plus 10,000. You possess purple treasure grade items, white mist scripture fragment, sacred tree wheat seeds, living wood armor, surpassing 99.9% of survivors, score plus 102,000. You possess a blue rare quality item, surpassing 99.9% of survivors, rating plus 12.4k. You possess green. You possess white. You possess gray. The highest quality treasure chest you obtained is a silver chest, surpassing 99.9% of survivors, score plus 10,000. The number of bronze chests you obtained is. The number of wooden chests you obtained is. You explored the fog zone 3 times, with total rewards exceeding 99.9% of survivors, score plus 10,000. You have repelled attacks from beginner, intermediate, and advanced tier mist beasts, with house damage rate below 99.9%. You've outperformed 99.9% of survivors, score plus 10,000. UVE completed 5,417 transactions, exceeding the trade volume of 99.9% survivors, score plus 10,000. Final settlement, you've obtained 200,000 survival points. Your survival points rank first on planet A003. You've obtained purple reward item card *3. As the top-ranked player, your backpack capacity has been expanded to 100 cubic meters. First place, 3 purple item cards. Backpack capacity expanded to 100 cubic meters. The survival points have been settled, and a joyful expression couldn't help but appear on Yichio's face. As for the purple item card, it naturally goes without saying any item bearing a purple quality might not necessarily be useful, but it's absolutely precious. However, for Yichio, the most valuable reward this time wasn't the purple item card, but rather the backpack space expansion. From 1 cubic meter to 100 cubic meters, that's a full 100-fold increase. With such a spacious capacity, Yichio wouldn't have to painfully make trip after trip when scavenging supplies from the real world anymore. The thought of transporting nearly 100 tons of supplies in a single round trip made Yichio suddenly worry that the storage space at their outpost might be too small. Ah, what a sweet dilemma to have. Before Yichio could fully process all this good news, the system immediately delivered another notification. Personal rankings have concluded. Please proceed to the chat channel to view channel rankings. Yichio opened the chat channel, where discussions were currently in full swing. Hey guys, what's everyone's score? I got 100. Is 150 the perfect score? Impossible, because I scored 151. PvE Pro, hehe, I got 666 points. This kid showing off again, can't some top player put him in his place? Looks like I might be the weak link in this channel. Looking at the discussions in the channel and then glancing at the survival points, 200,000 in the corner of his system interface, Yichio was momentarily at a loss for words. Though he vaguely understood that he was doing much better than the average person, this nearly 100-fold gap in points truly made Yichio realize the sheer scale of the difference. Before the leaderboard was officially released, Yichio sent a private message to Wang Wu. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, how many survival points do you have? Wang Wu, 9,003, how about you? Yichio, a bit higher than you. After just a few words with Wang Wu, the system's ranking was already prepared, announcing the current survival points ranking for the channel. First place, Channel 666, 260,000 survival points. Second place, Channel 12345, 110,000 survival points. Third place, Channel 35247, 109,000 survival points. The top 10 channels with the highest total points have been announced. In the upcoming week of disasters, channels ranked in the top 50% will experience a 10% reduction in nearby disasters, while channels in the bottom 50% will face a 110% increase in nearby disasters. Congratulations, Channel 666, for earning the most survival points. Please claim your rewards in the chat area based on your survival points. Unexpectedly, our channel is ranked first too. Yichio was somewhat surprised by this. After all, many hands make light work isn't just an empty saying. With the remaining people in Channel 666, each contributing just 1,000 points would total 660,000 points. And if there were a truly united channel, it wasn't impossible for sheer numbers to erase any individual advantage. Yet, in the end, it was Channel 666 that claimed the top spot. Even more surprising, the combined points of the second and third place channels barely surpassed his own personal score. This outcome was a bit beyond Yichio's expectations. As for the chat channel, it had already become a raging ocean of excitement. We are the champions. Holy shit, that's insane. Out of over 10 billion people worldwide, we actually got first place. This is nothing short of a miracle. A total of 260,000? I wasn't just dragging my feet, I was practically carried the whole way. This is just unbelievable. I bet there are several top players lurking in our channel with over 10,000 points. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this far ahead. Anonymous Big Shot, Northern Military District Big Shot, Water Selling Big Shot, and Beast Meat Big Shot, these are the 3 I can think of. Be bolder, there might be a single player with 100,000 points. Hey, check out my points analysis post upstairs. Points aren't just cumulative, they tend to multiply exponentially the further you go. That means if there really is a player with 100,000 points, 1,000 people with 100 points couldn't even match the value of a few items in their inventory. Seeing this, Yi Qiu couldn't help but freeze. He originally thought he was only about 100 times stronger than ordinary people, but now it seems the difference is far greater. Indeed, with his current gunpowder reserves, even if 1,000 ordinary people attacked his camp, sending them to heaven wouldn't be a problem. Even without using gunpowder, with his living wood armor, they probably couldn't break his defense even if he just stood there and let them hack at him. Moreover, even if a true survival expert were to come to this world, they'd at best manage to secure basic sustenance and some occasional windfalls during the first 7 days. Someone like me who achieved food freedom on day 1 while pillaging all channels by exploiting the real world must be exceptionally rare. And to acquire tons of gunpowder within 7 days, ultimately leveraging world teleportation to obtain a silver treasure chest through ingenuity? Then at the final hour of the 7th day, receiving the benevolent gift of a mysterious merchant, 3 purple tier items added effortlessly to my collection. Luck like this is simply unparalleled. These 7 days, I've wasted not a single moment. When night fell in the survival world, I scavenged the real world, diligently expanding my resources like rolling a snowball until achieving my current overwhelming advantage. If I couldn't outperform those playing without cheats, that would truly make me worthless. Recalling the events of the past 7 days, Yi Qiu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Chapter 61, A New Wonder, Architectural Upgrade Blueprint. While Yi Qiu was analyzing the reasons for his victory, in a distant corner of the survival world, a tall Caucasian man stared at the large, ranking, second place, before him, furrowing his brows slightly. Inside the spacious stone hall, his subordinates also wore expressions of disbelief upon hearing the news. No way, it's only been 7 days since we entered this survival world. Who could possibly be better developed than Boss Edward? Our organization has already gathered hundreds of people. With all our combined resources, ¿Cómo podríamos posiblemente no estar a la altura de una sola persona? Edward was equally perplexed. As the leader of the Western Mafia before crossing over, he had been in the middle of a deal with his underlings when it happened, and he had guns with him. Not only that, but he also brought along a large package of highly pure goods to this world. With the threat of firearms and the control of drugs, Edward managed to unite the entire channel and establish the Edward Federation in just 7 days. Edward Ferdinando, being a foreigner, naturally possessed some firearms, which amounted to downright overkill in the early stages of the mist-shrouded world. Over the course of this past week, apart from that colossal monster in the resource zone that even firearms couldn't scratch, he had practically cleared out the entire vicinity. Despite such an overwhelmingly advantageous start, upon learning about the points ranking, he still cautiously instructed all his members to pool their resources, aiming for the top spot. Yet, in the end, even with all his capabilities, he only managed to secure second place. He simply couldn't fathom how the player in first place had managed to progress so insanely fast. Without killing that monstrous beast that could ignore thermal weapons, my 40,000 points must be the absolute limit. However, he soon saw the channel rankings. First place in total points, 260,000? How could that be? Edward's mind wavered before he finally couldn't help but sigh. It seems there must be many top players in this 666 channel. They probably joined forces to take down that nearly invincible boss. Only by accomplishing such a feat could they surpass themselves. Who would have thought that boss actually gave such massive bonuses? After a moment of reflection, Edward didn't feel disheartened at all. On the contrary, his spirits soared once again. Just you wait, next week, I'm definitely going to overtake all of you. At the same moment, the system notification sounded once again. Both the individual and channel ranking periods have ended. Channel merging will commence in 10 minutes, with the maximum capacity per channel increased to 2,000 participants. Survivors ranked in the last billion of individual rankings have had their spatial backpack privileges revoked. Those ranked between the last 2 billion and last 1 billion have had their backpack storage capacity halved. The storage capacity of survival backpacks has been upgraded for all top 1,000 ranked individuals. During the 7-day novice period, 6,076,005,777 people died on Planet A003. We hope to see you all again next week. Though brief, the final message revealed absolutely horrifying information. First, the merger of channels, a 2,000-person channel might prove far livelier than a 1,000-person one. Then there's the issue of the spatial backpack. Who would have thought this would be the penalty for ranking at the bottom? It must be said, though every survivor possesses a spatial backpack, its value is truly extraordinary. For most survivors, 7 days worth of gains can't compare to the importance of the spatial backpack. Without the spatial backpack, life for those bottom-ranked billions will likely become even more grueling. And the information hinted at in that final sentence is utterly staggering. The mother planet's population of 12 billion was halved in just 7 days. Though the majority were likely the very old or very young, facing such staggering numbers left everyone with a profound sense of helplessness. What could be the purpose behind this inexplicable transition that wiped out most of humanity in 7 days? Can human civilization even survive? Within Yichio's base, even the joy of earning the top reward points faded considerably after hearing these words. But soon, Yichio adjusted his mindset. Better to focus on the cozy little home before me. A snug 600 square meter nest with a toasty big fireplace. Work when I feel like it, and return to delicious meals. Every day is a fresh start, no loans or social obligations to worry about. Daily supermarket runs with free shopping, building a wonderful life. Humming an unfamiliar tune, Yichio reclined on the lounge chair by the fireplace, overwhelmed with emotion. From the perspective of all humanity, the current situation was undoubtedly dire. But when Yichio focused only on himself, he realized life in this survival world was vastly better than before. Sometimes, one should be content and happy, just live each day well. Alright, I haven't opened today's rewards yet. Due to the 7-day settlement, Yichio obtained 3 purple item cards in total, plus 1 silver treasure chest. The purple item cards were rewards for ranking first in individual survival points, while the silver treasure chest was the reward for contributing the highest points in the channel. Channel 660's accessibility to claim the top spot was entirely due to Yichio's accumulated points, so the contribution reward directly yielded a silver treasure chest. Congratulations all around! Yichio first opened the silver treasure chest, as, according to the rules, treasure chests typically contain unknown glowing orbs. But when Yichio opened the chest, what appeared before his eyes were pre-packaged items. Congratulations on obtaining lumber, purple, X50, stone, purple, X50, iron ore, purple, X50. What a basic material starter pack. Yichio momentarily didn't know what to say. In terms of value, they were all purple tier items, a full 50 portions, certainly not cheap. But compared to purple tier equipment, these basic materials couldn't hold a candle to them in rarity. Actually it's not bad at all. It just so happens my wonder item lacks purple tier wood materials. I'll construct the wonder item right away. Closing the silver treasure chest, Yichio turned his gaze to the 3 random purple cards. Smack! Casually crushing one of the cards, a faint purple blow accompanied the sudden appearance of an object before Yichio. Curiofog hunting beast statue, purple. Description: to repel the assault of high-tier mist beasts as a mere ordinary individual, you truly embody wisdom and courage combined. This statue is your reward. Trait: Hunter, consume mist cores to activate the statue, angering the wandering mist beasts near the outpost and provoking their attack. Another wondrous artifact requiring no construction materials. Looking at the 1-meter-tall stone statue before him, Yichio curiously reached out and touched it. Because the statue was unmistakably carved in Yichio's own likeness, the lifelike sculpture depicted Yichio sitting atop the corpse of a monster. It had to be said, this system-crafted statue was truly exquisite, capturing at least 80% of Yichio's dashing handsomeness. Of course, what could rival the statue's artistic merit was none other than its practical function. Lure the fog beasts. Currently, the fog beasts' attack patterns have become unpredictable. As it's just the beginning of the 8th day, Yichio is uncertain about the specifics of their assaults. Has the frequency increased, or has it decreased? If attacks have become more frequent, Yichio would still have a steady source of fog beast flesh. But if they've decreased, losing this stable supply would significantly slow down his physical enhancements. This was something Yichio couldn't accept. One must be strong to forge iron. Without sufficient strength in this world, Yichio wouldn't even sleep soundly. By that time, the statue's importance would become evident. Admiring his statue for a while, Yichio placed it beside the fireplace. Here comes the second purple card. Smack! With a flash of light, a blueprint appeared before Yichio. Building upgrade blueprint, intermediate, purple. Description: consumes 300 purple wood, 600 purple ore, 1000 purple soil, 1000 blue stone, 1 purple beast heart, and 1 purple lord core to upgrade a level 4 structure to a level 5 territory. Mobile fortress, purple. Trait: mobile fortress. This sturdy fortress not only withstands powerful enemies but can also relocate your settlement, making it impossible for foes to track your whereabouts. This is an intermediate upgrade blueprint. Yichio's eyes first lit up, but then he was immediately startled by the required materials listed afterward. Basic purple tier materials alone started at 100 units, not to mention needing a beast heart and a lord core, items he'd never even heard of before. Upgrading the house would probably drain his entire savings, and it still might not be enough. But the benefits of an upgraded base were undeniably tempting. Mobile Fortress. Chapter 62, Region Merge. Not only indestructible but also capable of timely retreats. Perfectly aligned with Yichio's safety philosophy. It's just a little over 1,000 units of purple quality materials, right? No big deal, I'll gather them slowly. Calming his excitement about wanting to live in the mobile fortress immediately, Yichio crumpled the blueprint, turning it into a long-term mission within the system. With 2 purple cards in a row, both rewards perfectly hit Yichio's weak spots, making him even more eager for the final purple card. Smack! Crushing the card in his hand, a massive funnel-shaped machine materialized before Yichio. Fog Energy Converter, Epic. Description: a miraculous converter that makes your journey into the survival world smoother. Attribute: conversion, can convert any device that consumes various forms of energy, electricity, gasoline, thermal energy, etc., into one that operates using the mist energy stored in mist cores. Surprise! Even though he had seen plenty of purple tier items before, these two words were the only ones echoing in Yichio's mind right now. The ability to transform real-world machinery into mist-powered machinery was an immense boon to Yichio's development. Yichio chose not to look for a generator for two main reasons. First, the 1 cubic meter storage space was too small to transport anything substantial, and second, generators not only consumed fuel excessively but also produced unbearable noise that severely impacted quality of life. Additionally, ordinary generators required significant time and effort to source, set up, and maintain, tasks Yichio wasn't particularly skilled at. Since his living conditions were already quite comfortable, he saw no need to waste time chasing after a generator. But with the mist energy converter, everything changed. Now he could simply bring home a refrigerator or air conditioner and power them directly, without the hassle of fiddling with generators and wiring outlets. No need to worry about the limited fuel reserves from the only accessible tanker truck. Yichio placed the converter in a secure corner and nodded in satisfaction. After reviewing today's gains, Yichio concluded that none of his harvests during the initial 7-day novice period could compare to today's haul. With purple quality items appearing in abundance, his personal safety now significantly secured, and his enhanced physical condition enabling exploration of broader real-world areas, it's fair to say that 6 days of preparation allowed Yichio to soar directly on the 7th day. After organizing today's gains, Yichio planned to craft a wondrous item. Wondrous item, the all-seeing mirror. Even before elevating the base to level 5, the all-seeing mirror could already provide some mobility functionality. Not to mention that the built-in surveillance feature also made Yichio drool with envy. With the basic materials provided by the silver treasure chest, Yichio quickly completed the synthesis of the all-seeing mirror. In a flash of brilliance, an intricately carved wooden mirror, appearing ancient beyond compare, materialized before Yichio. And Yichio's only impression of it was enormous. The mirror hovered in an uncanny manner above the ground, standing 2 meters tall like a full-length circular mirror. Truly a marvel, it looked completely different from an ordinary mirror. As Yichio touched its surface, he suddenly felt as though the mirror had become an extension of his own senses. It was as if his soul had left his body. Through the mirror, he could see every blade of grass and tree within the camp's perimeter with perfect clarity. Naturally, with the thick fog outside, his spirit dared not venture beyond the camp's boundaries. However, Yichio had already grasped the prowess of the all-seeing mirror. This was far more formidable than any surveillance system. Moreover, according to the mirror's feedback, as long as he remained within its operational range, a mere thought would activate the all-seeing mirror, akin to having a literal X-ray cheat. With 2 mystical artifacts added to his home in one go, Yichio placed the all-seeing mirror beside the statue in satisfaction before opening his system interface. One last glance at the chat channel before sleeping. Now that the channel merge was complete, Yichio couldn't resist staying awake a little longer to learn about the people he'd be interacting with in the future. Merged channel, 2000. Hey, my new friends, I've missed you all so much. It's livelier with more people. Which channels are you all from? Our channel 277 has 500 people, ranking in the top 25% among all channels, with a 5% disaster exemption. How about naming the new channel after our channel 277? Naming the channel? What do you mean? Haven't you noticed the chat channel is labeled Integrated Channel? Once you click on it, you can choose the actual name for this channel. Definitely go for the channel with the highest disaster immunity rate. Our channel 1145 has 6% disaster immunity. The new channel should be called 1145. You two should step back a bit. What? Is there a channel with an even higher immunity rate? Could it be that I've been thrown into one of the top 10% channels? Heaven has eyes, I finally don't have to rely on god-awful teammates to survive. Watching their new friends buzz with speculation, the survivors from the original channel 666 couldn't help but feel proud and excited. Just as they were figuring out how to properly show off, a message popped up. System notification, Survivor PvE expert initiated a group vote. What number should the channel inherit? 1. Channel 666. 2. Channel 277. 3. Channel 1145. 4. Channel 147258. Hey, am I seeing this right? Channel 666? That number 1 ranked channel? PvE. Though you always torture us with late night food pics, I gotta say right now, hell yeah. New friends, how's it feel? How's it feel now? Holy shit, it's channel 1, I'm gonna live the good life from now on. The moment the channel name was revealed, it sent waves through the group chat. In less than a minute, the vote ended with a tally of 1892:0:0:0. Those who didn't vote were either asleep or busy with other things. Channel 666, 2000/2000. Never thought I'd become one of the 666 channel folks too. Feels like I've ascended to a higher tier already. What kind of benefits does the 666 channel offer? Are there any cluster shelters? I'm signing up tomorrow. PvE Pro, for benefits, just check the posts marked featured or the most popular shops in the trading section. As for cluster shelters, most survivors I know are lone wolves. Damn, just saw it, your tutorials are all free to share? Back in our area, all the posts had resource locks, you couldn't even open them without paying up, and most were exclusively for internal factions. Even having money wasn't enough to see them. Finally understand why 666 took first place. Their spirit of sharing is utterly unmatched. Our side didn't lock posts as much. Everyone banded together to survive, with several military personnel maintaining order. At least we could stay alive. Chapter 63, The Official Shelter. Holy shit, what's up with your trading zone? That guy called Anonymous User has question marks for all his item prices. Shouldn't the focus be on the fact he's actually selling cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea? Is he running a convenience store here? That's one of our top 666 zone elites. He's got massive resources and specifically set up price fluctuations. You must have just joined the channel, the prices haven't stabilized yet. Once they do, you'll see his food prices are almost always the lowest. Doesn't sound that impressive, just slightly cheaper than others. Isn't this mind-blowing? It's like you're buying $100 worth of goods for just $80. That extra $20 is practically the anonymous big shot treating you. Exactly. 7 days straight, that anonymous benefactor basically gave away tons of food and water for free. If they'd kept it for themselves, they'd be living better than anyone. Just so more people could have an extra bite to eat or sip of water. That mysterious saint probably goes to bed hungry every single night. Holy shit, why didn't you say so earlier? Giving away multiple tons of supplies for free? That's practically a living saint. By the way, the anonymous big shot also posted numerous high-end strategy guides. Damn, I had no idea expanding the outpost area would give treasure chests and trigger the second wave of mist beasts. If I'd known earlier, I could have probably challenged the 2000 survival points mark. The channel merger instantly sparked endless excitement, and Yichio's name spread throughout the new channel within moments. Those who already held favorable opinions of Yichio practically brainwashed themselves by repeatedly promoting Yichio's deeds, eventually worshipping him like an idol. Yichio had become something of a spiritual symbol, and with the interference of outsiders, this symbol grew even more mythical, drawing increasing attention from the masses. Yet amidst this escalating fervor of discussion, certain wise individuals, those who had stepped into leadership roles, began sensing that something wasn't right. At this moment, their attitudes toward Yichio varied widely. There was no singular consensus. One after another, voices of various organizations began clamoring across the channel. Great Flame Mutual Aid, to all survivors, we are the official Great Flame organization. Humanity is now at a critical juncture of life and death. We have established shelters dedicated to accommodating every survivor and preserving the flame of humanity. Great Flame Mutual Aid, those who wish to return to the embrace of civilization, please contact us. While we cannot restore you to days of plenty with ample food and drink, we can assure you a peaceful night's sleep. After sending the message, Great Flame Mutual Aid also attached several photos. Yichio clicked to view them. Rows upon rows of tightly packed wooden cottages were shown, numbering nearly 100, encircled by wooden fences with people patrolling the perimeter holding torches. The patrol leader was dressed in military uniform. Seems this channel had good luck, with administrative and armed forces working together to better survive the crisis. Even if some riffraff had mixed in, none would dare act recklessly under the threat of death. Facing crisis, humanity unites most tightly. Whoa, I knew there'd be official organizations protecting us. Better a dog in peaceful times than a human in chaotic ones. For ordinary people, past life was truly wonderful. I was such a fool to initially think transmigration would be a good thing. Right, when I first transmigrated here, I thought I was gonna become some godlike figure. Who knew I'd end up gnawing roots and chewing bark every day, without even a sip of hot water? These honest words resonated with numerous survivors, and for a moment, many wanted to join the shelter. I want to join the shelter. How do I get there? Great Flame Mutual Aid, we've mastered 2 methods for rendezvous. First is through trading guide compasses. You can actively make your way to our shelter. Grand Flame Mutual Aid. Second method involves using the pathway compass within foggy areas that appear during daytime. Activating it at a mist gate allows you to traverse great distances to reach the vicinity of the shelter. Grand Flame Mutual Aid. Survivalists seeking shelter can visit any Grand Flame Mutual Aid branch to claim a free pathway compass. Grand Flame Mutual Aid. Remember to dismantle your wooden hut while preserving its architectural core. This will enable you to rebuild your outpost within the shelter. Undeniably, in this survival world, 99% of survivors live worse than in reality. Most ordinary people remain just that, ordinary. The chance to ride the wave of opportunity and soar to greatness is fundamentally out of reach. For a moment, the channel was flooded with messages of gratitude. Yi Chou thought to himself that if he didn't have this golden finger cheat system, he would have risked his life trying to reach an official shelter. But since he now possessed this advantage, Yi Chou had no intention of going to any official shelter. Focusing on his own development was the right path. Soon afterward, another new organization began making announcements in the group chat. Integrity Trading Company Official. Hello survivors, we are Integrity Trading Company, dedicated to ensuring all resources are utilized to their fullest potential. Integrity Trading Company Official. In the coming days, we will list many affordable supplies, hoping to assist more survivors and establish cooperative relationships with them. After the announcement, the members of Integrity Trading Company also shared numerous photos, such as neatly hung meat slabs, flatbreads, large wooden barrels filled with cooled boiled water, and some commonly used handmade herbal remedies. Integrity Trading Company is indeed a great organization. The prices in our channel haven't skyrocketed because they help regulate them. I put my items up for sale there, which really saved me a lot of communication hassle, and the service fee was quite reasonable, because Yi Chou single-handedly raised the moral standards of the entire channel, even though Yi Chou himself never established an organization. 666, even if it had organizations, was relatively small in scale and couldn't compare to powerhouse groups like Dian Mutual Aid or Conscience Trading that dominated the screens. In a few days, the former residents of Channel 666 would likely integrate into these new organizations. As for this, Yi Chou didn't really care. After all, he had no plans to form a survival team. For those who pinned their hopes on him to establish a survival organization, they could only walk away disappointed. Because Yi Chou understood that he had no real leadership skills, his current authority was entirely built on material resources. If he were to truly lead hundreds of people, he would either be worked to death or reduced to a mere figurehead. Slowly leveling up alone and taking breaks to chat in groups, what a delightful way to live. With strength at hand, one would always be treated as an honored guest wherever they go. After lurking for a while, Yi Chou, as expected, received contact from two major organizations. Great Flame Mutual Aid. Anonymous Comrade, hello. Are you interested in joining our organization? Anonymous User, sorry, things are going well for me now. I'd rather not go to crowded places, too much scheming and intrigue. At the same time, inside the Great Yen Mutual Aid office, a man with a weathered face and an authoritative demeanor stared at Yi Chou's message, momentarily stunned before letting out a wistful sigh. Although Yi Chou's words might not be pleasant to hear, they did expose one of the current crises facing the shelter. Where there are people, there are conflicts, and once basic needs like food and clothing are met, troubles tend to multiply. Chapter 64, Natural Disaster, Blizzard. Moreover, judging from the feedback in the channel, the anonymous user undoubtedly possessed considerable resources, making it only natural for others to be wary. Not beating around the bush at all, must be a young lad, bold and decisive. Shaoli, respond to him using Plan B. Beside them, the communications officer called Shaoli immediately nodded, understood. Commander Zhang, Great Flame Mutual Aid, agreed. Whenever that may be, Great Flame Mutual Aid will always welcome your arrival. We are committed to assisting every survivor. Next, Shaoli drafted a long message and sent it over, while Yi Chou's reply was notably brief. Anonymous User, okay, I got it. After chatting with Yi Chou, Shaoli immediately followed up on the next piece of information he'd gathered and reached out to people in the channel. Take Conscience Trading Company, for instance. Maintaining the shelter's stability required a steady influx of supplies. On the other hand, the people from Conscience Commerce were also reaching out to Yi Chou. As the saying goes, when you arrive at a new place, you must pay respect to the local powers. Since Channel 666 became the top channel without any large organizations, several of the most prominent figures inevitably attracted immense attention. Yi Chou was the one who garnered the most attention. Good Faith Trade Official, hello, Anonymous Big Shot. I'm the representative from Good Faith Trade contacting you. Good Faith Trade Official, it's truly our fortune to have arrived at Channel 666. Regarding trade matters, could you perhaps set some rules for us to avoid any unsavory incidents? Anonymous User, don't mind me, I consider business as charity work. I limit my daily stock anyway, so it won't affect the bigger picture. Anonymous User, when it comes to doing business, you're the experts, no need to seek advice from me. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Conscience Trading Company, after screenshotting and sending Yi Chou's remarks, several merchants within the company couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This anonymous user doesn't seem like someone trying to dominate the market at all. Good. Still, we must remain vigilant for the next few days. According to statistical data, anonymous users possess far too many items. We can't afford to let our guard down. Yeah, I really don't know where this guy got so many supplies. Just the cost of winning people over must have reached an astronomical figure. No wonder the folks from 666 worship him like a leader. Has Anonymous really made contact with the indigenous tribe? Quite possible. Have people keep a close eye on him. If we can access Anonymous connections, we're guaranteed to make a fortune. Conscience Trading Company official, thank you for your generosity, Anonymous. From now on, you'll enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases at our trading house. If you have items to sell, we'll always offer you the highest price. Anonymous user, if your trading house has any high-quality goods, feel free to contact me first. I won't shortchange you either. After dealing with these two major factions, Yichio's private messages were flooded with letters from numerous smaller groups. He replied to them with a unified response. Yichio glanced at the time, it was already 2 a.m. Yawn, I'm so tired. After letting out a yawn, Yichio shut down the system and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Survival World, Day 8. Woo! Wah! Yichio slowly opened his eyes in bed and lazily turned over. However, this movement made him considerably more awake, because when he saw the alarm clock on the bedside table, it actually showed 10 a.m. 2 hours of daylight have already arrived. To think I'd actually slept this long, Yichio, who rarely stayed up late, still felt utterly drained. Gee, whatever, it's not like I go out much during daytime anyway. Oversleeping is oversleeping. The wintry wind howled beyond the windows louder than ever. Yichio stretched a hand from beneath the blankets. The house remained as cozy as always. After drowsing for a while longer under the covers, Yichio threw off the quilt with a yawn and finally got out of bed. First, he went to the washroom freshen up, then ate a starfall berry in the living room. A faint cooling sensation surged into his mind and eyes. Yichio felt completely alive now. Next, Yichio headed down to the basement. Using the condensation cauldron and Mistbeast flesh, he concocted a sufficient batch of condensation pills to meet his body's energy needs. After that, he specially picked out several large sweet potatoes before leaving the basement. Yichio buried the sweet potatoes beneath the fireplace fire before heading to the kitchen to warm some milk. This was the greatest change brought by the refining cauldron. No more having to eat fog beast meat for every single meal. For breakfast, one should still eat something less greasy. Humming a tune, Yichio poured the warmed milk into a cup and took a sip to warm his stomach. Waiting for the sweet potatoes to roast in the living room, that was when Yichio sensed something amiss. The sky outside was unnaturally bright. Holding his cup, Yichio approached the window, only to be greeted by a vast expanse of pure white beyond the glass. It was snowing. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers drifted down from the sky. Judging by the wooden fence outside the door, Yichio estimated the snow accumulation had already reached over 10 centimeters deep. So this is the cold wave? Yichio tugged at the collar of his pajamas. The house felt a bit too warm inside. Not bad. I'll go build a snowman when I have time. Turning back to the fireplace, Yichio poked at the fire, revealing sweet potatoes blackened to ash with just a hint of firmness still remaining. By Yichio's estimation, they'd be ready to eat any moment now. Seizing the opportunity, Yichio connected his consciousness to the all-seeing mirror to survey his territory. Amid vast stretches of pure white snow, he spotted several snow hares cautiously digging for roots. Something's off. How did these snow rabbits survive the days without snow? Their pure white fur stands out ridiculously against the green forest. Whatever, since I've already been transported to this world, it makes sense that totally illogical things would happen. Instead of dwelling on the reasoning behind such phenomena, Yichio poked through the fire. The sweet potato's skin had nearly turned to charcoal, but when broken open, its golden orange flesh and mouth-watering aroma were impossible to resist. Digging a spoonful of steaming roasted sweet potato, the soft, tender sweetness brought overwhelming satisfaction. No wonder it grew from a blue-quality planting box. It's absolutely delicious. Grabbing a handful of fresh green grass to feed the rabbits while munching on delicious roasted sweet potatoes, Yichio opened the system. Channel 666, 2000/2000. No fog beasts bothered us today. I accidentally overslept and just woke up now. Yeah, we probably won't have to deal with mist beast attacks anymore. Life's finally going to be more peaceful. Sigh, that might not necessarily be a good thing. Without mist beast meat to enhance our physique, life might just get harder from here on out. Damn right, that sudden heavy snowfall nearly froze me to death. I thought it was alright. As long as I stayed indoors, it didn't feel much different from last night. If it's this cold when it's snowing, won't you freeze to death when it melts? I'm fine, but the crops I planted are about to freeze to death. Sigh. Wow, you're doing farming? Impressive. Just planted the seeds for fun when I got them. Who knows, they might actually grow. Me too. A heavy snow ruined my farming dream. But you can melt snow for drinking water. Snow water is dirty, not recommended to drink. Come on, everyone still alive today must have drunk some dirty water. Even spring water has its limits in cleanliness. Exactly. Most water prices in today's trading market have plummeted to rock bottom. I finally realize how great Anonymous Big Boss is. Amidst market fluctuations, his bottled water is actually cheaper than dirty water. Limited to 100 milliliters per person daily, I've already grabbed mine. This is the first time I've tasted mineral water since crossing over. Yeah, originally wooden chests still had a chance of dropping mineral water, but lately nothing's been coming out. I've almost forgotten what clean water even tastes like. The heavy snow confined many people indoors. With no fog beasts attacking, most chose not to venture outside, making the group chat lively for a while. Just as Yichio was lurking in the chat, a private message suddenly popped up. Chapter 65, The Harsh Reality of the Shelter. It's Wang Wu. Wang Wu, Yichio, I need to talk to you about something. Yichio froze for a moment before typing his reply. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, if you're in trouble just say it outright, I've got everything covered here. On the other side of the screen, Wang Wu glanced at the neatly arranged beast hides and chunks of meat and couldn't help but smile. Does he look like someone who can't even afford a full meal? Wang Wu, Yichio, when the channels merged yesterday, you must have noticed a few names similar to mine. Reading this message, Yichio instantly understood something and immediately opened the Great Flame Mutual Aid interface. Sure enough, in the follower list of Diyen Mutual Aid, names like Northern Military District C1004 and Southern Military District E0256 were discovered. Wang Wu, Diyen Mutual Aid is indeed an officially organized group. There are quite a few soldiers like me inside. They contacted me today, suggesting that I join up with them. Wang Wu, I wanted to get your thoughts, should I go? Yichio stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, this matter still depends on your decision. Don't worry about my feelings. Wang Wu, no matter what, you saved my life. I haven't been much help these past few days, and if I join the official organization, I might not be as available as before. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, don't dwell on this matter. The reason I saved your life is because, even in your dying moments, you sought to help me survive. Saving you was sincerity repaid with sincerity. Yichio, besides, the missed survival guide you gave me is truly invaluable. Even if I owed you my life, this alone would be enough to repay the debt. Brother Wang Wu, I've always considered you a true brother. There's no need for you to constantly watch my reaction like that. Wang Wu, since you've put it that way, Yichio, I won't stand on ceremony. I plan to return to Great Flame Mutual Aid to continue my military duties. Wang Wu, but a life-saving favor is still a life-saving favor after all. If you ever need anything in the future, I'll do my best to help you. Yichio, alright, brother Wang Wu, to be honest, the kind of person I admire most in this life is someone like you. Anyway, we've got the system, let's stay in touch often. It's not like we're really parting ways. Yichio, perfect timing. I made extra this morning. Here, take these 2 roasted sweet potatoes to try. Wang Wu, hey, you know I've never lacked for food. I was actually planning to hunt and provide for you, but it turns out I'm the one freeloading every day. Yichio, today's different from before, these are homegrown sweet potatoes. I don't share these with just anyone. Wang Wu, the crops you planted have ripened already? Counting exactly 7 days since arriving in this survival world, even if it were planted immediately upon arrival, there's absolutely no way anything could be harvested today. Holding the steaming roasted sweet potato in his hand, Wang Wu couldn't help but sigh. The single potato's worth was probably far from ordinary. Yichio, with better equipment, this world doesn't follow natural laws anymore. Wang Wu, that's true, but since we don't know how many more days this snow will last, make sure you protect your farmland. Yichio, don't worry, I've moved everything indoors nice and warm. Yichio, by the way, when you reach the Diyen Mutual Aid, help me get in touch with someone who truly has influence. There's something I'd like to find out. Wang Wu, sure, I can help you reach out right now. Should I have Diyen Mutual Aid DM you later? Yichio, yes. After chatting with Wang Wu for a while longer, Yichio closed the system's private messages. Lost in thought, he reclined in his chair, rhythmically tapping the armrest with his fingers as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Survival World, territory of the Great Flame Mutual Aid Camp. Amid the swirling snowflakes, over 100 survivors, under orders, tirelessly shoveled snow with wooden spades, hoping to salvage the crops buried beneath the snow. In the office, a group of people sat gathered around with gloomy expressions. In the corner, the glow from the fire warms both the room and the somewhat wilted leaves of the plants. Sigh, this snowfall came too suddenly. Quite a few crops are nearly frozen to death. Though we had long considered the possibility of heavy snowfall, we could only save about half of the crops. Honestly speaking, we should stop taking in survivors for now and focus on properly managing the people we already have. Most survivors who come here are already on the brink of death. Are you suggesting I just watch them all perish? Even if they make it here, they'll just die anyway. Then at least they'd live a few more days. There might still be a chance. Stop right there. A wooden table was slammed violently as the red-faced arguers glared at one another, then snorted in disdain and turned away. Chief Shang's expression turned stern. At this critical moment, did I summon this meeting for you all to quarrel? Under no circumstances is rescuing the citizens of Diyen negotiable. Anyone who dares to say otherwise can get out. Raising the chipped porcelain bowl on the table to take a sip of cold water, Chief Zhang spoke up. Xiao Wang, regarding the virtue trading company you're in charge of liaising with, what's their response? A sallow-faced young man stood up and immediately spoke. Chief, the representative from Conscience Commerce said they are also in a dire situation. They're only willing to offer 100 units of lumber and 10 kilograms of food. What? Chief Zhang was startled. Are you sure you told them we'd pay to exchange, not asking for donations? That's right. I clearly said we could trade. Xiao Wang, who was in charge of communications, also looked uneasy. Not only are they only willing to offer this amount, but they're asking prices. When Xiao Wang quoted the figure, everyone present immediately showed expressions of outrage. How dare they? They actually dare to profiteer at a time like this. Not only that, I think they're waiting to see how long this heavy snow lasts. If it keeps up long enough, they'll probably jack up the prices even more. Damn it! If it weren't for this godforsaken survival world we've been thrown into, I'd go straight over and put a bullet in his head. Easy there, old commander. We really don't have the means for that right now. The distance between people keeps growing wider, with no rules or order left to speak of. Such is the despair of this survival world. Chief Zhang instinctively reached for a cigarette to take a puff, but after finding nothing, he sighed helplessly as he realized. Xiao Wang, continue negotiating with them. Try to get the lowest price possible and sell as much as we can. Xiao Wang hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Chief Zhang spoke again. Where's the person in charge of contacting military personnel? A woman with a somewhat sallow complexion stood up. I've contacted 3 people who have served before, and 2 of them are willing to come back. Understood. Chief Zhang's expression softened slightly. The woman continued, one of them, named Wang Wu, mentioned wanting to get in touch with you. Wang Wu? Chief Zhang pondered for a moment. That name sounds somewhat familiar. The woman reminded him, Chief, he said he saw you at the inspection ceremony. Oh, so it's him. Chief Zhang smiled. Good lad, a fine soldier. I even awarded him a medal. Very well, I'll contact him personally shortly. Chapter 66. I truly am a good person. Several people in the conference room had unreadable expressions on their faces. The meeting soon concluded. Leader Zhang sat alone in the empty conference room, opened the system, and sent Wang Wu a friend request. Zhang Guozhong, Comrade Wang Wu, is there anything you need help with? Feel free to ask, we'll assist you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Wu glanced once more at the pile of overflowing food supplies and couldn't help but show a helpless expression. After all, he was a soldier who had been awarded first-class merit. How could he seem so fragile in Yi Qiu in the commander's eyes? Wang Wu, Commander, I'm not lacking anything here. In fact, I plan to trade some animal hides and meat up front to avoid carrying too much luggage on the road. System notification. Wang Wu has gifted you animal hide, white, *5, dried beast meat, white, *20. Zhang Guozhong's expression stirred with emotion. Zhang Guozhong, good comrade, rest assured, I'll make sure these resources are used where they're most needed. Wang Wu, I certainly trust you in this regard, but I do have one request. Zhang Guozhong, go ahead, I'll do my best to accommodate. Wang Wu, someone wishes to discuss certain matters with you, Chief. Zhang Guozhong, forward him to me, I'll get in touch. Wang Wu, rest assured, sir, the other party is a prudent individual. Seeing the message Wang Wu had forwarded, Zhang Guozhong already had his suspicions. He guessed Wang Wu must have owed a considerable favor during the initial days of the survival world, hence this personal introduction. However, in order to gain Wang Wu's assistance, Zhang Guozhong still decided to do his best to repay this favor. What? Anonymous user? As the familiar words came into view, Zhang Guozhong froze in disbelief. This is a star from channel 666. Yesterday, I even personally sent someone to contact them. Why didn't they say anything then? And now they want to talk to me privately. Before his thoughts could conclude, Yi Qiu's message had already arrived. Anonymous user, greetings, Chief. I've seen you online before. Admiration beyond words. What I Minin, Zhang Guozhong. Call me by my title during work. Since we're speaking informally now, just call me Uncle Guozhong. Anonymous user, well, if you insist, Uncle Guozhong. I came today to discuss an important matter with you. Zhang Guozhong, for Wang Wu's sake, as long as it's nothing immoral, this old bones will do what I can. Speak your mind. Anonymous user, Uncle Guozhong, don't worry so much. I wouldn't bring up anything improper. Anonymous user, the cold wave has officially arrived today, and who knows when the snowfall will stop. I wonder how the Dian Mutual Aid Shelter is holding up. Seeing Yi Qiu asking such a sensitive question, Zhang Guozhong couldn't help but frown slightly. The power of public opinion is immense, especially when Great Flame Mutual Aid is already in poor shape. A single remark from him could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Guozhong replied. Zhang Guozhong, with the hard work of many survivors, we can barely describe the situation as stable and improving. Anonymous user, seems like I can't provide help in times of need, but merely add flowers to the brocade. System notification, survivalist anonymous user has gifted you wood, gray, asterisk 1000, wood, white, asterisk 1000, stone, gray, asterisk 500, stone, white, asterisk 500. The sudden lavish gift made even the usually composed Zhang Guozhong pause in astonishment for a moment. Although they were all just the most basic gray and white tier resources, at this moment, basic resources were precisely what the crowded shelters lacked the most. I was prepared to expend tremendous effort just to purchase these supplies from honest merchants, yet here they're being delivered to me as a gift? Zhang Guozhong, young comrade, such a massive amount of resources, are you sure there's no mistake? Anonymous user, absolutely no mistake, Uncle Guozhong. The reason I didn't mention it yesterday was mainly to keep public and private matters separate. Anonymous user, as an ordinary person, I don't wish to attract too much attention, so I plan to secretly donate these materials through someone, just consider it helping our fellow countrymen. Anonymous user, perfect timing, I happen to have some connections with brother Wang Wu. He told me how incorruptible and fair you are, Chief Zhang. That's exactly why I reached out to you. The flattering words were music to his ears, and Zhang Guozhong was already wavering. These supplies are absolutely crucial. In the current situation, firewood for heating and insulated stone houses could save countless lives. But after holding this position for so many years, Zhang Guozhong knew all too well, the sweeter the sugar coating, the deadlier the cannonball. But what if one has to drink poison to quench thirst? Zhang Guozhong felt a long-absent sense of tension rise in his heart once more, momentarily unsure whether to click accept or decline. Anonymous user, Commander Zhang, to be honest, there's a bit of self-interest behind me sending so many supplies. That makes sense now. Having faced countless temptations and deceptions, seeing those familiar words brought everything rushing back to Zhang Guozhong. Whether this batch of supplies could be secured now hinged on Anonymous' next words. The shelter had reached its most critical moment. At this point, Zhang Guozhong had already decided, as long as Yi Qiu's demands weren't too unreasonable, he would nod in agreement. Anonymous user, I know brother Wang Wu is an honest man. He went to the shelter with pure enthusiasm, and I worry he might suffer unfair treatment. I hope you'll look out for him when the time comes. Is that it? After half a day of tension, Yi Qiu's single sentence instantly silenced Zhang Guozhong. Not to mention Wang Wu was already a decorated elite soldier with first-class merits. Even if he were just an ordinary soldier, he would still be a precious resource for the shelter at this moment. Let's face it, even top-tier professors couldn't match the immediate contribution of a soldier in such a short time. Even if Yi Qiu hadn't spoken up, no one would be foolish enough to suppress such a critical talent. Zhang Guozhong, rest assured, someone like Wang Wu would never face suppression in this shelter. If anyone dares to target him, I'll be the first to object. Anonymous user, then I can rest easy. Seeing that Yi Qiu seemed to have truly come just for this matter, Zhang Guozhong momentarily found it hard to accept. Zhang Guozhong, young comrade, think carefully, is there anything else you need? Anonymous user, Chief Zhang, I genuinely wish to lend a hand to my fellow humans. Anonymous user, these supplies are still within my means, so you really don't need to worry about it. Zhang Guozhong, this amount of supplies is like timely snowfall for our shelter. Young friend, I understand your kindness, but my principles won't allow me to let down the hearts of donors like you. Anonymous user, seems if I don't take something with me today, Uncle Guozhong won't even be able to sleep soundly. Those familiar words again. A confident smile returned to Zhang Guozhong's face. In his eyes, Yi Qiu's pulling tactics seemed far too immature. After exchanging so many pleasantries, it was finally time to show their true colors. Zhang Guozhong, no need for formalities, young comrade. Just speak up if you need anything. Chapter 67, Nationwide Military Zone Distribution Map. Anonymous user, Uncle Guozhong, to be honest, even before crossing over, I'd been constantly debating with others on forums. Anonymous user, the most frequent were debates, with certain banana people. Anonymous user, the day before I crossed over, I was in the heat of an argument with someone when they suddenly said, you know so much, could it be there's a military base near your home? Anonymous user, that gave me a real jolt. I checked my IP address, suspected I might have stumbled upon foreign agents, and immediately blocked them. Anonymous user, but I have to admit, despite browsing so much online, I know absolutely nothing about actual military bases, those are state secrets after all. Anonymous user, honestly, I'm just an ordinary person who never overthought things. But now that the whole world has crossed over, I just want to see how formidable our nation truly is. Do you think someone could recreate a complete map of all military bases across the country for me? Anonymous user, I'd like to occasionally take it out and look at it when I'm idle, just to ease the homesickness. Dazed. Bewildered. It's beyond comprehension. Zhang Guozhong was momentarily speechless at the long message Yi Qiu had sent. A nationwide military camp distribution map? Before the global crossover incident, leaking such classified information would have surely landed someone in prison for life. But now that the entire world's been transported, this map is nothing but useless scrap paper. Trading scrap paper for resources that could save thousands of lives? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Guozhong couldn't help but let out two bitter laughs. Never thought I'd be the one guilty of measuring a nobleman's heart with my own petty yardstick. To make him accept these supplies with peace of mind, the anonymous donor actually used the request for military camp distribution maps to prove their patriotic concern for the people. I really am getting old, to the point of refusing to trust a genuine citizen of Yin country. For a moment, Zhang Guozhong felt overwhelmingly guilty. I've sat in this position for too long, how could I lose even the most basic trust between people? Zhang Guozhong, don't worry, I work with information in the real world. These details are etched clearly in my mind, I'll draw you a map from memory right now. Zhang Guozhong, forget about remote places, those major coastal strongholds, I know them better than my own home. Meanwhile, inside Yi Qiu's encampment. Reclining on the deck chair, Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly. Plan successful. The reason he wanted to contact the Dian Mutual Aid Society through Wang Wu's connections was to find out if there were any military armories in his hometown city in the real world. Although black powder from fireworks factories works well for making explosive barrels, firearms would be more effective in close-range and aerial attack scenarios near his home. Given Dian's strict security measures, the firearms available at local police stations and institutions are largely downgraded in power, likely even less lethal than proper crossbows. Thus, only genuine military-grade firearms could meet Yi Qiu's standards. Yi Qiu would do everything possible to prevent anyone from discovering his ability to traverse worlds. Today's operation was the most reasonable escape method he could conceive. Perhaps exchanging 3,000 units of basic supplies for a smoke grenade seems absurd, but the more outrageous it is, the more it defies human comprehension, the more it can leave even someone like Zhang Guozhong, who has weathered countless storms, utterly baffled. Moreover, Yi Qiu currently has little need for basic materials of green quality or below. Due to his prolonged charitable efforts in the early stages, even with the furnace running 24/7, he still has more than enough basic supplies to spare. Using surplus supplies to lend a hand to his fellow survivors also serves to appease what little remained of his conscience. Opening up Wang Wu's path to advancement, aiding his comrades, and acquiring the military camp map all in one stroke. It's literally killing three birds with one stone. Even if Yi Qiu's methods weren't particularly sophisticated, the supplies were real and tangible. With this many resources to pave the way, whatever Yi Qiu said would achieve twice the result with half the effort. After all, not everyone had the real world backing them up, where they could just pop downstairs to the supermarket and easily harvest thousands of units of basic materials. Finally, Yi Qiu planned to give Zhang Guozhong another preparatory warning. Heading to the warehouse, Yi Qiu retrieved from the corner the notebook he casually tossed into his storage space that he never actually used. Anonymous user, Uncle Guozhong, considering it hasn't been long since the crossing occurred, I can't let you waste the shelter supplies. System notification, survivor anonymous user has gifted you notebook, white, *10 and ballpoint pens, black ink, *5. Seeing Yi Qiu's gifts, Zhang Guozhong couldn't help but be astonished once again. Though paper and pens are everyday items in the real world, in this survival realm, they've become genuine rarities. Not only are they difficult to produce, but they also have numerous applications. While ordinary individuals might manage without paper, for any organized group, the introduction of paper and writing tools dramatically accelerates information flow and multiplies operational efficiency. Moreover, at his age, he often forgets things he's thought of. To put it bluntly, these paper and writing implements have literally saved half his life. Yi Qiu gifted 10 notebooks in one go. How much could mapping possibly require? This was practically giving away 9.5 notebooks for free. To encounter someone so utterly selfless and ideologically conscious today moved Zhang Guozhong to the brink of tears. Zhang Guozhong, comrade, rest assured, all survivors seeking refuge here will receive the finest treatment. We will never betray the trust of our people. Anonymous user, I certainly believe that. By the way, I got something good from the survival points ranking rewards. I might have to bother you later to learn how to use firearms. Zhang Guozhong, firearms? You're really lucky. Don't worry, if you can craft them, I'll send a top-tier soldier to teach you shooting hands-on. Anonymous user, just pure luck. But synthesizing firearms is quite troublesome. I can't even collect all the required materials. It'll probably take a lot of effort just to make one gun. Zhang Guozhong, true. Although this world seems incredibly dangerous, we haven't encountered any outrageously overpowered creatures yet. With firearms, we could practically roam unchecked. The system's overseers probably won't let us manufacture them too easily. Anonymous user, yeah, gunpowder isn't something easily obtained either. After tossing out this smokescreen to pave the way for future firearms acquisition, Yi Qiu chatted a while longer with Zhang Guozhong before ending the call. Rising to pace around the living room, Yi Qiu felt particularly eager about the imminent acquisition of military base blueprints. With his current blue-tier physique, venturing outside the city walls shouldn't pose much problem. And if that abandoned mountain outside truly housed a military base just as the old-timers claimed, he'd be absolutely swimming in gains. The thought of driving a tank straight through the survival world is absolutely exhilarating. Since the military camp distribution map could arrive at any moment, Yichio chose not to return to the real world and waste his energy. Approaching the window, Yichio admired the breathtaking snowscape, suddenly feeling a playful impulse. Retrieving the living wooden armor from his system backpack, resilient and warm vines instantly enveloped Yichio's entire body. Pushing open the gate, goosefeather-like snowflakes swirled into the house with the howling wind, yet Yichio only felt a refreshing coolness wash over him. Chapter 68, Military District Distribution Map Secured. Walking into the courtyard to admire the cascading snowfall, Yichio crouched in the snowdrift and began rolling snowballs right amid the heavy snow. A man remains a boy at heart until death. Even 18-year-old Yichio couldn't escape this universal truth. At the same time, within the Dian Mutual Aid Shelter, amidst the swirling snowflakes, many people rubbed their frost-reddened hands, exhaling warm breaths as they carried sprouting planting boxes into the buildings. Inside the shelter, planting boxes occupied more space than people in most rooms. Occasionally, one or two individuals could be seen lying on the beds, either sick or too elderly to move. Facing such calamities, humanity, reduced to primitive conditions, struggled bitterly for survival. Creak, creak. The crisp sound of leather boots crunching through snow made many people look up at the hurried footsteps. Commander Zhang. As the leader of the shelter, apart from handling documents and sleeping, Zhang Guozhong devoted himself to labor, hence he enjoyed extremely high prestige in the eyes of the survivors. Standing in the snow, Zhang Guozhong clapped his hands. Comrades, everyone gather here for a moment. At Zhang Guozhong's call, people who had been nearly frozen numb slowly turned and walked toward him, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Of course, there were also a few individuals who remained indifferent. Is this going to be another motivational pep talk? All we do here is work day in and day out. Besides barely surviving, this place doesn't offer any benefits at all. Boss, let's find a chance to leave soon. Zhang Guozhong could tell from their eyes alone that many were expressing discontent, but for once, he didn't feel the usual bitterness in his heart. Comrades, I have good news to share with you all. Zhang Guozhong puffed out his chest, making sure his voice reached every person present. We humans, we the people of Yen country, have always overcome difficulties through unity and conquered the world with sheer willpower. Just moments ago, our fellow survivors sent us a batch of urgently needed supplies. What's more, these generous donors specifically requested anonymity. This batch of supplies was contributed without any names attached. Whether by coincidence or design, the truth quietly reveals itself. If we could peer into Zhang Guozhong's heart, we'd understand this was just a small modification he made while still maintaining respect for Yichio. Just as expressions of joy spread across most faces, dissenting opinions still lingered in the corner. What's gotten into old Zhang today? He seems unusually impatient. That's right, conscience trading hasn't shipped yet. Even if he wants to reassure the public, this isn't the time for a speech. Unlike ordinary survivalists, the management knew the current situation inside the shelter was definitely dire. Zhang Guozhong was absolutely taking a huge risk this time, but in the next moment, they changed their minds. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Guozhong chose to accept the gift, and a full 3,000 units of basic supplies suddenly rained down. The crowd of over 100 people in the snow fell silent at that very moment. So much wood, so many stones, must be over 1,000 units worth. If we ration them carefully, we can live comfortably for several days. Faced with such abundant resources, many flushed with excitement. Zhang Guozhong clapped his hands, silencing the whole crowd. Remember, we're not fighting alone. Unity can overcome any difficulty. Now, Team 1 will go upgrade the wooden cabins, Team 2 will gather more firewood. The methodical directives were swiftly issued, and with ample supplies as their foundation, the shelter's inhabitants suddenly felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. In just a few minutes, Great Flame Mutual Aid transformed from a declining state to one shining with midday vigor. Once the essential tasks were completed, the office immediately filled with people. Old Zhang, where on earth did you get all these things? 3,000 units of basic materials. Old Zhang, did you sell your daughter or something? Get out of here. Zhang Guozhong laughed and shoved his old friend aside, opening the system to display the transaction records with Yichio for everyone to see. Look, just look. I, Zhang Guozhong, am no embezzler. These materials were clearly deposited into the warehouse. Old Zhang, everyone knows you're incorruptible, but did this guy really just send over 3,000 units of basic materials? Damn, as expected of Channel 1, their depth is truly unfathomable. Our entire channel might not even be as wealthy as this single person. Old Zhang, are you sure this guy doesn't have ulterior motives? Zhang Guozhong snorted. Stop overthinking it. Can't you just accept that there are genuinely good people in this world? I'm showing this to keep you all in check, not to fuel wild ideas. Keep today's matter to yourselves. Alright, if there's nothing else, everyone get back to work. I still need to draft designs for someone. In such extreme circumstances, suddenly encountering someone as good-hearted as Yi Chio made quite a few scheming individuals feel a twinge of guilt. Though they say every man for himself, or heaven and earth will destroy him, who hasn't secretly hoped, when truly hitting rock bottom, for a selfless benefactor to lend a helping hand, it is precisely because kindness is a rare occurrence that when it does appear, people can truly feel its warmth. Yi Chio's campsite. Front courtyard. A massive snowman standing 2 meters tall sat cheerfully amidst the snowdrifts, wrapped in a red scarf, wearing a cotton-padded jacket, and donning a pointed hat, with a bubble water bottle cap for eyes and a small sweet potato for a nose. At this moment, this snowman had already defeated quite a few survivors. Ding! Just as Yi Chio was admiring his masterpiece with satisfaction, a private message suddenly echoed in his mind. Zhang Guozhong, I've drawn a distribution map of the 3 coastal provinces first. You can keep it for reference. 3 coastal provinces. Perhaps the good deeds Yi Chio had done were repaid, for Zhang Guozhong's first distribution map included the very city where Yi Chio resided. Turning around to head back inside immediately, Yi Chio exchanged a few polite words before promptly collecting 3 sheets of paper densely covered in writing. The layout above clearly depicts the military camps across 3 provinces. Though the drawing is simple in style, it is remarkably easy to distinguish, demonstrating the artist's exceptional skill. Turning to familiar homeland scenery, Yi Chio then saw the familiar cityscape and the characteristic landmark beside it. There actually was a military camp in the suburban area. Though not located in the valley described by the elderly folks in the neighborhood, it wasn't far from the city either. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. The firearms in the military camp are the real deal, not the small-scale stuff you'd find at a police station. Not only that, Yi Chio also saw complete topographic maps of several military camps likely provided by Zhang Guozhong, who probably thought Yi Chio might build one himself someday and offered a rough template. The overall layout of the suburban military camp should be pretty similar to these. Yi Chio estimated the distance. Though the camp wasn't exactly close to home, with the boost from his blue physique, he felt confident enough to check it out. Let's go now. Equipped with the giant eagle wings and looking at his massive 100 cubic meter super backpack, Yi Chio felt his blood boiling with excitement. Blinking his eyes, Yi Chio's figure reappeared in the real world. Chapter 69, Unusual Changes in the Real World. But this arrival was different from before. The moment Yi Chio opened his eyes, he sensed something was wrong. One eye could see while the other couldn't. Had he gone blind in one eye? Yi Chio instinctively reached for his blind eye. It was only through this movement that he truly realized what had happened. He hadn't lost sight in one eye, or rather, one of his eyes was immersed in darkness, rendering it unable to see anything. At this moment, Yi Chio stared at the surreal phenomenon that had divided his room into 5 sections, unable to help but fall deep into thought. 1/5 of the room was bathed in sunlight, another 1/5 in moonlight, a 1/3 in the glow of the golden tree, a 4/5 in a crimson hue, and the final 1/5 in utter darkness. And he himself stood precisely at the intersection of these 5 scenes, like the center point where a cake is sliced into 5 equal portions. Without a doubt, the bizarre vision Yi Chio had witnessed the previous night persisted, showing no sign of dissipating. His bed now lay precisely at the convergence point of these 5 extraordinary phenomena. A sudden thought flashed through Yi Chio's mind. Could it be that the 5 evil deities divided the mother planet, and because I'm at this intersection point, I was overlooked? Is this the secret behind my ability to traverse between 2 worlds? Though it sounded somewhat absurd, Yi Chio surprisingly felt his reasoning might be correct. Forget it. The being capable of creating such a marvel probably sees me as less than an ant in their eyes. I'd better focus on the task at hand. Having clearly defined his position, Yi Chio forcibly ignored these utterly incomprehensible phenomena and prepared to descend the building to head for the outskirts. Yet when Yi Chio donned his sunproof cloak and walked to the window, ready to soar down with his giant eagle wings, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Because the scene outside the building was no longer the familiar snack street, but rather, a construction site formed by mounds of piled earth. The construction site several miles away has somehow appeared right beneath my balcony? What happened to the buildings in between? Where did this erased section of space disappear to? Scanning the surroundings through the window, Yi Chio spotted a familiar gas station and oil tanker not far away in another direction. Trying another direction, still no change? All signs indicated the entire planet appeared folded. Objects that shouldn't have been visible to Yi Chio suddenly materialized before his eyes across miles of distance, while the intervening space had vanished with eerie but logical precision. Faced with such bizarre circumstances, Yi Chio couldn't help feeling uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, he forcibly composed himself nonetheless. Since I have no understanding of the current situation, I should focus on strengthening myself as much as possible. Though vast areas have disappeared, doesn't that actually make leaving the city easier now? Before, it took over 10 minutes of riding to reach the gas station or construction site, but now they're right outside my door. Right, always look on the bright side of things. Gliding down the building wearing a sun-protective jacket, the warm sunlight bathed Yi Chio, who didn't feel anything unusual about his mental state. It seemed the sunlight wasn't dangerous after all. With practiced ease, Yichio pushed open the door of the supermarket downstairs and began another round of $0 shopping. Thanks to the massive upgrade in his backpack's storage capacity, Yichio could now transport a full 100 tons of food and water back to the survival world in a single trip. Supporting an entire channel single-handedly is no joke. Yichio wandered through the supermarket, scavenging everything in his path. Honestly, having more space makes free shopping even more exhilarating. The supermarket downstairs, which hadn't changed much during the 7 days Yichio had been scavenging it, suddenly looked significantly emptier in just a few minutes. After stuffing his backpack halfway full, Yichio took the opportunity to swing by the furniture store near his home to pick out some new furniture. A double-door luxury fridge, an essential for any lavish home, priced at $19,999? Got it. Central air conditioning keeps your home warm as spring every day, priced at $29,999? Got it. 1 Wallywood tables, rosewood chairs. Yichio looked at the furniture ornaments with increasingly expensive price tags and tossed them all into his spatial backpack. With 100 cubic meters of space, I can afford to be this outrageous. Not only did the shipping speed increase 100-fold, but it also effortlessly handled oversized furniture far exceeding 1 meter in length, width, or height, fulfilling Yichio's mansion dreams at last. After leaving the furniture store, Yichio made a detour to the construction site and stuffed bundles of steel bars, cement, lightweight steel, and even a roller into his backpack. The entire 100 cubic meter space was crammed full by Yichio in just over 10 minutes. Returning to the survival world, Yichio wasted no time. He stepped outside first before unloading the contents of his backpack. Instantly, over 100 tons of various supplies appeared on the vast snowy ground. If Yichio hadn't expanded his base and cleared out the largest items like timber and stone materials beforehand, there might not even have been enough space for all these goods. As for the road roller, Yichio didn't even bother taking it out. The thing was simply too massive, and parking it in his courtyard would have been way too conspicuous. Though these supplies may seem abundant now, soon the falling snow will bury them all, unlike that towering road roller standing taller than the house. Though Yichio hadn't encountered any fellow survivors yet, he decided to remain cautious just in case. Looking at the small mountain of rice and flour before him, Yichio couldn't help but feel emotional. Now this is how a true survivor should live. Satisfying his collecting urge, Yichio hummed a tune as he returned to the real world. Time to finally get down to business. Gliding downstairs, Yichio hopped onto his off-road bicycle. To the suburban military camp, let's go. Following the moonlight, Yichio embarked on the marked expedition on the map. Fortunately, the military camp wasn't within the coverage of nightfall, otherwise he'd have to mount a high-powered flashlight on the vehicle's front. With rapid footsteps, the buildings on either side of Yichio gradually grew shorter before vanishing completely. Soon, all that appeared before Yichio was an endless stretch of barren land. Then, Yichio plunged headfirst into the thicket. It must be said that the military camp's location was truly concealed. Even with the general coordinates in hand, Yichio couldn't immediately spot it. In the end, Yichio resorted to using the giant eagle wings to soar dozens of meters into the air, combined with the vision enhancement from starfall berries, before finally glimpsing the camouflaged base hidden amidst the deep greenery. Descending from the sky, Yichio successfully avoided the main gate lined with barbed wire. Several military green vehicles were haphazardly parked in the army camp, likely just driven out for morning training when their drivers were transferred to the survival world. Approaching the sparse houses, Yichio saw neatly folded tofu block quilts through the windows. Sure enough, unlike himself, soldiers woke up early for training. Even after crossing worlds, they'd undoubtedly be in peak condition. Following the camp's layout map, Yichio then arrived before a building marked Armory with a nameplate. Chapter 70, Firearms Acquired. The lock was secured, bigger than Yichio's fist. He knocked on the thick concrete wall and assessed the limits of his blue-tier physique. Alright, he wasn't strong enough to smash through the wall in one strike yet. Should he blast it open with explosives? Not to mention how thick the walls of the military armory were. The sight of the adjacent ammunition depot immediately made Yichio abandon that idea. Even if explosives could detonate here and blast through the concrete walls, triggering the ammunition depot would render the entire effort pointless. Weapons without ammunition are just glorified fire pokers. Let me think. Can't just leave empty-handed after coming all this way. Yichio rubbed his chin as he surveyed his surroundings. Why not swipe a few military off-road vehicles while I'm at it? No sooner said than done. Yichio decided that since a thief should never leave empty-handed, he'd make off with the vehicles this time. But just as Yichio opened his backpack, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Road roller. Back then, I didn't leave this massive thing in the survival world because it was too big. Who knew it would come in handy now? Although, for some inexplicable reason, it couldn't be started with a spark in the real world, Yichio still had a plan as long as he could utilize the excavator itself. Spreading his giant eagle wings, Yichio soared into the sky in an instant. Then, hovering above the corner of the arsenal, he summoned the road roller without hesitation. Lola Ze Rolla D, steamroller incoming. Boom! The massive steamroller weighing over 10 tons came crashing down from dozens of meters in the air. The armory's architect could never have imagined this method of forcible entry. Under tremendous pressure, one corner of the armory collapsed completely, revealing rows of coldly gleaming weapons before Ichio's eyes. Row upon row of neatly arranged rifles, imposing-looking sniper rifles, all kinds of attachable accessories, even rocket launchers. Though lacking tanks or armored vehicles, it was still utterly exhilarating. We're gonna be rich. Thrilled by landing in the ruins of the armory, Ichio swept all the weapons away with a single wave of his hand. Immediately after, Ichio broke open the ammunition depot doors in the same manner. Worried this time about causing an explosion, he deliberately circled overhead for a while before touching down. After confirming the area was safe, Ichio once again gathered a large haul of various types of ammunition, grenades, rockets, incendiary bombs, smoke grenades, tear gas canisters. The rewards from this military camp certainly didn't disappoint Ichio. Returning to the survival world with his beloved road roller and glancing at the arsenal in his backpack, enough to equip an entire company, Ichio couldn't help but feel his heart surge with excitement. Indeed, only with a strong gun can one stand tall. He casually pulled out a rifle, running his fingers over its cold, hard surface, and Ichio felt an overwhelming sense of security from it. This thing packs way more firepower than those dinky police pistols. After running around so much in the real world, Ichio felt utterly exhausted. Might as well prep some lunch now and save the target practice for the afternoon. Reluctantly stowing the rifle back in his backpack, Ichio decided to head to the yard first and sort out the food and other supplies. I'll keep the delicious ones for myself to savor slowly, while the mediocre flavors can be tossed into the trading channel for my fellow countrymen to digest at their leisure. But as soon as he pushed the door open, the sight that greeted Ichio made him freeze in astonishment once again. Though the snow continued to fall, Ichio could clearly see a starry sky. Normally during snowfall, both the sun and moon should be obscured from view. But now, it was as if a layer of stars existed above the falling snowflakes. This vast, starry expanse appeared so mysteriously vivid. Although this was still an unnatural phenomenon, Ichio only hesitated for a moment. Having just returned from the real world, he had seen far too many bizarre scenes like this. Probably some big shots showing off their strength. In any case, this world wasn't normal to begin with. Might as well let it slide. Just a few hours later, the supplies Ichio had moved were already buried under the snow. Ichio glanced at the depth of the snow. It already reached halfway up his calf. But this wasn't a problem for him. Even if it were a meter high, he could use the all-seeing mirror to alter the terrain and eliminate any potential danger. After rummaging through the supplies in the snow, Ichio first moved his carefully selected furniture into the house, replacing the makeshift pieces he had been using. Then, he switched the refrigerator, air conditioner, and other appliances to mist core power using the converter. After the experiment, Ichio discovered that these electrical appliances didn't consume much energy. A single gray-grade mist core could power an ordinary appliance for 3 hours. White-grade cores lasted for 8 hours, but as for the higher-quality mist cores, Ichio couldn't bring himself to use them sparingly. After all, Ichio currently only had one blue-grade mist core, 12 green-grade ones, 1,002 white-grade ones, and 60 gray-grade ones left in his possession. Although all survivors understood that mist cores were likely important items, much like currency, they were practically useless in the early stages, so the vast majority ended up being traded to Ichio in exchange for food and water. Moreover, since unranked mist beasts tend to flee when attacked, those capable of defeating green-tier mist beasts generally lack for nothing. Thus, Ichio ended up with the most white mist nuclei, over 1,000. Furthermore, when newly joined survivors noticed Ichio's prices far exceeded anyone else's, they promptly exchanged their hoarded mist nuclei, causing the stockpile of white mist nuclei to surge again in a short time. However, this was just a temporary fluctuation. If mist beast attacks became less frequent in the future, mist nuclei would likely become truly rare items. But this wasn't something Ichio needed to consider because he possessed marvelous artifacts. After all, this was a globally top-ranked reward. It should at least help him achieve a steady supply of mist beast flesh and mist cores, right? Ichio planned to give it a try tonight. He poured 2 bottles of mineral water to rinse the rice, then inserted a gray mist core into the extra slot on the converted rice cooker before adding the rice. With a familiar beep, the rice cooker began operating. He tossed the chopped potatoes and vacuum-sealed beef into the stew pot beside him, and today's lunch was practically ready. Technology really does improve life. This will save me so much effort when cooking later. Dressed in loose, comfortable clothes, Ichio lounged in the recliner, leisurely humming a tune. Ow ow. Ichio raised an eyebrow. He hadn't sung that line at all? That's exactly right, because this sound was coming from right outside Ichio's encampment. Roar! The snow leopard's roar could still carry an astonishingly long distance through the blizzard. Realizing something was amiss, Ichio swiftly turned off his music player, drew his rifle, and moved to the window. Although the snow leopard's natural camouflage served it well in the blizzard, for Ichio, who possessed blue-tier constitution and had consumed starfall berries, it stood out like an ink blot on white paper. Stepping out of the room, Ichio decided to use this unwitting snow leopard for target practice. In the snow outside the encampment, a snow leopard wailed as it gnawed at the steel jaws of a trap clamped firmly around its forepaw. Ichio first rummaged through his backpack before finally loading the appropriately sized bullets into the magazine. Then he pulled the safety pin, gripped the rifle in a comfortable stance, and pushed open the door. Whoosh! A biting cold wind carrying the low growls of a snow leopard reached Ichio's ears. Keeping a distance of over 10 meters, Ichio slowly raised the barrel, aligned the sights with the snow leopard, and squeezed the trigger. Tap tap tap. Chapter 71 Killing the Snow Leopard. The crisp, pleasing sound of the bullet firing and the slight recoil sent Ichio into a state of exhilaration. It was his first time handling a real firearm. Yet at that very moment, the snow leopard, which should have been restrained by the trap and unable to detect anything suspicious, suddenly reacted. Swish! Like a phantom across the snowy ground, the snow leopard vanished instantly, leaving only 3 bullet holes where it had once stood. Ha! Ichio narrowed his eyes, surprised that this snow leopard actually had brains, not only feigning weakness by stepping into the trap first but also sensing the threat of the rifle. The natural-born hunter vanished into the vast snowfield in the blink of an eye, as if giving up its pursuit of Ichio. With ample food supplies, Ichio naturally had no intention of risking a hunting trip outside. Remaining alert, he prepared to retreat to his shelter. Realizing this, the snow leopard lurking in a nearby snow pit hesitated momentarily, a flicker of indecision in its eyes. It had hunted this upright walking creature before, knowing their flesh was delicious, but clearly, just like the gap between it and an ordinary snow leopard, the prey before it was undoubtedly one of the finest in its clan. Licking its paw, pierced by the trap, the snow leopard decided to leave this dangerous place. But just as the snow leopard prepared to retreat, an opportunity suddenly appeared before it. The prey before it was distracted, its gaze vacant. Assessing his own burst capability and recalling the abundant life energy he detected from Ichio, the snow leopard immediately seized the opportunity, leaping into action with explosive force. Snow leopards naturally possess extraordinary explosive power, and this green-grade specimen stood as a peerless exemplar of its kind, nearly defying biological limits. A blurred shadow streaked through the air as the snow leopard effortlessly cleared the meter-high stone enclosure in a single bound, pouncing straight toward Ichio, who appeared frozen in place. But would someone like Ichio ever stand idle in a danger zone? Absolutely not. The reason Ichio suddenly froze was that he had connected to the omniscient mirror and unlocked God's perspective. Originally, he only wanted to see if he could spot the snow leopard hidden in the snowy terrain, but instead, he accidentally made it think it had caught him off guard, prompting it to charge right at him. Step! The snow leopard bounded across the snow at a speed utterly beyond an ordinary person's reaction time, but Ichio was, of course, no ordinary man. Under the observation state of the all-seeing mirror, Ichio suddenly rolled to the side in the first instant. The entire process was as smooth as playing a third-person game. Put! Snowflakes filled the sky as the snow leopard not only pounced into thin air but also directly fell into a pit that had somehow appeared beneath Ichio's feet. That's right, Ichio not only easily dodged the snow leopard's attack but also had time to create a trap right beneath his own feet. His physical prowess had reached the blue tier even barehanded. This snow leopard might not necessarily be Ichio's match. But for safety's sake, there was no way Ichio would engage in hand-to-claw combat with the snow leopard. After tumbling to the ground, Ichio immediately raised his rifle and emptied an entire magazine into the freshly modified cave. Following several agonized shrieks, Ichio peered down again. The snow leopard had been riddled with bullets, deader than dead. So it seems the all-seeing mirror can actually fool these animals that have brains but not enough. Using the all-seeing mirror to restore the terrain, the snow leopard's corpse was lifted right before Ichio. His feigned distraction might still be detectable since he's no seasoned actor, but if his soul truly left his body, the chances of deceiving those unaware would significantly increase. Thinking this over, Ichio dismantled the snow leopard's corpse and obtained ice crystal core, green, *1, beast flesh, green, *2, and construction core, white, *1. It seems this snow leopard has already killed people too. The only somewhat unfamiliar item was this ice-type condensed core, similar to the loot from killing rock creatures, seemingly an energy nucleus not yet fully transformed into a mist core. Holding it felt icy cold in his palm, though that was all. Putting away the architectural core, Ichio casually tossed these items into the snowfield where the freezing environment could preserve them. Gazing at the fence before him, Ichio pensively rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. The 1-meter-high fence, though topped with barbed wire, could only stop mindless fog beasts. Predators like snow leopards could easily leap over it. Since we're not short on materials now, I should figure out how to upgrade this. But even if I place the building core on the fence, it probably wouldn't make much difference. We'd better get our hands on something like a high wall construction blueprint. Returning to the room, Ichio first opened the rice cooker. The rich aroma of steamed rice mingled with the savory scent of beef stewed with potatoes, irresistibly whetting one's appetite. Half a bowl of rice was served, topped with another half bowl of potato and beef stew plump, round grains of rice tumbled riotously with the fragrant chunks of beef. A feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. As usual, Yichio started with one bowl of rice. Only when serving himself a second helping did he open the system interface to check if there was anything he needed. Channel 666, 1983/2000. It's so dangerous out there today. Everything's white all around, can't even see if an animal's sneaking up on you. You actually lucky. Over here, the snow's so heavy the white fog didn't hit me until it was right in my face. If I didn't have my fog repelling torch, I probably wouldn't have made it back. White fog. You ran into a mist zone, bro? That's some luck. Not every foggy area has resources. There's also a patch of fog outside my door, empty of any supplies but filled with terrifying screams. In the flickering light, I saw several shadowy figures, probably fog beasts. Isn't this just nighttime fog that didn't fully dissipate? That makes sense. It's been snowing nonstop, and without the sun coming out, it's normal for the fog to linger. That's not normal at all. Since when does the sun vanish completely while the moon and stars remain perfectly clear? Will these persistent white fogs keep increasing? What are we supposed to do without any fog-dispelling items? Speaking of which, how dare you still go out in such a heavy snowstorm? I originally wanted to go out too, but the moment I opened the door, I almost lost my ears to the cold. Who knows how long this snow will last? If we don't take advantage of the shallow snow now to gather supplies, are we just going to wait until the firewood runs out and freeze to death inside our homes? Although what you say makes sense, the weather is too harsh right now. Combined with beasts that have natural camouflage, going out might actually get us killed faster. Both options have merits. Sigh, what should I do? If you ask me, we should still stick together. At least with more people around, we won't feel as anxious, and we can join forces to accomplish bigger things. Today I made it through the mist zone outside our camp to reach the Dayan Mutual Aid Shelter. Honestly, while we still can't eat our fill or stay warm, it's much safer than living alone, and there are fellow humans to talk to. Me too. To be honest, when I first arrived at the shelter, I almost forgot how to speak. In the channel, many people voiced their concerns, making cooperative survival a trending topic once again. Yichio opened the trading channel and saw that the navigation tools listed by Dayan Mutual Aid had already sold hundreds of copies. It seemed these items had no cost at all. Dayan Mutual Aid priced them as free to claim, with a limit of one per person. Yichio took one and opened the White Mist Scriptures, carefully appraising the compass-like item. Chapter 72, Concrete Wall Blueprint. Starlight Pointer, Blue. Description: the faint golden glow of the pointer, like scattered stars lighting the way, illuminates the path to your home. Special attribute, Pathfinder, follow the direction guided by its shimmer, and you will reach the holder of the moon compass, never losing your way even in dense fog. An incredibly magical artifact, the moon compass undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle among blue-tier items. After reading this, Yichio opened the trading store of the Conscience Merchant again. Food, water, and warming supplies still occupied most of the listings. Unable to find what he wanted, Yichio directly searched 4 walls. Most of the results were low-tier items similar to his own wooden fence, offering little to no defensive capability aside from expanding the camp's area. The only wooden fence available only accepts business for green quality or below. After a moment's hesitation, Yichio decided to first post the bounty in his own shop. If no better fence could be found, he would make do with the wooden one for the time being. With a construction core and blue quality lumber, even a wooden fence should prove quite durable. As a celebrity in Channel 666, almost the moment the bounty was posted, many became aware that Yichio was purchasing fence blueprints. Generally speaking, blueprint-based items are zero-cost ventures. As long as there's demand, you can have the other party supply the raw materials while charging processing fees to make a hefty profit. Thus, if even the trading channels don't have them, it basically means no one has better wall blueprints available. Regarding Yichio's request, the Dayan Mutual Aid Group could only helplessly admit they couldn't help, though some members still contacted him only to offer fence blueprints that were even worse than what Yichio currently had. Meanwhile, inside the Conscience Trading Company, the 24/7 attendant immediately reported this matter to their boss. After hearing his subordinate's account, the boss of Conscience Merchants shook his head. Perimeter walls? If we had such valuable items, we'd definitely be offering corresponding services by now. The woman nodded and was about to turn away when someone nearby suddenly spoke up. Boss, didn't we acquire a perimeter wall blueprint earlier? That one? The boss frowned, suddenly recalling something he'd rather forget. It was on the 3rd day after crossing over when he encountered a bronze treasure chest while exploring outside. Inside, he found a blueprint. He initially thought this blueprint would let him start a business without capital, easing survival pressures. But when he saw its contents, he nearly coughed up blood in frustration. Concrete, walls, and they'd need to be reinforced with steel bars. In this era where people cut trees with stone axes, where on earth could he get such materials? Besides, if anyone actually had steel, they'd surely prioritize making weapons first. By the time survivors had spare resources for constructing walls, he'd probably starve to death clutching these blueprints. Even now, he couldn't imagine any survivor capable of sparing such precious resources for wall construction. And if someone truly possessed this much material, wouldn't building a proper concrete house be infinitely more appealing? Are you sure this will work? Where would you even find concrete and steel bars these days? Boss, that blueprint isn't doing any good just sitting there anyway. Might as well give it a try, if nothing else, it'd be a nice gesture. You're right. The boss of Conscience Trading rummaged through his backpack for ages before finally pulling out the blueprint. I'll go contact Anonymous. Meanwhile, just as Yichio finished reading the private message and was about to give up temporarily, another message appeared before him. Conscience Trading, Yu Liang, Anonymous brother, I've got a blueprint here. Not sure if you'd find it useful. Concrete wall blueprint, blue, *1. Seeing the markings on the image, Yichio felt a surge of joy and immediately tossed out an appraisal. Concrete wall blueprint, blue. Description: consume 1 unit of rebar, 1 unit of sand, and 1 unit of lime to craft a concrete wall of up to blue quality. Optionally add more materials to increase the wall's height and thickness. Excellent. Splendid. Just hauled a bunch of construction materials from the worksite, and now good stuff comes knocking on my door. Anonymous user, I'll take these blueprints. Name your price. Seeing Yichio's reply, Yu Yulian was momentarily stunned. Take it? Could Anonymous really have steel bars and lime? Though he silently acknowledged Anonymous wasn't weak, in his mind that only meant they were at the level of a lucky lone wolf. Could a single person develop faster than an entire organization? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Yuliang spoke up. Conscience Trade, Yu Yuliang, brother Anonymous, money talk is too distant between us. Hear me out, this blueprint structure requires not just limestone but also steel. If you want to build walls to secure your home, the resource expenditure won't be small. Conscience Trade, Yu Yuliang, if you're serious about wanting it, I'll just give it to you for free. Honestly, this thing won't be useful anytime soon anyway. Worried that Yichio might not see the details of the blueprint, Yu Yuliang first listed out the required materials for synthesis and even offered to give them away for free. With these 2 sentences, Yichio's impression of him soared. This Yu Yuliang really knows how to handle people. Anonymous user, old Yu is generous indeed, I'll gladly take the blueprint. Anonymous user, but I've never been the type to let others suffer a loss. An exchange is still necessary. System notification, Survivor Anonymous user wants to trade 25 kilograms of premium white flour, white, for your concrete wall blueprint, blue. Do you accept the trade? 50 pounds of flour? Spending such a huge sum on a blueprint completely unusable now, Yu Yuliang couldn't help but freeze in disbelief. But then it occurred to him that most likely, this blueprint was something Yichio could grit his teeth and use. To be able to produce so many rare materials for building that wall, Anonymous was no simple figure. No, the organization behind Anonymous was absolutely extraordinary. Realizing he might very well have connected with the hidden organization of Channel 666, Yu Yuliang's face lit up with excitement. Conscience Commerce, Yu Yuliang, brother Anonymous, this is too much. 50 pounds of white flour is worth several lives. After the usual pleasantries, Yu Yuliang finally agreed to the exchange. However, aside from the blueprint, Yichio also received a jar of green quality honey and dozens of golden thread jujubes. This back-and-forth trade, though only yielding a few extra items, significantly strengthened Yichio's relationship with the Conscience Trading Company. Even in a survival world, social etiquette and human connections remain unavoidable realities. However, Yichio felt his current dealings were going quite well. Backed by the real world, all his transactions were risk-free. As long as his base remained hidden, he could hardly lose. Obtaining the wall blueprint lifted Yichio's spirits even higher. Braving the snowstorm, Yichio approached the stone fence, ready to reinforce his little shelter. Opening the system, to his surprise, the stone fence didn't need demolition, it could be upgraded directly instead. First, the steel was refined in the furnace. Although only one blue quality item was among the crafting materials, the probability of obtaining blue quality walls had undoubtedly increased significantly. A total of 100 walls were crafted, with 33 of them being blue quality. Yichio clicked on the fence and selected the upgrade option. Amidst the rumbling of the earth, towering reinforced concrete walls, 4 meters high and half a meter thick, appeared before Yichio. At their top were stone spikes and gleaming iron barbs that shimmered coldly. Chapter 73, Renovating the Hideout, Zero-Cost Shopping. Without a doubt, even under heavy gunfire, this wall could stand firm for quite a long time. Destroying it with explosives wouldn't even be an easy task. Right after, Yichio took out the construction core and integrated it into the wall. On the building interface, the wall immediately displayed an upgradable prompt. First, he consumed 50 units of blue-grade steel to upgrade the construction core to blue quality. Then I spent nearly 70 units of blue steel to upgrade the originally green quality wall structure. As a result, the walls surrounding Yichio's outpost were all blue quality. Indeed, this is the right way to unlock the potential of the building core. If I had wanted to craft enough blue walls from scratch, I might have needed 200 units each of steel, lime, and sand. But now, I achieved an all-blue wall system with just over 100 units of steel. The thick walls stood like giants, blocking the blizzard outside. Within moments, Ichio could feel the howling wind weakening noticeably in the courtyard. With defenses like these, even if wild beasts launch a coordinated attack, they're bound to be thoroughly routed. Pulling out more steel, he forged it into barbed wire and wrapped several layers around the inner and outer walls, leaving only a few shooting positions for himself. Ichio retreated to the center of the yard, surveyed his current base, and nodded in satisfaction. The house was reinforced concrete, tangled with barbed wire. No bird larger than a sparrow could find a perch. The walls, also reinforced concrete, were densely wrapped with barbed wire. Any beast trying to climb them would be in agony for hours. Add to that the hidden traps in the snow and the pitfalls everywhere, modified by the omniscient mirror. It was an impregnable stronghold. Ichio's current stronghold would earn anyone's admiration when they saw it. It was truly an iron fortress. After constructing the perimeter walls, Ichio immediately took flight, soaring over them and braving the blizzard to land outside the settlement. The stone resources scattered by the Guardians yesterday hadn't all been collected yet, so now was the perfect time to gather them during this window of opportunity. Though the blizzard appeared terrifying, it barely registered as cold to Ichio in his living wood armor. Soon enough, he reached the resource area from yesterday, guided by memory. But unexpectedly, the stones that hadn't been transported didn't appear before Ichio. The clearing that had been cleared yesterday due to the misty area was now completely overgrown with shrubs. What's going on? Could the terrain have respawned? Ichio pushed aside the shrubs and found a few scattered berries hanging there. This definitely wasn't something that could have grown overnight. After searching the surrounding area, apart from finding a wooden treasure chest, Ichio came up empty-handed. The stones had completely vanished into thin air. Helplessly, Ichio could only return disappointed. After finishing these tasks, the sky was already dark. Having gotten up late today, meal times had been pushed back considerably. Watching the mist gradually obscuring the starry sky overhead, Ichio didn't feel particularly hungry. Seizing this opportunity, Ichio decided to make another trip to the real world. In the real world, the scenery hadn't changed much. The sun still burned brightly at its zenith, while nighttime remained pitch black where you couldn't see your hand before your face. Ichio walked to the window and silently surveyed his surroundings. Nothing seems different. Could spatial folding be just a random occurrence? Gliding down the building, Ichio glanced at the nearly emptied supermarket he'd scavenged and prepared to venture further for supplies. Though he had no shortage of food or water now, the strange, erratic behavior of his cheat ability made Ichio uncertain. When it came to grabbing free resources uncontested, better take what he could while opportunities lasted. This time, he chose to bypass the construction site. Ichio remembered that behind the site stood the city's largest shopping mall, and its stockpile would definitely not disappoint him. Riding his cross-country bicycle under the sacred sun, after more than 10 minutes, Ichio came to a stop in front of a square. And what appeared before Ichio was the city's largest shopping district. At its very center, the four giant characters of People's Supermarket shimmered with an unusual glow beneath the sunlight. Crash! Pushing open the door, a dazzling array of goods immediately appeared before Ichio's eyes. Unlike the supermarket beneath Ichio's apartment, where all the items were crammed so densely that there was hardly room to stand, this People's Supermarket, as a large department store, appeared neat and orderly. To the left was a passage directly leading to the dining area, while the right-hand side featured the electronics section. Ichio hadn't originally planned to take any electronics. Without internet access, these devices were essentially just bricks, useful at most for setting alarms and taking photos. But a signboard not far away caught Ichio's attention. Specially designed for the elderly with care, containing 3,600 popular songs and over 500 time-tested films. Damn, now this is something I can stay awake for. I was worried about not being able to search for resources offline, but you've conveniently gathered them all for me. Well done. Ichio collected quite a few data chips and also took a projector, screen, media player, laptop, and other supplies. As long as he could convert them into mist energy products, he'd be able to enjoy music and movies. After plundering the mobile phone section, Ichio continued onward. Just a few steps later, a dazzling golden glow caught his eye. Gold jewelry and jade rings were neatly arranged on red silk cloth. Although these things weren't particularly useful in a survival world, driven by his fondness for gold and silver treasures, Ichio still managed to make a hefty haul. Once I get back, I'll melt all this gold in the furnace and cast it into little gold bars. Just having them displayed at home would be a feast for the eyes. Ah, the simple joys of us common folk. As Ichio continued walking forward, he spotted another gleaming expanse of gold. But this wasn't gold, it was merely chocolate wrapped in gold foil. Chocolate section. Eyeing the price tag that read 88 for 50G, Ichio curled his lips in disdain. 88 per tael? What's this chocolate made of, gold or silver? Thanks to environmental factors, even after 7 days, the chocolate in the display case remained as glossy and tempting as ever. Yichio climbed into the counter, broke off a piece, and casually tossed it into his mouth. Not bad at all, so incredibly smooth. Ha, this single chocolate ball actually costs 55? Sweet without being cloying, truly delicious. It proves that things being expensive does have its reasons. But this doesn't mean they can take Yichio for a fool. Considering they could be gotten for free, Yichio evaluated the chocolates with impartial standards, then proceeded to completely empty the counter's stock. It makes a great snack. Continuing forward, Yichio spotted vendors selling cold drinks and ice cream. Then he simply picked up the ice cream machine and tossed it into his backpack. Perfect, now he could enjoy ice cream whenever he wanted. Next was the digital equipment section. After a moment's hesitation, Yichio picked up several sets of surveillance systems. Even though he already possessed the all-seeing mirror, Yichio opted for a secondary safeguard. After all, the all-seeing mirror was a miraculous artifact. Who knew if other relics might have abilities that could interfere with its functions? By adding surveillance as a second layer of protection, the likelihood of something going wrong would be minimized even further. A little further ahead was just an ordinary shopping area. Yichio scavenged some snacks he normally craved but couldn't bring himself to buy, along with some furniture he rarely came across. After stuffing his backpack full, he left the real world feeling completely satisfied. Returning to the survival world, Yichio began organizing his little nest. First, he installed a projector opposite the heated bed platform and placed a water dispenser beside it. He melted all his gold in the furnace, molding it into neat gold bars that he then lined up orderly on the bedside table. A snack room was added next to the kitchen, with wooden cabinets stocked full of various snacks like potato chips, instant noodles, and spicy strips, while the corners were filled with assorted drinks and an ice cream machine. On either side of the fireplace, 2 peculiar artifacts were placed, and nails were hammered into the empty walls to hang a rifle and a sniper rifle. In the living room, a set of purple clay teaware and several packs of high-grade tea leaves worth hundreds per ounce were arranged on the rosewood furniture, all casually picked up from the supermarket. Multiple electrical wires were pulled out, and fog lamps, aptly named as they were powered by fog cores, were installed in every room. This way, you don't have to worry about electric shocks or repairs. It's even more convenient and safer to use than electrical appliances. Not only do fog lights illuminate the surroundings, but there's also no risk of sparks from electrical leaks igniting gunpowder. Right in the center of the living room, Yichio even hung a supermassive crystal chandelier. Finally, Yichio had all the animal hides in his possession processed into rugs at the trading market, covering every inch of the house's floors. Chapter 74, The Killer. After tidying up, the full 150 square meter space appeared considerably more compact. Yet to Yichio, this sense of being packed to the brim actually brought him deep comfort. 8 days of relentless effort had transformed his initial drafty wooden shack into this cozy and secure haven. Survival, what a challenging endeavor indeed. Subtle flex incoming. Humming a cheerful tune, Yichio took a comfortably warm shower. In the spring-like warmth of the room, there was no need to worry, just a quick towel dry of his hair, and he could stroll about freely. Barefoot on the plush fur rug, Yichio tied up his somewhat long hair and tossed it behind his head. Lying back in the rocking chair, Yichio swayed leisurely as he surveyed the empty walls of the room. He pondered whether to hang a few landscape paintings to elevate the ambience, or perhaps ask Levski for a few beast heads to display and add some intimidating presence. After lingering in the living room for a while and feeling not particularly hungry, Yichio skipped dinner and crawled straight into bed. Since the energy his body needed had already been replenished by the condensed refinement pill, Yichio ate merely to savor the delicacies. There was no need to force himself to eat when he wasn't hungry. After adjusting the projector in the bedroom, Yichio successfully retrieved the data from the chip. No wonder it's meant for the elderly. The films stored inside were all old classics from way back. But it has to be said, in great yen, the older something is, the richer its flavor. The 1986 version of Journey to the West, traditional opera Beating the Princess, and the Shanghai Animation Film Studio's production Calabash Brothers Rescue Grandpa. Finally, Yichio chose to project a classic Spring Festival gala comedy sketch as his bedtime movie. The Palace's Jade Wine, 180 yuan a cup. How's this wine tasting? Let me tell you all about it. In the howling snowstorm, Yichio eventually laughed himself to sleep. On that bitter cold night, some slept soundly while others couldn't sleep at all. Many dilapidated wooden huts, unrepaired in time, collapsed under the weight of snow. Witnessing the devastation, some hearts turned to ashes, choosing to end it all. Many people worked through the night without sleep, shouting work chants as they dug through thick layers of snow to rescue their frozen compatriots. Many huddled around bonfires, barely surviving by the weak glow of warmth. Of course, some had already embarked on the road of no return. Bang! Bang bang bang! A thunderous knock erupted beside the ears of 2 sleeping figures who were no strangers to each other. It's Zhang Biao and his lackeys. Though offending Yichio had nearly ruined their reputation in Channel 666, when Zhang Biao chose to take the fight offline, no one could maintain their online bravado. Knowing they could dismantle buildings and reconstruct their stronghold anywhere with the architectural cores, Zhang Biao and his crew became roaming bandits, robbing at least 4 or 5 people. And with these resources, the two could live lavishly even in the current extreme weather conditions. At the sudden knock on the door, Zhang Biao, wrapped in animal skins on his wooden plank bed, clicked his tongue in annoyance and ordered, "Go deal with that fog beast outside." Out of habitual thinking from the past 7 days, Zhang Biao instinctively assumed the knocking was from a fog beast, something that had come to deliver fresh meat. The drowsy underling leaning by the fire yawned and stood up at the command, picking up a stone spear before heading toward the window. But the moment he opened the window, something cold pressed against his chest, snapping the underling wide awake in an instant. Outside the window, a mysterious figure clad entirely in black robes extended a finger, making a shushing gesture. The subordinate hastily nodded their head, for pressed against their chest was none other than a gun. "Open the door." A faint whisper reached the subordinate's ears, prompting them to slowly inch toward the wooden door, ready to open it. Creak! The door opened. Yet at this very moment, Zhang Biao, who had been sound asleep, seemed to sense something immediately. He rolled over, pulled out his pistol, and aimed it straight at the wooden door. "Fucking trash! How dare you let someone in?" Seeing the black-clad man who had already stepped halfway into the cabin, a fog-dispelling oil lamp hanging from his waist and a gun in his hand, Zhang Biao immediately cursed viciously, "Get the fuck out if you don't want to die. Don't think you're the only one with a gun." Seeing that things had been exposed, the black-clad man no longer bothered to hide. He strode into the house, seized the younger brother by the throat, and used him as a human shield. "Fuck!" Infuriated by the black-clad man's utter disregard, Zhang Biao cursed under his breath and fired without hesitation. Boom! Unaccustomed to handling firearms, the bullet struck the younger brother squarely, instantly blossoming into a spray of blood. "Ah!" With a cry of pain, the man in black finally spoke, "Friend, I mean no harm, I just sought refuge from the mist." "Fuck off. Whether you live or die is none of my damn business. Last words for you, get the hell out." Zhang Biao vented his rage uncontrollably, unleashing the fury of being robbed of his home and the resentment of being rudely awakened. The man in black was silent for a moment before raising his pistol. "The firearm model in your hand is the lowest grade weapon issued to Yin country's security personnel. Its bullets likely deal less damage than crossbow bolts. Its primary function is intimidation. The gun in my hand was purchased from a legitimate foreign gun store, a genuine firearm designed to kill." And the robed figure lifted his cloak, revealing the plate armor beneath. "To be honest, you don't even stand a chance of piercing my defenses. All I need is one shot to kill you." Zhang Biao's expression darkened, because the other man's words held undeniable truth. Dian's gun control was notoriously strict. Even the firearms issued to ordinary police officers struggled to be lethal. "How am I supposed to know if that gun in your hand is real or—" Just as Zhang Biao was making his final feeble protest, a gunshot abruptly rang out. Boom! The next instant, Zhang Biao saw a fist-sized crater explode in the wall beside him. Smack! Zhang Biao immediately dropped to his knees and raised his hands in surrender. "Big brother, I was wrong." The reason Zhang Biao has survived to this day, aside from his willingness to take real action, is his greatest strength, knowing when to yield. "Mum." The black-robed figure nodded and tossed the lackey aside. The lackey, who had just been frightened into silence by real gunfire, couldn't help but groan in pain after being thrown. Taking rope from his backpack to tie Zhang Biao and the other together, the black-robed man sat by the fire and finally couldn't hold back, spitting out a mouthful of stagnant blood. "Hunting at night is still too risky." After hastily eating a few pieces of dried meat from his backpack and recovering most of his strength, the man in black suddenly asked, "Have you two ever killed anyone?" Zhang Biao immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, boss, I'm a law-abiding citizen." His companion beside him also nodded. "My brother and I only have each other to depend on. We've never done anything harmful to others in our lives." Poof! The robed figure snorted coldly. "No need to put on an act in front of me. I need bold people who dare to kill to scout the way for me. If you're all virtuous folk, then don't blame me for showing no mercy." Chapter 75, The Tongue Cutter. As the icy gun barrel pressed against their faces again, Zhang Biao and his companion instantly changed their tune. We've killed people. We're willing to scout ahead." "Mum." The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction, taking out 2 scrolls and tossing them over. "Sign your names." Though they knew these scrolls were nothing good, for the sake of their lives, Zhang Biao and his companion still opened their systems and mentally selected agree. A wise choice. The black-robed man waved his hand through the air, and instantly, the ropes binding Zhang Biao and his companion snapped apart. Such a miraculous sight made Zhang Biao's eyes burn with envy. "This must be the legendary skill, right? Don't worry, that contract isn't something bad. In fact, it'll benefit you." The black-robed man spoke. Let me introduce myself. I'm a member of the Tongue Cutters organization. Our goal is to hunt survivors and seize their resources. Zhang Biao and his subordinate exchanged glances. Wasn't that exactly what they had been doing? Is it just named after an organization? What is this Tongue Cutters group? An organization of killers who survive by murdering others. The cloaked figure continued speaking. Survivors like you who proactively kill others are rare. I imagine your advancement within the organization will be quite promising in the future. Don't assume our organization is just an ordinary group of killers. Our leader has made contact with the natives of the survival world and has mastered formidable power. As long as you offer enough sacrifices, you too can grow stronger effortlessly, instead of floundering aimlessly in the endless fog like headless flies. There's a complete path for advancement. Zhang Biao's heart stirred slightly. Currently, the only ways he knew to grow stronger were eating mist beast meat, skills, and special items. But acquiring the latter two depended entirely on luck. And even mist beasts rarely attack the settlement anymore. If this continues, once most people gather together, he'll likely become a rat in the gutter with no good days ahead. This organization arrived at the perfect time. Zhang Biao immediately replied with an ingratiating smile. Boss, why didn't you say so earlier? I've always wanted to join an organization, now I finally have the chance. The black-robed man waved his hand dismissively. No need to flatter me. There aren't many decent folks in the organization, we're all just following the leader to scrape by. Once you sign the contract, you can't casually disclose the organization's information. Later, I'll send you the leader's contact info. You can trade some good stuff using the items you have on hand. Oh, and by the way, the leader has a particular fondness for collecting construction cores. Zhang Biao nodded repeatedly and, using the information provided by the robed figure, joined a survival group called the Tongue Cutters. The group also had a chat-based marketplace offering the most basic supplies like food and water, with a bewildering variety of items clearly looted from the dead. As for firearms, they were extremely scarce, and even the available ones were of small caliber. Despite this, exchanging for one required a whopping 10 building cores, and they had to be white-tier quality at that. Ammunition? That was priced separately. Staring at the pistol at the black-robed man's waist, Zhang Biao felt a wave of chilling hindsight. This guy had probably killed several times more people than him. Had Zhang Biao been weaker or less useful, he'd likely be a corpse by now. The black-robed man spoke up. For common supplies, you can exchange contribution points. To earn contribution points besides handing over materials, you can also sell intel. If you spot someone but aren't confident about taking them down, you can sell the intel, it still counts as contribution. Zhang Biao nodded, indicating that he understood. Next, Zhang Biao took out his hand-drawn map, which recorded most of the areas he had passed through in the past few days. Big bro, take a look. These are the places I've been to. Will it be of any help to you? Upon seeing the crude stone slab map before him, the black-robed man couldn't help but freeze for a moment. I never expected you to have such a good habit, well done. With that, the robed figure produced his own map. It was a map made from the hide of some unknown creature, with most of its surface blanketed in darkness. Only small regions were illuminated. When he placed the stone tablet map atop the leather map, the darkened areas receded slightly further. The stone tablet that had touched the map then crumbled into dust and fragments. Zhang Biao's face registered astonishment. Evidently this too was some marvelous artifact with mystical properties. No wonder he's from a major organization, his equipment completely outclasses us wild survivalists. I didn't expect you've been to so many places. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction and handed the map to Zhang Biao. Take this and go explore the uncharted areas outside. Me? Zhang Biao pointed at himself in disbelief. Every sane person knew the outside world was extremely dangerous. Wasn't this just asking to get yourself killed? That's right. You're the one. The black-robed figure tossed the oil lamp at his waist to Zhang Biao as well. Don't worry, as long as the lamp stays lit, the mist won't corrode you. Zhang Biao still wanted to bargain further, but then felt a sharp pain in his chest. Immediately drenched in sweat, he fell to his knees. The contract. Damn it, I'm trapped. With an absolutely foul expression, Zhang Biao could only take the oil lamp and map, drape himself in a straw raincoat, and walk out of his house on the verge of tears. Huff! The icy wind and palm-sized snowflakes beat against Zhang Biao's body, making him instinctively huddle tighter. If not for consuming the mist beast meat, this brief outing would have cost him at least half his life. The bean-sized oil lamp illuminated a cramped 3-meter radius around him. Frequently, Zhang Biao could see mist so dense it seemed tangible drifting past his face, sometimes even silently following by his side. What a cursed fate. Zhang Biao pulled out the map, looked at the marked area the hooded figure had drawn for him, and steeled himself to continue trudging through the knee-deep snow. Half an hour later, in the snowy wilderness. Huff, huff. The activity in the blizzard was exceptionally difficult. Zhang Biao estimated that even if he ran until daylight, he wouldn't complete the objective even if he wasn't killed by the fog beasts. But when he opened the map again, the sight before him left him speechless. Because in such a fierce blizzard, he was actually lighting up the map at a speed visible to the naked eye. Glancing at the surrounding fog and recalling Diane Mutual Aid's words and the black-robed figure's insistence on exploring the map despite the storm, Zhang Biao fell deep in thought. It seems space within the mist isn't very stable after all. Taking one step in the mist zone equals running a long distance in daylight? Great! With this understanding, I should be able to complete the mission quickly and go home to rest. Zhang Biao's face lit up with joy as he suddenly felt renewed energy surging through his body. Screech! Zhang Biao's face, which had just been beaming with joy, instantly changed as his foot sank deep into a snowdrift. He'd stepped on something. Put! Ah! The sound of metal piercing flesh rang in Zhang Biao's ears, a searing pain making him cry out involuntarily. When he looked down, he saw exactly what had wounded him. Chapter 76, Looting Supplies. It's a bear trap. The chilling steel jaws of the trap clamped onto Zhang Biao's calf, nearly snapping the bone clean through. Blood barely had time to spill before freezing solid. Though the pain in his leg was dulling, this only confirmed Zhang Biao's grim premonition. Frostbite was claiming his limb. The thought of becoming a cripple sent an icy dread straight to his core, chilling his very heartbeat. Without hesitation, Zhang Biao crouched down and immediately tried to pry the demon off his leg, but something was wrong. The blood that was about to freeze abruptly heated up, not only failing to solidify further but instead turning into something like steam. As Zhang Biao flailed in panic, this steam transformed into something airy, a crimson mist. Even the oil lamp couldn't disperse the blood mist. By the time Zhang Biao realized what was happening, his visibility had dropped to less than a meter and materialized fog beasts were staring at him with ravenous eyes. Holy shit! Zhang Biao, who had barely managed to save his broken leg, let out a furious national curse and immediately grabbed the oil lamp, trying to flee the blood mist zone. But the blood mist seemed alive, not only clinging tightly to Zhang Biao but also continuing to shrink his space for survival. In his desperate flight, Zhang Biao crashed headfirst into a structure. Though his vision was already reduced to the bare minimum, he could still make out the material of what he'd hit. Concrete. Is he a native of this survival world, or just an incredibly lucky survivor? Zhang Biao had no time to think. He immediately screamed for help at the top of his lungs. Help! Help! Let me in to take shelter. His cries were torn apart by the blizzard, and the few sounds that managed to reach the settlement were completely drowned out by the booming audio of entertainment programs playing inside. In a warm, spring-like room, Yiqiu curled up under the covers, fast asleep. Fuck! Seeing no response from inside the room, with the bloody mist nearly touching his face, Zhang Biao cursed angrily and immediately attempted to climb the wall to get in. But the smooth wall surface, where could Zhang Biao possibly find a grip? Wait, there actually was one. Feeling the pull against his hands, Zhang Biao's face lit up with joy. It seemed the wall had footholds, probably arranged by the homeowner worried about their own difficulty getting back in. Wonderful! A glimmer of survival in the jaws of death sent Zhang Biao into ecstasy. He immediately leapt up to seize this lifeline. But as he grasped it, thick droplets of scarlet came dripping onto his face. Ha! Why was there blood on my face? Zhang Biao froze. Through the deepening crimson haze, he finally saw what he'd caught hold of. It's a fucking barbed wire fence gleaming with a cold light. Who the hell would install something like this in their own home? Holy shit, is this a fucking prison or what? With a furious roar, Zhang Biao's figure was completely engulfed in a bloody haze. A massive hand reached out from the mist and dragged him into the crimson fog. Ah! A piercing scream and the sound of chewing echoed through the blizzard, leaving behind only an oil lamp about to burn out and traces of blood. Survival World, Day 9. Ding-no-ling. Ding-no-ling. The alarm clock emitted an annoying sound. Yiqiu squirmed a few times on the bed before barely managing to raise himself and slapped the alarm to silence. Opening my eyes, I glanced at the time. It was already 6 a.m. Outside was still pitch black, but since I'd gone to bed early yesterday, I still got over 8 hours of sleep. Slowly dragging myself out of bed, I brushed my teeth and cooked breakfast. Half an hour later, Yiqiu sat in the living room holding a bowl of beef noodle soup. Unlike those deceptive packaging photo noodles, Yiqiu's bowl was piled high with generous chunks of beef that looked irresistibly appetizing. Stirring the noodles with his chopsticks, Yiqiu slurped them while thinking about what to do today. The walls have been erected, and firearms are now in hand. In the blizzard, Yiqiu didn't want to risk danger, but to upgrade his house, few resources from the real world could be utilized. Purple quality materials are extremely rare in the survival world, with no trace of them existing in the real world at all. To become stronger, the only way is to explore the survival world. However, exploration always comes with danger. Unless absolutely necessary, Yiqiu wouldn't step outside. Moreover, given his current circumstances, as long as others couldn't find him, he could perfectly live out the rest of his days in peace. But after a moment of hesitation, Yiqiu ultimately decided to use the rare artifact to lure some fog beasts for slaughter. The instability of the survival world is too unpredictable. A single stroke of luck could create a powerhouse. And if a truly formidable figure unafraid of firearms were to emerge, Yiqiu's situation would become extremely precarious. Therefore, he needed to develop his strength as quickly as possible while ensuring his safety. After finishing his meal, Yichio opened the system as usual to check his private messages for any valuable items. According to the Fog World's law of reward equilibrium, greater dangers yield greater rewards. Those bold enough to explore during blizzards naturally reaped significantly better harvests. Now quite a few blue-tier basic materials had appeared in Yichio's private messages, while the previously common green-tier materials had become even more abundant. But considering his current needs, Yichio simply rejected all basic materials below blue tier, since these would only be as useful as white or gray tier would, good for nothing but fueling fires. With the entire channel's basic resources practically flowing through Yichio's hands these days, there was simply no way he could use them all. Yet amidst the flood of private messages, Yichio still managed to spot a genuine treasure. Surveillance Watchtower Blueprint, Blue. Description: consumes wood *10 and stone *10 to craft a watchtower up to blue quality. Standing atop the tower allows detection of enemy assaults from greater distances or launching attacks from an elevated vantage point. During this period when most people were confined to lonely cabins and only a few had fenced yards, combined with the blizzard weather, the watchtowers proved utterly useless. No wonder the other party chose to sell the blueprint directly. Spending nearly a day's worth of food supplies, Yichio easily obtained the item. Perfect timing. With too much barbed wire on his own fence, he'd been worried about injuring himself during operations. Now with the watchtower, external engagements would become much more convenient. In addition, Yichio also spotted a custom warehouse blueprint in the trading channel, with the highest quality being green tier. After spending the processing fee equivalent to 2 meals, Yichio successfully obtained 2 warehouses, each covering an area of 150 square meters. At last, the supplies lost in the snowy wilderness had a proper place to go. By the light of an oil lamp, Yichio deployed the warehouses. After checking the time, he decided to first take a stroll in the real world, planning to transfer supplies, build a watchtower, and attempt to summon a mist beast after daylight. After cleaning up the kitchen waste, Yichio tended to his crops as usual and then ate a stardrop berry. Unlike the fog beast flesh, starfall berries enhance Yichio's vision, and this bonus is additional to the boost from the fog beast flesh. Because of this, Yichio consumes 1 berry every now and then. Once prepared, Yichio returned to the real world again. As expected, the site remained the same. The world was evenly divided into 5 sections. It seemed the mother planet would never return to its former normal state. Approaching the window, Yichio observed his surroundings and noticed the terrain had shifted once more. Several familiar streets had disappeared, replaced by more distant areas. It seemed that last night, quite a few spaces had been folded away. From the looks of it, traveling through dimensions every day was like opening a mystery box. Worried that the largest supermarket might vanish, Yichio made several trips to stock up. Even the construction site in front had been completely cleared, leaving only a few skeletal unfinished buildings behind. This morning, Yichio didn't venture too far. He simply exhausted all nearby resources to their last drop. Chapter 77, First Kill. Soon, dawn broke in the survival world. Yichio opened the door to test the conditions. The snow had already piled up to nearly thigh height. At this depth, forget about going outside. Even opening the door would be impossible for those with weak strength. Fortunately, the snowflakes falling from the sky had noticeably lessened, and the accumulated snow on the ground wouldn't rise much further. Grasping his wooden shovel, Yichio transformed into a bulldozer, clearing a snow-free area in the yard before unearthing the supplies that had nearly been buried beneath the snow. Rice, flour, cooking oil, well-packaged meats, canned goods, and other food items were all piled together by Yichio, while another warehouse housed miscellaneous items, literally anything you could think of. The 2 warehouses ended up holding hundreds of tons of supplies. As for construction materials like steel bars and sand, Yichio continued stacking them in the yard, along with the ever-increasing piles of lumber, stone, and other resources. Now the house, basement, warehouse, and courtyard were all crammed full with various supplies, making Yichio feel that his 600 square meter settlement was barely enough anymore. Alright, his backpack was also stuffed with half a bag of weapons and ammunition, plus a road roller. Ah, what a happy dilemma. Yichio dug out large amounts of snow piled up in each of the settlement's 4 corners, then built 4 surveillance watchtowers. After building the watchtower, Yichio climbed up to survey the surroundings. 3 directions were nothing but endless snow white, dazzling him to the point of dizziness. If not for his physique having reached the blue tier, Yichio reckoned he would have suffered from snow blindness. However, in the 3rd direction, Yichio spotted something unusual. There were glowing edges of dropped items at the base of the wall. Could it be that a fog beast attacked last night and died by crashing into the wall? Yichio grabbed a fishing rod from the warehouse and after a few attempts, finally hooked the fallen item. Staring at the object pulled before his eyes, Yichio couldn't help but freeze. An oil lantern? Unexpectedly, a lamp had actually fallen right below my wall. Two possibilities immediately flashed through Chen Mo's mind: either there were natives nearby, or fellow survivors. Yi Qiu immediately began cautiously scanning his surroundings. His newly acquired indigo-grade physique seemed to be warning him something in the vicinity had locked onto him. Several dozen meters away, within a snowdrift, the black-robed figure had shed his dark garments, now draped in pure white animal hides as he buried himself beneath the snowpack, leaving only a pair of watchful eyes exposed. The previous night, he had intended to send Zhang Biao ahead to scout the path, yet upon waking at dawn, the animal hide map had somehow materialized in his own grasp. According to the properties of the beastskin map, it only returns to its owner upon the holder's death. This meant Zhang Biao had already perished. Knowing Zhang Biao was a bold yet prudent man, the robed figure realized his death couldn't have been an ordinary accident. After silencing Zhang Biao's potential avenging underlings, the robed figure immediately took the beastskin map to investigate the death site. What awaited him wasn't just unexpected, it completely shocked the robed figure. The place where Zhang Biao died turned out to be a terrifying prison, surrounded by impenetrably high walls topped with dense barbed wire, with towering watchtowers standing guard on all sides. Though smaller in scale compared to standard prisons, perhaps this is how all indigenous prisons in the survival world look. Why was the black-robed man so certain this was an indigenous prison? It was truly because he had seen Yi Qiu, a full-body suit of armor, covered in twisted and horrifying patterns. Behind him stretched a pair of enormous black wings. This could only be one of the winged races from fantasy novels, and probably a man-eating one at that. Could this fortress be the dwelling of the regional boss? The black-robed man vividly imagined the likely dungeon scenario, instantly burning with excitement as he sent his coordinates to the leader. After receiving the leader's reply, the black-robed man prepared to withdraw immediately, planning to regroup with his teammates before engaging the boss. But just then, he noticed the winged human in the watchtower suddenly turn its head, casting a glance toward his concealed position. Averting his gaze instantly, beads of cold sweat trailed down the black-robed man's temples. Impossible. I was buried beneath a snowdrift, with only my eyes exposed. Even a hawk couldn't have spotted me in this vast expanse of white. Just an accident, just an accident. The black-robed figure lowered his head, and snowflakes promptly sealed the two observation holes. And indeed, Yi Qiu stood no chance of discovering that pair of exceedingly well-concealed eyes amidst the endless whiteness. But a sixth sense put Yi Qiu on alert, and that was enough. Mirror of omniscience, reveal yourself. Immediately separating his spirit from his body, Yi Qiu wandered around the encampment. When he actually stood face to face with the figure in black robes, he realized with absolute certainty a person was indeed lying in wait outside his home. In fact, this was Yi Qiu's first true encounter with another survivor. If this guy had behaved better, Yi Qiu might have chosen to stay indoors and let him retreat in frustration. But crouching sneakily in the snow to peek, this behavior made Yi Qiu realize his intentions might not be so friendly. Though he had played the philanthropist in the system for so long, seen as a saint incarnate by countless survivors, all of this was built upon Yi Qiu's absolute safety. Online is one thing, reality is another. When it came to his personal safety, Yi Qiu would never allow the slightest mistake. After confirming that the cloaked figure was the only human within a kilometer and had no accomplices, Yi Qiu silently drew his weapon. Crack! The abrupt sound abruptly rang out in the cold wind, and an ominous feeling instantly rose in the cloaked figure's heart, instinctively making them look up. Then he saw the winged person pointing something at him. What was it? A fucking sniper rifle? Though he couldn't comprehend why the winged person would have a sniper rifle, the robed figure already knew what he had to do now. Run! But it was too late. Just as the black-robed figure tried to leverage himself up, the terrain beneath him suddenly shifted, causing him to lose balance and tumble into the pit. At a distance of several dozen meters, shooting at a stationary target was practically point-blank range for Yi Qiu's military-grade sniper rifle outfitted with countless attachments. Bang bang bang! Firing rapidly, using his formidable physique to steady the weapon, Yi Qiu made the sniper rifle feel like a handgun under the effect of his rapid-fire skill. Looking again at the figure in black robes within the pit. Damn, the corpse was already in tatters, scattered here and there. From start to finish, the assassination techniques he had honed and the special tools on his person never had a chance to be used. Yi Qiu unfurled his wings, glided down, and landed before the shattered remains. Killing for the first time, Yi Qiu didn't suffer nausea or vomit at the sight of a fellow human's corpse like in fictional stories. Yi Qiu figured it was probably because he'd struck too viciously, reducing the body to a pile of mangled flesh. Without distinguishable human features, a human corpse looked scarcely different from an animal's remains. Scooping up a few dropped items into his palm, Yi Qiu turned to leave, thoughtfully manipulating the terrain to bury the scattered remains behind him. Chapter 78, The Observer with the Severed Tongue. Returning to the living room, Yi Qiu examined the spoils of battle. Among the loot were 5 white items, 3 green, and 1 blue. Though Yi Qiu felt the drops from his opponent should have been more substantial, lacking experience in first-time killings, he dismissed this anomaly. Of the 5 white-tier items, 1 was a building core, while the remaining 4 were all dried fog beast meat items that actually boosted physical recovery. As for the green-tier loot, a handgun, a tattered beast-hide coat, and a small vial of poison powder. None of these items were particularly valuable, but the appearance of the pistol made Yi Chio involuntarily furrow his brow. I can't believe the domestic server doesn't ban guns. Fortunately, the firearm's caliber was small, posing no threat to my armored body. Looking at the Soul Blue item, Yi Chio couldn't help but show a surprised expression. It's actually a map. Regional map, blue. Description: a special map tanned from dark beast hide. This particular hide comes from a juvenile dark beast and can record detailed maps within one channel radius centered on the user. Feature: the chronicler can record the locations traversed by the bearer, display the bearer's position, and also consume other maps to illuminate new areas. A small portion of the map lit up, revealing Yi Chio's camp location marked at the far right edge. Seeing this, Yi Chio couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. He was grateful for his own caution. Had he actually let the other leave, his coordinates would have been completely exposed. Apart from his own settlement, Yi Chio spotted over a dozen others, though several were marked with crosses. He had a sinking feeling that these crossed-out settlements probably hadn't survived. However, judging by the density of settlements on the map, Yi Chio estimated at least 10 surviving seekers still remained around his location, a number that couldn't be considered small by any means. Folding the map away, Yi Chio sunk into his deck chair and heaved a melancholic sigh. Meeting such an unpleasant survivor right from the start, it felt like getting off on the wrong foot entirely. The facts proved Yi Chio's conjecture correct. At a certain campsite, unlike primitive stone houses, the buildings in this campsite were constructed from special black stone masonry. Before the main structure stood a distorted symbol resembling a black hole, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Inside one building, the leader of the Tongue Cutters organization, a survivor known as Silence, was praying before a mystical statue. Praise be to thee, the supreme and eternal night. After completing his prayers before the statue, this fortunate survivor activated his system, ready to begin the day's work. The first to catch his attention was the organization's second-in-command, the person he trusted most. Only 2 things about them drew his focus. First, the other party eagerly sent over a set of coordinates. Second, he's dead. Staring at the darkened avatar, Silence weighed heavily on Buyu's expression. He knew how cautious his subordinate was at this stage. Very few could actually kill him. Opening the chat, Wu Yu scrolled through the messages from top to bottom. There weren't many words, just talk about discovering a peculiar structure and taking a few photos. And then, sudden death. Killed by someone inside the fortress. That was Wu Yu's first thought. Whether the killer was from the stronghold or not, Buyu would not let them escape. After all, that was the very first subordinate he had personally cultivated, arguably the sharpest blade in his arsenal. To lose them so easily was simply unacceptable. After a long glance at the fortress, I remained silent and continued checking the other messages. Anyone who can easily kill their own subordinates is definitely not to be underestimated. I'll need to plan this carefully. I sorted through my private messages, most of which contained intel from other factions. Silence wanted to mold his organization into an assassin guild, because after grasping part of the survival world's landscape, he knew order could never be restored in this realm. Thus, he planted numerous agents in organizations both large and small, striving to control every scrap of obtainable intelligence. Most newly established groups nowadays were loose and undisciplined, allowing Silence to acquire a steady stream of first-hand information daily. For instance, Dian Mutual Aid unexpectedly received a sizable donation, and the situation quickly stabilized. Not far away, a small faction erupted into conflict over uneven distribution, directly resulting in 2 deaths. Conscience Trade sold a blueprint for concrete walls and established connections with the typically mysterious Anonymous Party. Seeing this anonymous entity, Buyu frowned slightly. He had always wanted to uncover the reason why Channel 666 could rise to the top, but after 2 days of searching, he found no trace of any influential organization behind it. Only one person, an anonymous user, possessed terrifyingly abundant resources, enough to buy bones with gold, as the saying goes. Logically, there must have been an organization backing him, yet Bai couldn't find even the slightest clue. Bai muttered to himself, could it be that Anonymous, just like me, has come into contact with the faith of this world and encountered the followers of a god? No, that can't be. Bai jolted as if something clicked in his mind. Native people, concrete walls, powerful and mysterious anonymous user. That coordinate couldn't possibly be the anonymous user's base, could it? First contact with local inhabitants, then receiving divine attention, rapidly developing by relying on native resources, even building fortresses for the indigenous people. Highly probable. Logically speaking, it's impossible for one person to develop this quickly, so Anonymous must have relied on the power of the local natives. In that case, the situation is even worse. That fortress likely harbors a considerable number of native enforcers. I've merely gained the gaze of the gods but don't have nearly enough cannon fodder to spare. Flicking through the system screen, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Buyu's mind. That's right, Anonymous is famous for philanthropy, having saved countless survivors who wouldn't have made it otherwise. Plus, being taken care of by the natives, he might even be a total pushover. As long as I can feign misery to infiltrate the fortress, I'll be able to use my expertise to assassinate Anonymous and take everything he has. Yes, this is exactly how it should be done. Buyu's expression turned utterly determined. Anonymous, don't blame me for being cruel. In this world now, only the selfish and ruthless can survive. After rallying his subordinates in the group chat, Wu Yu quickly drafted the battle plan. First, they would send people disguised as lost refugees fleeing disaster to knock on Anonymous' door. Once inside the fortress, they would strike the fatal blow when Anonymous least expected it. If Anonymous wasn't actually in the fortress, they could treat it as gathering to raid a boss anyway, win-win either way. The plan had extremely high feasibility, especially since Wu Yu and his group had slaves at their disposal. That's right. Although Silent's subordinates claim to be a murderous organization, many of them choose to kill the men and take the women as slaves. Anonymous was fundamentally a kind person, and those seeking shelter were all delicate and pitiable women. Wasn't tricking him into opening the door as easy as pie? Someone who could spare so much food for charity might just be a big-breasted but airhead woman herself. Chapter 79, Survivors from Other Channels. After reviewing his flawless plan, satisfied, Wu Yu silently nodded and then issued a notification in the group chat. Tonight, we'll travel through the fog, and tomorrow we'll strike. On the other side, at Yichou's camp, Yichou was ready to test the power of the fog beast statue for hunting. Glancing at the full squad's worth of equipment in his backpack, Yichou took a deep breath and placed his palm on the statue's shoulder. Would you like to consume Mist Core, Gray, *1 to attract mist beasts? Duration, 30 minutes. Yichou tried several other types of mist cores but found they only increased duration, so he ultimately chose to use the lowest grade ones instead. Consumption. As soon as the words fell, Yichou felt a mist core in his backpack shatter, dissolving into faint wisps of smoke that melded seamlessly into the statue. Next, Yichou sensed a faint change occurring outside. Stepping out of the courtyard and climbing the watchtower, Yichou noticed a faint mist beginning to rise in all directions. Compared to the dense fog of night, this mist didn't obscure Yichou's vision much, but something had already emerged within this thin white haze. Gasp! White mist surged like flowing water as several indistinct figures, as if provoked, charged towards Yichou's campsite at tremendous speed. Boom! Thud! Snap! Whether stepping on animal traps or getting pierced by the barbed wire on the walls, attempting to breach Yichou's campsite was sheer folly for these low-level mist creatures. In the upcoming hunts, the only creatures that could trouble Yichou were the high-level mist beasts and the flying mist beasts. Having to deal with both at the same time would be even worse. But these low and mid-level mist beasts are perfect for target practice. Yichou gripped the pistol, aligned the sights, and began firing. Bang! If a mid-level fog beast appeared, Yichou would switch to his rifle, doing his best to prevent them from damaging his defensive walls. Bang! Bang bang bang! Gunfire erupted intermittently across the snowy terrain as one mist beast after another wailed and fell dead, with most failing to even reach Yichou's encampment. The intermediate-level mist beasts that once demanded Yichou's attention now perished as easily as insects, dropping dead with just a few precise shots. The 30-minute target practice session ended swiftly. Yichou rolled his shoulders and watched as the white mist gradually dissipated, revealing a field littered with spoils. Although no advanced mist beasts appeared, Yichou obtained a sizable haul in one go. Mist beast flesh, white, *12, mist beast flesh, green, *10, mist core, white, *6, and mist core, green, *5. The most precious thing he had sacrificed, in fact, was merely half an hour of his free time. With just one gray mist core spent, such bountiful rewards, this wasn't just lucrative, it was practically robbery. However, Yichou also noticed that apart from mist beast flesh and mist cores, other loot items rarely seemed to drop. After slaughtering over a dozen mist beasts, Yichou only obtained some food, drinking water, and basic materials, not even a trace of any valuable items. However, while killing low to mid-tier mist beasts was simple, remaining constantly vigilant against the appearance of high-tier ones drained considerable mental energy. Yichou planned to hunt at least once a day, and if nothing urgent came up, he intended to go on multiple expeditions. Items from the real world mostly served to improve living conditions, only the mystical aspects of this survival world could truly strengthen oneself. In the kitchen, Yichou poured milk and tea leaves into a pot, intending to make some milk tea himself. Over 10 minutes later, Yichou sat back in his reclining chair, looking sullen as he held a cup of his homemade soy milk-flavored tea. Just as Yichou was considering whether to fetch a few recipe books from the real world, a message suddenly popped up in the system chat. Conscience Trading, Yu Liang, Anonymous Boss, are you there? Anonymous User, here, what's up? The sudden message from Conscience Trading piqued Yichou's curiosity. After all, intelligent people like this wouldn't randomly contact him unless something important came up. At the very least, they should be bringing gifts, right? Sure enough, Yu Yuliang brought Yichio some good news this time. He had encountered other survivors. Though it might not sound like a big deal, the survivors Yu Yuliang met were from other channels. This meant that while the various channels couldn't communicate with each other, there was no geographical separation between them. The larger the area you explore, the more survivors from different channels you'll encounter. For Yu Yuliang, this was precisely the money-making path for his trading company to connect with other channels. In business, the wider you spread your setup, the greater the rewards you'll reap. And what was originally sufficient for circulation and trade in Channel 666 suddenly seemed inadequate when spread across two channels. So Yu Yuliang decided to borrow some basic materials and food from Yichio, aiming to make a huge fortune in the neighboring channel. Yichio stroked his chin, sensing there was significant profit in this venture. Anonymous user, this could work. But when you're trading in other channels, keep an eye out for any valuable items. On the other side of the screen, Yu Yuliang froze in surprise. Before he could even list out his prepared materials, he got approval just like that? Yu Yuliang never imagined that the so-called entrepreneurial risks simply didn't exist for Yichio. Even if he suffered a total loss, Yichio wouldn't have any notable losses to speak of. In fact, it would just free up some space in his settlement. Conscience trading, Yu Yuliang, anonymous boss, rest assured. We'll definitely keep an eye out for you and secure any good items for you first. Conscience trading, Yu Yuliang, just wondering, how much of this basic material can you supply? Yichio glanced at his warehouse and casually replied. Anonymous user, I've got over 2,000 units of white grade and lower quality lumber and stone combined. Ask for any normal food and water supplies you need, I've got the connections. So much. Yu Yuliang was shocked. The stockpiles of wood and stone had dwindled, which surprised him but wasn't entirely unexpected. However, the latter part of the statement left him utterly stunned. Anonymous means unlimited food and water? Such an extraordinary thing. One must understand that in this era without fog beast attacks, or only extreme weather exists, the value of food has become increasingly prominent. Yet this Anonymous actually trusted him enough to allocate such a massive shipment. Faced with such trust, Yu Yuliang couldn't help but be deeply moved. After all, how many successful businessmen fail simply for lack of startup capital? Glancing again at the cautious, probing private messages from other survival game players, Yu Yuliang momentarily considered rejecting them all to pursue wealth solely with Anonymous. But after some thought, Yu Yuliang decided against it. Though this cross-channel trade sounded highly profitable, one must always plan for contingencies. If things really went south, he'd still need them to share the trade risks. For Yichio, conducting business was just a casual decision made in idle moments. He never expected it to generate profits anyway. Compared to obtaining basic supplies, Yichio was more inclined toward acquiring rare items from other channels, valuing established trade routes above all else. However, what surprised Yichio the most was that in less than half an hour, Yu Yuliang came to him with exciting news. Lianxin Trade, Yu Yuliang, anonymous boss, a purple quality item has been listed in the auction house on channel 758. Wondering if you'd be interested. Image.jpg, a purple quality auction item. Yichio's eyes immediately lit up, and upon opening the image, he couldn't help feeling even more stirred.